Chapter 1 Double the gift on the wedding day. Early in the morning. There were constant firecrackers and the sound of gongs and drums at the Zhongbei Dynasty Hotel. In front of the hotel, the bright red arch bridge is extremely dazzling. Congratulations to Yi Fei and Wang Rohan on their marriage. The big words were extremely eye-catching. Get out of the car, wife. From today on we are husband and wife. The man who spoke was named Yi Fei, and he was also today's groom. I met my wife in college. I also returned home after graduation and married my wife. After many years of long-term love, it can finally come to an end today. But just when Yi Fei was about to take his wife's arm and get out of the car, a woman not far away came running over in a hurry. With a bang. Blocking the car door. Wait a minute, daughter, don't get out of the car. I, surnamed Yi, have changed my mind. I will increase the betrothal gift by another 500,000 yuan, otherwise my daughter will not accept it. The woman in front of him was Yi Fei's mother-in-law, Zhang Xixia. He is usually sarcastic and mean. Whether it is the 3 golds or the wedding banquet, the scale required is extremely high. As the wedding preparations progressed, the bride price increased from the initial 100,000 yuan to more than 500,000 yuan. It wasn't until last night that it was set in stone and I was determined not to change my mind. But now is a happy day. The place is full of relatives and friends. Before getting off the car, he unexpectedly changed his expression in a very uncharacteristic way. Aunt, isn't $1 million betrothal gift a bit too much? It's not right to change your mind at the last minute about something you agreed on before. Yi Fei rolled down the window. He narrowed his eyes, feeling anxious and angry. The expressions of the groomsmen around him suddenly became extremely ugly. What do you mean by excessive? My daughter is so beautiful, so many wealthy nobles have lined up along the long street. Marrying someone like you is a complete waste of talent. You won't get off the bus unless you pay. The Wang family is not considered a wealthy noble family. At most, a small entrepreneur. But in Zhang Xixia's mouth it was extremely arrogant. Yi Fei frowned and looked at his wife beside him. Wang Rohan looked calm, as if she had already understood. Mr. Yi, I know the betrothal gift has been discussed before, but my brother has a new girlfriend and is also getting engaged. Wang Rohan didn't say it directly, but anyone with a discerning eye could understand it. What does getting married at home have to do with getting engaged to my brother-in-law? If we talk about Wang Rohan, there is still a bit of mystery. Zhang Xixia is even more straightforward. My son's wedding gift is 500,000 yuan, you have to give this money too. I only have this one son. If you want to be with my daughter, you can't lose a cent. That's all I have to say. The face is torn. Friends and relatives saw it and whispered to each other. For the sake of family ties. Yi Fei snorted coldly. Aunt, over the years, whenever there was something wrong with your Wang family, I was the first one to rush to the front. Even Wang Rohan's living expenses and tuition were earned through my part-time work. After paying so much, you still want to increase the price temporarily. Do you have a conscience? Yi Fei told the truth. My family is ordinary. During college, I used my spare time to work part-time and worked very hard to save enough money. The temporary price increase now is extremely excessive. While the two were talking, a slightly plump man was walking from a distance. What is conscience? Who doesn't need to spend money to get married? What can't you do without money? I finally got such a beautiful girlfriend, and you, as her brother-in-law, don't want to take the money? The man in front of him was Wang Ruhan's younger brother Wang Feixiang. As he was speaking, a woman with beautiful hair and a cute appearance stood beside him. There was silence at this moment. Yi Fei's expression instantly became even colder. When did you say you don't take money for marriage? But when the brother-in-law gets married, why does he let the brother-in-law pay the bride price? This is ridiculous. Rohan, do you think I should take this money? Wang Rohan stood beside him with her beautiful eyes lowered. Eyes moving. Finally take a deep breath. Yi Fei, I know you're good to me, this is the last time, okay? The last time? Good one for the last time. I remember that Wang Rohan claimed that her family was poor and she couldn't afford the tuition. Yi Fei felt that the woman in front of him was very pitiful. During the relationship, I took on all the responsibilities as your boyfriend. But who knew that the other lion would speak more and more? There are many festivals, not to mention the big and small ones, during the New Year and other holidays. Even during the Qingming festival, tens of thousands of brand name bags are sold. Every time I say, the last time. The brother-in-law next to him couldn't wait any longer. Sister, don't waste time talking to this brat, just ask him if he can get the money today. If you can't come up with the money, get out. Wang Rohan, who originally had a calm expression. At this moment he nodded slightly. Although the action was not big, the meaning was very clear. Wang Rohan, I'm sorry, I can't afford this money, and I won't take it. Our fate has ended. Even if Zhang Xiaofan worked part-time to earn money for his studies, 5 or 6,000 a month was already the limit. Most of his living expenses were given to Wang Rohan, and he lived on instant noodles for many years. I didn't want to add to Wang Rohan's psychological burden, so I never mentioned it. But look at it again now. All this is in vain. Yi Fei can give. But never let the other party take it for granted. You said our fate is over. We've known each other for so many years in college, and you can end it all with just one sentence? I think you are the one without conscience. Let us stop here. Yi Fei was no longer polite. In order to give you good food and drink over the years, do you know that I have been living a life worse than that of a poor student? I even gave you a scholarship and gave so much, and you said I have no conscience. If this is called having no conscience, then what are you? The bridesmaids around couldn't bear to watch this anymore. It's just that because they are Wang Rohan's friends, they couldn't say much and just pretended to turn a blind eye. Wang Feixiang opened the car door and pulled his sister out. He snorted coldly at Yi Fei. There's no need to waste time talking to this kind of person. You're just playing so many emotional cards and saying so many words, but all he has is one sentence, I can't give you anything. Why get married without money these days? Sister, just think of it as you've taken a fancy to a poor bastard. With your beauty, you can more than find me a few rich brothers-in-law. Until this scene, Yi Fei had seen everything clearly. These ungrateful people can never be tamed. Yi Fei sighed. While shaking my head, a voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Congratulations, host, the Destiny selection system is now open, please make the following choices. 1. According to Wang Rohan's request, collect 1,000,000 yuan for the betrothal gift, and get the title of A Life of Frustration. 2nd, break up immediately, turn around and leave, and be awarded the title of A Cool Life. 3rd, without adding any betrothal gifts, get rid of the middleman, and directly take away Wang Feixiang's fiancée Xiao Qingcheng, and get tens of millions of funds. Is there any need to choose for such a thing? It doesn't matter whether you have money or not. The key point is that the girl named Xiao Qingcheng is really pretty. You want the bride price from me? No problem, of course I will. But it's not certain who will receive it. Thinking of this, Yi Fei showed a strange smile on his face. Step by step, he came to Wang Feixiang's side. Chapter 2, Money is for Willfulness. This situation. Is this a fight in anger? There is a huge difference in physique between Yi Fei and Wang Feixiang. If a fight really breaks out, never take advantage of anyone. Just as the groomsman showed worried expressions, Yi Fei suddenly turned his head and looked at Wang Feixiang's fiancée. Your name is Xiao Qingcheng, right? I heard that my brother-in-law wants to marry you and needs hundreds of thousands of dollars in gifts. I'll give you millions. If you agree, today will be our wedding day. What is this operation? The people around were stunned for a moment. But the deal itself was normal. Anyway, I have to pay the bride price to my brother-in-law. Plus, I also want to get married. Then why is there a difference in between? Whether it is Wang Rohan or Zhang Xiaxia. At this moment, everyone was stunned. But soon, Zhang Xiaxia returned to her usual state. Why are you pretending? I can't even get enough money for my daughter's betrothal gift, so how can you expect to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? You look so poor. I was only halfway through my sentence. Yi Fei picked up the phone. Congratulations, host, for completing the selection. The funds will now be transferred to your card number. Please rest assured that the funds earned are absolutely laundered legally. People may not believe Yi Fei's words, but they cannot not believe what the bank says. A funds inquiry text message. Shown in front of everyone. Wang Rohan and Zhang Xiaxia squinted their eyes and checked the numbers one by one. Wait till the end. As expected. Tens of millions of funds. Daughter, what's wrong with you? Didn't you say that his family is just a small business? Can you make so much money from a small business? Obviously, things were unexpected. The mother and daughter began to waver. But Yifei continued to turn his head and look at the woman next to him. If you marry me, the betrothal gift will be doubled to 1 million. Yifei was just trying it. Xiao Qingqing suddenly smiled. No problem, you're my boyfriend from now on. I just broke up on our happy day and suddenly met my girlfriend. What a seamless connection. God knows why Xiao Qingqing agreed. The crowd at the scene went crazy instantly. There were quite a few onlookers. He has long been extremely dissatisfied with all the players. Even started to applaud. Wang Feixiang, the perfumed king, looked at the moment when his fiancée gently held someone else's arm. I just felt the green prairie above my head. Enough to feed a herd of cattle and horses. Fuck you. Mr. Yi, are you kidding me? I'm telling you, go to the streets of Jiangbei and Jiangnan, and ask around to see who the father is. You dare to hit on my girl? I'm going to kill you today. Wang Feixiang, a man in his 20s, has never had a proper job and hangs out with a group of hooligans every day. Although he is fat, he is wearing a Wangzai milk brand outfit and looks like an energetic young man. People are divided into groups and things are divided into categories. After a phone call. Sure enough, a dozen young men around were holding sticks and they blocked the way in an instant. Damn it, this is going to be a big deal. Brother, what do you think about this matter? What else can we do? If something goes wrong, the worst that can happen is that the wedding banquet will turn into a funeral banquet. We should eat and drink. We have already paid for our share of the money. Dozens of hooligans just rushed forward. Yifei suddenly stretched out a hand. Smile slightly. Mr. Wang, please don't go too far. You think strength in numbers is the key? Wang Feixiang put his hands on his waist and grinned. That's right, there is strength in numbers. What can you do? It's not a big deal to be rich. I tell you, no matter how rich you are, you have to give it all to my family. This is no longer a negotiation of conditions, but a blatant and forceful snatching. Listen to what Wang Feixiang said. Yifei still wiggled his fingers gently. One finger can solve them all. A simple sentence. Shocking. Even Wang Rohan sneered. Yifei is almost done, this wedding is still going on. Even if you don't miss the relationship we had back then, even if we break up, you still have to give me half of your assets. Otherwise, if my brother takes action, I won't help you. In this case, I'll give you half. Before getting married, Zhang Caixia made 3 rules. Each one is extremely unreasonable. One of them is the wedding banquet, the more grand the better. But marriage means that 2 people live together, and they don't need to get a marriage certificate. Now that they haven't even gotten married, they are not considered a legal couple. Why should I give you half? Everyone has come from afar. If anyone punches him, I will give him 10,000. Double that if you kick it. If it's a red, I'll start with 100,000. If you can't kill me, beat me to death. The few hooligans around were hired by Wang Feixiang. But most of them are a group of energetic young men with cleaner pockets than their faces. I am already very happy if I have a few hundred yuan in pocket money. I can only get a deity to beat people up and make some extra money. But if you follow Wang Feixiang, you will go hungry 9 times out of 3 days. I've never seen so much money before. I have already made up my mind. Wang Feixiang did not expect that the other party would resort to such a desperate measure. Even speaking wildly on the spot. These are my real brothers. Do you really think a few stinky dollars can be of any use? It was you who asked for money, and now it is you who is talking about a few filthy dollars. Wang Feixiang's answer is already before him. With a bang. One of the guys, who might have been extremely poor, hit Wang Feixiang hard on the nose. Caught off guard. Nosebleed. Card number. Yifei waved his phone gently. Just a dozen seconds. Nearly 100,000 yuan has been deposited into the card. The gangsters around had already gone crazy after seeing this scene. Damn, there's really money to give. Brother, I don't know this Wang guy at all. From now on, we are brothers. No, you are my real father. Money makes the world go round. You can also recognize your biological father on the spot. A dozen hooligans saw this scene and without saying a word, they immediately swung up their sticks. But the one being hit wasn't Yifei. But it was Wang Feixiang. In order to make more money, the one who beats the victim hard will scream miserably. Zhang Caixia kept pulling at the side, but to no avail. Wang Ruhan's face went numb when she saw this scene. Only when the blood splattered at his feet did he react. But it's not to help Wang Feixiang. Instead, he rushed to Yi Fei's side. Yi Fei, I was wrong. I admit that I have a bit of a lady's temper. I am a little willful. Can we get back together? Actually, my mom doesn't want to give you money at all. She just wants to test you. Test? Yi Fei turned his head and saw Wang Feixiang rolling on the ground after being beaten. Then he turned around and smiled at Wang Ruhan. I hope your next boyfriend can stand up to your test. High mountains and flowing water, rivers and lakes are nowhere to be seen. Wang Ruhan looked at Yi Fei's departing back, feeling lonely. This is millions of dollars. It is clearly within reach. Now, only one step away, 1,000 miles apart. Chapter 3 You pretend, I do it. Watching the two of them go hand in hand, Wang Ruhan regretted deeply. How could this happen? Millions of dollars are about to arrive. Why did he just leave like this? What does the relationship between us mean? It's not just Wang Ruhan, the saddest person is Wang Feixiang. I originally wanted to cheat my future brother-in-law out of hundreds of thousands of dollars, but I ended up losing both his money and his life. In the end, he didn't see a penny, and his fiancée even ran away with someone else. The most important thing is that he called a group of people together and wanted to teach the other party a lesson. Who knew that they would all turn against us? If the security bureau hadn't arrived at the last minute, I might have been beaten to death today. Mr. Yi, I am not done with you. Under the moonlight, the autumn breeze is cool. Xiao Qingchang and Yi Fei walked on the bustling streets, facing the colorful neon lights. After a long time, Yi Fei took a deep breath. Xiao Qingchang, thank you for your cooperation just now. Finally, I can hold my head high. Over the years, Yi Fei has been suppressed by the Wang family. I also saw the true face of the Wang family. This is the best treasure ever harvested. But the words had just been spoken. Xiao Qingchang looked confused. Mr. Yi, a man must keep his word. What do you mean by cooperation? I don't quite understand. Upon closer observation, Xiao Qingchang exudes more than just a scholarly air under the moonlight. Even a little mysterious. Under the moonlight, her long hair flutters, the corners of her mouth are raised, and her smile is like bathing in the spring breeze. Yi Fei was slightly stunned. What does cooperation mean? It means literally. Although Yi Fei didn't know why Xiao Qingchang agreed to his request. But I did let out a sigh of relief. But after all, the other party was just playing around. Could it be that? Doubts arose in Yi Fei's mind about Xiao Qingchang, and he suddenly took the other's right hand. You said you wanted to be my boyfriend and marry me, so you better be honest. So a gentleman's word is as good as gold. What's going on? Fake becomes real. A girl like Xiao Qingchang is a highly talented student, which is incompatible with her status. The two people had never even met each other before. Nowadays, it is not only necessary to communicate normally, but also to activate. Of course I do, but don't you regret it? Xiao Qingchang's smile became even brighter. At this moment, Yi Fei felt warm in his heart. Gently pulling the arm, the warmth spread through the palm of the hand. If you don't regret it, I won't regret it either. Let's get married tomorrow. Of course we just met, if you don't want to, there's still time. Are you willing? This is a difficult problem. After all, Yi Fei didn't know Xiao Qingchang. It was just a chance encounter. Face the inquiry. Yi Fei took a deep breath. I do. A word I do. Set a lifelong commitment. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden selection. If you answer no, I will reward you with tens of millions in mental damages and we will part ways. Answer yes and you will be rewarded with a limited edition Lamborghini that will appear at any time when the host summons you. There is also this hidden option. Interesting. After Yi Fei finished saying this, Xiao Qingchang stretched out his right hand and gently touched the other's nose. Well, see you tomorrow morning. That night. To express his apology, Yi Fei invited a few groomsmen to a pub for a drink. After all, everyone came to the wedding to help. As a result, because of Wang Ruhan's incident, he didn't even get to attend the wedding banquet. Even returned hungry and disappointed. It's only right and reasonable to treat someone to a meal. Brother, let me tell you, I know from the first glance that Wang Rohan is not a good person, but I was just too embarrassed to say it before. The Wang family is totally treating you like an ATM. I applaud you for breaking up this time. Several good brothers applauded nearby. One of them, named Wang Chang, shouted even louder. Brother, I'll treat you to the second game later. Let's go to the bar and don't leave until we're drunk. When it comes to a broken heart, the old must go before the new can come, right? Wang Chang had just finished speaking. Yi Fei smiled slightly. Brother Wang, you are right. The old must go before the new can come. So I already have a new girlfriend, and we're getting married tomorrow. What's going on? Have you drunk too much? Some of the best men at the Wang family's wedding had already left because they were embarrassed. Even if Wang Chang stayed on the scene. I also know that it's just a show. Who would believe that we are getting married tomorrow even though we haven't even had a drink? You still say you're not sad. What has happened to you? Brother, if you are sad, we will accompany you. We have to admit that the girl named Xiao Qingcheng is really pretty. But can you handle a woman like that? Just finished speaking. Suddenly the cell phone rang. Yi Fei instinctively answered the phone call. In a pink room filled with dolls, there is Xiao Qingcheng, who is wearing pajamas, her figure faintly visible. A tease in public. Mr. Yi, have you slept so late? You must have a good rest. We will go to get the certificate early tomorrow morning. Don't waste time. During the day, Xiao Qingcheng played a supporting role and no one cared about her. Now she is wearing a pink pajamas. The figure is fully displayed, and it is extremely fragile. The groomsmen who were drinking together almost drooled. Damn, you're really good, you deserve to die. I am worried about my brother's suffering, and I am also worried about my brother driving a Land Rover. Can we not get in touch so quickly? Listening to the jokes of several brothers, Yi Fei smiled slightly. Land Rover? I don't really like that model of car. Don't like it? A Land Rover costs at least hundreds of thousands. It's even a dream among men. Wang Chang was slightly stunned. Brother, now that you have a wife, why are you pretending? You don't even like Land Rover, what do you like? Lamborghini? My brothers all like it, but unfortunately we can't afford it. Wang Chang had just finished speaking. A limited edition Lamborghini was called out from the system. It appeared out of nowhere on an empty street and came in front of Yi Fei in an autonomous driving mode. Yi Fei took out the key and it dinged. The Lamborghini's door slowly opened upwards. Don't mention Lamborghini, I quite like it. After Yi Fei finished speaking, he stepped on the accelerator. The roar echoed throughout the street. Like a shooting star chasing the moon. Flying towards the end of the street. Led by Wang Chang, everyone stood up as they watched the other party leave in a cloud of dust. Suddenly I felt the wine in my hand getting cold, and the skewers in front of me lost their flavor. Brother, let me tell you something. You deserve to die. It was a sunny morning inside the Zhongbei Civil Affairs Bureau. The newlyweds' faces are filled with smiles, brighter than the sun. The two held hands tightly. Mr. Yi, it's not too late to regret now, but you should have said it in advance. Listening to Xiao Qingcheng's words, Yi Fei turned and looked at the staff at the notary office. I, Yi Fei, am willing to marry Miss Xiao and spend the rest of my life with her, no matter how sick or miserable we are in the future. Chapter 4, Keep the Wealth Within the Family. A marriage certificate was placed in front of the two. It symbolizes the sweetest moment. Yi Fei openly held Xiao Qingcheng's arm. It was a cold autumn wind and rain, but his heart was warm. Husband. Xiao Qingcheng responded softly, leaving a light kiss mark on Yi Fei's face. One of them was wearing a wedding dress and the other was wearing a suit, and they looked extremely beautiful standing together. It's like they were made for each other in heaven. Wife. Yi Fei responded and the two of them kissed each other. The moment when firm love is born. From now on you are my wife, it's time for us to set a date for our wedding. Also, I had already ordered a custom diamond ring before coming here, let's go get it now. After saying this, two people drove to the jewelry store. At the same time, inside the wine group, the news that Yi Fei dumped his ex and married his brother-in-law's fiancée had already become a hot topic. Suddenly, the Wang family became the laughingstock of everyone in Zhongbei. Inside the room, Wang Rohan heard these words and kept complaining. How dare they get married, and it's a flash marriage. Are you all crazy? And what's wrong with you, Mom? In fact, a few 100,000 yuan is enough for the betrothal gift, but you insisted on lowering the price to 1 million. I know you treat my brother better, but you shouldn't ask for too much and then take advantage of me. Wang Rohan kept complaining. The betrothal gift of several 100,000 yuan had already been discussed and it was all settled. Who knew that my mother would come up with such a sudden idea? He also comforted his daughter, saying that Yifei still had a lot of potential and as long as he continued to work hard, he would be able to tap into it. In the end, other people's millions of funds have nothing to do with you. What do you mean? You're complaining about me being a mother. You are the one who is incapable of keeping your man. What does it have to do with me? The mother and daughter almost fell out. At this moment there was a bang. A man kicked over the coffee table. At the same time, he heard that his right leg had been broken and he was screaming in pain. Can you two stop arguing? I'm the biggest victim here. Do you understand? I didn't get a penny, and in the end I lost everything. I have to say, Wang Feixiang is indeed the biggest victim. As he kept complaining, his eyes were already bloodshot and his body was wrapped in bandages in many places. At the same time, he gnashed his teeth and made a clicking sound. Don't let them get married. Go to the Civil Affairs Bureau immediately. Stop them outside the door before getting the certificate. Meanwhile, Jiangbei Luxury Jewelry Store. A woman in black stood beside him with her head bowed. From under her glasses one could see tears were flowing. The woman was a salesperson in a jewelry store. Because of a mistake just now. This results in huge errors in the customer's product. The general manager with a buzz cut next to him started cursing even louder. College students nowadays are not good at anything. They can make such big mistakes even when they just start working part-time. Tell me, what should we do about this? This is a ring worth tens of thousands of dollars. Morong Shui, a summer intern at university, looks innocent and cute. But it also caused jealousy among the salespersons. As a result, a custom-made product fell and broke halfway. Originally his family was poor. Face loud accusations. I can only cry. Is the boss here? Has the ring I ordered last time been made? During the criticism, Yifei took Xiao Qingqing's arm and walked into the jewelry store. See this scene. The general manager looked unhappy. He grabbed Morong Shui and pushed her in front of Yifei. I'm really sorry to this customer. Our store had already finished making it, but it was damaged because of this intern. The heart of the ocean you requested is damaged and cracked. Under the light. A platinum ring has a chip on its edge. So the impact is not that big. But it's definitely not as beautiful as before. This. Yifei is a consumer after all. When I saw the flaw, I was slightly stunned. Although the crack is not big, it is indeed discounted. This ring is a design I came up with myself. Just finished speaking. The general manager grabbed Morong Shui's hair. Very pull up. It's all this intern's fault. Sir, make this woman pay for delaying your wedding. The general manager didn't just speak in favor of the jewelry store. Instead, it pushes employees forward. A voice suddenly rang in Yifei's mind. Host, please make the following choice. First, demand that Morong Shui pay full compensation, and the system will restore the wedding ring. Second, muddle through and increase your moral value. It is obvious that there are no rewards in this system. You should choose the former even with your eyes closed. But when he looked at Morong Shui, who was almost the same age as Xiao Qingqing, his heart moved slightly. He turned around and looked at his wife and asked, Wife, what do you think about this matter? If you want compensation. Yifei hadn't finished speaking yet. Xiao Qingqing gently held the other person's arm, with her right hand loosely extended and smiling. Whether it's a wedding dress or a ring, they are all preparations for marriage. The most important thing in marriage is not the things, but the people. As long as you are by my side, everything is enough. Get such a wife. What other requirements do you have? Forget it, General Manager. It proves that the heart of the ocean has flaws, but I don't want to cause pain to others on my wedding day. I don't think compensation is necessary. That's what I was saying. It was obvious that the general manager had a look of dissatisfaction on his face. What's the meaning? Even if you don't pay compensation, this woman must pay. She's just an intern. Let her know what the evils of society are.
The general manager has been resentful towards Morong Shui for a long time.
And right at this moment, applause suddenly sounded from behind.
I saw a man wearing a suit with a square face, and the Patek Philippe watch he was wearing looked extremely luxurious. The moment the man appeared, the general manager who had just been showing off his dominance immediately lowered his head.
Hello, boss.
How did you get here? The middle-aged man in front of me is the owner of the jewelry store.
The moment I walked into the room, I was met with a cold face by the flatterers. I've heard that there are employees in our company who take advantage of their positions to bully the weak and fear the strong. If there was no trap like this today, I really wouldn't believe it. We are one of the best jewelry stores in Jiangbei, but I didn't expect that we may look glamorous on the surface, but we are rotten to the core. I'm telling you, I asked Miss Morong to deliberately break the heart of the ocean today, just to test your ability to respond. I didn't expect you to give me such a big surprise. Chapter 5, Marriage Obstruction. The general manager at the front desk was completely dumbfounded.
Although the heart of the ocean was customized by Yi Fei himself.
But the materials used are expensive. The boss actually broke it himself just for a test. I'm really sorry, boss. It's my fault. I thought it was the intern's fault. Boss, please give me another chance. Jiangbei jewelers are well known throughout the provincial capital.
Moreover, the boss attaches great importance to the salary of his employees, and the benefits are basically doubled every month. Especially for the position of general manager, various benefits are given continuously during festivals and holidays.
Even colleagues envy him. Okay, no need to say more. People can make mistakes, but not every mistake can be repented.
General manager, your mistakes are clearly beyond repair.
From now on, you must pack up and leave. Fired?
A single word of dismissal almost ruined the general manager's fate and fortune.
Being fired from Jiangbei Jewelers means more than just losing a high salary. Instead, it is recorded in the archives. Jewelry stores in the same industry will definitely not accept it easily. The only solution is to change careers. Boss, I was really wrong. I didn't know. The general manager is still making excuses. I couldn't understand why the boss kicked me out just for a waiter. Security, please send us away.
Without saying a word, the two bodyguards grabbed the general manager's arms and dragged him out the door. The general manager saw that the dust had settled and shouted wildly in dismay.
Why?
I'm the general manager of the sales department.
I've worked for you for so many years, and you treat me like this. The boss snorted.
It's because you've worked here for so many years and are a senior leader in the group, so you have to leave. When newbies make mistakes, we can teach them again, but you are already rotten to the core. With the boss waving his hand, the other party was forcibly dragged out of the door. At the same time, the middle-aged man turned around and looked at Yi Fei. I'm really sorry, customer, for involving you in our assessment. This is our store's most valuable treasure.
We want to express our apology.
Please accept it, sir. A fiery red gemstone in the shape of a natural red heart peach. The moment Xiao Qingqing saw Yi Fei's hands, her eyes widened.
Oh my god, this is the heart of love. There are only 3 in the entire country.
Although Yi Fei's previous custom-made ring was good, it was far inferior to the heart of love.
The total value of this ring is 200 million. Moreover, it is a rare commodity with a high price but no market.
When other customers in the jewelry store saw this scene, their eyes immediately lit up. The boss is so willing to give this jewelry store away with such a precious item.
I will definitely come here often in the future.
Such a generous boss, the products sold are definitely not bad. I decided to apply for membership.
Lao Ben's behavior drew praise from other customers. Although the precious heart of the ocean was lost, this advertisement was unexpected.
Although Yi Fei did not receive any reward from the system. But exchanging a heart of the ocean for a heart of the god of love can only be described as Qin Shi Huangwenning by touching the electric switch.
All the wedding items have been prepared, and the next step is the big day. Soon, the two of them booked their wedding at Wangjian Tower in Jiangbei. As soon as I look at the moon, the river breeze fills the building. It also makes the entire Jiangbei area a place with beautiful and unique scenery.
Just when the two of them had decided everything, Wang Rohan and her family had already arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau.
The two people you're talking about have already obtained a marriage certificate and left long ago. The staff member looked confused and told the truth. Hear this.
Wang Rohan immediately covered her face and cried.
What should I do?
You're a step late.
Mom will blame you. I told you to drive here, but you insisted on saving money and taking the subway. Look, it's all over now. Mr. Yi and I have been together for so many years. Who will accompany me?
As the saying goes, when the cat cries, the mouse pretends to be merciful. Wang Rohan was certainly not crying about her own fate. It is even more impossible to cry for your own love. But the $1 million betrothal gift was immediately obtained and flew away easily. What I have in my heart is unwillingness.
Why do you blame me, kid? What's the point of saying this now? We must not let them get married.
Zhang Saixia was so angry that she stamped her feet.
Soon, Wang Feixiang also came running in from outside the door.
I know, their engagement location is in Wangjiang. If we force them to get married, it will be too late. Seeing her son and daughter looking so sad, Zhang Saixia's expression instantly turned gloomy.
Too late? It's not too late, let's intercept them halfway now.
Outside the Wangjiang Tower, where the Yi family celebrated their wedding, the house was filled with distinguished guests. Yi Fei's classmates and friends all gathered together, having a great time and setting off firecrackers. From the Wangjiang Tower, you can see the moon and the vast river view. This is a perfect spot to get married. Soon the scene was set up, and at the same time a black BMW drove over from a distance. When the relatives around saw this scene, they all stood up. The BMW was decorated quite gorgeously, with colorful flowers and neon lights on it. The crowd around applauded and came forward to greet them.
Look, here comes the bride. Our protagonist has finally appeared.
Just as the crowd's faces were filled with excitement, the car door slowly opened. But when they saw the people in the car, everyone's expressions suddenly became confused.
What is going on?
The person in the car was not Xiao Qingcheng, but Wang Rohan.
Moreover, when Wang Rohan came today, she was actually wearing a snow-white wedding dress. Following behind Wang Rohan was naturally Zhang Saixia. That's not right. Isn't it Xiao Qingcheng who's getting married today? Why did the heroine change? And aren't these all Mr. Ye's ex-girlfriends?
While everyone was discussing, Zhang Saixia went upstairs and burst into tears. The sharp, silly words are eye-catching. This damn beast was supposed to marry my daughter, but when we got there, he changed his mind halfway through. He threw us, mother and daughter, down there, and now he's marrying another woman.
Are you still the same person? There were many guests from all over the world at the scene, as well as onlookers. The confused crowd of onlookers were all shocked. What do you mean your groom already has a girlfriend and wants to marry someone else? What the hell is going on?
I heard that the Wang family and the other party broke up, but I never heard of such a big scandal.
There are more and more people around.
The crowd of spectators gathered together. During the discussion, suddenly a man slammed the table with his right hand.
Where is the security?
Get this mother and daughter out of here. The man who spoke was Yi Fei's father.
Yi Xian.
Yi Xian was originally doing business in another place, but when he heard his son's words, he hurried over. Zhang Saixia was shocked and continued to be unreasonable.
What do you mean? Your son abandoned his bride and you didn't let me say anything.
Yi Fei's father snorted coldly with his hands behind his back.
My son did regret it halfway through. But your words are too one-sided.
You didn't mention the fact that you added the betrothal gift halfway through, but kept blaming my son.
Who gave you the face to do that? Chapter 6. This is the answer. Ha, Yi Xian, what do you mean by that?
I ask for more gifts, but it's all for the sake of the children. Zhang Saixia responded with a tense tone. Yi Xian expressed disdain for her words and sneered.
What a great way to think about your children. I think you are only thinking about your son, right?
I will explain it clearly here today and let everyone present judge for themselves.
This Wang family shamelessly bullied our Xiufei because he liked the Wang family's daughter and asked us to pay the wedding gift for their son. The original gift of 500,000 was inexplicably raised to 1 million in the middle of the process. Everyone who came to the wedding today is a reasonable person. This brother-in-law's marriage has nothing to do with our family, right? We are not obligated to help them pay for the bride price, don't you think?
Yi Xian opened his voice and explained everything clearly. After hearing this, everyone understood what had happened, and those who were just watching the show shook their heads.
Isn't this Voldemort? This Wang family is really lowly. I don't think this is a marriage at all. This is just a deliberate attempt to disgust people. If you ask me, the Wang family has gone too far.
It seems that it is a good thing that the wedding is cancelled now.
If the Yi family really gets married with the Wang family, won't Yi Xian and his family become a big enemy?
After learning the truth, everyone started talking about it and pointing fingers at Zhang Saixia. Zhang Saixia was not at all flustered by the instructions given by everyone and continued to speak.
It's a blessing for Yi Fei to marry my daughter. What's wrong with me having one more? My daughter is so well behaved and sensible. Isn't this as she should be?
Besides, your Yi family married my daughter, so we are a family.
Doesn't the brother-in-law's matter?
It doesn't matter if I want it sooner or later. I have to do it decently on the festive day of the wedding. Zhang Saixia hummed, her shameless appearance was fully displayed. When Yi Xian heard his words, he almost laughed out loud. At the same time, he also knew that there was no need to continue communicating with such people. Today is his son's big day, and he doesn't want to waste time on someone like this. Zhang Saixia, no matter how much trouble you make today, it's all in vain. My son is getting married, don't stand here at the door to bring bad luck.
That's right, it's just bad luck.
She even came here wearing a bridal gown.
It's so embarrassing. Get out.
The people attending the wedding were disgusted by them and shouted at them in an attempt to drive them away. However, Zhang Saixia didn't care about these. Instead, she pretended to be shocked and started shouting.
Oh my, how is this bad luck?
My daughter has been following Yi Fei for so many years, and now she is getting married.
As a mother, I can't ask for more.
Have I raised my daughter for nothing?
Old Yi family.
You must understand clearly that if your Yi Fei doesn't marry our Rohan, he won't be able to find a better person. After all, our Rohan is sensible, pretty, and... The bride Xiao Qingqing seems to have arrived. Zhang Saixia had originally planned to continue pestering the Yi family, but was interrupted by the voice coming from the crowd. As the voice fell, the roar of a car was heard outside the wedding venue. They saw a Lamborghini driving towards them and stopped at the entrance of the scene. And from that car, a peerless beauty slowly walked down. When Yi Fei saw Xiao Qingqing arriving, he stood up and walked towards the car, then reached out to help her down. From a distance, they seemed to be a perfect match, talented man and beautiful woman. When everyone saw this, they all cheered.
This is the bride. Wow, Yi Fei and Xiao Qingqing are such a perfect match. Who is that Wang Rohan? Don't mention the Wang family.
They are so disgusting.
They should just get out. No way, the bride is really Xiao Qingqing? I thought it was a joke that day.
When she saw the person coming, Wang Rohan was so shocked that she covered her mouth with her hands and her expression became strange. Zhang Saixia was also shocked and it took her a long time to recover.
My daughter-in-law is suddenly going to become the daughter-in-law of the Yi family? Mom, what should I do? Wang Rohan became anxious when she saw the scene in front of her.
She couldn't compare to Xiao Qingqing in terms of beauty, nor could she compare to Xiao Qingqing in terms of wealth.
Could it be that her $1 million betrothal gift was really going to fly away?
No, she won't give in.
That's obviously hers.
Seeing Yi Fei and Xiao Qingqing having a pleasant conversation, she stepped forward and walked to Yi Fei's side.
She still wants to fight for the $1 million betrothal gift. Mr. Yi, do you really want to marry this woman? Please stop being angry and come back to me, okay?
Pretending to be pitiful, Xiao Qingqing tried to win back the favor by being submissive. This look was a tactic she often used in the past. Every time Yi Fei saw it, he felt heartbroken. But this time, Yi Fei just glanced at her lightly, with an expression so cold as if he was treating a stranger. Please don't stay here any longer.
Today is Qingqing and I's wedding day. I don't want to be disturbed.
This attitude was very cold. When Wang Rohan heard it, her heart trembled.
No, Mr. Yi, is our relationship of so many years really going to be ruined? Didn't you like me so much before? It's just that my mother asked for a little more betrothal gift. Do you have to be like this? Mr. Yi, don't marry this woman, please come back.
Because she was afraid of losing the sky-high betrothal gift, Wang Rohan took a few steps forward towards Yi Fei and reached out to grab his arm.
Bang! Yi Fei waved his hand and shook his arm away. Wang Rohan didn't expect him to do this and let out a small exclamation.
Yi Fei reached out and supported Xiao Qingqing's arm, deliberately showing it to Wang Rohan. Xiao Qingqing was also very cooperative. She held Yi Fei's arm affectionately with a loving look on her face.
See? This is the answer.
Yifei refused bluntly, turned around and left with Xiao Qingcheng.
No, Mr. Yi. Wang Ruhan realized that she might not have a chance, and she stood there almost crying in anxiety.
Unwilling to give up, she simply ran forward and grabbed Yifei again.
Mr. Yi, listen to me, I told you to go, didn't you understand? Security, send these two people out. Yifei shook off his hand again, turned around and gave instructions to the security guard, and simply ordered them to leave.
When Wang Ruhan heard his words, her whole body felt cold as if she was trapped in an ice cellar. It was not until now that she realized that she had messed up this matter.
A feeling of unwillingness suddenly welled up in her heart.
Looking at the bodyguards around her who were pulling her away, Wang Ruhan gritted her teeth and uttered harsh words.
Yifei, I will make you regret doing this to me. What's so good about that woman? Can she be any better than me?
Just wait, I won't let you have an easy life after today. As soon as she finished speaking, the security guard dragged her out, taking Zhang Saixia with her. Zhang Saixia was pulled out, still mumbling.
Olji family, you ungrateful bastards. Hey, don't pull me, get out of here, I can walk by myself. I'm telling you, if anything goes wrong with me, you won't be able to pay for it.
The chattering sound continued at the scene until the security cleared the area, and then the sound gradually disappeared. Seeing that they had left, Yifei turned around and looked at Xiao Qingcheng.
Sorry for wasting time just now. Shall we go in and officially get married now? Okay.
Xiao Qingcheng nodded shyly, agreed and followed Yifan in. Seeing this, Yi Xian and others all breathed a sigh of relief and called on the people around them to walk towards the wedding venue.
Chapter 7, The Pattern Needs to Be Opened. Without the Wang family's clamor, the wedding went on as planned. Yifei had acquired tens of millions of assets before, so it cost nearly $1 million to hold the wedding, and the scene was grand and magnificent. However, for such a grand wedding, even if all the relatives of both parties were present, it was still not full. Compared with the huge wedding hall, it seemed a bit more lonely. The host is about to get married. Should I give her a grand and spectacular wedding?
Give her a grand wedding and invite all the famous people in Jiangbei to attend.
Let her be moved and love you even more. And you will gain prestige and fame.
If I don't give her a grand wedding, she won't have fame and prestige, and it won't enhance our relationship.
The wedding even invited celebrities from Jiangbei to attend.
Seeing this reminder from the system, Yifei's expression suddenly brightened with joy.
If there is such an opportunity, of course it is better to choose the former. Wife, I have prepared a surprise for you later. Do you want to know in advance? Yifei deliberately kept Xiao Qingcheng in suspense. What other surprises have you prepared? Xiao Qingcheng asked curiously.
Upon hearing this, Yifei did not respond to her immediately, but said deliberately. I'll tell you later, you can't tell me now.
Humph, you're so annoying.
You told me what it was but didn't tell me.
You're deliberately keeping me in suspense.
Seeing him so mysterious, Xiao Qingcheng said something coquettishly and glared at Yifei. Yifei's heart skipped a beat when he was glared at by her. Xiao Qingcheng is already a great beauty, and now she looks even more delicate and adorable. If it wasn't at a wedding, Yifei would have wanted to kiss her directly.
Cough.
After a light cough, Yifei came back to his senses and selected the first item of the system. Right after he chose the first option, the videos that were originally posted on TikTok by those who had recorded and filmed the wedding all dominated the headlines of hot topics at this moment, and comments were flying everywhere. Seeing the system taking effect, Yifei seized the opportunity and spoke to the organizer who arranged the wedding.
Today is the wedding day of Miss Xiao and I. We will not accept any gifts for this wedding. We welcome everyone in Jiangbei to attend and congratulate us. No gift money is required. What? Are you serious? Mr. Yi is really rich and has a big vision. When the group of people heard Yifei's words, they couldn't help but sigh. Such a grand wedding without asking for gifts, and it's the best in their small Jiangbei area. This information was quickly posted online along with the wedding video. Because of the grandness of the wedding, they attracted a lot of attention. Now that Yifei had said this, the celebrities and young people who were paying attention to this wedding and most of the people in Jiangbei were shocked at the same time. Is this invitation letter serious? Isn't it stupid not to accept a gift? Even if you have a mine at home, you can't do this. The second young master of the Jiangbei Song family watched the newly released video and spoke passionately below. Mr. Song, you don't understand this. I guess the identity of Mr. Yi in this video must be extraordinary.
He must be a successful big shot who came back to marry his beloved woman.
He doesn't accept gifts.
In our Jiangbei area, one reason is to spread the good cheer, and the other is to invite top celebrities and famous families to make themselves known.
Maybe he wants to come back to develop his business? Another young master of the Zhang family in Jiangbei followed the second young master of the Song family to confront each other. According to you, this means the situation has been opened up? Yes, it will open up a new world.
Not only can I give my beloved woman a grand wedding, which will make her happy, but I can also get to know the top celebrities and aristocratic families in Jiangbei.
This will open up new avenues for me in the future.
The eldest son of the Zhang family continued to speculate on Yi Fei's identity. He had already thought of countless possibilities for his identity.
Hey, according to what Master Zhang said, I have to go and take a look. I want to see what kind of person Yi Fei is.
Even if it's not what Master Zhang said, this Yi Fei is not a simple man.
He is so generous, we must make friends with him.
The discussion in the comments section was already in full swing, but with the participation of these young masters from aristocratic families, the atmosphere instantly changed. Those people who originally thought that Yi Fei was stupid for not accepting the gift money changed their minds, looked up to Yi Fei, and wanted to participate urgently. Naturally, after Yi Fei released this information, many celebrities and aristocratic families rushed towards the hotel. Yi Fei looked at more and more people arriving, and he felt very satisfied. Xiao Qingcheng, who was standing next to her, was so moved by the sudden arrival of so many people that her eyes turned red.
Is this the surprise you mentioned?
Xiao Qingcheng was excited. At this moment, she looked at Yi Fei and hugged him excitedly. At this point, she is already convinced that the man in front of her is her true love.
Yi Fan also seized this opportunity and said, "This is what I prepared for you. You are my Yi Fei's woman. If you choose me, I will give you the best in the world. Bride and groom, hurry up and get ready, we are going to start preparing for the wedding right away."
The voice of the staff was heard outside the room. Yi Fei let go of Xiao Qingcheng, wiped the tears from her eyes with his fingers, and led her out the door. Xiao Qingcheng also affectionately took Yi Fan's arm and walked into the door leading to the wedding hall with him. On the other side, Zhang Saixia and Wang Rohan, who were driven away, could only return home in disgrace. The two were already in a bad mood, and now seeing Yi Fei's wedding being held so grandly, their mood became even worse. It seems they even had a live wedding broadcast. Wang Rohan watched the live broadcast of the wedding, especially after seeing Yi Fan and Xiao Qingcheng coming out. Her expression was lost at first, and then became extremely hideous. "Mom, look, if it weren't for you, how could Mr. Zhang and I's wedding turn out like this? This is all your fault. Now, my brother's wife is gone, and my $1 million betrothal gift is gone too.
You really pissed me off." Because of her anger, Wang Rohan could only vent her anger on Zhang Saixia. That's as it should be.
After all, it was Zhang Saixia who messed up her wedding and tore her future apart with her own hands.
Oh my, how can you blame me?
Zhang Saixia was so angry that she slapped her thigh and her eyes rolled around.
If you ask me, this Yi Fei has so much money, why didn't he give more when he married you?
Now he wants to marry this Xiao Qingcheng, but he has made such a big name for himself?
If you didn't say Yi Fei always listens to you and is your bootlicker, why would I ask for more betrothal gifts? Chapter 8 Wedding Live Broadcast.
Now it seems that your Mr. Yi doesn't care about you at all.
He is a scumbag.
He ignored your relationship for so many years and now he is planning a flash marriage. Zhang Saixia was so angry that no one could take the blame, so she could only put the blame on Yi Fei.
This time Wang Rohan was silent. She didn't say anything and continued watching the live broadcast.
During the wedding live broadcast, the venue was already full of people, and many celebrities and wealthy families had already arrived to congratulate them on their wedding. Xiao Qingcheng and Yi Fei also swore an oath and kissed passionately after the host read out the oath.
Now please ask the groom to put the ring on the bride, let us witness our eternal love.
Put on the ring and you will be a member of the Yi family. Yi Fei smiled and took out the heart of love that his boss had given him earlier. The heart of love was taken out, and this time it caused cheers from the audience again. Not only were there cheers at the scene, but even the wedding live broadcast was filled with barrages.
Am I seeing this right? Am I seeing this right? Wow, that's the heart of love.
That's the heart of love. The barrage of comments was filled with the words heart of love. When Wang Rohan saw the ring, she didn't quite understand why she suddenly became excited.
But she soon found out why.
Barrages of comments flashed before her eyes, and the 200 million among them were the most dazzling.
A ring worth 200 million. Limited to 3 worldwide. Is this true or false? Wang Rohan's breathing became rapid and her chest kept rising and falling. Rohan, what did you say? 200 million?
Seeing Wang Rohan so excited, Zhang Xixia hurried over to take a look. When she looked over, her expression didn't change much at first, but soon it became as ugly as if she had eaten shit. After seeing this, she is now filled with regret, knowing full well what a rich husband she has missed.
Mom!
Tell me, it would have been great if you hadn't mentioned the price increase in the first place. Mr. Yi's family is so rich, we can bring it up later.
Oh, how could I know this would happen? You didn't tell me that Jifei's family was so rich.
Zhang Xixia regretted it so much that she sat on the chair with a sad face and slapped her thigh.
Stop talking, let's think of a solution quickly, we can't just lose everything, right?
Now that my sister-in-law is gone and Mr. Yi is married to Xiao Qingcheng, we can't be completely helpless.
Yes, we have to think of a way.
Zhang Xixia forced herself to calm down, staring at the screen with her eyes rolling back and forth. After a moment, she seemed to remember something and suddenly became alert. Okay, we can use the fact that he stole your brother's wife as an excuse to continue harassing the Yi family and make them give an explanation.
Not enough, this is not enough at all. Let's try another method. How much money can they give us even if we keep harassing them?
Wang Ruhan shook her head repeatedly when she heard what Zhang Xixia said, feeling that it was not the best time. From her point of view, this time should have belonged to her, but now it was inexplicably taken away by another woman. She simply could not accept this result. She won't let Jifei and the others have an easy life, and naturally she won't let this woman have an easy life.
If what I say is not possible, then what do you have in mind? Zhang Xixia asked. Didn't Mr. Yi just get married to Xiao Qingchun?
I want to take revenge on this woman, discredit her, and then let Mr. Yi know that I am the right choice.
Wang Rohan pondered for a moment and came up with this plan. How are you going to discredit Xiao Qingchun?
Now it was Zhang Xixia's turn to not understand.
Isn't my brother engaged to Xiao Qingchun? If I let my brother come, won't he be able to spread some rumors?
As for how to get close to Yifei, don't interfere in this matter, Mom. Wait until Xiao Qingcheng makes a fool of himself, then I can go up to comfort him, apologize to him, and restore our relationship.
Isn't this a bit too much trouble? If you do this, the daylily will be cold by then.
Zhang Xixia frowned when she heard that. This method is not as good as what she thought.
Wouldn't it be much more convenient to just go up and make trouble?
No, we will definitely get attention if we make some trouble now since the internet is so chaotic. After the wedding is over, I will take my brother to the scene. Okay, since you said that, let's go again later.
Quick, contact Fei Xiang.
Watching Yifei and Xiao Qingcheng who were about to leave the stage after their wedding in the live broadcast, Zhang Xixia became anxious and quickly turned on the phone to call for help.
Wang Rohan didn't continue watching.
She threw her phone aside and went into the room to change her clothes. At the wedding scene, Yifei had already followed Xiao Qingcheng down from the stage. Xiao Qingcheng was so moved that she was crying. Yifei supported her and walked towards the lounge at the back. There would be toasts at the wedding, so he had to take Xiao Qingcheng to change clothes and calm down first. When they walked off the stage, they were surrounded by compliments and exclamations. What a perfect match, they are so perfect together, they are a perfect match, a talented man and a beautiful woman, the best match in the world. Boss Yi, give me a friend position.
I want to get to know you. Mrs. Xiao, I also want to be a good friend. I want to see what a love heart worth 200 million looks like. I'm so envious.
I really didn't expect that Mr. Yi's wedding ring is actually a love heart.
I'm stunned.
The second young master of the Song family exclaimed.
This time he had great admiration and respect for Yifei. You have to know that a wedding ring like the heart of love is not something that can be easily taken out whenever you want. This Yifei really has something.
Yifei felt the enthusiasm of the crowd on the stage and waved his hands and spoke loudly.
Everyone, I'll take this guy to rest for a while, and we'll see you later.
After saying this, he supported Xiao Qingcheng and left the scene. The two of them left, but the enthusiasm at the scene remained high and everyone was still discussing. After returning to the lounge to accompany Xiao Qingcheng to change clothes, Yi Xian, who had finished his work at the front court, also came over. Seeing Yifei and Xiao Qingcheng, he came over excitedly.
Daughter-in-law, you take a rest first. I have something to say to Xiufei.
Oh, okay. Xiao Qingcheng nodded when she heard that, and Yi Xian also pulled Yifei out of the door.
Hey, Dad, What do you want to tell me?
Yi Fei's arm was pulled in pain. Seeing Yi Xian close the door, he asked with some confusion.
Xiao Fei, tell Dad where you got the heart of love from, and why don't you take back the gift? This wedding banquet is not cheap. Their family are just ordinary business people, how could they have the courage to do something like this at a wedding? And there are so many relatives attending the wedding, how do you explain this? This. Yi Fei was silent for a moment.
He didn't know how to respond.
He can't tell anyone about the system, right? But if he said he did some business, he himself didn't do any business.
Just when Yi Fei was about to fool around, the system's voice sounded in Yi Fei's mind.
I noticed that the host was solving the family's doubts. 1. Talk about your business and get a reward. Chapter 9 Auto Parts Factory.
Get rewards in the form of shares of the corresponding business, and become the big boss of the corresponding business.
2. No reward for getting away with it. Two options lit up in Yi Fei's mind.
Looking at the two options, he chose the first one without thinking.
The system gives you benefits, can you refuse them? And since the wedding is so grand, he also needs an identity. System, are you sure I said any business is fine? Does business include companies?
Yi Fei's mind moved, and he began to communicate with the system.
Including, the host can make any choice at will.
Once you choose the shares and the corresponding procedures, they will be directly issued to your account. There is no need to worry about whether there are any loopholes.
It is completely legal. Then
Yi Fei originally planned to choose one of the largest financial companies in Jiangbei, but he paused. It is not impossible to choose this, but the Yi family itself makes small car parts. Instead of choosing a financial company, it is better to choose a company in Jiangbei that is in the same industry as themselves. This will also be beneficial for the Yi family to develop their own business. Yi Xian had been waiting for Yi Fei's reply. When he saw his son being silent, he thought he had done something wrong and immediately became anxious.
Xiao Fei, please don't do anything stupid. If you do, don't be afraid. Dad will work with you to find a solution. After all, the Wang family's actions are so disgusting, and you've been talking to Rohan for so long, so the shock must be a bit big. Yi Xian had already taken a few steps forward and began to comfort Yi Fei. When Yi Fei heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, but a warm feeling still passed through his heart. His father has always cared about him so much. Dad, what are you thinking? If your son really did something stupid, would he be able to get a 200 million ring or have the courage to hold such a grand wedding? You are just worrying about nothing. I invested in the largest auto parts factory in Jiangbei and bought shares. All this money was earned by me. You have been busy with business outside, and I haven't had the chance to explain everything to you. Yi Fei said helplessly. As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice rang in his mind again. We have invested in the Jiangbei auto parts factory and have acquired 40% of the factory's shares. The processing procedures are expected to be delivered tomorrow. Hearing the voice of the system, Yi Fei was immediately delighted. Xiao Fei, what did you say? You said you invested in the Jiangbei auto parts factory? If I remember correctly, there is only one auto parts factory in Jiangbei. Is it the one I'm thinking of? Yi Xian's tone suddenly became strange as he spoke. Dad, you also know there is only one, could there be a second one? Yi Fei asked back. When Yi Xian heard the voice, his breathing suddenly became rapid, and the smile on his face couldn't be restrained. You kid, you didn't lie to me? I remember that when we invested in this factory in Jiangbei, each share was priced sky high. Where did you get the money? The money must have been earned. How could it not be robbed? Your son has a promising future. Yi Fei looked at Yi Xian's raised mouth and deliberately kept him in suspense without explaining. He can't say that all his money was rewarded by the system, right? No one would believe this if I told them. Well, you little bastard, are you lying to me? Seeing Yi Fei's vague answer, Yi Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he still pretended to raise his hand and was about to slap him on the back. Oh, Dad, I didn't lie to you. Don't take pictures of me. I'm getting married today. Can't we talk slowly when we get home? Seeing this, Yi Fei hurriedly moved to the side. Seeing his cunning appearance, Yi Xian felt helpless and had no idea what to do with him. But he already believed more than half of what Yi Fei had just said. If it weren't for the shares in Jiangbei Auto Parts Factory, Yi Fei would definitely not be able to hold such a grand wedding. Knowing that his son had a promising future, Yi Xian felt both excited and shocked.
Okay, you're getting married today, and your dad, won't go back to work on business. I'll wait for your wedding to be over, and for you to give me an explanation when you have time. At least you have to let me see the contract between you and the Jiangbei parts factory. Okay, Dad, I won't talk to you anymore. My wife is waiting in there and it's not good. Go and do what you need to do and help me entertain the relatives. Yi Fei waved at Yi Xian, then quickly walked into the room. You little brat, you really know how to arrange things for your father. Yi Xian complained, knowing that today was his son's wedding day. He did not stay outside for long and turned to leave the corridor. Yi Fei returned to the room, helped Xiao Qingcheng change her clothes, and then took her back to the wedding scene. Getting married is about respecting elders and getting to know relatives with the wife, so the two couples began to take turns to toast and get to know their relatives under guidance. Xiao Fei, you are so impressive. I haven't seen you for so many years. I didn't expect you to be so successful. Xiao Fei, I wish you a happy wedding. Please take good care of your sister-in-law and uncle in the future. Our Yi family has also produced a generation of talented people. This new daughter-in-law looks pretty and well-behaved. I really like her. I wonder what she does. When a group of relatives saw Yi Fei's success, they all came up to toast him, each one more cheerful than the other. These relatives don't usually contact each other, and contacting them now is just a formality. Yi Fei doesn't have much good impression of them. After taking Xiao Qingcheng for a walk, both of them were exhausted physically and mentally. Especially Xiao Qingcheng, who had not slept for a whole night preparing for the wedding. Now she began to feel sleepy and yawned, and her legs felt swollen when she walked. Seeing that everyone had already started eating and drinking, Yi Fei simply helped Xiao Qingcheng as well. Wife, are you hungry? Yi Fei asked in a low voice. I'm a little hungry. Xiao Qingcheng answered in a low voice, fearing that it would be embarrassing if others heard it. Then let's eat too. Let's prepare a new table and go to the back to eat. We can rest there and there aren't many people. We can also order our favorite food. So thoughtful? Xiao Qingcheng was very happy to hear that. Looking at Yi Fei, she gently kissed him on the face. Yi Fei was kissed, and for some reason, his heartbeat accelerated. You should take a rest too. Go to the room and I'll massage your shoulders. You look tired too. Is there such a good treatment? Yi Fei raised his eyebrows. Of course, it's exclusive, let's go. Xiao Qingcheng deliberately winked mischievously, then took Yi Fei's arm and walked towards the room. But just as the two were about to leave the main hall, a figure rushed up. The person who came was the second son of the Song family who had just stared at the eldest son of the Zheng family on the internet. Ah! Xiao Qingcheng was frightened by his sudden appearance and exclaimed in a low voice. When Yi Fei saw the person coming, his expression changed slightly and he looked at Sun Qi with some confusion. When Sun Qi saw Yi Fei's gaze shifted to him, he bent down and bowed without thinking, and presented his business card with both hands. Boss Yi, I'm the second son of the Sun family in Jiangbei. We're doing media publicity. This is my business card. You must accept it. Chapter 10, Old Six Sun Qi. The second young master of the Sun family? When Yi Fei heard his words, he was stunned for a moment, and it took him a moment to react. The Sun family is a big name in the media, internet celebrities, and stars. The traffic of this generation in Jiangbei is basically controlled by the Sun family. It would be a good thing for him if he could meet such a person. I've heard of you. Your Sun family's media is very popular. The celebrity named Gugu was trained by you, right? Yes. I didn't expect that Mr. Yi actually knew about our Sun family. Sun Qi was very excited when he heard that. Mr. Yi knows the Sun family well, so isn't this an opportunity to build a good relationship with them? This is my business card. You must accept it. We will keep in touch in the future. You can also take a look at our projects. No problem, I'll take this. Seeing that he was holding the business card with both hands and handing it to him, Yi Fei looked a little embarrassed, so he quickly took it. When Sun Qi saw the scene, his heart was filled with joy. Mr. Yi came to Jiangbei to marry a new wife. Is he planning to develop in Jiangbei? He asked tentatively. Jiangbei is indeed a good place for development. Yi Fei nodded in response. But today is his wedding, and he doesn't plan to continue talking about business. He didn't continue talking to Sun Qi, and he spoke again. I'll put your business card away. We can talk some other time when we have time. Now I need to take my wife to get something to eat.
Okay, Mr. Yi, you've been busy all day, eat something and take a rest, you've worked so hard.
Sun Shi knew that he was at a wedding, so he didn't say much. After waving and bidding Yifei farewell, he saw the two of them disappear, and then he jumped around excitedly. After venting his anger, he breathed a sigh of relief and talked to himself.
It's not bad, we are one step ahead of these noble families.
As soon as he finished speaking, several figures in the distance rushed over, and one of them pressed hard on Sun Shi's head.
Sun Shi, you old bastard. Didn't you say that we should come together to meet Mr. Yi?
You actually sneaked out of the bathroom to hand Mr. Yi a business card alone.
Boss Gong and I were just waiting for you.
The eldest son of the Zheng family was speechless.
What business card? What business card did you see? I didn't give it to you.
Faced with the doubts of several young masters from aristocratic families, Sun Shi simply pretended.
Damn it, you really deserve a beating. Beat him. Now Mr. Yi can't be found. Oh, no, don't do anything to me. I'm warning you, my body is very valuable.
Sun Shi was surrounded by several people and quickly took a few steps back.
Then he found an opportunity and ran out. This brat. The eldest son of the Zheng family was so angry that he kept chasing Sun Shi. After all, he was the first to see Yifei's strength. Now, although they had agreed to get to know each other, Yifei is nowhere to be seen. Hey, what do you know? We are competing for the business, okay? You blame me if you can't take it from me?
Sun Shi said this in a way that deserved a beating and ran out.
Chase. We must beat this brat up today.
Yifei followed Xiao Qingcheng back to the lounge, and they had already started eating.
He had no idea that several prominent families were in chaos because they did not realize that they were in chaos.
After finishing his meal with Xiao Qingcheng, Yifei was able to experience his wife's massage techniques as he wished.
Xiao Qingcheng's strength in her hands was very precise.
She pressed his shoulders and soon he felt a sense of lightness. Just when they were almost done resting, the wedding was almost coming to an end, and most of the people at the wedding had finished their meal and left. Another part is the waiters who are left to clean the scene.
Xiaofei, let's leave from the back door. There are too many people at the front door and we can't leave. There are many people who want to meet you.
This wedding is so grand and there are many people outside who want to cooperate with you. Yi Xian came in from outside and said to Yifei helplessly. When he was busy giving orders in the front hall just now, many people came up to chat with him. After the wedding, many reporters came up to mock him. It can be seen how grand Yifei's wedding was, it almost caused a sensation in Zhangbei.
Then let's go from the back. We are all tired today. It's better to rest early.
After hearing his father's words, Yifei stood up from the lounge and prepared to take Xiao Qingcheng away. But just as they were about to leave, someone knocked on the door.
Mr. Yi, there are a few people looking for you, saying they are your friends. Would you like to open the door and take a look?
The waiter's voice came from outside the door, and his tone was slightly trembling.
Didn't I specifically ask you not to let others know where my son is resting? We won't meet him.
Upon hearing this, Yi Xian shouted impatiently.
Mr. Yi, these people said they are your important friends. If you don't meet them. Yifei, come out. It's me, Wang Feixiang. If you don't come out, I'll just call for someone to kick the door open.
Seeing that the person inside the door didn't move, Wang Feixiang simply shouted loudly. When they heard that it was Wang Feixiang, the expressions of the Yi family and others all changed.
Why is Wang Feixiang here again? Wang Rohan and Zhang Caixia just left. What is he doing here again? Yi Xian frowned.
Yifei's face turned a little cold at this moment.
He was already very impatient with the way his ex-girlfriend's family did things. Yifei, can you open the door? Open it quickly. Otherwise I will really kick it. Wang Feixiang continued to shout at the top of his voice. Open the door, I want to see what waves they can make today. Yifei said to Yi Xian.
When Yi Xian heard this, he was a little angry at first, but he still nodded and opened the door.
After all, Wang Rohan is Yifei's ex-girlfriend.
If this matter is not resolved cleanly, given the Wang family's character, the matter will definitely continue to be entangled.
Bang!
Yi Xian stretched out his hand to open the door. Standing outside were Wang Rohan and Wang Feixiang, and behind them were a few waiters who were threatened by gangsters. At this time, Wang Feixiang was being supported by several thugs.
He was wrapped in bandages and looked unable to move. Ha, you finally opened the door.
When Wang Feixiang saw Yifei and Xiao Qingcheng in the room, his expression became strange, especially when his eyes stayed on Xiao Qingcheng. He was so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged.
How can you not be angry when your own wife suddenly becomes someone else's wife? What do you want from us?
Yifei protected Xiao Qingcheng behind him and questioned the people in front of him in a cold voice.
What's the matter? Of course I'm looking for you because of something. Why would I come to you if there's nothing wrong? Wang Feixiang snorted coldly.
His wound was pulled and he grimaced in pain.
Yifei, it's fine if you let my sister down, and you can just walk away from our years of relationship, but what do you mean by stealing my wife? And you, Xiao Qingcheng, how could you be so shameless? You said you would marry me before, but now you run away with my sister's man? Are you a good wife? You have lost all your dignity? Chapter 11, Socialite.
Wang Feixiang was chattering, and soon the waiters around heard the noise and gathered over. Several people who knew the situation had seen Wang Rohan outside the hotel. When they saw Wang Rohan coming back with Wang Feixiang, they all showed expressions of disgust on their faces.
Why is this made back again? What a bummer. It's really disappointing, but the key is that he keeps pestering her endlessly? He comes to harass her multiple times on her wedding day. Isn't that bad for her virtue? It's unlucky to meet someone like this.
Several waiters whispered to each other and looked at Wang Rohan and Wang Feixiang with contempt. Wang Feixiang was pointed at by everyone, his expression suddenly changed, and he turned around and yelled at the group of people.
What do you guys know? This Xiao Qingcheng is my woman, and now she's been married to Yifei. Do you think I can be angry? Brother, okay, don't be too angry. I told you not to come, so why did you still come? Wang Rohan stepped forward and quickly grabbed Wang Feixiang's arm. How can I not be angry? How can I not be angry? My woman has been taken away by someone else, how can I not be angry?
Wang Feixiang followed Wang Rohan in singing the good and bad cop song, and the two started to argue on the spot. After hearing this, the people around looked at him with a bit more doubt.
What's going on? Mr. Yi married Wang Rohan's younger brother's wife? I'm serious. What kind of cliché is this? Your industry is really in chaos.
People were talking about it, and some had already taken out their phones to start recording.
Seeing that these onlookers were confused, Wang Feixiang's expression became a little more proud, and he continued to speak at the top of his voice. It's true that our Wang family has added a betrothal gift. If you don't want to, we can continue to negotiate, but what do you mean by stealing my woman? Look at what you are doing, what kind of person is this?
Yifei, you are now married to Xiao Qingcheng, and I can't say much.
I can only wish you a long and lasting marriage. But I still want to remind you that Xiao Qingcheng is not a good person.
She has played around outside. Not only has she been with me, she has also played with other men.
Feixiang, what are you doing? Wang Rohan stepped forward and grabbed Wang Feixiang, frowning immediately and pretending to be angry.
Although he seemed angry on the surface, he was actually secretly happy in his heart. Everything has been going according to her plan so far. All that was left was to discredit Xiao Qingcheng, and then he would follow Mr. Yi in apologizing. Maybe there would still be a chance to retain him.
What nonsense are you talking about? I have never done any of these things.
I have only known you for 2 days. Xiao Qingcheng became anxious when she heard what Wang Feixiang said. She married Wang Feixiang only because of her parents' arrangement. They met through a blind date. Their parents planned the wedding for them right after they met, without even her consent.
Now, Wang Feixiang has turned everything white into black. Hey, you're still pretending. You're really pretending to be pure.
Wang Feixiang snorted with great disdain, and looked at Yifei and Xiao Qingcheng with a bit of ridicule on their faces. He took advantage of the fact that Yifei had just met Xiao Qingcheng and fabricated the story.
And there is simply no way to explain this kind of thing.
Wang Feixiang thought Yifei would just stand there in a daze or question Xiao Qingcheng, and he was planning to watch the show. However, Yifei's face was indifferent and he did not react at all. He still protected Xiao Qingcheng behind him. He looked up at Wang Feixiang.
I originally thought that your family had gone too far, but now it seems that you, the Wang family, are really disgusting. My wife is mine, how could I not understand her situation? How could you let me talk about her? Not only are you gossiping, but you don't even have any evidence. You are a scumbag spreading rumors about a girl like this. Oh, you are so anxious. What evidence do you need? The evidence is that she is my ex-girlfriend. I know her. She is a bitch and a socialite. Bang!
This time, Yi Fei didn't wait for him to finish his words. He took a few steps forward and slapped Wang Feixiang in the face. The slap was so loud and crisp that everyone around exclaimed in surprise.
Shit, Yi Fei, what do you mean by this? Why don't you let others speak? I'm just telling the truth.
Humph, I want you to know what kind of person Xiao Qingcheng is.
You're so angry. Bang!
Before Wang Feixiang could finish his words, Yi Fei slapped him again. The people around him were so fierce that they took several steps back.
Wang Ruohan saw Wang Feixiang being beaten and hurried forward to check his injuries.
At this time, she was a little overwhelmed.
In her impression, Mr. Yi has never hit anyone. Mr. Yi, what are you doing? My brother just said some truthful and angry words. Do you have to hit him? Ouch, Feixiang's face seems to be bleeding.
Sister Wang Feixiang was a little scared of being hit and shrank back. Wang Ruohan, who had originally planned to act pitiful, was now a little overwhelmed after seeing this scene. Although she was angry, she had no way to resist. Looking at the cameras around her, she calmed down a little, tears instantly rolled out of her eyes, and she began to act on the spot.
I told you not to bother Mr. Yi.
I told you why you had to come here to cause trouble.
Now you've been beaten. Do you feel better now? But I can't stand what Yi Fei did. Why did the relationship of several years end just like that? Why did my woman have to be taken away? I won't let him have it easy. I just want to vent my anger. Shut up.
The two of them started acting out in front of a group of people. Wang Ruohan stopped him sternly and turned to look at Yi Fei with tears in her eyes. Mr. Yi, it was wrong for my brother to barge in and disturb your wedding.
I apologize.
As for the increase in the price of the betrothal gift, that is also our problem and our fault. However, I didn't expect that after so many years of relationship, you just said you didn't want it. We could have continued to negotiate about the betrothal gift if you didn't like it. As Wang Ruohan spoke, tears rolled down from the corners of her eyes, and she performed her aggrieved look to the fullest. If Yi Fei didn't know what kind of person this woman was, he would probably have been deceived by her appearance. After being in love for many years, he always gives in to the woman in front of him and responds to her requests. With his indulgence and care, Wang Ruohan gradually exposed her vain nature more and more. She would often compare him with other people, often say that he was a bootlicker, and ask him to buy some luxury goods. She didn't care about his feelings and never cared about him at all. So when the Wang family raised the price of the bride price, Yi Fei had already come to his senses and decided not to continue with Wang Ruohan. So Yi Fei knew very well that Wang Ruohan's behavior at this moment was a performance for the people around her. Feeling there was no need to continue, Yi Fei gave Wang Ruohan a cold look. You are saying nice things now, but before, you didn't stand up and speak out. If you really wanted to, there would be no need to pretend to be a victim in front of so many recording phones.
I am going back with my wife now. You don't have to keep pestering me.
If you continue to pester me, I will have no choice but to take you to court and make your Wang family clear my wife's name.
Chapter 12 Lawyer's Letter. Humph, you can even say something like suing someone in court? Yi Fei, where is your conscience?
My sister has been with you for so many years, you are such a jerk.
Wang Feixiang sneered and continued to retort unwillingly.
His face was swollen like a pig's head after receiving 2 slaps in the face. Now, when he spoke, his facial muscles were pulled so hard that he couldn't help but scream in pain. Yi Fei no longer had the heart to pay attention to him at this time, and prepared to leave with Xiao Qingcheng and Yi Shen. There is no point in taking advantage of the opportunity to argue with people who are making such nonsensical entanglements. When Wang Feixiang saw the people in front of him were about to leave, he immediately became unhappy and hurried forward to stop them. But because he was afraid that Yi Fei would slap him again, he still kept a certain distance.
Don't even think about leaving today.
If you don't give us an explanation today, you won't be able to leave this door safely. If you don't tell me, I will spread all the things your wife did behind your back, so that everyone will know what kind of person you married.
If you don't want to become a laughingstock in Zhongbei, we'd better keep this matter under wraps.
He stood at the door with his neck stiff, blocking Yi Fei from leaving.
Is this Wang Feixiang never going to stop?
Yi Shen was already very angry at their behavior and stepped forward to pull Wang Feixiang away. Yi Fei did not let his father go up, but personally took Xiao Qingcheng there. Staring at Wang Feixiang, who was blocking the intersection in front of him, he said nothing. He reached out and grabbed his arm, then swung it hard. The move was so clean and neat that Wang Feixiang didn't even have time to react before he was pulled and fell to the ground.
Oh, Yi Fei, you. Go away. I'll send you the lawyer's letter.
Yi Fei kicked him hard again and ignored Wang Feixiang, who was lying on the ground. After he finished speaking, he pulled the frightened Xiao Qingqing away. When the people around saw Yi Fei and others leave, some followed them, some were cleaning up the scene, and some just stood there and complained as if they were watching a show.
You deserve it. You come to cause trouble when someone is having a great time.
That's right, to put it bluntly, he just wants some money, and keeps coming here and yelling.
Don't look at it, it's embarrassing. Everyone made a few complaints and quickly dispersed. Only Wang Feixiang was left standing there, screaming like a clown.
Yi Fei, come back here.
You beat me up and I need compensation. Damn it, the woman you married is a piece of slut.
Bah, you're no good either for marrying a slut I've played with before. The brothers nearby couldn't bear to watch him look so miserable and embarrassed, so they went up to help him up.
Wang Rohan looked around and saw that many people were still recording them.
Then she saw Yi Fan taking Xiao Qingqing away, and she gritted her teeth in anger.
All right, let's go, take your people with you and don't embarrass yourself here. Let's go, let's go. Hearing this, several brothers nodded, helped Wang Feixiang up and prepared to leave.
2 of them were the thugs hired by Yi Fei before. When they saw Yi Fei leaving, there was disappointment on their faces.
I thought I could make some extra money this time, so I caught up. Me too, but unfortunately, I didn't make any money this time.
The 2 men whispered a few words, then left dejectedly following the main group. After Yi Fei came out of the back door of the wedding venue, he drove the Lamborghini and took Xiao Qingqing away. However, when in the car, Xiao Qingqing was in a very low mood and looked worried. After arriving home, she had no intention of resting, but was anxiously scrolling through the short video platform. Seeing how insecure she was, Yi Fei knew that she was still thinking about what had just happened. He got out of the car, dressed himself, and sat next to Xiao Qingqing.
Husband.
When Xiao Qingqing saw Yi Fei approaching, she called out softly.
What do you think we should do? The entire video network is now uploading what happened to us.
Having said this, she lowered her head and began to sob. When Yi Fei saw her like this, his heart tightened and he quickly hugged her in his arms and looked at the content of the promotion on his mobile phone.
In addition to the video of their wedding, there are several new ones on the hot topics.
One is a hot video about gossip about Xiao Qingqing, and the other is a video recording of Wang Feixiang making trouble on the spot. Seeing that the hot video about gossip about Xiao Qingqing was pushed to the homepage, Yi Fei frowned. The Wang family really wants to work there for a few days.
Husband, I have never done those things before. My acquaintance with Wang Feixiang was arranged by my parents.
We have only known each other for 2 days, and I have never done those things before.
You have to believe me. Xiao Qingqing's voice trembled when she spoke.
She leaned tightly in Yi Fei's arms. At this moment, Yi Fei seemed to be her last straw. Yi Fei looked at Xiao Qingqing, who was crying out of fear in his arms, and quickly reached out to comfort her.
What girls value most is their reputation.
Now that Wang Feixiang and his group have come and said such nonsense, no matter how strong they are, they will not feel good. Yi Fei had no doubt about what Xiao Qingqing was like before.
Because at this time his system has given him 2 choices.
I have noticed that the host's lover has been framed.
Now I am giving the host a 2-way choice.
Help Xiao Qingqing prove her innocence, send the Wang family to the small darkroom, increase the relationship between them, and get a reward of 10 million.
If you don't prove your innocence, you will get the title reward, Ninja Turtle.
2 hints had already formed in Yi Fei's mind.
He chose the first one without hesitation, then reached out and hugged Xiao Qingqing tightly. Don't cry, I believe you. Don't worry, I won't let the Wang family be so arrogant this time.
This group of Wang family members are so shameless. I didn't expect them to be such people. Yi Xian was also shaking with anger.
Dad, Qingqing, both of you go and rest, especially you, my wife. Go to your room and have a good sleep. When you wake up, nothing will happen. Really?
Xiao Qingqing thought Yi Fei was comforting her and wrinkled her nose.
Really? Take a rest first and stop looking at your phones. Be good.
Yi Fei took away Xiao Qingqing's phone and signaled her to go back to her room and sleep. There was nothing Xiao Qingqing could do at this time. Because she was a little tired, she had to nod and go back to her room to rest. Yi Fei saw her go back to rest, then he took out his mobile phone and started watching hot videos. As expected, the current hot video has been fermenting for a while, and there are a lot of people insulting and suspicious Xiao Qingcheng in the comment section. There are also countless keyboard warriors, all of whom are swearing at her.
Should we take these and go directly to the police to defend our rights? It's a bit difficult to defend our rights this way.
It would be great if someone could control the traffic on the hotspot. Thinking this in his mind, Yifei looked at the business card on his chest as if possessed. When he saw this business card, his eyes lit up.
The second young master of the Sun family might be able to do it.
Just when he was about to call the second son of the Sun family to inquire about the situation, another call came in first.
Chapter 13, The Big Guys Are All Low-Key. Changsheng Building. Office on the second floor.
At this time, Sun Shi took out his mobile phone and called Yifei. The reason why he made the call was simple, because after he returned to the company from the wedding, he immediately saw the videos circulating on the short video website, including the gossip about Xiao Qingcheng. Seeing this, he immediately realized that his chance to show off had come. The boss's wife was involved in gossip and was exposed online. At this time, as long as he stood up, he might be able to win Yifei's favor. As the second son of the Sun family and the son of a businessman, he knew very well how to make his presence felt in front of a big shot like Yifei.
"Mr. Sun, are you sure you want to help Yifei?" the housekeeper asked in a low voice. He had never heard of Yifei before. Today, he suddenly became famous because of the wedding incident. If they rashly helped him, not only would their company have to pay the full amount, but they might not even get any benefits. Of course, Mr. Yi is not an ordinary person. Sun Shi sat in front of the computer desk, watching the communication group of these celebrities and families. "The eldest son of the Zhang family, Sun Shi, are you crazy? You said you want to help Mr. Yi control all this information? Do you know how much money it will cost? This is not a small matter. It's spreading like wildfire now, and even dozens of them may not be enough."
"Boss Gong, Sun Shi, you have to think carefully.
With dozens of them, you can make a big fortune, and you can also make a few good little internet celebrities. By Qingfei note, hostile industry, Boss Sun, think twice before you act. You can't just get close to everyone you meet, or you'll end up embarrassing yourself."
"That's right. It would be funny if I helped but got no thanks for the effort."
"Sun Shi, no matter what, I am happy to help Mr. Yi. By Qingfei, I think you are just jealous that I can't even meet someone like Mr. Yi. You are rubbish. TSK TSK TSK. So I'm curious about who this Yifei is, but why does his personal information say he's just an ordinary worker?" Picture JPG. A picture was released with Yifei's basic information on it.
Looking at this extremely casual personal profile, Sun Shi did not continue reading but called Yifei again.
Sure enough, the boss's personal information is hidden and low-key.
The call he had just made was hung up by Yifei. This time he sent a message and the call was connected. The other side. When Yifei first saw the phone number, he thought it was some kind of pyramid scheme call. It was only when he saw the message from Sun Shi that he clicked to answer the call.
"Hello, Mr. Yi, I'm Sun Shi."
Yifei raised his eyebrows slightly as he listened to Sun Shi talking.
How could a phone call be so coincidental?
He was just about to hit Sun Shi, but the other party was one step faster than him.
"What do you want from me?" Out of politeness, Yifei asked him a question first.
"Oh, nothing happened. I saw that my sister-in-law's videos on the short video app were all spread like crazy by some people with ulterior motives. I can help you remove all these videos and control the flow of traffic."
"I came to ask if you need it?"
Yifei was slightly surprised when he heard what Sun Shi said.
Working hard for no reason? This is quite interesting.
But he was not the kind of person who would accept other people's kindness for no reason.
After a moment of silence, Yifei asked, "How much does it cost to control this traffic on your side?"
"No need, as long as it's Mr. Yi, there's no need. These are just small matters." Sun Shi replied quickly. "I thought Sun Shi was just being polite," Yifei said again.
"No, you can't do that. Give me a number."
"Ha, Mr. Yi, I told you these are all trivial matters. I just want to get to know you and have a chance to cooperate with you in the future.
After all, Jiangbei hasn't seen a figure like you for a long time."
Sun Shi smiled, his tone very sincere. When Yifei heard him say this, he finally understood what Sun Shi meant. Sun Shi is a boy with good vision. His words are very precise and make him feel comfortable. However, Yifei is not the kind of person who would not repay a favor. Since Sun Shi came up to help him, he naturally would not treat the other party unfairly. Yi Fei said, thinking about taking a private look at the Sun family's media company. Okay, you are a loyal brother, I accept you. Please help me deal with it now, and send me a copy of your media company's information. After saying this, Yi Fei did not continue talking to him, but chose to hang up the phone and opened his phone to check the Sun family's media company. After Sun Shi's call was hung up, he did not hesitate and immediately prepared to let his company's employees take action.
The housekeeper watched the situation and couldn't help shaking his head.
Because he heard the entire conversation between the two, he didn't understand Sun Shi at all.
Boss Sun, you'd better not do this.
I feel that this boss Yi you mentioned is not reliable at all.
He is not reliable at all when he speaks. Okay, stop talking so much. Even if he is unreliable, so what? I just have my eyes on Mr. Yi.
Even if it's just to make a brother, it's worth it. Sun Shi waved at the butler, signaling him to quickly tell the people below to do the job.
Yi Fei is unreliable? He just doesn't believe it, okay?
Not only was the wedding so grand, but he also wore a limited edition Heart of Love ring on his hand.
You have to know that the ring alone was a hard item that he couldn't get easily.
If you don't show your courtesy to a big boss like this now, when will you show your courtesy?
As long as you can be friends with him, you can get some benefit from it. He has a vision and a big picture. Boss Sun, hey, if the master knows about this, you'll be scolded again. No, I'll use my own money, what does that old man say?
Sun Shi said without caring. Okay, housekeeper, go do it, I want all the traffic to be suppressed within half an hour.
Well.
When the housekeeper saw Sun Shi's appearance, he looked helpless. Although he was helpless, there was nothing he could do. But just as he was about to leave, the sound of an incoming email came from the computer again.
Sun Shi was initially confused by this sound. Because this sound is a special reminder tone that only exists in their corporate emails. Any cooperation? The butler paused and asked. It should be. Let me take a look.
Sun Shi said, opening the corporate email slowly. After seeing the message that their media company's new project had received an additional investment of up to 3 million, his eyes suddenly widened.
Jingle.
The cell phone rang again, and Yi Fei's message came.
Yi Fei, I have seen your company and it is developing well.
I am very satisfied with all aspects.
I will make some initial investment and look forward to our subsequent cooperation. Chapter 14, Hug the Right Thigh. Damn it. It's 3 million right off the bat.
When Sun Shi saw the initial funding for the cooperation, he was so shocked that his mouth couldn't close. You have to know what 3 million represents. This money is enough for him to make dozens of small-scale traffic anchors famous. The housekeeper next to him heard Sun Shi shout out 3 million and came forward to take a look at the email. After seeing the content of the email, his expression became strange. The slap in the face came too quickly. He just said that Yi Fei was unreliable, but suddenly Yi Fei started to cooperate with them.
This. The butler spoke incoherently. I've already said that Mr. Yi is a person worth making friends with. Don't be so petty.
Sun Shi hummed excitedly, and then hurriedly said to the housekeeper, quick, go help Mr. Yi. This time, the butler did not dare to be negligent when hearing this, and did not say much. He hurried out the door dejectedly and arranged for the employees to do their work. Sun Shi opened the group chat on his computer and sent the screenshot of the corporate cooperation directly to the group. Especially for Bai Qingfei, he deliberately opened the private chat window and sent a copy.
What the hell? Is this true?
The eldest son of the Zhang family was the first to see the message and jumped out excitedly.
How did you get rich, kid? Someone invested $300 in your project? Boss Gong couldn't help but come out and shout. Bai Qingfei? At Bai Qingfei, we are no longer compatible. I already have a big shot investing in us. We will always be the largest media company in Jiangbei. The eldest son of the Zhang family, you got so much money at once, could it be that Mr. Yi gave it to you? Boss Gong, fuck you, Sun Shi, you idiot.
Sun Shi, hey, are you jealous? This is called recognizing a good brother and taking the right path.
You should learn from him. The eldest son of the Zhang family, damn it, I can't stand this kid anymore, Boss Gong, let's go and kill him offline. Boss Gong, received.
Sun Shi, if you can't find me, don't look for me anymore.
I'll just make you jealous. Sun Shi, at Bai Qingfei, at Bai Qingfei. Sun Shi deliberately tagged Bai Chunfei and sent the message Yifei sent to him separately.
When he saw the other party's input window, he felt so happy. This is what it means to hold on to the right boss, and even the road ahead will be easier. By the way, I have to quickly check on how their work is going. Mr. Yi has given so much, the work must be completed efficiently and in a decent manner. Muttering something, Sun Shi stood up and did not continue to sit in front of the computer for a long time. Instead, he walked out of the door.
Parkson Building.
Bai Chunfei was sitting in his seat when he saw the screenshot sent by Sun Shi. He was stunned for a moment, and then he became so angry that his eyes turned red.
This Sun Shi, no way, has this kid really met a wealthy investor? Who exactly is this Yifei, Wu? Didn't you say he was just an ordinary worker and his family was just running a small business? How could he just take 3 million? Zhou A's breathing quickened when he saw the information, and he was also confused when Bai Chengfei questioned him. This is the information I investigated. How do I know where he got so much money? You idiot, there must be other information that you haven't investigated yet. Bai Chengfei shouted angrily, feeling angry. Seeing that he was angry, Zhou A shrank back in fear, but didn't say much. Quick, come with me to meet Mr. Yi. We must not let the Sun family's media company take away all the profits. Let's first investigate his location and contact information. Yes, yes. Seeing this, Zhou A nodded repeatedly and began to investigate Yifei. After Yifei handed the contract to Sun Shi, he kept observing the hotspots in the video. He had no idea that his action had alarmed several major families in Jiangbei. He pretended to be calm and continued chatting with Sun Shi. Sun Shi, Boss Yi, we have already controlled the basic traffic. I think it would be better to put some of my sister-in-law's past events on there to clarify, and then explain it publicly. It will be fine if we give it a thumbs up. Yifei, you can arrange it. Do you have a lawyer? Can you recommend one to me? Lawyer, yes, I'll help you find it now. You can edit the information first and then make it public. If you're too lazy to edit it, you can just give it to me. Sun Shi said this and pushed a business card over with the name Lawyer Kai marked on it. You can arrange the editing information. Yifei clicked on Lawyer Kai's business card and applied to add him as a friend. After briefly talking to Sun Shi for a few words, he also started to get busy and communicate with the lawyer. After an afternoon, around 7 or 8 in the evening, Yifei finally finished all these things. The hot videos on the internet also began to change at a very fast speed. All the videos that had previously slandered and belittled Xiao Qingcheng were dominated by people from the Wang family. As for Xiao Qingcheng, those rumors were quickly cleared up and all were whitewashed. Most of the information was about Xiao Qingcheng's outstanding performance in college and the awards she won for her outstanding work after graduation. The host has completed option 1, and now 10 million funds will be issued. The test completion rate is perfect, and now double the amount will be issued. The system's voice sounded and Yifei's cell phone rang, indicating that there was an additional 20 million yuan in his bank account. Seeing these funds, Yifei felt very happy. It's easy to earn 20 million. He is now at the peak of his life. He married a beautiful, wealthy and fair woman, and he himself was worth tens of millions. He had never dared to imagine such a thing before. Pa! The door suddenly opened at this moment, and Xiao Qingcheng walked out of the room. There were traces of tears on her face, showing that she was still very sad after crying back in her room. Honey, what's going on? Are they still talking? Xiao Qingcheng asked Yifei in a low voice and walked away from him. Because this incident was so terrible, she decided not to watch it before going to bed, and only mustered up the courage to watch it again after waking up. Why don't you take a look for yourself and know? Yifei handed her the phone. Seeing this, Xiao Qingcheng took the phone. When she saw that all the information on the hotspot had surprisingly disappeared, her expression gradually changed from surprise to great emotion. Looking at Yifei in front of her, she didn't think twice and just cried and hugged him, kissing and hugging Yifei. All this information is gone. Hubby, you are so amazing. I thought this information would take a long time to pass. You are my woman, I will not let you be bullied. This is just a small problem for your husband. As for Wang Feixiang, I have already sent a lawyer's letter of warning. Yifei rubbed Xiao Qingcheng's head in his arms, feeling her soft embrace, and reached out to hug her tighter. Xiao Qingcheng's face was also red at this moment. She hugged Yifei cooperatively and rested her head in his arms. The ambiguous atmosphere between the two of them was rapidly rising at this moment.
Yifei's heartbeat also accelerated at this moment and his breathing became heavier. Xiao Qingchang was silent for a moment, then shyly pulled Yifei's collar and whispered in his ear.
Hubby, you've been busy all afternoon, shouldn't we go back and rest? Go back and rest. It's not impossible.
Knowing what Xiao Qingchang meant, Yifei was already confused, so he simply stood up and carried Xiao Qingchang towards the house.
Chapter 15 Qihong Financial Company. The next day.
Yifei woke up again, and it was almost noon. After spending a crazy night with Xiao Qingchang, he felt refreshed. Looking at Xiao Qingchang, who was still sleeping soundly, Yifei covered her with the quilt, carefully got out of bed, then closed the door of the room and walked out. There were signs that the sofa in the living room had been moved, and there was some breakfast still warm on the table. Seeing these breakfasts, Yifei guessed that Yi Xian might have come this morning. Yesterday afternoon, he asked his father to stay with them for one night, but his father went to his relative's house in the afternoon, for fear of disturbing the newlyweds. Speaking of which, I bought this house with a loan. Now that I have money, I might as well buy a bigger villa or a large flat to live in. While eating the food in his hand, Yifei prepared to open his mobile phone to watch videos. But as soon as he took out his cell phone, he saw a lot of missed calls, and the note on the phone was Jiangbei Auto Parts Factory. The auto parts factory has approached him several times.
Thinking of the contract yesterday, Yifei quickly called back. However, the other party showed that he was on a call and the call was not successfully connected. Seeing this, he hurriedly finished his breakfast, got up and walked out the door, intending to go to the factory in person. When closing the door, Yifei sent another message to Xiao Qingchang. Fearing that she would feel lost if she didn't see him when she woke up, he added a few love emoticons. After doing all this, he got up and left the house, walking downstairs. On the other side, Bai Chengfei had been waiting for Yifei downstairs for a long time. After he found out Yifei's address, he tried to contact him by phone, but since he couldn't get through, he had no choice but to wait downstairs. This Yifei, I've been waiting for a whole morning, but there's still no sign of him. Bai Chengfei sat in the car, smoking a cigarette with some boredom, and always staring at the door of the unit building where Yifei was. He still couldn't figure it out. Since Yifei is so rich, why would he choose to live in a place like this? Could it be to experience life? Since he really couldn't figure it out, he simply stopped thinking about it. He came here this time just to see if there was a chance to cooperate with Yifei and get to know him by the way. But why are there so many cars here? And all these company bosses are here? Bai Chengfei couldn't help but complain. Looking at the luxury cars surrounding the community that were out of place, he was speechless. It seems that everyone has the same idea, and they all come to Yifei to discuss business. In this case, he is indeed under a lot of pressure. Mr. Yi seems to have come out. Indeed, that figure is obviously Mr. Yi at first glance. Quick, get out of the car. Seeing Yifei coming out of the apartment building, the luxury cars that were originally parked at the gate of the community started moving, opened their doors and got out. Seeing this, Bai Chengfei hurriedly opened the car door, pulled Zhou Ao and ran towards Yifei. Hurry, let's go over there quickly. We must get the chance to cooperate with Yifei this time. We can't let Sun Qi keep showing off. Okay, wait a minute, Mr. Bai, you're in too much of a hurry to come down, we haven't got the information. Zhou Ao shouted. When Bai Chengfei heard him say that, he clicked his tongue impatiently and then had to let it go. What a failure at the critical moment. Go get it, and come back to me when you get it. Got it, Mr. Bai. Zhou Ao nodded repeatedly and went back to the car to look for documents. On the other side, Yifei came out of the apartment building and saw a group of people walking towards him. Seeing so many people walking towards him at the same time, Yifei's expression changed slightly, and an ominous premonition surged in his heart. There are so many people at the gate of my community. What are they here for? Boss Yi, I finally got you. We are Bailu Building Materials Company. We would like to get to know you and discuss cooperation. Mr. Yi, we are Yunfu Group. We supply snacks. Are you interested in investing? Mr. Yi, we are from the bank. Do you need fund management? Leave the fund management to us. We have the latest traders here to help you sort it out. When a group of people saw Yifei coming out, they hurriedly surrounded him and shouted loudly, trying to get a chance for Yifei to understand the project they were working on. When Yifei saw so many people surrounding him, his scalp went numb and he didn't know what to do for a moment. He just went out the door, and he was surrounded by so many people? Now it's hard to even go out the door.
The system has detected an investment project and now gives the host two options. Just when Yifei was in trouble, the voice of the system came out. Investing 10 million yuan in Shihang Financial Management can earn you double your earnings and continue to make profits in the future.
Shihang Financial Management, the trend is up 50%. Invest in all the projects on site.
The trend is unclear, the income is unstable, and there is the possibility of huge profits.
You will get the title, Rich and Powerful.
A trend chart of Shihang Financial Management suddenly appeared in front of Yifei, with some red and green columns indicating the future stock trends.
When Yifei saw the red and green columns rising all the way in the future, his expression was slightly surprised.
Annual income can be as high as 80%.
What is the concept? As long as he puts in 10 million, he can get 8 million.
Looking at these two options, Yifei hesitated and chose the first option.
It is better to be more cautious in this regard. The second option is pure gambling. Mr. Yi, we at Shihang Financial Management want to cooperate with you. You have a good start, we can cooperate.
The employees of Shihang looked at Yifei, still somewhat confused.
It seems like they didn't say anything. Do you agree with them just like that?
Mr. Yi, we need a lot of initial investment,
Is 10 million enough?
Yifei looked at the Shihang employees and said softly.
10 million. What? 10 million?
The employee thought he had heard it wrong and widened his eyes.
Is it enough?
Yifei asked.
Enough, how can this not be enough?
Xiao Wang, who was setting sail, was so shocked that his mouth couldn't close. Then take me away from here now.
I have something important to do. Let's talk in the car.
You should be able to clear all these people away by setting sail, right?
It's a small matter.
Xiao Wang immediately bowed in flattery, and then waved to everyone in Shihang Financial Company.
Without saying anything, it's already 10 million. What does 10 million mean?
He can even kneel down and call the person in front of him Dad.
Happiness came too suddenly.
Xiao Wang hurriedly called the bodyguards of Shihang Company and went forward to clear the crowd and make way for Yifei.
Please, come this way and get in the car this way.
Xiao Wang said this with a smile on his face.
Seeing the crowd being dispersed to both sides, Yifei nodded with satisfaction, breathed a sigh of relief, and walked towards the Foreign Affairs Office. Chapter 16, Regret to the point of turning green in the intestines.
Wait, there are also us.
Our media company also wants to cooperate with you, Mr. Yi. Seeing Yifei was about to leave, Bai Chengfei became anxious.
The place where he parked his car just now was a little far away, just a little far away, and then the best spot was snatched away by this group of people who were trying to steal his business. Bai Chengfei hated himself for running too slowly. He had no choice but to force his way in.
Go aside, don't scare Mr. Yi.
The bodyguards on both sides pushed Bai Chengfei, who was trying to squeeze in, to the back and did not give him any chance at all. As the second largest media company in Jiangbei and one that is almost on par with the Sun Family Media Company, Bai Chengfei has never been treated so well before. It has always been others who come to compliment him more. Now faced with such a situation, he shouted angrily.
What are you doing? Do you know who I am? How dare you do this to me?
However, his shouting was of no use at all, and in the end he could only watch Yifei being escorted away.
Boss Yi is gone. Shihang Financial Company is so lucky. President Yi gave us 10 million right away. What a concept. What, he gave 10 million? Is what you said true or false?
Bai Chengfei heard the discussions among the surrounding companies and asked loudly with a look of surprise.
Didn't you hear it?
When the two sides were talking just now, Mr. Yi's opening price was 10 million.
Mr. Yi is really amazing.
He said 10 million with such momentum and his face didn't change at all. The middle-aged man next to him had a look of longing on his face, and was full of envy when he spoke. I wish I could be as casual as Mr. Yi someday.
This is simply everyone's dream. Oh my, we finally have a big shot in Jiangbei. Now those old companies in Jiangbei might be shaken up.
Yes, it will definitely move, the middle-aged man replied, and then shifted his gaze to Bai Chengfei's face. After looking at it for a few times, a hint of joy suddenly flashed across his face, and he quickly said with compliments.
Hey! Isn't this Mr. Bai? I didn't recognize you just now. You also want to discuss the project with Mr. Yi. Talk about something. Hearing the sound, Bai Chengfei shouted angrily, then turned around and left.
He is regretting it so much that his intestines are turning green. He was extremely jealous when he thought that Sun Shi signed a cooperation agreement before him.
How great would it be if I had talked about it in advance?
There's no need for him to come all the way here and do something thankless. Thinking of Sun Shi's mocking face, Bai Chengfei was so angry that he clenched his teeth.
This Sun Shi is really lucky.
No, I still have to think of a way to sign a cooperation agreement.
I can't let this guy monopolize Jiangbei media.
After Yifei got into the car with the people from Qihang Financial Company, he also breathed a sigh of relief for a short time. Xiao Wang accompanied Yifei in the back seat and introduced his contract. Although he was introducing it, cold sweat broke out on his forehead.
This feeling of oppression is really too strong.
Yifei listened to his introduction with a cold face and didn't express his opinion at all.
Mr. Yi, are you satisfied with what I said? Actually, if you are not satisfied, you are willing to invest and we can split it 70% to 30%. You can take 70% and give us the rest. What do you think of this? That's it.
Yifei nodded and agreed to Xiao Wang's request. The reason why he didn't reply just now was because he was too lazy to listen to what Xiao Wang said about the items in the contract. After saying a lot, he was too lazy to analyze because he would make money anyway.
As for the 37 split?
In fact, Yifei was happy about this.
If you want the horse to run, you have to give it grass to eat. You can allocate 3.5% of it as you wish. Just follow what I say. You just need to help me manage this amount of money. We can discuss the rest.
Yes, yes. When Xiao Wang heard Yifei say 3.5, his eyes suddenly widened and his breathing became rapid. 3.5, although it is 0.5 points more than what he said, but 0.5 points is still a lot of money. With the extra 0.5, he can help his boss go bankrupt.
Then when do you think the funds will be available? I can transfer it to you now.
Hey, maybe later.
It will be transferred to you in the evening. I can't transfer such a large amount now. I need to contact the bank later.
When Yifei was halfway through the operation, he remembered that he needed to increase the limit of his recent transfer record, so he had to postpone the transfer to the evening. Xiao Wang understood this very well, nodded quickly, and handed Yifei paper and pen. Seeing this, Yifei signed his name without hesitation.
Mr. Yi, we have arrived at the auto parts factory. You can get off now.
The driver looked at the large factory in front of him, stopped the car, turned around and said to Yifei,
Okay, I'll get off first then.
Yifei nodded when he heard that, then stood up and walked towards the car. When Xiao Wang saw Yifei was about to leave, he, who had just received this large sum of money, sent him off the car and said with tact,
Boss Yi, I can pick you up in the evening. If you need anything, you can call me anytime. This is my business card, you must take it.
Xiao Wang said this and quickly handed over his business card. Yifei put it away and placed it on the top of his clothes. Then, thinking about the huge reputation he had made yesterday, he asked Xiao Wang for another mask. Xiao Wang also expressed his understanding, handed the mask to Yifei, and respectfully escorted him into the auto parts factory before driving away from the scene. Just as Yifei was about to enter the factory, he received a call from the factory manager. The moment the phone was answered, the warm voice of the other party's boss was heard.
Boss Yi, I'm the boss of the factory. I'm sorry I didn't answer your call just now. I had something to deal with just now. I'm really sorry. It's okay. You called me all morning, but I was too busy to hear it. Yifei smiled indifferently and didn't care about it at all.
After all, he didn't receive the call from the other boss first, so it's normal that they missed each other.
Oh, that's our fault. We were negligent. Where are you now?
Faced with a big customer like Yifei, the factory manager apologized repeatedly.
I'm already at the gate of your factory. Ah? You're here already? Upon hearing this, the factory manager's voice also became a little excited.
Then please go into the factory first, just enter from the main entrance hall.
I'll get ready and come right away. There's someone waiting for you at the door. Please wait for 10 minutes and I'll be there. No problem.
Yifei nodded in response, hung up the phone, and walked towards the factory hall.
Chapter 17, Dog Eyes Look Down on People. As the largest factory in Jiangbei at this time, the Jiangbei Auto Parts Factory naturally has excellent facilities. Special efforts have been made to decorate the reception hall at the front lobby.
Unlike the hustle and bustle of the small factory, the reception hall is very quiet and the decoration is warm and bright. However, the only unpleasant thing was that after Yifei walked into the hall, no one came to greet him, which made him feel a little unhappy and confused.
I'm unfamiliar with the place and no one has come to greet me? Just let him sit here and wait?
Looking at the receptionist who was concentrating on doing something, Yifei walked up to her.
Who are you looking for?
Seeing Yifei approaching, the receptionist looked up and asked coldly.
The boss of your factory. Do you have an appointment?
The receptionist raised her eyebrows slightly, then looked up at Yifei.
I just made an appointment over the phone.
Yifei felt uncomfortable with her look, but he still maintained basic politeness.
Well, then show me your reservation information. I have made an appointment by phone. What other appointment information do I need to show?
This time it was Yifei's turn not to understand. He stood there and frowned. Seeing Yifei's appearance, the receptionist's face became even colder. She couldn't help rolling her eyes and spoke in a lazy voice.
You can't come in without reservation information. Please leave. I'm speechless. I receive people like you 800 times a day. All of you are trying to get close to our CEO Zhao. Why are you pretending to be so popular without any reservation information? You don't have to wait. You can't get in.
Her attitude was extremely arrogant, which made Yifei's eyes slightly colder.
What information do you need for the appointment?
I have a record of my conversation with Mr. Zhao.
Is this okay? Laugh.
Looking at Yifei's cell phone screen that lit up, especially the call record with the auto parts factory's landline, she was extremely disdainful.
Go away, go away. If you don't want to make things too ugly, leave quickly. I'm too lazy to call security. Everyone is really the same, using the same method. Brother, remember to try something new next time. Maybe I will give it more consideration. Didn't your general manager Zhao say that he would give Yifei a good reception?
Yifei did not intend to leave after hearing this, but continued to speak.
You don't mean to say that you are Mr. Yi?
When the receptionist heard his words, she laughed out loud and looked at Yifei again, her eyes full of inquiry and questioning. You do look a bit like him, but you're dressed so plainly.
Who is Mr. Yi? He's a well-known figure in Jiangbei now, and you're telling me you're Mr. Yi? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? How about you change your clothes first? Your clothes are not up to par.
You're wearing a few $dozen worth of rags, and you still say you're Mr. Yi.
You're so poor that it makes me laugh.
The receptionist listened to Yifei's words and laughed even louder, quickly attracting the attention of the people around her. At the corner of the hall, a well-dressed white-collar worker in a suit soon noticed this situation. After seeing Yifei and the front desk clerk, he hurried over.
What's the matter?
Why are you talking so loudly? The white-collar worker asked hurriedly. Manager Xiao, this man lied that he is Mr. Yi and said he is here to see Mr. Zhao. He also said that he had made an appointment with Mr. Zhao in advance, but there were no books for the appointment. The receptionist saw the manager coming and hurriedly followed him and said something.
Oh.
Manager Xiao heard the words from the front desk and glanced at Yifei, but he quickly retracted his gaze with a look of deep disdain on his face. Boss Zhao did call us just now and told us to give Boss Yi a good reception.
I didn't expect someone pretending to be Boss Yi would show up so soon. You guys are really funny. You showed up so quickly.
If you didn't know, you might have thought you were an undercover agent from some company. The management and the front desk sneered at Yifei together. Looking at him, both of them couldn't help but shake their heads.
There are really too many people who want to get close to Mr. Zhao.
Yifei is dressed like this, and there is no one to pick him up or drop him off. Even his clothes are of unknown brands.
How can he look like a CEO?
In their opinion, Yifei was not much different from those people who had wanted to get close to Mr. Zhao in the past.
Little brother, please go away. Don't stay here and make things awkward. Yeah, let's go. You can't get in touch with our CEO Zhao at this level. You look so ugly and yet you still say you are Yifei. I really want to laugh. The two looked at Yifei and couldn't help but sneer again. You said if we record it for him, will it attract some traffic? That's fine. We can also promote our factory and maybe attract more fans.
The receptionist started chatting with the management, and they reached a consensus. The receptionist then took out his phone and started recording.
Bang!
Seeing that the two were going further and further, Yifei reached out and knocked the front desk clerk's phone to the ground.
Is this how you, Jiangbei Auto Parts Company, provide reception? You maliciously insult and slander your guests? I don't think you want to continue doing this. Hey! What are you doing?
Seeing her cell phone fall to the ground, the receptionist suddenly became anxious and stood up to grab the phone.
Do you know that my phone is very expensive? It's the latest model of Apple phone. You dropped it like this. Can you afford to pay for it? Ouch, it's broken, there's a crack.
A trace of heartache flashed across her face and she shouted loudly. After seeing that the phone was indeed broken, she took a few steps forward and yelled loudly at Yifei.
What kind of guest are you? You're just a poor fellow, and you're pretending to be so. TSK, you're still asking us if we want to continue? You're such a clown, why don't you fire me? With your kind of scum, I don't think you can even afford my phone.
The receptionist was so angry that she couldn't hold it in any longer and shouted whatever she wanted to say without caring about her image.
Each word she said was more unpleasant than the last. Don't be angry, don't be angry.
Manager Xiao rushed forward to comfort her. Seeing the manager coming to comfort her, the receptionist also seized the opportunity and said quickly, Manager Xiao, look at him, he broke my phone, which I bought with a month's salary.
He must compensate me for this, woo-woo.
When Manager Xiao saw the girl at the front desk crying to him, he immediately felt a desire to protect her, and his expression became more serious when he looked at Yifei.
Brother, I advise you to pay for this phone right now, otherwise you won't be able to leave today. Compensation? Take a good look at what you have done. You want to compensate for the phone? Sure, let your CEO Zhao come out and compensate you.
As a receptionist at a large factory, recording without permission is not a proper attitude towards receiving guests.
From now on, you don't have to do it anymore. Bang!
Yifei grabbed the front desk phone that was still recording him and threw it to the ground. Without giving the two people time to explain, he called Mr. Zhao. At the moment he made the call, a pleasant cell phone ringtone rang at the door of the reception hall.
I saw Mr. Zhao hurriedly walking in with an assistant. Chapter 18 Expulsion. Mr. Yi, I'm late and have kept you waiting. I'm so sorry. Now.
Zhao Chen answered the phone with his backhand, and after saying a few words, he realized something was wrong. Because the voice of the person standing in front of him came from the phone.
You are Mr. Yi? I'm at your front desk now, Mr. Zhao, is your reception service so bad? Not only is there personal insult, but there is no reception at all?
Yifei deliberately said something into the phone, and he looked at Zhao Chen with some anger. Zhao Chen was stunned for a moment, then looked at the scene in front of him, especially the clerk's broken phone, and immediately understood what was going on.
Zhao Chen quickly put away his phone and walked towards Yifei.
He shouted at the employees in front of him.
What's going on? What are you doing?
When the two employees saw Mr. Zhao coming and saw Yifei calling their boss just now, their expressions were extremely stiff.
From this scene, even a fool can see that the person in front is Mr. Yi. They have hit a wall. Mr. Zhao, we.
The two of them looked away, not knowing how to respond for a moment.
How could they have thought that the person dressed so simply would be Yifei?
Considering how high-profile Yifei's wedding was, why didn't they associate the person in front of them with Yifei?
Among them, Manager Xiao reacted relatively quickly.
He quickly changed his expression, stepped forward and spoke to Yifei warmly.
Are you really Mr. Yi? I'm so sorry for what happened just now. We misunderstood you and thought you were someone who came to our factory on purpose to get close to us. I'm really sorry, Mr. Yi. Recently, a lot of people have come here pretending to want to discuss business with Mr. Zhao, so we. Manager Xiao spoke incoherently and quickly touched the front desk.
The receptionist was originally in a daze, but she finally reacted at this time. Oh, yes, we were a little too nervous, so we recognized the wrong person.
Mr. Yi, please don't be too angry.
While apologizing, she awkwardly put her foot on the phone, subconsciously not wanting to expose what had just happened. At this point, she didn't even dare to say a word about compensating for the phone.
Compensation for mobile phone?
If she asks Mr. Yi to pay for the phone again, she will lose her job. She knows clearly whether a mobile phone is more important or work is more important. The two men had stiff faces and followed Yifei in apologizing. Zhao Chen, who was standing next to them, also had a stiff face when he saw this.
He is not a fool.
Just by looking at the scene before him, he knows that things are definitely not simple. Looking at Yifei's gloomy face again, Zhao Chen felt more anxious.
Didn't I specifically ask you to take good care of Mr. Yi? How did you do it? And you even insulted others personally? We were wrong, Mr. Zhao.
The two employees were sweating profusely at this moment and apologized repeatedly. Mr. Zhao, as an investor of your Jiangbei parts factory, the last thing I want to see is a situation like this. Yi Fei ignored the two people's apologies and just turned around to talk to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen was a middle-aged man of not too tall. Yi Fei's 1.80-meter tall stature standing in front of him created a natural oppression. Coupled with his cold face at the moment, Zhao Chen felt a little guilty.
You should change the staff in your reception room. The service attitude is terrible.
They ignore people when they come in and are busy with their own things.
When you go up to ask questions, you are verbally abused. With this kind of service attitude, how can your factory be big and long-lasting?
Mr. Zhao, I'm a little disappointed with your factory now, and I'm also very disappointed with my investment. Yi Fei said in a cold voice, venting his anger on Zhao Chen on the spot.
Zhao Chen looked a little flustered when he heard this.
As Yi Fei is the largest investor in their factory, he really can't afford to offend him.
Just yesterday, his factory suddenly received a big cooperation. Yi Fei's investment was enough to support the operation of their other entire large workshop.
Now, because two of his employees almost ruined this matter, Zhao Chen suddenly became anxious. But he still forced himself to stay calm and spoke.
Boss Yi, I'm so sorry, I didn't expect these two employees to go so far.
You two are fired from now on.
As someone working in the reception room, how do you receive others? You are really doing things in a haphazard manner. Now pack up your things and get out. Assistant, take out their contracts. I'll tear them all up. Yes.
The assistant saw this and did not dare to delay any further, so he hurried towards the office. When the two employees heard that they were going to be fired, they became anxious, especially manager Xiao.
No, Mr. Zhao, you can't fire me.
I have parents and children to take care of.
I really need this job.
He had just been promoted to a management position and it had only been 2 days.
Was he going to be fired? This is a bit too much.
Knowing that the decision-making power was in Yi Fei's hands, manager Xiao hurriedly cried to him again.
Boss Yi, I'm so sorry. I really didn't recognize you. Please forgive me and don't fire me.
Mr. Zhao, Mr. Yi, please don't fire me. If I lose my job, I won't be able to pay back the loan.
The receptionist also became anxious at this time.
Yi Fei looked at the two people pleading for him, but ignored them and just said something coldly.
It's open.
As soon as he said this, the expressions of the two people were like being struck by lightning.
No, it's not Mr. Zhao, Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry. Boss Yi, if you give us a chance, we will work like a cow or a horse for you.
The two reacted and wanted to continue to fight for the last chance.
Yi Fei ignored it. People who look down on others do not need to be given any chance. If you can't even behave like a basic human being, what else is there to say? Keeping it will be a disaster. Security, clear the area.
Yi Fei ordered the security guard who was watching the excitement at the door. The two security guards at the door had long been attracted by the noise made by the front desk, and naturally saw everything.
After hearing Yi Fei's words, they could only act in dejected manner.
They walked up to the receptionist and manager Xiao and prepared to leave. The assistant also got the contract of the two at this time. After getting the contract, Zhao Chen tore it into pieces without thinking. The moment the contract was smashed, Xiao Guan on the front desk looked embarrassed as if they had eaten shit. Especially Xiao Guanli, he looked listless and had no strength left in his body.
He regretted it so much at this moment. If I had given a good reception just now, how could such a thing have happened? If he didn't join the receptionist in making fun of the guests, would he lose his job?
No, Mr. Zhao, our department needs me, you can't just lay me off like this.
Take it away quickly.
Zhao Chen waved at the security guard, not wanting to even look at him. Upon hearing this, several security guards quickly took action and dragged out the howling receptionist and manager Xiao at the same time. Seeing that both of them had left, Zhao Chen turned his attention to Yi Fei.
Boss Yi, calm down and let's go in and sit down. This time it's all thanks to you.
If it weren't for you, our reception department would have been in a mess because of these two employees.
Xiaoli, hurry up and bring me the contract. Chapter 19, dedicated by Cheng Fei. Here's the contract.
Xiaoli considerately handed the contract to Zhao Chen. Seeing Zhao Chen showing him 4 fingers, he immediately understood and quickly modified the concessions on it before handing it back to Zhao Chen. Yi Fei looked at the contract which stated a 4 percentage point discount, and his expression eased slightly. Such employees should be laid off earlier. Otherwise, keeping them will only cause trouble and hinder the progress of the factory.
Yes, Mr. Yi is right. I will make a big adjustment to the employees this time. If there are any abnormalities, I will immediately lay off employees. Why don't you come up with me now? Let's go through the formalities. Let's go.
Yi Fei nodded and did not continue to embarrass Zhao Chen. After all, the other party has already given him enough sincerity in apologizing, so there is no need to continue to make things difficult for him. When Zhao Chen saw Yi Fei agreed, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief.
You two just go this way.
Xiaoli bowed respectfully and led the way, and several people also walked upstairs.
After the few people left, the company employees who were originally watching the excitement on the sidelines dispersed one after another.
This new receptionist is obviously no good, now she is getting her comeuppance. Manager Xiao is not a good guy either.
Isn't he abusing his full-time job just the same? Boss Yi is so awesome.
Now that these 2 people have been fired, our reception department has become much quieter. They really deserve it.
They usually like to pretend, but now they have finished pretending. I just saw them crying at the factory gate. It made me laugh to death. Yi Fei followed Zhao Chen all the way to the reception room.
Xiaoli quickly made tea and handled the formalities on the side.
I wonder why Mr. Yi chose to invest in our industry.
Taking advantage of the free time to get the information, Zhao Chen looked at Yi Fei and prepared to have a brief chat with him.
When he received the investment yesterday, he investigated Yi Fei.
Since he could not find any information, he could only find a chance to talk to him and get things clear. My dad is in this business, and he likes this industry very much, so I invested in you. Yi Fei took a sip of tea and said slowly. When Zhao Chen heard this, he immediately understood what Yi Fei meant.
So that's how it is. No wonder you chose to invest in our industry. Mr. Yi, your family is in this business. We can actually cooperate.
This will also help us develop. If my dad knew about this, he would definitely be very happy.
Yi Fei smiled when he heard this. Of course. He will be very proud to have a son like you.
Zhao Chen responded cheerfully, and then as if remembering something, he said, I wonder what your father's contact information is. I'll tell him when I get back, you guys can talk then, I'm only here to get the paperwork, and I'll still need Mr. Zhao to take care of me in the future.
No problem, it's just a small matter.
Xiaoli, have the procedures been completed?
Zhao Chen responded while talking to his assistant. Here they are. Please check them. If they are correct, just sign them.
Xiaoli handed a stack of contracts to Yi Fei. After Yi Fei took a few glances, he was basically sure about it. He didn't continue reading, but signed his name readily and took away the part of the documents that belonged to him. Seeing him sign so generously, Zhao Chen immediately stood up and prepared to see Yi Fei off.
Then we will have a pleasant cooperation, Mr. Yi. It's been a pleasure working with you.
Yi Fei shook hands with him. After that, he chatted with Zhao Chen for a while before leaving the Jiangbei Auto Parts factory. Before leaving, he called Xiao Wang to pick him up. As soon as Xiao Wang received the message, he rushed directly towards Yi Fei without even letting him wait long. After saying goodbye to Zhao Chen and leaving, Yi Fei asked Xiao Wang to take him to the bank to handle the formalities, and then signed the contract at the Qihan Financial Building. After all this trouble, it was already getting late and Xiao Wang sent Yi Fei to his doorstep. Boss Yi, you are so famous that there are still many investors waiting for you at your doorstep. Xiao Wang looked outside. He recognized the car they were traveling in, so he naturally knew how many people were still trying to get close to Yi Fei by seizing the opportunity.
Just send me back. Thank you for your hard work.
Upon hearing this, Yi Fei also looked out of the car window. After seeing that there were indeed quite a few people, he felt a little headache.
If this continues, traveling will be inconvenient.
It seems that he must hire some people as soon as possible to protect himself when traveling. It would be best to move to a community with stricter control.
How can this be hard? Just leave this little thing to us.
After Xiao Wang waved his hand and signaled the driver to stop the car, he first asked the 2 strong men in his car to get out. Some of the people gathered here recognized that it was a car from Qihan Financial Company, and the originally quiet environment suddenly became restless. It seems that Qihan Financial Company has returned, and Mr. Yi is still inside.
What? Mr. Yi is in the car? Then let's get out of the car and get ready.
The crowd, which had been very quiet, exploded again at this moment.
However, Yi Fei was prepared.
Under the protection of 3 strong men, he stood up and walked under the car.
Boss Yi, please take a look at our contract.
Boss Yi, our company is also worth investing in.
Mr. Yi. Get out of the way, everyone. Don't block the way, we'll attack you if you get close.
The scene was a bit chaotic. Yi Fei was surrounded and had no choice but to speed up and rush upstairs. He now finally experiences what it feels like to be a star.
Boss Yi, our Jiangbei Second Media Company wants to cooperate with you.
When Bai Chengfei saw Yi Fei was about to walk into the room, he didn't think twice, squeezed into the crowd and pounced towards Yi Fei. He had been waiting for an entire afternoon, or to be more precise, from morning till almost evening. Because he was unwilling to give up, he had been waiting for such an opportunity.
Seeing Yi Fei coming back, how could he let him go? Squeezing out of the crowd, Bai Chengfei pounced on Yi Fei at the fastest speed. Ouch!
A strong man who was guarding Yi Fei was hit and his head was dazed.
He couldn't help but scream.
Seeing this opportunity, Bai Chengfei immediately shouted loudly. Boss Yi, please take a look at our cooperation with Jiangbei Second Media Company.
It's even better than the first media company. Get out of the way. Are you trying to kill yourself? Why are you rushing up so recklessly?
Before Bai Chengfei could finish his words, he was driven aside by the strong man.
What do you mean? Let me go. I want to tell Mr. Yi about our company.
I told you not to get close, what are you getting close to? The 2 sides started arguing, each arguing with his own opinion.
Yi Fei just turned back and glanced at him indifferently.
He had already walked into the apartment building, waved to Xiao Wang outside the door, and got up and went upstairs. Xiao Wang also bowed respectfully to Yi Fei and saw Yi Fei off.
Chapter 20 Weirdness.
Yi Fei said goodbye to Xiao Wang and returned home. As soon as he arrived home, he saw Yi Xian and Xiao Qingqing sitting on the sofa in the living room, looking at their phones together and discussing something.
Xiao Fei, you're back?
When Yi Xian saw Yi Fei coming back, he turned around and greeted him.
You're back. What are you and Qingqing doing? Yi Fei asked curiously. Let me help my dad check the information.
There are messages from several banks, saying they want to cooperate, and there are also a lot of harassing calls.
Bank information? Harassment calls?
Yi Fei listened to what the 2 were saying and moved forward with some confusion.
After seeing all the information about financial management, he was speechless.
Because this information is all about managing his finances. It seems that these people can't work with him, so he has to blame his father. Just block all of them and reject unfamiliar calls.
Yi Fei said helplessly.
Well, Qingqing has already followed me and got everything done just now. Yi Xian took the phone in his hand and then said.
Xiao Fei, you've been busy all day and haven't eaten, right?
Qingqing bought a lot of fresh vegetables this afternoon and said she wanted to show off her cooking skills.
My wife can cook?
Upon hearing this, Yi Fei looked towards Xiao Qingqing with a little surprise. Xiao Qingqing felt shy when he looked at her and lowered her head quickly.
I helped in the kitchen before, so I know a little bit. Okay, now that you're back, I'll go cook first. Don't look at me with such surprise.
However, there are some things I'm not familiar with, so I may need your help.
Is that okay? No problem, that's definitely no problem.
Yi Fei agreed and stood up to follow Xiao Qingqing to the kitchen. However, before he had taken 2 steps, he was stopped by the ringing of his cell phone.
Hearing this, Yi Fei's face was full of embarrassment.
Oh, my son is also a busy man now.
You go ahead and do your work. I'll go and help Qingqing.
Yi Xian said tactfully.
Well.
Yi Fei glanced at his phone and saw the note on it was Lawyer Kai, so he had to compromise.
It's good to have dad to help, husband, you go ahead and do your work.
Seeing this, Xiao Qingqing didn't say much. She stood up and walked towards the kitchen, and Yi Xian followed closely behind.
Later, you have to tell me what you have been doing recently. I know, Dad.
Thank you for your hard work. I'll have good news for you later.
After responding to Yi Xian's question, Yi Fei answered the phone.
Lawyer Kai's voice was also heard on the phone. Mr. Yi, I have sent a lawyer's letter to Wang Feixiang, a member of the Wang family. He is suspected of spreading rumors online. I have asked him to apologize publicly. If he does not apologize and reconcile, he will be sentenced to about a year.
What did they say?
Yifei felt refreshed when he heard the voice. They have also hired a lawyer, and it seems that they have no intention of apologizing.
Mr. Sun asked me to come here to ask about your plans. Mr. Sun should have told you all this. Didn't you receive it? Lawyer Kai was a little confused. Just keep fighting. You can't take this kind of thing lightly. Just tell me how much funding you need. He didn't seem to be with me. He sent it to me, but I didn't see it.
Yifei paused in the middle of his words and opened his WeChat account. In the WeChat public account list, Sun Shi sent him a lot of messages. Some of them were videos, and some were sent to him about the current situation of the Wang family. No wonder lawyer Kai came to ask him in person.
He was too busy in the afternoon and did not process the information.
Okay, since you've seen it, please communicate with Mr. Sunday. I will continue with the original progress.
Well, thank you for your hard work. Yifei responded and hung up the phone.
After hanging up the phone, he also clicked on the live video of the Wang family sent by Sun Shi. In the picture, Sun Shi's assistant was arguing with Wang Feixiang and Zhang Saixia.
The video recording was very noisy.
The assistant was asking whether the matter could be resolved privately, but Zhang Saixia in the video ignored him and was still thinking about arguing with the person in front of her. Finally, the assistant's cell phone was smashed to the ground, and the video ended here.
This is really his own fault.
Yifei shook his head helplessly when he saw this scene. If the Wang family was only concerned about the bride price, he naturally would not say much, nor would he make the matter like this.
The cause of the incident was the Wang family's repeated harassment, which even provoked his wife.
It was no wonder that he attacked them at this time. After exiting the video, Yifei listened to the voice note sent by Sun Shi again.
Boss Yi, these Wang family members are so unreasonable.
They smashed my assistant's phone and didn't even want to compensate for it.
How shameless. Boss Yi, can I ask you what happened before? I want to gossip. By the way, Mr. Yi, is there someone looking for you today? Is it someone from Jiangbei Second Media Company looking for you?
Yifei looked at 3 questions in a row and chose to ignore the first 2 and answered Sun Shi's last one.
Jiangbei Second Media Company, I seem to have heard of it today.
As soon as he sent the voice message, the other party immediately replied.
Then I wonder if you, Mr. Yi, have discussed cooperation with them? No, do you have any questions? Yifei asked. No, what problem can there be for me?
Sun Shi's mouth was almost crooked with smile when he heard that. At this time, he was sitting in front of the computer desk, chatting with Yifei while looking at the information about their group chat. When he saw in the message that the eldest son of the Zhang family and Boss Gong were both complaining, the corners of his mouth rose into a smile.
The eldest son of the Zhang family said, "You didn't see it."
There were quite a lot of people surrounding Mr. Yi this morning.
I couldn't even get close to him.
Boss Gong, I was in front and I saw that Mr. Yi invested 10 million yuan in Shihang Financial Company. My God, 10 million yuan, he invested it without saying anything.
It's terrifying. Sun Chi, what? 10 million? Ha!
I really hope Mr. Yi can invest more in our media company.
I have to work harder. Sun Chi, oh, I heard it, you went there today, why are you silent now? Sun Chi, at Beijingfei.
By Chengfei, don't show off. Mr. Yi will invest in our group sooner or later.
Sun Chi, keep working hard, I'm rooting for you.
After he replied this sentence, he immediately closed the group chat, and the corners of his mouth twitched with laughter. It was he who questioned Yifei before, and it was also he who mocked him, so naturally Bai Chengfei had to be sarcastic in mocking.
Ding ding.
The reply from WeChat on the computer sounded again, and Sun Shi looked at Yifei's chat interface.
Yifei, well, that's good. If you have anything, you can tell me.
Sun Shi, no, I want to talk to you about the new project. If you are willing to invest more, you can have a higher income. I'll send it to you to have a look.
Yifei, just send it to me.
When Sun Shi saw Yifei agreed, he was delighted again and reached out to take a screenshot.
This screenshot was going to be sent to the group.
If the negotiation was successful later, he would also show it to Bai Chengfei to continue to stimulate him so that he would feel comfortable.
Yifei, I see, the follow-up funds needed are only 3 million, right? Send it to me. Yifei, I need you to do me a favor. Is there a good location? I want to buy a villa. Can you recommend one? Chapter 21 Party.
After Sun Shi sent some information, Yifei also transferred the remaining investment funds to him.
Sun Shi, I got it. The total is 3 million. Just sign it. Sun Shi, are you looking to buy a house? I'm very familiar with this. I can recommend a real estate boss to you. Let's go together when you have time. There will be absolutely no middlemen.
Yifei looked at the message sent by Sun Shi and nodded with satisfaction. In some ways, Sun Shi did help him a lot and saved him a lot of worry.
Yifan, then I'll contact you later. I'll see when it's convenient for you. Sun Shi, okay.
Sun Shi was very happy when he received the signed documents sent by Yifan. Seeing that the huge sum of 3 million had been transferred into his account, he immediately sent the screenshot and the document screenshot to the group and began to show off.
After this message was sent out, everyone in the group started moving again. Boss Gong, have some shame and give us a chance.
The eldest son of the Zhang family, I will send someone to your house right now and have my employees engage in a business war with you in which no one can distinguish between friend and foe. It was obviously he who first realized that Yifei was not an ordinary person, but the resource was poached by Sun Shi, the sixth brother. He was careless and did not dodge, and ended up being robbed. Sun Shi, if you recognize me as your big brother, I will slowly cooperate with Mr. Yi and I can recommend you guys.
Boss Gong, eat shit. Zheng family young master, throw you rem. Sun Shi, hey edit, come on.
After hanging out in the group for a while, Sun Shi chose to log off. He happily sat down from his computer desk and started to deal with the contract. Bai Chengfei on the other side was furious when he saw this scene. Looking at the screen, he gritted his teeth and swore that he would definitely negotiate a contract with Yifei.
Bai Chengfei, Gugu knows, Gugu will catch up with you soon.
When I sign with Mr. Yi, don't make a fuss behind my back.
Ah Wu, go to Yifei again tomorrow. If it doesn't work, we will discuss cooperation with other companies. We can't let Sun Shi continue to be so arrogant.
Yes, I'll help you see if there are any other companies that need partners.
Xin Yuan Community.
After Yifei put down his phone, he was also called by Xiao Qingcheng and others to eat.
Looking at the table full of sumptuous food, Yifei instantly felt extremely happy. There are so many delicious foods. My wife is so amazing. That's right.
King Chenglu's move really surprised me.
You will be blessed in the future.
Yi Xian also said with a smile.
I'll feel embarrassed if you praise me again.
Xiao Qingcheng smiled shyly and lowered her head bashfully.
It tastes good.
Yifei picked up the braised pork, took a bite, smacked his lips, and ate it with a delicious taste.
Hey, look at Xiaofan, you are only busy eating by yourself,
but Qingcheng has been busy for a long time.
TSK, if I don't give you the first bite, won't you be angry?
Yi Xian was fanning the flames from the side, smiling and telling jokes.
Hey, Dad, what do you mean by this? You're fanning the flames, huh? You don't want us to have a good life right now?
Yifei competed with Yi Xian while eating. The two of them were on the verge of a fight, which made Xiao Qingcheng so amused that she couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh.
Jingle.
In this warm atmosphere, a phone rang.
Hearing the phone ringing, Yi Xian immediately glanced away from Yifei. You are such a busy man. You were not so busy when I came to see you before. But now, even eating a meal is a hassle. Let me see who it is. It's not my call.
After Yifei took a look at the phone, he raised his eyebrows and looked at Xiao Qingcheng.
Ha? Is it mine?
Seeing this, Xiao Qingcheng took out her cell phone from her pocket, but her expression changed slightly as soon as she took out the phone. Her expression changed, and Yifei and Yi Xian also realized something was wrong. They looked at each other, then fell silent and listened to Xiao Qingcheng answering the phone. The phone was answered and a female voice came out. It was a very gentle voice, but it also had a hint of sarcasm.
Qingcheng, are you getting married? Why didn't you inform us? We all care about you very much. I was so busy with the wedding that I forgot to inform you. I'm in a hurry to hold it, so you won't be able to participate even if you receive the information.
Xiao Qingcheng's voice was obviously colder.
Oh, you are so busy that you forgot to tell us. We were classmates and later worked in the same place. You don't care about me as a friend at all.
But what you said is true.
I can't attend your wedding even if I receive the information.
The sarcastic voice from the other side came out again.
Hearing this voice, Xiao Qingcheng's face became a little gloomy. Yeah, if you say that, then it's meaningless. I've called you for everything before. How come you never come? But you called me suddenly, so it seems like you've returned to China? Of course. Xiaoji and I just returned to China. We bought a lot of things and are preparing to get engaged. I called you this time. Why don't we get together? I have specially prepared a gift for you. Zhou Yeye said. If you're at a party, then you don't have to. Everyone is looking forward to meeting you when they see you getting married, especially your husband. Your husband is so good to you, holding such a luxurious wedding. But you must not come, after all, we have agreed to wait for you to come. Xiao Qingchang was interrupted by Zhou Yeye before she could finish her words. When I don't have time. It's settled. We'll meet tomorrow night around 7 o'clock. I hope you'll all be there. We all want to send you our best wishes, so you can't refuse. Beep. After the call was hung up, Xiao Qingchang sighed helplessly. She was originally in a good mood, but after this phone call, her mood suddenly became a little dull. Because the phone was on speakerphone, all the sounds were heard by Yi Fei and Yi Xian. What's the situation with Zhou Yeye? Yi Fei asked. Zhou Yeye was my best friend before. Xiao Qingchang was silent for a moment, and then looked as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. It's okay, just tell me what you want, no matter if she's your best friend or not. Yi Xian replied from the side. Don't be afraid, your husband is behind you. Yi Fei also patted her shoulder. Seeing how warm-hearted the two were, Xiao Qingchang nodded and said. When I was in college, there was a young man from the Zhang family who liked me. He was the president of Longshan Group, and he was part of Zhonghai's business. He has been pursuing me for a long time, but I have never agreed. Zhou Yeye was my former best friend and is also his current girlfriend. He must have invited us after seeing the video of our wedding on the internet. That's why I don't want to attend. If he goes, it will definitely embarrass us. Xiao Qingchang said this and looked at Yi Fei with some worry. Chapter 22 Xiao Qingchang's girlfriend. Longshan Group? When Yi Fei heard the name, he thought for a moment. He had heard of this group before. It was indeed a relatively strong leading enterprise in China overseas, and its economic ranking was also among the top 5. He is indeed not strong enough to compete with such a large group at the moment. But the other party has found out, and it would be wrong not to participate. Is it okay for your wife to be bullied? Of course not. Don't worry, we will just go and participate in this matter and prepare for it tomorrow night. But Xiao Qingchang was still a little hesitant. Shu, don't think too much. If I say go, we go, okay? Yi Fei interrupted her. This time Xiao Qingchang remained silent and did not continue speaking. Qingchang, since Xiaofei has agreed, just relax and have a good meal. Yi Xian also added. With him talking, the atmosphere became lively again, and the group of people put the matter behind them and started eating and drinking happily. By the way, Xiaofei, what did you just say? Didn't you say you had something good to tell me? Oh, yes. Go to the Jiangbei Auto Parts factory tomorrow. The boss there wants you to go. He wants to discuss cooperation. What? You said Jiangbei Auto Parts factory wants to cooperate with us. Yi Xian was shocked. I am the largest investor in your son. How can he not cooperate? Don't ask more questions. Just go there tomorrow. Yi Fei ate the rice with big mouthfuls. Seeing how happily he was eating, Xiao Qingchang kept picking up food for him with her chopsticks. Eat slower, I'm choking. It smells so good. I'm starving today and I only had one meal. Don't worry, I'll do it for you every day from now on. My wife is so nice. Tisk, stop showing off, I'll bring your mom with me next time. You'd better bring it, my mom won't bother with you. Several people were talking and laughing while eating, and the scene was very warm. After dinner, Yi Xian was busy at home for a while. This time he did not leave, but chose another room to stay in. Yi Fei and Xiao Qingchang also returned to their room and went to sleep. Looking at the bedsheets that were changed first, Yi Fei's expression became a little weird. Did you change the sheets in your room? Of course. How can I sleep on that bedsheet? It's covered in blood. Xiao Qingchang lowered her head shyly. I was a little anxious last night. I'm so sorry. Mentioning this topic, Yi Fei, who was thick-skinned, felt a little hot. It's okay, you're my husband.
Xiao Qingcheng smiled and reached out to hug Yifei. After Yifei was hugged, his body stiffened slightly, and he simply pushed Xiao Qingcheng down with his backhand.
Okay, go to bed. Feeling anxious, he hugged Xiao Qingcheng tightly and lay down on the bed. The next day.
It was already past 10 o'clock when Yifei woke up again. He was awakened by the noise coming from outside the door.
Wife, I'll go see what's going on.
The noisy noise outside the door prevented Xiao Qingcheng from getting a good rest, and she woke up in a daze.
Good.
After responding to Yifei, Xiao Qingcheng only heard the sound of the door closing and Yifei walked out of the room. In the living room, Yi Xian was standing outside the door, looking at the bank staff standing outside the corridor with a serious expression.
What do you want to do? You are disturbing others so early in the morning.
I have already told you that my son is not here, you.
Isn't Mr. Yi here?
Why is he out now? The person at the door said loudly. When Yifei saw the people gathered at the door, his expression changed slightly. Coming to discuss cooperation so early in the morning really made him feel unhappy. The key point is that what this group of people did is no different from disturbing the public.
I won't accept any cooperation this morning.
Please leave. If you continue to harass me like this, I will directly ask the security team to come. Yifei's voice became a little colder, and he walked forward to close the door. But just when he was about to close the door, a bony hand stretched out from outside the door and grasped the door tightly. When Yifei saw this hand, he had no choice but to stop and close the door. If you close it with force, this hand will probably be broken.
What are you doing? Yifei frowned, his expression becoming a little more unhappy.
And the owner of the hand also took a step forward and walked to Yifei's side. This was a woman with a very cold appearance. When she saw that the door was not closed, she breathed a sigh of relief and looked up at Yifei. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, I came here to look for Qingcheng, so the method I used just now was a little bit stressful.
Are you here to look for Qingcheng?
When Yifei heard this, a hint of doubt appeared on his face. But his doubts were soon answered. Xiao Qingcheng walked out of the room with excitement on her face.
I do. Lulu, why are you here? You should have told me last night so that I could come to see you earlier.
When Li Bingla saw Xiao Qingcheng coming out, a smile appeared on her face. I got off work too late last night and sent you a message, but you didn't reply.
I guess you fell asleep so I didn't bother you. Oh, is that so? Then come in quickly.
Honey, this is my best friend, please let him in. Xiao Qingcheng said with a smile.
Since you are Qingcheng's best friend, then come in.
Seeing this, Yifei did not continue to block her at the door, but let her in and reached out to close the door. When the people outside the door saw this situation, they immediately became anxious.
Mr. Yi, don't close the door. A large amount of money has flowed into your bank card. If you don't handle it in time, it will. Bang!
Yifei closed the door without hearing his words clearly, and the noise outside gradually faded.
What did he say just now?
Yifei raised his eyebrows. He reached out to open the door again, but was stopped by Li Binglu. He said that if you don't deal with it in time, it will be temporarily frozen, and you can continue to use it after it is investigated.
Li Binglu added. Are you also a banker?
Yifei raised his eyebrows when he heard her say that.
Yes, I work in a bank now, but I came here to see Qingcheng.
I saw that she got married.
I was also in Jiangbei just now.
I haven't seen her for a long time, and I missed her a little.
Li Bingla smiled, turned around and pulled Xiao Qingcheng's arm.
Xiao Qingcheng grabbed her hand and shook her, and they both laughed out loud. Judging from their actions, the relationship between the two is indeed very good.
Hubby, don't listen to her nonsense. She doesn't work in a bank. Her family owns a large auto repair company in Zhonghai. I think she went to work in a bank because of He Chen, right? TSK, you are so real, don't expose me. I still don't know when you will get engaged to He Chen.
Xiao Qingcheng looked at Li Binglu curiously. Li Binglu acted as if she was silencing someone, and deliberately remained mysterious and did not answer. Seeing this, Xiao Qingcheng immediately understood and did not ask any further questions. Li Binglu also turned her attention back to Yifei. Let's not talk about He Chen and I for now. I have something important to do this time. Come and talk to Mr. Yi about the bank card, otherwise it will be troublesome if it is frozen. Chapter 23 Her Past. My funds all came in legally, you can investigate. Yifei listened to what Li Binglu said and signaled them to come as they please. These funds are allocated by the system, and the system also says that there will not be any illegal operations.
Yi Fei has complete trust in the system. I feel relieved if you say that.
It would be better if you could show us the flow of funds.
That way, the security team won't have to take action. Just let them check it directly.
After all, my funds come from many places and I can't remember clearly.
Yi Fei made up an excuse to get away with it. He himself didn't even know where his funds went.
Li Binglu nodded after hearing this, and then continued.
After the investigation, I suggest you to disperse the management and invest in a capital project. This will be safer. I am just giving you a suggestion. After all, the amount of money is not small. Invest in your bank's management project? Yi Fei held his chin, guessing what Li Binglu meant. It's up to you to decide. Li Binglu only gave advice but no answer. Actually, I think it would be better to invest under He Chen's name. This way, He Chen would be very happy if he had a big project. Xiao Qingcheng suggested.
Upon hearing this, Li Binglu rolled her eyes at Xiao Qingcheng, while Xiao Qingcheng covered her mouth and laughed secretly.
In fact, you can also apply to He Chen, Li Binglu said after a moment of hesitation. Mr. Ye's account doesn't seem to have invested in this kind of financial project. He Chen has a good one. Their bank is Zhongbei West Bank, and they also have a 4% profit every year. 4, that sounds great.
Xiao Qingcheng fanned the flames and deliberately prolonged the last syllable. Hearing the voice, Li Binglu turned around and gave her a blank look.
These are just suggestions. I came here mainly to meet you and ask you some questions, not to discuss cooperation.
4 points is indeed high enough to put in the bank. This is fine, but my funds are in continuous turnover recently, so I'll deposit 2 million first.
Yi Fei thought for a moment and said.
He had almost used up the 30 million he had earlier, with 10 million used for his wedding and investments, and another 10 million put into Qihang Financial Company. After calculating the amount of money he had left, he had less than 10 million. 2 million, this is also a big achievement. Li Binglu's face was a little more happy when she heard it, but she soon sighed helplessly and said, I originally came to talk to you about Zhou Ye's matter.
Now it's good, and I also won a 2 million financial project. Did Zhou Ye call you too?
Xiao Qingcheng raised her eyebrows upon hearing this, and a serious look appeared on her face.
Yes, of course she called me. That guy just wanted to show off. I came to you this time to make preparations with you and to see you and Mr. Yi. You, don't worry about me. My husband is here now, they can't do anything to me. Xiao Qingcheng smiled, walked forward and took Yi Fei's arm, with a bit of showing off. Li Binglu was speechless when she saw this scene, and felt like she was being fed a mouthful of dog food. Okay, it seems I am redundant? No, what are you talking about? How can it be redundant? Without you, I don't know how to deal with that green tea girl Zhou Ye. Xiao Qingcheng waved her hands quickly. Yi Fei was listening to the two people talking and suddenly became curious. I really want to know what happened between the young master of the Zhang family and my wife. I know what the situation is with Zhou Ye. What else could it be? Green tea and a playboy. Li Binglu complained indignantly. If you want to know, it's okay for us to tell you. You'd better tell me about it. We're going to attend the dinner tonight, and we can't be unaware of the enemy situation. It would be difficult to perform well otherwise. Yi Fei said. Xiao Fei, you guys go chat first, I'm going to the Jiangbei Auto Parts factory first. Yi Shen looked at the people in the room and knew that he couldn't say anything, so he simply opened the door and walked out. Okay, Dad, I'll call Mr. Zhao loudly, you go ahead. Yi Fei responded to Yi Shen, opened his phone and sent a message, then listened to the two people in front of him talking about the past. During the morning, several people were chatting in the living room. After understanding the basic situation, Yi Fei also understood all the general circumstances. Zhang Yangji, the son of the Zhang family, fell in love with Xiao Qingcheng when he was in college and had been following her ever since. As for Xiao Qingcheng, she once had a crush on Zhang Yangji, but later she found out that he was a playboy and was playing with other women's feelings, so she nipped the bud of this affection and rejected Zhang Yangji more than once. As time went by, everyone graduated and gradually let go of the matter. After graduation, Zhang Yangji still harassed Xiao Qingcheng for no reason. Now that she was getting married, he was naturally anxious and wanted to see who Xiao Qingcheng was marrying. This invitation was obviously directed at Yi Fei and Xiao Qingcheng. We've been too engrossed in the conversation. It's getting late now. Why don't we go have a meal and buy some clothes? We have to fight for this face. Mr. Yi also has to pay more attention. After all, Zhang Yangji is a playboy. If we go to their place, we don't know how they will target us everywhere. Li Bingla sighed helplessly, and after she finished speaking, she also stood up. Then let's buy some food after dinner and get ready before heading to the scene. It's still a long way from Jianbei to Zhonghai. Yi Fei looked at the time and decided to take action now. Everyone agreed with their thoughts and headed downstairs. There were quite a few people gathered outside this time, so Yi Fei and others could only leave through the elevator at the back. When Li Bingla saw so many people, her brows were furrowed into a shape of a cross. Mr. Yi, I think you should hire a few people. It's inconvenient to travel now. When we get back, we'll find a few and move to another place to live. Yi Fei said with a smile, drove the Lamborghini over, took Xiao Qingcheng, turned around and asked Li Binglu. You have a car yourself, right? Yes, there must be a car, you can just go first. Tisk, it's the latest Lamborghini. This big thing costs tens of millions, and yours is a high-end model. I've been asking my dad for it for a long time, but he still won't buy it for me. What's your family's financial situation? Li Bingla drove over and looked at Yi Fei's car with envy. Do you like it? If you like it, how about I let you sit for a while? I'll go over and drive? Xiao Qingcheng said. No, that won't do. How can that be so? If I get in your car, boss, you will kick me out and I'll drive away by myself. Let's eat at Yunchuan restaurant. I'll lead the way. Li Bingla smiled and drove forward first. Chapter 24 Preparations before the invitation meeting. In the afternoon, Yi Fan and his companions had lunch and then went to the largest shopping mall in Jiangbei. Because there was a banquet in the evening, a few people decided to make some preparations. This mall is the largest chain mall in Jiangbei. There is also one in Zhonghai. I am familiar with all the brands there. You can pick some and we will just get ready and go. This should be very expensive, right? Xiao Qingcheng looked at the clothes in the mall. The prices of these clothes were very high, ranging from tens of thousands of yuan to some even as high as hundreds of thousands. These clothes were things she never dared to buy. If you like anything, just buy it. I'm here. Yi Fei looked around at the clothes in the store and it was more than right to buy these. Oh my, Mr. Yi is so generous. Qingcheng is also very lucky. The words pay the bill are so cool. Li Bingla cheered on the side. After this interaction, the few of them have become much more familiar with each other, and Li Binglu's original image of a cold and beautiful woman has completely changed at this moment. It's true that my husband is handsome, but please don't make trouble. Husband, let's just buy some random things. Xiao Qingcheng held Yi Fei's arm, fearing that Yi Fei would spend too much. Just take whatever you like. Yi Fei didn't mind this at all. He pulled Xiao Qingcheng and walked towards one of the brand stores. Buying some clothes is a piece of cake for him. Li Binglu made a few tisk-tisk sounds at the side, and then when she saw the brand store in front of her, her expression stiffened a little. Because in this store, a piece of clothing costs tens to hundreds of millions. The Sonar brand is the largest chain of custom clothing stores in Zhonghai and Jiangbei, and also the most expensive one. Hey, wait a minute, you two, this shop sells custom-made clothes. Li Binglu wanted to pull the two back, but she was a step too late, and Yi Fei and Xiao Qingcheng walked in. Honey, this one looks great, a pure white dress. Why can a white dress create a sense of layering? This one is really nice. Yi Fei nodded and held his chin, already imagining how Xiao Qingcheng would look in this dress. Sir, madam, you have excellent taste. This is designed by the famous designer Li's. Would you like to try it? The waiter saw the two people come in and hurried to greet them. Try it and take it down. Yi Fei nodded, not noticing anything wrong. When the waiter heard this, his face was full of smiles. Li Binglu, who was standing next to them, rushed over. When she saw Xiao Qingcheng and Yi Fei holding the dress, her expression suddenly changed. She took a few steps forward and grabbed Yi Fei and Xiao Qingcheng. Qingcheng, Mr. Yi, this dress costs more than $1 million. More than 1 million. She didn't even dare to think about it. Even if her family owns a business in Zhonghai, she would not buy such expensive clothes. A piece of clothing costs more than 1 million. It's really a waste. What? More than 100? Xiao Qingcheng was shocked when she heard the number, and quickly signaled to the waiter not to take it down.
When the waitress saw several people struggling, her brows raised and she looked a little more uncomfortable.
What are you doing? After all this time, the person who came in turned out to be a poor bastard? Then what's the point of her serving? But she didn't say it out loud, just said it with some displeasure. If you don't want to buy it, you can go and have a look at other people's.
After saying this, she did not continue to serve Yifei and others, but looked at a rich lady who was walking towards the door. When she saw Mrs. Fu, she quickly surrounded them with a smile, leaving Yifei and the others behind and ignoring them. Seeing this, Yifei and Xiao Qingqing looked at each other. The attitude of this waiter is still very annoying.
Let's go, let's go. Li Bingla didn't think it was a big deal and pulled the two of them to leave.
But at this moment, the system that Yifei was bound to rang. It is detected that the host is buying an expensive dress. The host is now given two options.
Buy a dress and have a hearty shopping trip.
All the clothes you buy will be returned to the host at double the price.
If you don't buy the dress, you can get a shopping card back.
The shopping card can be used for the next one-time purchase. The shopping card can be used to buy items of any price. Several voices sounded in Yifei's mind, and Yifei picked up the clothes in front of him. He picked up the clothes in his hand and another waiter came over.
Try this one.
Yifei turned and said to Xiao Qingcheng.
Ah. Hubby, this. If you like it, we will buy it. Don't hesitate and don't be stingy with the money.
Yifei signaled the waiter to bring the clothes. This waiter's attitude was much better than the previous one, and he took the clothes down immediately.
Ma'am, just come this way. You can go in and try it on. If it fits you well, you can take it off. If there are any places on the clothes that don't fit, you can tell us so that we can modify them. Mr. Yi, you are not really going to.
Li Binglu opened her red lips slightly, looking a little surprised.
Aren't you going to meet your friends? You have to dress nicely, right? Yifei smiled. You can try it too. I can give you one. After all, you have been a close friend of my wife for so many years. Ah. Give me one, did I hear it right? Li Binglu was even more shocked when she heard it. She now has some doubts about what Yifei's abilities are.
Any move here will cost millions, and even a cheaper one will cost hundreds of thousands.
Is it really okay to give her such a valuable thing?
As she was thinking about all sorts of things, the new waiter saw that there was a chance, so she took her to pick up the dress and prepared to recommend it.
Wait, are you serious? Are you really going to give it to me? Li Bingla turned around and asked again in confusion. Are there any fake ones? Go and take her to pick them out, stop wasting time. Yifei gave instructions to the waiter next to him.
The waiter was also very understanding and immediately took her to find a suitable dress. The waitress Li Feng, who had just left them here, had a slightly changed expression when she saw this scene. The rich woman who had just entered the store had left, and she was now free. Seeing that Yifei and others were still in the store, her expression became even more speechless. Especially when she saw her colleague still making the recommendation foolishly, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. Instead of going up to say anything, she turned around and got busy playing games. Xiao Qingcheng tried on clothes very quickly, and in less than a few minutes, she walked out wearing a white dress.
The dress was perfectly designed, showing off her perfect figure.
The first time Yifei saw her, his eyes brightened.
Does it look good? Xiao Qingcheng asked Yifei shyly. It looks good and suits you very well. You will look like a goddess when you put it on. Yifei praised the dress generously and was very satisfied with it.
Xiao Qingqing's face turned slightly red when she was praised, and she glared at Yifei with a coquettish look. Yifei's heart beat faster when she glared at him like that.
His wife is so cute.
Let's take this one and pick out something else here to see if there's anything matching. In order to make himself appear a little more normal, Yifei coughed lightly and turned back to speak to the waiter.
Okay, I'll put it on your account then.
Chang Yu nodded, smiled, and followed Xiao Qingqing to choose shoes, going back and forth, busy.
Chapter 25 Rushing to the Invitation Party. Why are you pretending when you don't have money? I don't understand. You won't be able to pay later.
On the other side, Li Feng saw Chang Yu taking Xiao Qingqing to try on other clothes, and whispered something beside her. In her opinion, since Li Bingla said it was too expensive and the group of people in front of her showed concerns about the price, she knew that these people would not buy it.
As for Chang Yu's current actions? Chang Yu was just working in vain.
I might not even be able to afford the cost of trying on dresses later. Smiling in her heart, Li Fang ignored the people in front of her and just sat at the cashier counter ready to watch the show. At this time, Chang Yu also took the two girls to try on several sets of clothes in a row, including selecting Xiao Qingqing's shoes and some accessories. Li Binglu felt embarrassed, so she chose a cheaper one and spent hundreds of thousands of dollars. However, the clothes that Xiao Qingqing picked out later cost nearly 5 million yuan for a set, and that didn't include bags or gold and silver jewelry. Seeing that Yi Fei's expression remained unchanged, Chang Yu immediately recommended some jewelry to him. After all these things were selected, the price reached more than 8 million. Hearing the price Chang Yu quoted, Yi Fei's heart was already filled with joy.
8 million. What is the concept?
If 8 million is cashed back, that would be 16 million.
This is so cool. Looking at this price, Yi Fei was very satisfied.
If you can take advantage of the system, then of course you should take as much as you can.
Do you have men's tuxedos? Recommend some to me. It's definitely too late for me to customize one. It would be nice if you could recommend some similar ones.
After saying something to Chang Yu, Yi Fei stood up. When Li Binglu heard Yi Fei's words, her expression became numb.
She pulled Xiao Qingqing over and couldn't help gossiping. Qingqing, what does Mr. Yi do for a living? How can he be so rich? He spends money like crazy. My husband is in business, I don't know the details.
Xiao Qingqing replied in a low voice, and the two of them started chatting on the side. Li Fang saw Yi Fei asking Chang Yu to pick things again, and this time she was a little dazed.
Are these really meant to be taken away? Or is it a malicious act towards them?
Feeling a little anxious, Li Fang stood up and walked to Xiao Qingqing's side. Ma'am, please calculate the bill and then choose after you have paid.
Ah, this. Just swipe the card.
Take the card from my clothes and let her swipe it. There is no password. Yi Fei looked up at Li Fang and sneered. Although the waiter didn't show anything, his words and actions revealed his wariness and contempt for them. Under such circumstances, he would naturally not be in a good mood.
This time the bill should be put on the waitress.
She has worked so hard. We kept trying and it was embarrassing to give this waiter a $2,000 tip.
Yi Fei said loudly to Xiao Qingqing. Okay, I get it, hubby. After listening to Yi Fei's words, Xiao Qingqing nodded quickly and swiped the card to the side. Li Fang's face looked a little ugly at this moment.
Looking at the bank card handed over by Xiao Qingqing, she could only take it with gritted teeth. Looking at this card, her mind was already full of thoughts.
Is it really necessary to settle the account? If this is ignored, then wouldn't she get no commission at all?
Although she was a little hesitant in her heart and hoped that Yi Fei and others would make a fool of themselves, the card was already in her hands and she had no choice but to accept it. She had to follow the procedure. Just as she put the card on, the store's cash register counter immediately rang.
Payment received successfully, 8.5 million. Hearing this voice, Li Fang's face suddenly became extremely embarrassed. Chang Yu next to him had a big smile on his face and was recommending it even more enthusiastically.
Li Binglu gave Xiao Qingqing a thumbs up repeatedly, expressing her appreciation for his excellent writing. It's rare to see a good man like Mr. Yi who is willing to spend so much. You must cherish him.
I'm envious of him. He's so rich and handsome. That's right, this is my husband.
Xiao Qingqing also had a proud look on her face.
Come on, I'm jealous. Okay, why don't you go and help your husband choose? Li Binglu suggested. Yes, I have to go and take a look. Xiao Qingqing nodded, turned and walked towards Yi Fei.
When Li Fang saw Xiao Qingqing leaving, she finally reacted and hurriedly walked out from the cashier counter, wanting to go forward to help. Seeing her like this, Li Binglu couldn't help but laugh.
You'd better not go. It's better to settle the account here.
Upon hearing this, Li Fang could only smile awkwardly.
The account has been settled. I have to see you and help you if you need any help. Really? Then go ahead.
Li Binglu shrugged and leaned leisurely on the cash register. She didn't say anything more, but just looked at Li Fang quietly.
Seeing that Li Fang couldn't even get close, she couldn't help laughing. Anyone with a discerning eye could see Li Fang's attitude towards doing things just now. Want to redeem herself now? It's impossible. Yi Fei and Xiao Qingqing noticed Li Fang approaching.
They just looked at each other and understood each other's intentions. They did not give Li Fang any chance to interrupt. Seeing her so anxious, Xiao Qingqing wanted to laugh.
Yi Fei didn't say much.
After asking China to help him pick out clothes, he went to the front desk to pay the bill. After finishing all these, Yifei's bank card had more than 5 million deposited into it. He was making a lot of money from start to finish. Earned 20 million in one shopping trip. After settling the bill, Yifei and the others left the shopping place. Seeing that it was getting late, they prepared to go to Shanghai. It should be about time now. When we get there, it will be the agreed time. Go, go, go. Young Master Zhang is nothing. Boss Yi is the real deal. I feel like he's totally defeated before the fight even starts. Li Binglu was shouting excitedly at the side and had already gotten into the car. Seeing this, Xiao Qingcheng followed Yifei into the car and headed towards Shanghai. China overseas. Hongsheng Hotel, Box 07. Many people had already arrived at the hotel, and sitting in the main seats were Zhou Yaya and Zhang Yangji. Yaya, your skin and condition are getting better and better. You are smiling so happily. Master Zhang must love you very much. One of the girls in a purple dress said with a smile. Of course I do. You don't know, Yangji is extremely nice to me. My skin is so good because of him who helps me maintain it. Zhou Yaya responded with a smile when she was praised, with a look of pride on her face. Her appearance made everyone envious. After all, Zhang Yangji is a big boss in China overseas. Who wouldn't want to hook up with such a rich kid? Zhou Yaya is with him now. The girl is jealous, and the boy envies Zhang Yangji's financial resources. You are my baby, I will definitely give you the best. Zhang Yangji smiled and put his arms around her waist. When others saw this scene, they couldn't help but let out sounds of surprise and laughter. Zhou Yaya's face flushed slightly, and Zhang Yangji laughed along with everyone else. By the way, I heard that Qingcheng and the others will be here this time. Are they coming too? The girl in the purple dress asked again. When she said this, Zhang Yangji and Zhou Yaya's expressions changed noticeably. Chapter 26 Displeased. I have made an appointment with Qingcheng and the others, but I don't know when they will come. How can we have a party without Qingcheng? Zhou Yaya responded with a smile, we are all old friends, and Qingcheng is getting married, so of course we want to share in her happiness. We haven't seen each other for such a long time. Qingcheng's marriage is really surprising. It really caught us off guard. The wedding was already held without even a sound. Zhang Yangji kept smiling while speaking, but a hint of cruelty flashed across his eyes. Who present didn't know that Zhang Yangji had been pursuing Xiao Qingcheng? From school days to work and now, Zhang Yangji has spent several years pursuing Xiao Qingcheng. It turned out that they hadn't been in contact for a while, but when Xiao Qingcheng received the message again, it turned out that the other party was already married. After chasing the goddess for so long, she just turned around and got married? This is really hard to accept. Zhang Yangji's matter was also discussed privately by others. Although no one said it out loud, some of them still came with the attitude of watching the show. At the same time, everyone knew that the main people at this gathering were Xiao Qingcheng and Xiao Qingcheng's husband. Yeah, Qingcheng's wedding was so sudden. She didn't even tell us. It was too much. She didn't even invite us. He must have something urgent to do, right? So it's normal that he didn't invite us? I heard that Qingcheng's husband is a rich second generation? And he's a rich man from Jiangbei. The video of their wedding is still here. It's such a fuss. How can they be called a rich second generation with this level of talent? Where do you put our Master Zhang? That's right. Master Zhang is one of the giants of Zhonghai Enterprise. Jiangbei is a shabby place. How can Jiangbei compare with Zhonghai? Our Master Zhang is the best. As everyone was talking, the tone of the painting gradually changed to compliment Zhang Yangji. Zhang Yangji was naturally very happy to be praised by everyone. Don't say that. We just have a small business. How can we be as great as you say? Keep a low profile, Master Zhang. That's right, this is what it means to be a big shot. The richer you are, the more low-key you are. Who would hold a wedding like Xiao Qingcheng and the others to show off their wealth? The less money they have, the more they love to show off their wealth. The lackey Zhou Lin was always setting the pace on the side, which made Zhang Yangji suddenly more popular than Xiao Qingcheng, Yifei, and others. What a pity for Xiao Qingcheng. Master Zhang's level is simply a relief for Mr. Yi from Jiangbei. That's right. If it were me, I would definitely choose Master Zhang. It's a shame for him to be so affectionate. Several girls who were attending the party were also discussing in low voices and felt speechless about Xiao Qingqing's behavior. Zhang Yangji glanced at the time. After noticing that it was almost time for the party, he raised his eyebrows slightly.
The only ones missing now are Xiao Qingqing and Big Brother, right?
Yes, Big Brother said he would be here soon. No, Big Brother is here now and going upstairs. Zhou Lin glanced at his mobile phone, turned around and said to Zhang Yangji. After he said this, the door of the room was pushed open and a man in casual clothes walked in. Seeing this man, there was another small commotion at the scene. After all, the person in front of him is one of the 3 major giants in China. He has always had a good relationship with Zhang Yangji, and since they have some interactions and are classmates, he decided to attend this gathering. When Zhang Yangji saw him coming, he quickly stood up, pulled out a seat, and motioned for him to sit down. For Zhang Yangji, Lu Chen in front of him is the person he most wants to work with. This is also the reason why Lu Chen often sprinkles water on his company, which makes the company in his hands more stable.
Brother, are you busy with work? Look, you're still holding your briefcase.
Zhang Yangji settled him down and started asking questions.
Yes, I was almost late, but luckily I wasn't.
I was just dealing with some small matters at the company.
Lu Chen smiled, and after checking the time, he said, "It's already 7 o'clock, and everyone is still not here?"
No, we're still missing Xiao Qingqing and the others.
They should be on their way. Oh, Qingqing. Lu Chen nodded and didn't say another word. Having said that, I don't want to continue. This Xiao Qingqing, is she coming so late? Zhou Yeye looked unhappy. A group of people have arrived, except Xiao Qingqing. Isn't this a deliberate disrespect? Sister-in-law, they should be quite far away.
After all, they are quite far from Shanghai.
Wait a little longer.
Zhou Lin said, and after glancing at his mobile phone, he looked out the window again. After looking at it several times, he said "Huh" in confusion, then he reacted and turned around and said,
Xiao Qingqing and the others are here. I also saw Li Binglu.
The person standing next to Xiao Qingqing should be the one he is going to marry. As his voice fell, some people who were close to the window also looked out. After seeing Xiao Qingqing and others, they immediately let out exclamations.
Wow! Is that Xiao Qingqing? She's so pretty, that skirt is so pretty. Shit, I'm not mistaken, this looks like it was designed by Li's, and it costs over $1 million. Bossy is so handsome too, even more handsome than what I saw in the video. How can he be so handsome? Huh?
The car they were driving was a Lamborghini.
It wasn't rented. They owned it themselves?
Here they come, they're coming in, they should be here soon.
Everyone was leaning against the window and exclaiming.
Since Zhang Yangji and Zhou Yeye were some distance away from the window, they naturally couldn't see anything, but from what people said, their expressions changed again and again.
A talented man and a beautiful woman? And he was driving a Lamborghini?
I heard the clothes you wear are very expensive. One of them was jealous, the other was full of hostility, and their expressions suddenly became extremely unhappy.
Okay, everyone, take a seat first. We'll wait for them to come in.
Zhou Yeye said to the people sitting near the window. On Yifei's side, due to time constraints, their pace has become much faster. Because there was no parking space, he made some temporary arrangements and gave the person in the parking space a few large bills, and then he was able to walk in smoothly.
Welcome, sir and madam, how many of you are?
The waiter looked up at Yifei and Xiao Qingqing, paused for a moment, and his eyes lit up. When she was outside just now, she saw the gentleman in front of her driving in a Lamborghini. Now seeing the two of them walk in and looking at what they were wearing, she immediately knew that they were of extraordinary status. This matter must be reported to the restaurant owner as soon as possible.
Do you know how to get to room 07?
Yifei was a little puzzled as to why she hesitated, so he took the initiative to ask.
I know.
Sorry, your wife is so beautiful that I was stunned for a moment.
You three just follow me. Chapter 27, The Winner's Posture.
I followed the waiter and walked towards room 7. The waiter sent Yifei and others to the private room, left some words like "enjoy your meal" and left in a hurry. Looking at the door in front of him, Yifei turned around and glanced at Xiao Qingqing and Li Binglu.
What are you doing? Why are you looking at me?
Li Binglu pursed her lips and took a step forward, ready to push the door and walk in. With a click sound, the door was opened. Everyone who was originally talking stopped talking instantly and turned to look at Yifei and Xiao Qingqing at the door. This time, the scene was a little chaotic again.
Wow! It's really Ching Chang and Mr. Yi. Welcome, it's been a long time. Yeah, it's been a long time since we last met.
Xiao Qingcheng shyly greeted the person in front of her.
Ching Chang, is the skirt you are wearing designed by Li's? Wow, why are you wearing clothes from this store, including accessories? Oh my god. This must have cost several $1,000,000, right?
This. Xiao Qingcheng was surrounded and looked a little embarrassed.
Fortunately, Li Binglu was there. She coughed a few times and spoke. I'm so jealous, okay?
I went to see Qingqing this morning and thought I'd go with her, so we could go shopping together in the afternoon to buy some clothes, but Mr. Yi actually bought her clothes worth nearly 8 million.
I'm so jealous that I'm almost going crazy. What? More than 8 million?
When everyone heard the sound, they exclaimed.
They must have heard it right. Xiao Qingqing's outfit actually costs more than 8 million? This is really too scary.
Yes, otherwise why would I feel sour the whole afternoon?
Li Bingla said helplessly.
Isn't this dress of yours also designed by Li's? The knowledgeable sister continued to ask.
This dress of mine was given to me by Mr. Yi.
Li Bingla said softly, and this time the group fell silent again. Li's clothes basically cost hundreds of thousands to millions.
Just send it when you say so? What kind of guy is this?
Zhou Yeye, who was standing next to her, felt so annoyed when she heard this.
Originally, she wanted to show off to Xiao Qingcheng, but right away, he used a set of skills on her?
Looking at the clothes she was wearing, Zhou Yeye lowered her head and said nothing. Upon seeing this, Zhang Yangji looked at Yi Fei from head to toe. Facing his love rival, he naturally felt uncomfortable.
He was already angry enough because his goddess was taken away, and now he came up to show off his power? Can he distinguish between the primary and the secondary? However, Yi Fei and others had just arrived, so he couldn't show his hostility too obviously.
Besides, brother Lu Chen is here, so he can only endure it for the time being. Zhou Lin, the lackey next to him, understood what Zhang Yangji meant and acted as a mouthpiece.
You must have spent the whole afternoon shopping for clothes, so you're late. We've all been waiting for you.
Besides, it's a bit too grand to buy such expensive clothes to attend the party.
It won't be good if they get damaged or dirty.
Zhang Yangji spoke in a sarcastic tone, and Yi Fei and the others immediately understood that he had something against them. If my wife likes a piece of clothing, I'll buy it.
If it gets dirty, I'll just buy another one.
I'm late because there was a traffic jam on the road.
Why should I make you wait any longer? And it's not too late, right? There are still about 10 minutes left. Yi Fei chuckled and retorted, pulling Xiao Qingqing towards the seat next to him. As expected of my boss Yi, you are so generous. Qingcheng is lucky to be with you. It's just a few million. It's nothing to our boss Yi. If you can wear it out, you are not afraid of it getting dirty. You think too much.
Li Binglu was flattering him on the side and openly confronting Zhou Lin.
Zhou Lin's expression changed slightly when he heard this.
When Xiao Qingcheng heard several people talking like this, she noticed something unusual, sat down and pulled Li Binglu.
Okay, Binglu, stop talking.
We've finally gotten together, so don't take these little things too seriously. Okay, since Qingcheng has said so, I won't say anything.
Come to think of it, I haven't seen you guys for a long time.
Upon hearing this, Li Binglu immediately changed her demeanor and started chatting with the person next to her. After a brief moment of awkwardness, the scene instantly returned to its previous liveliness, with everyone laughing and chatting.
It's been a long time indeed. Has it been a year or half a year? We have never been together like this before. Has Bingla caught up with Aiken now?
Everyone was chatting aimlessly, and the atmosphere on the scene quickly returned to its original rhythm. Seeing that most of the people had arrived, Zhang Yangji waved to the waiter.
Now that everyone is here, let's serve the food. Okay, brother.
Upon hearing this, the waiter immediately smiled and went outside to prepare.
I've been hungry for a long time. Finally, I can have a meal with our master Zhang.
I heard they've prepared abalone and other seafood this time.
Really? So many delicious foods?
A group of people talked and looked at Zhang Yangji. Seeing this, Zhou Yeye hurriedly came up to join in the conversation.
Of course, this is something I specially discussed with Yangji. After all, there is a newlywed couple this time, so we have to congratulate them. Yeah, you guys are really considerate.
You guys really were such good friends.
several people said with a smile.
When Li Binglu heard this, she rolled her eyes.
My bestie, you're the head. And bestie? What kind of best friend would do something like this?
Yes, we had a really good relationship when we were in school. Although we don't keep in touch as much as before, Yaya still cares about us.
Li Binglu smiled.
I have received your congratulations, and I wish you get engaged and married soon.
Xiao Qingcheng also followed behind Li Binglu and spoke. There's nothing I can do.
After graduating from college, we all had our own things to do, so naturally we had fewer opportunities to meet. Besides, I've been busy with company matters with Yangji.
Zhou Yeye smiled awkwardly. How could she not guess the implication? Speaking of this engagement, I suddenly remembered what Qingcheng told me before.
Zhang Yangji hadn't spoken a word until now, but suddenly interrupted at this moment. Before, Qingcheng told me that she would not get married. I didn't expect her to get married so soon.
It seems that I am still not good enough.
I don't treat you as well as Mr. Yi.
Seeing you like this now, I feel relieved.
As he spoke, he was implying Yifei, and his meaning was very clear. I came here first and you came later, and you want to use this as an excuse. Xiao Qingcheng and Yifei naturally understood the meaning of his words, and Yifei immediately held Xiao Qingcheng in his arms.
Once you meet the right person, you naturally want to have your own home, right? Yes, my husband is the best, so we got married. I was ignorant before, so I said I didn't want to get married. Mr. Yi is so good, reliable, rich and handsome, how could I not like him?
Xiao Qingcheng leaned in Yifei's arms like a little woman, and her shy look caused everyone to boo.
Are you using this as an excuse? It doesn't make sense.
Yifei looked at Zhang Yangji, smiling without saying anything, with the attitude of a complete winner.
Zhang Yangji's expression was extremely ugly at this moment. Chapter 28 Is 30 million enough?
Boss Yi and Qingcheng looked so happy.
I'm so envious. Yes, it's absolutely amazing.
I wish I had such a good husband.
When are you going to hold the baby? It makes me so jealous.
We'd better wait before holding the baby.
We just got married.
Xiao Qingcheng was startled by the questions asked by everyone and waved her hands repeatedly.
Everyone smiled when they saw this.
How can you say that about the child?
They just got married. Look at what you said.
Oh, sorry, I'm not used to asking this.
Even if it's a baby, the baby will definitely be good looking.
Mr. Yi and Qingcheng are both top-notch in terms of looks.
A group of people were talking and laughing, and Zhang Yangji and Zhou Yeye were completely excluded. As for the eldest brother Lu Chen?
In fact, Lu Chen came this time just to have a meal. He was too lazy to mention other things. If Zhang Yangji hadn't insisted on asking him to come, he wouldn't have come.
Then congratulations to the newlyweds. Lu Chen smiled and joined everyone in congratulating Yifei and Xiao Qingcheng. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Xiao Qingcheng responded with a smile.
Yifei glanced at Lu Chen and didn't say much, but just by looking at his actions, he knew that this man should be a powerful figure in Xiao Qingcheng's circle. Standing up, he also followed Lu Chen to express his gratitude.
When Lu Chen gave his blessing, Zhang Yangji's expression became even more gloomy.
Fortunately, after everyone had given their blessings, the waiter's voice soon came from outside the door. The food is served, the food is served, the waiter outside the door shouted and walked in pushing a cart. Thanks to the preparations made by the waiters, Zhang Yangji's expression eased a little. He was already very upset about having his limelight stolen. When his limelight was stolen, he also brought trouble upon himself. Now he wanted to take back his place.
You can eat as much of this seafood as you want.
They are all top-notch. I specifically asked the boss for fresh produce.
You don't have to worry. Wow, Master Zhang is so nice.
Yes, Master Zhang is generous. Come to think of it, it seems that all businesses are difficult to do now. Speaking of seafood, the seafood business is even more difficult.
It seems that Mr. Zhang lost money last time?
Zhou Lin looked at the dishes that were served, turned around and asked Zhang Yangji, wanting to give him a chance to show off. When Zhang Yangji heard him bring up this topic, he immediately became excited and continued. We almost lost money, after all, the marine infection was serious, but we still have no problem here, and the quality inspection machine we developed also sold well.
A big sale?
It's been a month now, and we have at least tens of millions now.
Zhang Yangji smiled and pretended to be a big shot.
He also successfully turned the topic to business. In the eyes of these students, 10 million is actually a very large number. When the classmates heard this, they all exclaimed in surprise, and a few of them flattered Zhang Yongji, making him feel rarely happy. But Zhou Yaya had nothing to say. What did she say? Although Zhang Yongji succeeded in this business, it also gave her a small profit. But compared to these things, there is no way they can compare with Xiao Qingcheng. If she said it out loud, it would be no different from a clown. The money Yifei gave Xiao Qingcheng was several million, almost tens of millions. Zhang Yongji only gave her a few tens of thousands. Originally she wanted to show off herself, but now she is not given any chance at all. Zhang Yongji didn't notice Zhou Yaya's change and continued talking. Compared to me, I think my brother should be more successful. After all, they have quality inspection machines and their sales are quite a lot now. Probably 2 to 3 times as much as mine? Oh, not that many. People don't have much demand for this right now, and the cost is not high. We can't produce so many at once. This is also giving me a headache. When Lu Chun heard Zhang Yongji asking him a question, he rubbed his temples with a headache. Mr. Lu, is it that you can't make money in your current situation? Zhou Lin's summary was very accurate. Yes, this project is difficult to implement because of the lack of funds. In fact, it is still very promising. If it can be done, I would like to expand it. Lu Chun said helplessly. A project to detect whether seafood is contaminated by nuclear weapons? Yi Fei asked. Won't the market for these quality inspection machines be saturated? Not for now, but definitely in the future. After all, it's still in the early stages and everyone needs it. I'd be anxious if I couldn't seize this opportunity. Lu Chen shook his head. This is indeed money slipping away from your eyes. I can participate in the investment in this. Yi Fei said after pondering for a moment. Because it goes without saying that you can participate in this project. The country of Sakura discharges nuclear wastewater, and the quality of many seafood may be affected. Quality inspection machines are needed to check many places. Are you serious? This project requires a lot of initial investment. When Zhang Yongji heard Yi Fei's words, a look of disdain suddenly appeared on his face. You have to know that not just anyone can do this, and the investment required is extremely large. Is there anything fake about business? Yi Fei replied in confusion, am I kidding? I noticed that the host was preparing to invest in the Lu family's industry. Investing in quality inspection machines can double your profits within 3 months, and the money invested in quality inspection machines can be returned twice as much. No investment, no reward. 2 options popped up in front of him, and Yi Fei chose the first one without thinking. When everyone heard Yi Fei's words, they also followed suit and made a fuss. No way, Mr. Yi really wants to invest? Do you think business will come from just a party? Several people were discussing this, and when Lu Chen heard Yi Fei say this, he also looked at the man slightly. The initial investment will require tens of millions or more. It will cost more than 10 million initially. This is a bit too much. It will be a long time before I can participate in this project. Zhou Lin shook his head repeatedly when he heard this. Yes, this kind of thing is more rigorous. 10 million is the minimum, and the best is 10 million or 1 million. Do you still want to participate in the project? In fact, this project cannot guarantee a high probability of making money. Lu Chen said with a smile, and considerately gave a way out. 15 million is all the profit from one of my projects. Let's just forget about it. Those who can afford to invest in such a project are not simple people. Zhang Yongji shook his head, expressing powerlessness. He looked at Yi Fei with a smile on his lips. If Jiang Bei could produce a rich man who could spend more than 15 million, he would never hold his head up again. You have to know that Jiang Bei's economy is the lowest among the surrounding provincial capitals. When will such a person emerge? Zhang Yongji wanted to laugh in his heart, as he had already concluded that Yi Fei did not have this ability. But just when he thought Yi Fei would refuse, his next words shocked the whole audience. I don't know if 30 million is enough. If not, 40 million will be fine. Yi Fei's voice was light, but when the words came out of his mouth, they carried a strong sense of oppression. Chapter 29 What Family Conditions? 30 million. When everyone heard this number, there was only silence. 30 million, this is no ordinary amount of money. Mr. Yi. No, are you telling the truth? Zhou Lin was stunned. He opened his mouth and stared at Yi Fei. He was not the only one who had this reaction, the others were almost the same. Zhang Yangji looked unhappy, and Lu Chen was also stunned.
What family conditions? 30 million just like that? Aren't you just having fun? Or is he just trying to show off?
Zhang Yangji stared at Yi Fei and didn't know what to say for a moment.
If Mr. Yi really wants to invest, then of course I welcome it. It's just that you haven't understood this project, you. Lu Chen stopped talking halfway and looked at Yi Fei meaningfully.
He didn't underestimate Yi Fei, but the people in Jiangbei simply couldn't afford so much.
Could it be that Yi Fei is the hidden dragon of Jiangbei?
He was a little confused that they dared to talk about investing without even understanding the project. You don't need to know much about this project. Just look at the current situation and analyze it briefly to know that the project has a high probability of making money. Mr. Lu, as the largest enterprise in China overseas, I trust him very much.
Yi Fei smiled and didn't say anything more.
This time, Lu Chen frowned and looked at Yi Fei in front of him with a higher gaze.
Since you said you want to invest, can we make some connections and preparations later? No problem.
Yi Fei nodded in agreement and did not continue to talk to Lu Chen about the project. After all, this is an invitational party, and the people gathered are all classmates and colleagues. It is not a good idea for them to talk about work here. Of course, work matters should be discussed in private. When everyone saw that both parties agreed, they burst into laughter again.
30 million. Mr. Yi is so generous.
In that case, I have to congratulate Mr. Yi and Mr. Lu.
Yes, let us bless them together.
Everyone toasted with a smile, but in fact, at this moment they already had an idea of what the protagonists in front of them would be.
As for Zhang Yangji?
From the moment Yi Fei said 30 million, he had basically failed. No one paid much attention to him, except Zhang Yangji, who looked quite unhappy.
Not only was his cooperative boss snatched away, he originally called Xiao Qingcheng and Yi Fei over just to show off, but now, he has completely lost his limelight to the other party? Because he was really upset, Zhang Yangji didn't know what to say and could only lower his head and drink in silence. He feels so sad. These delicacies from land and sea taste like chewing wax.
Yi Fei was so confused that he had never looked at Zhang Yangji straight in the eye before. Now, compared to this, he looked at him even less straight in the eye.
Brother, let me toast you.
Seeing that Yi Fei was so capable, Zhou Lin directly changed his position and walked towards Yi Fei to toast him. This scene made Zhang Yangji's face even uglier.
Yangji.
Zhou Yeye called out to Zhang Yangji softly, wanting to comfort him, but he rolled his eyes at her instead.
Zhou Yeye saw this.
She was not in a good mood to begin with, and now it became even worse. But Yangji is her man after all, and also her meal ticket, so she can only flatter him and find ways to go forward and comfort him. Just when she was at a loss, the door outside was opened with a click. The moment it opened, the waiter from outside came in, holding a lot of desserts in his hands. Seeing these desserts, Zhou Yeye's eyes lit up and she stood up and walked towards the waiter. You don't need to look at the waiter's expression to know that he is giving you a gift. It must be because the consumption at their table was higher, so they came to give away the gifts. Thinking that she could help Zhang Yangji gain a little attention, she took the initiative to step forward.
I remember we didn't order these. Was it sent to the wrong place?
No ma'am, this is yours, the waiter said respectfully. When Zhou Yeye heard the waiter say this, her face suddenly lit up with joy.
Is it because our spending reaches the level of your promotion?
I saw there is a promotion outside the door.
This.
The waitress was slightly embarrassed when she heard this, and everyone's eyes turned to the two of them.
After a slightly awkward moment, the waiter spoke.
No, the consumption of your table has not yet reached the amount of the event consumption.
This is an extra gift.
Our boss specifically mentioned that it is for Mr. Yi.
Give me?
When Yi Fei heard him calling his name, he looked up with some curiosity.
Does this matter have anything to do with him?
Yes, the boss said you are a distinguished customer, so this is specially prepared for your table of guests. Oh, and also for Mr. Lu, because Mr. Lu is a star here. The waiter said with a smile, put the dessert in his hand on the table, and then signaled the person behind him to bring out a chocolate tower.
Seeing such rich gifts, everyone suddenly became lively. Internet famous chocolate tart, my god, I am so lucky to be able to eat this thanks to Mr. Yi and Mr. Lu. I heard this costs 5 or 6,000. Is it true? So expensive?
Everyone chatted with each other occasionally, and occasionally said a few flattering words. Zhou Yeye stood there, suddenly feeling awkward, and not many people paid attention to her. Zhang Yangji next to her frowned as he looked at her.
Damn, this silly woman.
Zhang Yangji muttered something and turned his head away, deciding not to pay any more attention to Zhou Yeye.
I've lost face enough, and it's embarrassing enough. Now that she asked one more question, wouldn't it make the atmosphere even more awkward?
Looking at the loving appearance of Yi Fei and Xiao Qingcheng, a hint of cruelty flashed in Zhang Yangji's eyes. During the rest of the dinner, he didn't say anything, just ate quietly, and occasionally when someone toasted him, he would return the toast. This invitation meeting lasted for nearly an hour and was almost coming to an end. Yi Fei established a good relationship with Lu Chen, and when the two of them drank, they were almost on the level of brothers.
We're almost done eating, why don't we go sit down? Lu Chen was mainly asking Yi Fei.
He didn't drink much because he wanted to talk business with the person in front of him.
That's no problem, of course. We'll go and handle it later.
Oh, by the way, Xingcheng.
Oh, don't worry about me. Just go with Mr. Lu. Binglu and I will sit for a while.
Xiao Qingcheng followed Yi Fei and said with a smile, indicating that Yi Fei should just focus on his work. Seeing this, Yi Fei stopped disturbing her and her sisters from gathering.
Then I'll go first. I'll feel at ease with Binglu here. Call me if anything happens. I know. Go ahead.
Xiao Qingcheng smiled and waved at Yi Fei. Mr. Yi, don't worry, I will definitely take good care of Qingcheng from all angles.
Li Binglu stood up and expressed her opinion to Yi Fei. Okay, you're very motivated. I'll leave it to General Binglu.
Seeing her like this, Yi Fei responded jokingly, turned around and followed Lu Chen away.
Chapter 30, I Want to Die with Understanding. After Yi Fei and Lu Chen left, the invitation party was basically over. Li Binglu looked at Xiao Qingcheng and took her downstairs. In addition, the two of them also brought another friend who came to attend the invitation party and walked down the door together. It's been a while since we've been together.
Li Binglu looked at the two people in front of her with a slightly excited expression. These two were their best playmates in childhood. Now that they can get together, the three of them are naturally happy.
Yes, it's been a long time since we last met, especially Miao. I haven't seen you for more than a year. Anyway, the party is over and it's still early. What should we do?
Xiao Qingcheng held the little sister's hands and said with a smile.
You two can make it.
I don't have work today, so I took a day off to come and attend.
We can still sit for a while. Miao chuckled twice and followed them out of the restaurant.
How about we wait a little while and use our phones to check where we're going to go later, and then it will be better to go to the destination? Xiao Qingcheng suggested from the side. After all, she had just arrived in Shanghai and was not familiar with many places.
What are you investigating?
I am a native of Shanghai.
Do you still need to investigate when I am here? Okay, let's go, or your husband will be waiting for you.
Li Binglu pointed outside the hotel window, where a Lamborghini was parked.
Sitting in the Lamborghini were Lu Chen and Yi Fei. Yi Fei did not leave immediately because he wanted to wait for Xiao Qingcheng. He only got up after making sure that she was taken away safely by Binglu.
Xiao Qingcheng saw Yi Fei through the window and waved at him.
When Miao and Li Binglu saw the scene, they couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Dog abuse. It's simply dog abuse. The two men couldn't bear to watch and deliberately left Xiao Qingcheng behind them.
Xiao Qingcheng came to her senses and saw Li Binglu and Miao walking towards the corner of the stairs, so she hurriedly chased after them.
Hey, you two wait for me. We can't wait half a year. You and Mr. Yi are feeding us dog food. We don't want to eat it.
Li Binglu teased her with a smile, but still stopped and waited for Xiao Qingcheng. Seeing this, Xiao Qingcheng pursed her lips and hurriedly chased after him. Most of the people who were invited to the party had left, leaving only Zhang Yangji and Zhou Yeye who were the last to leave. When Zhang Yangji saw Xiao Qingcheng leaving, he finally couldn't help but explode. With a bang, he slammed his hand on the table. He didn't speak at first, but his face was very depressed. After a long time, he spoke harshly. Investigate for me. We must find out what Yi Fei did. How dare he steal my limelight like this? Not only did he steal my limelight, but now even my eldest brother has followed him. This Mr. Yi is really brave. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have a few bucks. Because he was angry, Zhang Yangji smashed all the plates and bowls on the table to the ground. The tinkling sound was extremely irritating in this box. Why should his woman be robbed just like that?
Why should he be taken away just because his elder brother said so? He doesn't accept it. Especially when he saw Xiao Qingqing waving at Yifei through the window just now, this look was so piercing to him. If it weren't for the need to maintain basic decency at a class reunion, he would have stepped forward and taken action long ago. When Zhou Ye saw him like this, she shrank back in fear at first, but then she smiled stiffly, walked towards him, and patted his back with her hand, trying to help him let out the breath. Hey, don't be angry, Yangji, you might even get yourself in trouble if you're so angry. Go away, don't bother me. I'm holding my breath today. If you continue to bother me, then you don't have to stay with me anymore. Zhang Yangji waved his hand and threw Zhou Yeye to the side. Zhou Yeye was thrown away by his force. She screamed in fear at first, then stood up from the ground in embarrassment, with a hint of cruelty in her eyes. In fact, she has been jealous of Xiao Qingqing since she was a child, so she would snatch everything from Xiao Qingqing. No matter what it is, including men, she will take action. Now seeing Xiao Qingqing and Yifei getting married, especially how happy they were, she felt an indescribable bitterness in her heart. Was she comfortable at this party? Gritting her teeth and looking at Zhang Yangji, she knew that the man in front of her was just playing along with her. Perhaps because he was angry, she stood up in a panic, turned around and walked out the door. Zhou Lin saw this scene and lowered his head without saying a word. The more he talks at a time like this, the more trouble he will definitely cause. He is still very aware of his status and should just follow the boss's lead. The atmosphere in the room fell to a freezing point at this moment. Zhou Lin didn't dare to make any noise. Zhang Yangji next to him was silent for a while, and finally spoke. Xiao Qingqing said before that she liked me, why did she ignore me all of a sudden? Why did you get married in less than half a year? These words sound like a soliloquy, but not really. Because Zhou Lin was next to him. Mr. Zhang, do you think it is possible that it is because of the things happening in Xiao Qingqing's family? Zhou Lin said in a low voice. Are you talking about the changes in Qingqing's family and the fact that her father is sick? Zhang Yangji seemed to remember something, and his vision gradually became brighter. Maybe that's the case. After all, her second father is ill and needs hospital treatment. That amount of money is quite a bit, so she can only rely on the betrothal money to treat the illness. This possibility cannot be ruled out. Zhou Lin pondered for a moment and spoke carefully. After he said these words, Zhang Yangji's eyes suddenly became clear. In that case, Xiao Qingqing really liked me before, but she had to get married because of family reasons. Now that she is married and living with Yifei, she naturally cannot show that she likes him like before? Thinking about the fact that Xiao Qingqing's parents were divorced and she had been living with her biological mother, and that her second father was seriously ill, he suddenly understood why when he put all these reasons together. According to what we are saying now, Qingqing chose to get married only because of money. Did we miss it? As if he had got a suitable reason, Zhang Yangji frowned and suddenly stood up from his seat. No, I'm going to find Xiao Qingqing and ask her clearly now. I want to know what happened. Even if I die, I want to die knowing the truth. Chapter 31 Mr. Yi's identity is not simple. Zhou Lin, prepare the car, you come with me now. Damn it, this is really weird, I don't know why I care about her so much. Zhang Yangji turned around and said something to Zhou Lin, then hurried towards the door. He has basically played with all the beauties in Zhanghai. With his status and position, all beauties are within his reach. But he only stumbled with Xiao Qingqing. Zhang Yangji could no longer figure out what he was doing, so he simply followed his heart. He had already lost completely at the banquet, so he should know where he had lost completely. Zhou Lin looked helpless when he saw this, but he didn't know what to say. He just felt that what he had just said might be a bit too brainless. Zhang Yangji is his elder brother, so he can only serve him well and be a qualified lackey. It seems they are going to Shandong Mall. I will take you there now. Speed. On the other side, after Yifei watched Li Bingla take Xiao Qingqing away, he also drove Lu Chen to his company. Brother, a new car? It's so cool. I wanted to buy one, and now I want it even more, but it's hard to get this car down. It will take some time. Lu Chen got out of the car and couldn't let go of Yifei's Lamborghini. Mr. Lu, do you like cars too? Yifei said with a smile. Of course, which man doesn't like it? Lu Chen raised his eyebrows. If you like, I can drive you 2 laps. Yifei also generously stepped down from the main driver's seat. When Lu Chen heard this, his face suddenly lit up with joy, but he quickly shook his head. No, I'll open it next time and let me take a look. I like it, but we still have to discuss the specifics of the contract.
Come in first, come to my office for a while.
Then listen to Mr. Liu and talk about the contract first.
Seeing that he was already walking upstairs to the company building, Yifei parked the car and followed him towards the office. The two of them came to the office, and Lu Chen did not waste any time before putting the relevant information in front of Yifei. Looking at the information, Yifei glanced at a few pages and then stopped reading. Since it was almost exactly what he thought, all he needed to do was transfer the investment money to Lu Chen.
How is it? Is there anything you don't understand? Lu Chen asked. No, just sign it. This is pretty much what I thought. This project can at least double the profit.
We are in short supply right now, so it can be considered as riding on the cusp of the times.
Yifei responded with a smile and started signing.
Seeing Yifei being so straightforward made Lu Chen in a good mood. What he likes most are these straightforward partners. Just recognize his project and recognize him as a person. But he still had some doubts in his mind.
Because normally people know about his project, an investment of 10 million is basically enough.
But when it came to Yifei, he actually gave 30 million directly. You need to know what 30 million means. Even before, he said 40 million would be no problem. If you invest so much at one time and suffer a loss, it will not be a small amount. Why can the person in front of me do this without any worries? Zhang Yangji stared at Yifei curiously, with all sorts of guesses flying around in his mind. He even guessed that Yifei might be a descendant of a wealthy family and didn't care about the price of 30 million at all. Because he was really curious, Zhang Yangji simply asked.
Boss Yi, if this project loses money, aren't you worried about your losses?
Only 30 million and... Yifei blurted out, then quickly changed his words.
Investors share risks, don't they? Risks come with benefits. I understand your situation and projects. As long as there is a high probability of making a profit, isn't that fine?
After all, nothing can guarantee 100% profit, but I believe you can help me make money. After listening to Yifei's words, Lu Chen felt a little more admiration in his heart. What I admire is Yifei's way of thinking.
Probabilistic thinking mode.
This is a necessary perspective for a successful investor. Looking at Yifei in front of him with high regard, Lu Chen was very satisfied with the man in front of him, and was also very satisfied with the contract.
Then we will have a pleasant cooperation. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your trust.
I will contact you as soon as the progress of this project is made.
No problem, happy cooperation.
After just 2 simple sentences, both parties stamped and signed their names at the same time, feeling happy.
Just after Yifei signed the contract, his phone rang.
When he saw that it was Xiao Qingqing calling, he was a little confused at first.
It's been less than an hour since we last met, why did you call him?
With doubts in his heart, he waved to Lu Chen and walked aside to answer the phone.
Lu Chen watched Yifei go outside to answer the phone. He was not idle either. He walked to the computer to look up some information and print it out. What did you say? You said Zhang Yangji is with Qingqing now?
Yifei listened to the voice on the other end of the phone and became a little anxious. Yes, we just arrived at the milk tea shop in Shanda Mall and were about to drink milk tea. Not long after we sat down, Zhang Yangji came over. Qingqing didn't want to meet Zhang Yangji and wanted to avoid him, but now Zhang Yangji forcibly pulled her to his side. Li Binglu's anxious voice came from the phone, and it was a bit noisy.
Give me an address. Yifei was not idle either, and asked Li Binglu for the address.
I hadn't even walked for a while when my wife was pulled by another man.
How could this be allowed? After hanging up the phone, Yifei walked towards the office, ready to say hello to Lu Chen.
When Lu Chen saw the door was opened, he was about to go forward and hand the information to Yifei, but before he took a few steps, Yifei hurriedly said that he was leaving first. As soon as he finished speaking, he ran downstairs.
Huh? What happened? Why are you so anxious all of a sudden?
Although he didn't know what had happened, Lu Chen could only walk out the door and greet Yifei. But when he walked out the door, Yifei had already disappeared at the door. Seeing this, he had no choice but to return to the office.
Boss Yi is really busy. He left before collecting the information.
Forget it, I'll check out Mr. Yi's low investment projects.
Fuck, he actually invested so much? And there's Qihang Financial Company? No wonder. He is the largest shareholder of Jiangbei Auto Parts Factory. No wonder he is so rich. This is also normal.
Looking at the contract information displayed on Yifei's page, his expression gradually became solemn. Looking at Yifei's previous information, he was a clerk in a company, and his expression was even weirder. You don't need to look at this information to know that it has been manipulated by someone. How can a small employee in a company or someone who runs a business at home invest tens of millions of dollars? This Mr. Yi is probably not a simple person. He might be a young master from a wealthy family who has come out to gain experience. Shocked by Yifei's information, Lu Chen's expression became solemn. Chapter 32, Prying Openly. Shanda Mall. Lolo Milk Tea Shop. Inside the milk tea shop, a group of people were surrounding the person sitting in the corner. The people who were surrounded were Xiao Qingcheng and Zhang Yangji. Standing next to Xiao Qingcheng were Miao Miao and Li Binglu. Li Binglu protected her behind her and stared at Zhang Yangji in front of her with a frown. He originally thought that after Zhang Yangji learned that Xiao Qingcheng was married, he would stop pestering her, and he would be a stranger to Zhang Yangji from then on. But she didn't expect that the other party would choose to find them after the banquet. Qingcheng, don't be nervous. I came to you this time just to ask you something. You don't need to ask anything, and I have nothing to say. Xiao Qingcheng's attitude was cold and she wanted to leave this place right now. Zhang Yangji's despicable behavior in coming to see her made him even more disgusted with the person in front of him. Also, I'm already married, you shouldn't be so pushy with me. What will my husband do if he sees me like this? Xiao Qingcheng snorted and held Li Binglu tightly with one hand. Just now she wanted to leave the place forcefully, but Zhang Yangji did not give her the chance. Instead, he pulled her back tightly, which caused the current situation. There weren't many people in the small milk tea shop, and after this incident, everyone came over to watch. Seeing more and more people gathering around, Xiao Qingcheng knew that she shouldn't stay any longer and stood up to leave. However, she had only taken 2 steps before she was stopped by Zhang Yangji, who had a ferocious look on his face. The two of them were struggling to the extreme, and Zhang Yangji didn't give Xiao Qingcheng any chance to leave. Just as they were pulling, Zhang Yangji dropped the milk tea shop cup on the ground with a bang, making a huge noise, which frightened the people around him and made them step back. Let me go! Xiao Qingcheng screamed angrily and was about to push Zhang Yangji away. Zhang Yangji, what do you mean? What are you doing? Li Binglu was also very angry, with a frown on her face. I said, I have something to ask you, what is your attitude towards me? Why, you don't even want to say a few more words? Zhang Yangji had a ferocious look on his face, and asked Zhou Lin behind him to block the way of several people. I just want to ask you something. I think we should talk instead of continuing to make a scene here. It won't look good if we continue to make a scene. You know it doesn't look good, and you still. Li Binglu stepped forward and was about to speak, but was stopped by Xiao Qingcheng. Facing Zhang Yangji, they had no chance of winning. In addition, Zhang Yangji had people following him. If they provoked him and made him angry, none of the 3 of them would be in an easy situation. Ask me whatever you want to ask me. Xiao Qingcheng knew that she couldn't leave, so she simply took Li Binglu and others to sit in their seats, waiting for Zhang Yangji to question them. They have already notified Yifei, and now they can only wait until Yifei arrives. Seeing Xiao Qingcheng's attitude softened, Zhang Yangji also felt a little better. However, there were so many people gathered here, so after looking around, he spoke again. Why don't we go somewhere else? It's hard to talk with so many people here. Why should I go somewhere else with you? Xiao Qingcheng was defensive. There's no reason. If you don't come with me, I can only take you away by force. Zhang Yangji said, clapping his hands and calling out the bodyguards behind him. When Xiao Qingcheng saw these bodyguards, her expression changed slightly, and Li Binglu next to her also became a little more scared. There is no doubt that they have no ability to resist these people. Don't worry, I really want to talk to you. I won't do anything else. There are some things I want to clarify. After I clarify, I won't harass you. Zhang Yangji spoke very sincerely, trying to make his tone softer, and extended his hand to invite Xiao Qingcheng. Seeing his appearance, Xiao Qingcheng looked at the bodyguards behind him and finally could only nod helplessly. Of course you can, but I have a request. It must be near the mall. If it's too far, I won't go with you. No problem. Zhang Yangji nodded and agreed to Xiao Qingcheng's request. Seeing this, Li Binglu hurriedly followed her, and the few of them walked out of the milk tea shop. Fortunately, Zhang Yangji took the 3 of them to the lounge of the store, away from the group of people just now. He did not show any stress reaction, and actually sat down and talked with Xiao Qingcheng. If you have anything you want to ask, just ask me now. Xiao Qingcheng's attitude was cold, and she never had a good attitude towards Zhang Yangji. Zhang Yangji didn't react much to this, he just asked softly.
Xingcheng, I want to know one thing. Did you marry Yifei because of your second father?
Hearing the word second dad, Xiao Qingqing's expression changed slightly, and she responded with gritted teeth.
What does this have to do with you and me? Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Sure enough, you married Yifei because of your second father. You didn't do it voluntarily, right?
Zhang Yangji listened to Xiao Qingqing's words, as if he had received some kind of response. His eyes lit up, and looking at Xiao Qingqing, he immediately spoke.
However much Yifei gave you as a betrothal gift, I will give you double it.
No, you don't have to put yourself in a difficult position. As long as you are willing to be with me, I will take care of your second father's affairs.
No matter how much money it is, I can afford it. You.
When Xiao Qingqing listened to Zhang Yangji's words, her expression changed slightly. When Li Binglu heard this nearby, her expression also became a little weird.
What is this for? To steal someone openly? Does Zhang Yangji know that Xiao Qingqing is married now?
Li Binglu was disgusted by what Zhang Yangji said.
She's already married, why are you still bothering her? How about it? As long as you are willing to follow me, I can give you more. I can give you anything you want.
Thinking he had hit the mark, Zhang Yangji continued to speak faster. This time, Xiao Qingqing's face was even gloomier, and she lowered her head, not knowing what to feel.
Xingcheng. Enough.
Xiao Qingqing shouted upon hearing the sound, interrupting what he was about to say. There was a hint of disgust in her eyes when she looked at Zhang Yangji.
My husband and I are truly in love, and we are not doing this for money. Please don't bother us.
Also, what you said is very disrespectful to me. I am married now and I have my own family.
We should just live our own lives. Please don't bother me. Mr. Zhang, please find someone else and stop pestering me.
Maintain the most basic avoidance of suspicion.
This is a kind of respect for both of us. Xiao Qingcheng was angry.
After saying a few words, she wanted to get up and leave again. Seeing that she was about to leave and hearing what Xiao Qingqing said, a trace of sadness flashed across Zhang Yangji's face.
No, I've been chasing you for so long, why do you always run away when you face me? You clearly said you loved me before. Your second father was short of medical expenses, and I gave him the money. Why didn't you look back at me? We were so good before. Chapter 33, If you can't get it, destroy it. Qingcheng, wait a minute, don't go.
Seeing Xiao Qingqing's request, Zhang Yangji unwillingly pestered her again. Xiao Qingqing looked at him like this and sighed speechlessly, with the disgust on her face becoming more obvious.
Qingcheng, give me a reason. You clearly liked me before and clearly said you like me. Why did you suddenly get married now? And why did you inexplicably avoid me for more than half a year? You want to know?
Xiao Qingqing was annoyed by being pestered and said coldly while standing where she was.
I'll tell you now.
I did have a crush on you, but it was just a crush.
I never said I liked you or anything like that.
And all of this happened when we were in school, during our ignorant youth.
Don't be so self-indulgent. I don't like a man with a shady mind like you. Since you said you like me while being with another woman, our relationship is over.
So, Mr. Zhang, please stop pestering a married woman.
This is very rude.
Xiao Qingqing explained the whole cause and effect clearly, and these words sounded like sharp blades to Zhang Yangji's ears. After hearing this, Zhang Yangji stood there in a daze for several minutes.
So, it's because of this? What else?
Li Binglu looked at Xiao Qingqing, who was walking in front of her, responded to him, and followed Xiao Qingqing to leave.
Master Zhang, no matter what happened between you and Qingqing before, it's completely different now. We are all adults, so please maintain the most basic courtesy to each other.
After she said this, she was already chasing Xiao Qingqing from a distance. Zhang Yangji was left standing there in a daze. Zhang Yangji lowered his face, and after a moment, he raised his head, his eyes full of unwillingness.
Xiao Qingqing, why can't you do that? What decency, what politeness? I'm telling you, you can't leave today while I'm here. Take her away. I want to have a good talk with her tonight.
I've been chasing her for so long, licking her like a dog.
I've given you face, so what's your attitude? If you can't get it, then destroy it.
Zhang Yangji will never be a person who would tolerate injustice.
He just didn't believe that even if he destroyed Xiao Qingqing, Yifei would still want the woman in front of him. What are you doing?
Xiao Qingcheng walked halfway and looked at the bodyguards surrounding her. Her expression suddenly became flustered. Li Binglu was equally panicked, her face filled with fear.
Zhang Yangji, if you dare to do that, you're done for. Boss Yi will be here soon. Yi Fei? It will be too late when Yi Fei arrives.
I said, there is no woman that I, Zhang Yangji, cannot get. Zhang Yangji snorted coldly, and the bodyguard was also preparing to attack Xiao Qingcheng at this moment.
Get out of my way. Get out of my way.
Xiao Qingcheng shouted loudly, and just as the bodyguard was about to catch her, a voice came from the corridor, and a figure blocked Xiao Qingcheng's way at an extremely fast speed.
Master Zhang, what do you mean by this? Touching my woman?
Yi Fei rushed to the scene and grabbed Xiao Qingcheng and Li Binglu behind him. As for Miao Miao, she did not follow the two of them, but stood in the distance and called the security team in advance.
Damn it, if you hadn't taken advantage of the situation, would Qingcheng have married you?
When Zhang Yangji saw Yi Fei coming, he felt even more dissatisfied and stepped forward to provoke him.
But Yi Fei didn't give him a chance.
The moment he approached, he reached out and slapped him hard in the face.
Bang!
A clear voice sounded. Zhang Yangji was stunned, and all the bodyguards around him were also stunned.
Yi Fei actually beat Zhang Yangji? Damn it, you actually dared to hit me. Are you looking for death?
Zhang Yangji reacted and stretched out his hand to pounce on Yi Fei. The bodyguards around him also reacted at this moment and attacked Yi Fei. Seeing that several big men were about to surround him, Yi Fei frowned.
There are so many people, it's hard for him to fight alone. But at this moment, the system's voice sounded. I noticed that the host was provoked by his love rival. Beat him up, and the system will reward you with a black belt in Taekwondo. Don't fight, get the title, Ninja Turtles. You've gained the strength to fight with a black belt in Taekwondo. The system's voice continued to sound in Yi Fei's mind. After the voice fell, Yi Fei felt a warm force circling around his limbs. Then, he naturally punched the bodyguard who attacked him first. Bang! This punch directly knocked down the bodyguard who rushed over first.
When the others saw this, their expressions changed, but they still pounced towards Yi Fei. Especially Zhang Yangji, he had lost his mind at this moment, and was about to smash Yi Fei's head with a stool. At this critical moment, Yi Fei pushed Li Binglu, Xiao Qingcheng and others to ensure their safety first.
Oh, husband, please go.
After falling to the ground, Xiao Qingcheng shouted anxiously.
You bastard, you hit me, and you dare to steal my woman and steal my girl.
I don't care who you are, you have to go to the hospital and lie down. Zhang Yangji hummed, and the stool in his hand was about to fall on Yi Fei's shoulder. At this critical moment, Yi Fei kicked his leg, and Zhang Yangji somersaulted and fell to the ground. Then he punched the bodyguards who were rushing towards him several times, knocking them all to the ground. Li Binglu and Xiao Qingcheng opened their mouths in shock when they saw this scene. Especially Li Binglu, she was stunned for a long time, and only spoke after a long while.
So amazing? Is this true? Boss Yi must have learned Taekwondo. He's so fierce and so damn handsome. Indeed, very handsome.
Xiao Qingcheng looked at Yi Fei with a trace of tears in his eyes, but he was also relieved. After standing up from the ground, he hurriedly walked towards Yi Fei.
Honey, are you hurt?
Xiao Qingcheng asked worriedly.
I'm not hurt, I'm glad you're okay, I came a little late.
Yi Fei smiled, and when he saw that Xiao Qingcheng was not injured, he felt relieved.
It's not too late. Fortunately, I have you.
Xiao Qingcheng smiled and hugged Yi Fei tightly in her arms.
If Yi Fei wasn't there today, she didn't know what would have happened to her.
Thinking of the bodyguards Zhang Yangji had just called, she couldn't help but feel a little scared. After comforting her a little, Yi Fei pulled her behind him, looked at Zhang Yangji who fell to the ground, and strode over. Xiao Qingcheng is my woman, we are legally married, please make it clear that she has never had any relationship with you. If you come to disturb us again, I warn you, I will not let your company have an easy life, let alone let you have an easy life.
The security team is here too.
Now, just follow them.
We won't get involved. I hope I don't see you next time.
After saying these 3 words, Yi Fei turned around and left the place with Xiao Qingcheng and the others.
Chapter 34 Who are you to me?
Yi Fei, stop right there. Seeing Yi Fei and Xiao Qingcheng leaving, Zhang Yangji fell to the ground and shouted unwillingly.
After making him lose face like that, you still want to leave?
But just as he was about to get up, he realized that his leg was sprained and he couldn't stand up at all. Seeing that more and more people from the security team were surrounding him, Zhang Yangji's face turned ashen.
Ha! Is this Zhang Yongji?
The leader of the security team frowned upon seeing this. It is indeed Zhang Yongji. Several members of the security team nearby added.
Hey, how did you write a promise to your father last time? You got into trouble again this time. There's no hope for you.
The captain sighed helplessly and could only pull him up from the ground.
Come with us. Let me go. This was just an accident. It's not my fault.
When Zhang Yongji saw the people in front of him, his expression became a little flustered. Because he had just gotten into trouble a while ago and had his father help him clean up the mess. The last time he was in trouble, he called in the security team, and he also wrote a letter of guarantee in front of them, saying that if he made the same mistake again, he would not take over China Overseas Group.
If he is taken away by the security team this time and his father is told about it, won't he be in trouble?
Zhang Yongji was anxious and wanted to struggle to break free from the security team leader, but the security team members were no pushovers. They grabbed him and put him in the car and left the scene.
The rest of the onlookers couldn't help but sigh when they saw this scene.
The son of the Zhang family is such a worry.
The girl is already married, why is he still chasing her?
I'd be surprised if he doesn't beat him up. Everyone was talking about it, because the people at the scene had already dispersed, and since there was nothing exciting to watch, everyone naturally dispersed as well. Yi Fei had already taken Xiao Qingcheng into the car, and Li Binglu and Miao Miao also returned to the car. Because of the stimulation, Xiao Qingcheng was not in a very good mood.
As for Li Binglu and Miao Miao,
the two of them had other things to do, so they drove away early. At this time, only Yi Fei and Xiao Qingcheng were left in the car.
Okay, don't be too scared. We are safe now.
Yi Fei comforted her and started driving.
No, I just feel like I've caused you trouble. If it weren't for me, how could this happen? With Zhang Yongji's temper, he will definitely not let you off later.
Xiao Qingcheng frowned and rubbed his temples with a headache. If you offend Zhang Yongji, it will be a very troublesome thing. Let us not talk about Zhang Yongji's personality, just talk about the power behind him, China Overseas leading enterprise.
If they wanted to bring down Yi Fei, it would be easy.
This time the incident has become so serious that it is obvious that the other party will target them. Seeing Xiao Qingcheng looking so distressed, Yi Fei sighed and had to stop the car first. He understood what Xiao Qingcheng meant and naturally guessed her concerns.
Bang! Yi Fei reached out and tapped her lightly on the head. Why did you hit me?
Xiao Qingcheng pouted when she came to her senses.
I want to say that you think too much. Let me ask you, who are you to me? Yi Fei's expression was serious. I am your wife.
Xiao Qingcheng's brain froze for a moment, and she didn't know what Yi Fei meant by asking this question.
Yes, you are my wife, so how could you cause me trouble? Are we a family? Yi Fei asked her back.
I'm just worried that Zhang Yongji will do something to you.
He will definitely find ways to target you.
Xiao Qingcheng shook her head.
Don't worry, I know all this. Don't you believe in your husband's ability?
Yi Fei raised his eyebrows.
Xiao Qingcheng was silent for a moment.
It's not that she doesn't believe it, she just thinks Zhang Yongji's side is more dangerous.
Bang!
Seeing Xiao Qingcheng hesitating, Yi Fei started the car again and deliberately knocked Xiao Qingcheng down.
If you don't believe it, let's go home and verify it now. What do you want to prove when you go home?
Xiao Qingcheng's face suddenly turned red when she was halfway through her words. She then raised her fist and slapped Yi Fei's thigh.
You're really going too far.
Seeing her so shy, Yi Fei felt in a good mood and drove away at an accelerated speed.
Sure enough, my mood always gets better when I flirt with my wife.
Thinking this in his mind, Yi Fei drove faster. It took Yi Fei less than 2 hours to drive home. When they got home, it was already night and it was pitch black all around. Because it was late at night, there were not many people at the door of the house.
Yi Fei took Xiao Qingcheng and walked upstairs.
Just when the two thought that there was no one around, a figure suddenly crawled out from the side of the corridor.
This person is the persistent Bai Chengfei.
When Bai Chengfei saw Yi Fei coming back, he hurried forward and prepared to ask questions.
Mr. Yi, this is a project of our media company. Would you like to take a look?
Ah! Xiao Qingcheng was startled by the person who suddenly appeared in front of her and shrank behind Yi Fei.
Yi Fei frowned when he saw this.
He was feeling a little annoyed because he had been harassed by these investors for the past few days.
No cooperation.
He said this in a cold voice, stretched out his hand and pulled Xiao Qingcheng upstairs.
No, Mr. Yi, listen to me.
Bai Chengfei still wanted to find an opportunity for cooperation, but this time he was stopped outside the room by the sound of Yi Fei closing the door.
Damn it!
You idiot, Yi Fei, if you don't cooperate with us, you will definitely regret it. Bai Chengfei felt that he had suffered great injustice and could not help but shout out in anger.
How many times has he looked for Yi Fei in a row?
He failed to sign it so many times.
Is it not sincere enough? Or?
Bai Chengfei frowned when he suddenly remembered the situation on Sun Qi's side. Could it be that Sun Qi said something to Yi Fei, so? It must be that idiot Sun Qi.
How dare you play tricks on me like this? I really give you face.
Bai Chengfei's face became extremely ferocious after he was certain that it was Sun Qi who was behind this. Looking at the tightly closed door in front of him, he gritted his teeth and turned around to leave.
You don't want to cooperate, right? You're teaming up to trick me, right? I won't talk to you. I'll find a new partner. Don't think that Yi Fei alone can do anything.
Muttering a few words, he left angrily. What he didn't know was that the reason he was rejected was not because of Sun Qi, nor was it because Yi Fei was playing a trick on him, but because from the very beginning, Yi Fei didn't take him seriously at all. On the other side, after Yi Fei walked into the room, he was originally planning to get intimate with Xiao Qingcheng, but was interrupted by a system prompt.
Chapter 35, Qihang Company faces limit down.
I have noticed that the Qihang Financial Company under my investment name is about to face a limit down, and some of the host's funds will be affected.
Is Qihang Financial Corporation facing a limit down? When Yi Fei heard this reminder, his expression suddenly became a little nervous. Husband?
Xiao Qingcheng noticed the change in Yi Fei's expression and called out to him with some confusion.
Wife, go back and rest now.
I have something to take care of.
Yi Fei glanced at his phone and started operating it.
Although Xiao Qingcheng didn't quite understand what was happening, she nodded obediently when she saw Yi Fei was busy, and prepared to come back later to ask what was going on. Then husband, once you have dealt with the matter, tell me exactly what happened.
I will go back to the house and wait for you. Good.
His wife was so sensible that she left Yi Fei with the task of handling.
Yi Fei was not idle either. He hurried to handle it and continued to look at the two options provided. Tell the CEO of Qihang Financial that Texas Enterprises will plummet tomorrow. Tell Qihang Financial to stop speculating on Texas Enterprises and keep its original profits.
The people from United Sailing Financial Company have severely injured Texas Enterprises and will receive a reward of 70 million.
Yi Fei looked at the two options provided this time and chose the second one. But what surprised him was that his system could actually detect danger in advance. But soon, Yi Fei understood why.
The system is not able to detect danger in advance, but it can detect whether all projects linked to one's own funds are in a positive profit state. Looking at the system floating in front of him, Yi Fei checked several of his recent investments. Several of them are in a profitable state.
In a red state, only one is green, that is Qihang Financial Company.
Knowing that there was no time to lose, Yi Fei took out his mobile phone and hurriedly checked which company Texas Enterprises belonged to.
Zhenghai, Zheng Family Villa.
At this time, Zhang Yongji had already been in and out of the security team and the hospital twice. His legs were covered with thick plaster and his expression was grim. He was lying in bed in great pain. Although the injuries made him feel very uncomfortable, what was even more uncomfortable was the embarrassment he had suffered because of Yi Fei and Xiao Qingcheng.
It's useless, it's really useless. Fortunately, my dad wasn't here this time. If he was, wouldn't I have been beaten and sent to the hospital again? It's so annoying. Assistant Song, let me ask you, has the Texas Enterprise been shut down now?
Zhang Yongji shouted loudly to the assistant standing next to him.
Master Zhang, I have already given the order. It is expected to be stopped tonight. Are you sure Yi Fei invested in Qihang Financial Company? Zhang Yongji asked again. Yes, I am sure of it. Assistant Song answered respectfully. As long as you stop their Texas Enterprise, Yi Fei's part of the funds will be liquidated tomorrow, and his loss will be at least 10 million, which is not a small number. Humph, 10 million is not enough, far from enough, but it is enough to disgust him. Zhang Yongji snorted coldly, looking unhappy. He doesn't invest much in China, most of them are in Zhongbei. We can destroy them one by one. Assistant Song suggested in a low voice. After we finish the financial sailing company, we will move on to the other projects he has invested in. We have to do it quickly.
Zhang Yongji commanded in a cold voice.
And the matter of Lu Chen. Lu Chen actually cooperated with that kid Yi Fei. How can this be possible?
It seems like it's time to contact the top overseas companies. Since Lu Chen is hanging out with him, even though I can't beat Lu Chen, I can still send a sneak attack to discuss them.
Big brother? Oh, he's such a good big brother.
We have been respecting him for so many years, and he gave me such a big surprise. He knew that we were rivals in love, but he still wanted to cooperate with us.
Don't blame me if he was unkind first. In China overseas, the Zhang family's business cannot compare to the Lu family's.
Zhang Yongji also wanted to develop himself better, so he always paid attention to everything the Lu family, especially Lu Chen, said. Once Lu Chen had any request, he would solve it and serve him well. Although some benefits have been gained over the years, there has not been much progress. He could let Lu Chen assign him tasks, but Lu Chen was now hanging out with Yi Fei, and this was something he could not tolerate.
Mr. Zhang, you'd better think carefully about overseas companies. The master said that we are not allowed to have too much contact with them, otherwise we are not doing anything with them.
They can do the job as long as they are paid.
It won't hurt to ask once. Are you afraid of my dad?
Don't worry, I will support you if the sky falls. Zhang Yongji patted his chest and made a solemn promise.
Assistant Song next to him saw this and didn't know what to say. He could only nod and agree with Zhang Yongji. Jingle.
Zhang Yongji's cell phone rang, and he had no choice but to wink at Assistant Song. Assistant Song tactfully walked outside, and Zhang Yongji answered the call.
What did you say? You said you are from Jiangbei Second Media Company, and you want to cooperate with us? Oh, now I remember, you are Bai Chengfei. Why do you suddenly want to cooperate with us again? Inside Jiangbei Second Media Company.
Bai Chengfei stared at the chat history and his expression turned ugly when he saw Sun Shi showing off his company's recent order volume.
Isn't this a blatant provocation to him? Can he bear this anger? Of course not. Your media company is interesting.
You didn't seek cooperation with us before, so why did you suddenly seek cooperation with us now?
Zhang Yongji's voice came from the phone, with a hint of amusement.
Before, there were no new projects. If your company signed a cooperation agreement with us, there would be no room for development. Now that there are new projects, it is a good opportunity. Before, there was a problem with the vice president of our company. I didn't know that he rejected your cooperation application.
I came back late and didn't sign a contract with you. So now I want to ask if you have any intention of cooperation. I have fired the vice president and replaced him.
Bai Chengfei apologized tactfully and wanted to seek an opportunity for cooperation. The reason for his previous refusal was simply because he was not optimistic about Zhang Yongji as a partner. As for what I said above, they were all just excuses he made up in order to sign the contract.
Is that so? Your vice president is really blind. It's better to fire him. Since you said we were not suitable to participate in the last cooperation, why don't you tell us what kind of cooperation this time is? No problem. I'm glad you're interested. I'll tell you about the project our company is launching this time. Chapter 36 Project Manager. This is Zhang's enterprise? Mr. Yi, why are you investigating this?
Sun Shi sent the investigation information to Yi Fei's chat window. When Yi Fei saw Zhang's enterprise, he immediately understood the whole story.
It seems that Zhang Yongji wants to deal with him? This is interesting.
Yi Fei smiled and sent a message to Sun Shi saying thank you for your hard work. He did not continue looking at the screen, but called Qihang Financial Company. After making the call, Yi Fei briefly communicated with them and then asked them to stop investing and switch to another company. Although Qihang Financial Company did not understand Yi Fei's operation, the money was Yi Fei's, and Yi Fei also added another 10 million this time, so the entire company had no choice but to do as he said. Looking at the system display, which showed that his company was gradually changing from green to red, Yi Fei took out his mobile phone and contacted Xiao Wang with confidence.
Fight with him? It's impossible. Xiao Wang, Mr. Yi, why do you suddenly want to stop investing in Texas Enterprises?
Xiao Wang, Mr. Yi, I heard from above that you said that Texas Enterprises will plummet tonight.
Is this true? Xiao Wang, eh? Mr. Yi, why did you transfer another sum of money?
Yi Fei looked at the messages he sent and did not respond to his question, but said,
Come to my house tomorrow and take me to Qihang Financial Company. I have something to do.
Xiao Wang, received. Seeing that he responded to him, Yifei did not continue staring at the screen, but walked into the room. At this time, Sun Qi on the other side. Sun Qi was chatting in the group chat when he inexplicably saw Bai Cheng flying out and bubbling. Bai Chengfei sent a message about the contract he had signed with another company. In addition to this, he also sent another message.
Bai Chengfei, Boss Yi? What Boss Yi? His good days don't last long. He might be gone tomorrow. I have new investors now. Don't think you are the only one. After I have investors, I will catch up with you soon. Sun Qi, what do you mean? You actually said that Mr. Ye's good days are numbered. What do you mean it will be cold tomorrow? I think you are jealous, right? You are really hungry. Bai Chengfei. The investors of the Zhang family have all taken over, and you eat everything. Bai Chengfei, oh, you can only bark like a dog. Sun Qi looked at the computer screen, feeling speechless, and simply ignored his strange reaction. As for Bai Chengfei, seeing that Sun Qi did not respond to him, he thought he had successfully suppressed Sun Qi. After he answered the phone just now, he had an in-depth discussion with Zhang Yongji and they reached a consensus. Both of them went there for Yifei.
So when he heard that Yifei would be targeted tomorrow, and might even suffer a big loss, his face was full of smugness.
What the hell is Mr. Yi?
And this idiot Sun Qi, both of you should die. This time I have the support of the young master of the Zhang family.
Sooner or later, the gimmick of Jiangbei #1 media company will be mine.
After humming a few times, Bai Chengfei was very satisfied. He stood up and drank tea leisurely while playing music. After returning to the room, Yifei told Xiao Qingqing the whole story, and they both went to bed early. When he woke up the next day, Yifei immediately turned on the hotspot on his phone and checked today's hot topics. He ignored his phone that was bombarded with calls and scrolled through the financial hotspots. As he brushed, a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth.
Texas Enterprises did stop overnight last night. The news that Shihan Financial Company chose to abandon the Texas Enterprise at the first opportunity was also reported.
Texas Enterprises suddenly stopped falling, which made many investors worried and suspected that there was someone manipulating the market behind the scenes. Seeing this information, Yifei was very satisfied. Turning around, he saw Xiao Qingqing still sleeping. He did not wake her up, but answered the call from Xiao Wang and walked downstairs. Now he has only avoided this financial risk. He has more important things to accomplish, which is to drag Texas Enterprises and Zhang Enterprises into the water. Downstairs in the community, Xiao Wang's car was parked at the door early, as usual, waiting for Yifei to come down. When Xiao Wang saw Yifei walking out of the building, he was immediately delighted.
Boss Yi.
Boss Yi, come on, get in the car quickly.
You directed everything so well yesterday. Now your reputation has spread throughout our financial company.
They all say you are a hidden master. Xiao Wang brought Yifei to the car and looked at Yifei with admiration. Yifei's reminders last night at least reduced a lot of their losses.
Even the company's boss was alarmed by this incident. He said that he wanted to meet Yifei and became interested in him. What are you planning to do when you come to our company this time?
I want to meet the project manager of my funds.
Yifei said. No problem, the project manager has been wanting to see you for a long time.
Xiao Wang nodded and respectfully invited Yifei to get in the car. After closing the door, he directed the driver next to him to drive quickly into the company.
Qihang Financial Corporation. It took Yifei less than half an hour to get here from home.
Xiao Wang pulled him straight to the project manager's office. At this time, the project manager had been waiting for Yifei for a long time.
You are the project manager of my funds, right? Yifei took the initiative and asked. Yes, it's my Mr. Yi.
Li Keqing nodded.
I have something to talk to you about yesterday's incident at Shihan Financial Company. I also want you to do me a favor today.
What help? Li Keqing looked at Yifei curiously. It is rare for a client to ask a project manager for help.
Shihan Financial Company was shut down overnight yesterday and must have suffered a lot of losses.
They should reopen the market soon to allow funds to remain in the market and a new amount of funds will flow in to operate. I want you to swallow up all the funds they reinvested during this period of time.
Yifei expressed his thoughts with a very calm expression.
But when he said this, the expressions of Xiao Wang and Li Keqing beside him changed drastically.
They must have heard it right. Yifei actually wants to swallow up Texas Enterprises? What is the concept?
This isn't something that can be solved with just 10 or 20 million. You're making this matter a bit too big, and it's extremely risky.
Wait. Is 50 million enough? Bang!
After Yifei said this, Xiao Wang and Li Kexing's expressions changed again.
50 million. Ah. One export is 50 million.
Texas companies are not big companies.
The total amount is less than 100 million. This number is enough to swallow up part of them.
You are. Li Kexing was silent, then shook his head. Please wait a moment, I need to report your situation to our boss.
Yes, this situation needs to be reported.
Xiao Wang also wiped the sweat off his forehead and quickly followed suit.
No problem, just do your job.
Seeing him take action, Yifei also sat quietly by the side and began to wait, while Xiao Wang respectfully poured tea and added water.
Chapter 37 Doubling of Funds. With Li Kexing's notification, the president of Qihang Financial Company arrived very quickly.
It took the boss less than 10 minutes to rush from home to the company.
Bang!
Mr. Su pushed the door open. He looked at Yifei breathlessly and hurriedly stepped forward to shake hands with him in a friendly manner. He had just learned that Yifei was coming, and also about what Li Kexing had told him, so he immediately dealt with the things at hand and rushed over in a hurry.
This is going to fire the Texas company.
This is no small matter.
Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Mr. Su from Qihang Financial Company. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Not long ago, the manager should have told you just now that I want to swallow up part of the funds of the Texas enterprise? Yifei said a few polite words to him and immediately brought the topic to the point. Mr. Yi, you want to swallow up Texas enterprises? Isn't this a bit too abrupt? Can you tell me what happened between you and Texas Enterprises?
Su Jiayun was still a little confused.
You can't just swallow it right away. There has to be a process for this, right? Boss Su, you don't need to know too much about our affairs, right?
Yifei frowned slightly when he heard his question.
This is a matter between me and Texas Enterprises. If there are any unexpected situations, I will take the responsibility. Mr. Su, you just need to tell me whether it can be done. Are you asking this because the funds are insufficient? Then add an extra 10 million and see if this can be done?
Yifei didn't understand why he asked this, so he simply told him all the concerns he had considered. No, 50 million is not a small amount.
I was just a little confused when I heard this information. Su Jiayun quickly shook his head.
50 million is enough to acquire half of the shares of Texas Enterprises. As for Texas businesses,
Daijo Enterprise was originally under Zhonghai Zhang Enterprise.
Yifei also said at this time that he would be responsible for all the consequences.
Since Yifan was responsible for it, what else did he have to worry about? By acquiring this enterprise, Qihang Financial Company will reap a lot of benefits. Who can get along with money? Since you have made up your mind, please come in and sign the agreement with me. After that, we can do this. But we have a request.
After Mr. Yi does this, I hope that our Qihang Financial Company will not be involved as much as possible.
Don't worry, you won't be involved. Mr. Su is also a straightforward person. Few people agree to this kind of thing.
Yifei understood what he meant, nodded, and followed him to the desk to sign the agreement. Xiao Wang and Li Kexing saw this scene nearby, and both of them couldn't help but smack their lips in amazement.
This is the power of money. No one wants to make enemies with money. As the beep printing sound rang out, Yifei readily signed his name on the agreement. After signing his name, Mr. Su's eyes lit up and his face was filled with excitement. Their company hasn't done anything like this for a long time. Now that they have taken on Yifei's job, it is actually very good for their company. After all, the sudden limit down of Texas Enterprises last night still shocked many people. Taking advantage of Yifei's opportunity, he could sanction Texas Enterprises, which could also be regarded as helping their Qihang Financial Company to eliminate pests.
Kexing, come here for a moment. Go and send this information to our company's employees and have them take action when the market opens this morning. They will try their best to swallow up the funds of Texas Enterprises.
Okay, Mr. Su, I'll arrange it now.
Upon hearing this, Li Kexing reached out to take the information, then opened the door and walked outside.
After seeing him leave, Su Jiayun also turned his attention to Yifei. Mr. Yi, please just wait a moment. The market will open this morning. We will know the result in 1 to 2 hours.
Thank you for your hard work.
Then let's go in and have some tea or something? That's certainly no problem.
Su Jiayun smiled and invited Yi Fei to his office. Seeing this, Yi Fei followed him out of the manager's office. For the entire morning, Yi Fei had been talking about the project with Su Jiayun. The 1 to 2 hours that Su Jiayun had originally said would take actually dragged on until after 11 o'clock, 2.5 hours, before the matter was completely resolved.
Seeing that the matter was almost resolved, Su Jiayun was busy answering the phone.
After a while, Li Kexing knocked on the door with a happy look on his face.
It worked.
Our funds have entered their market and directly crushed them.
Their losses will be at least 60 to 70%. It's good that it works. This thing will definitely work.
After all, Mr. Yi has put a lot of funds here. Even a small company like Texas can't afford to spend 50 million.
When Su Jiayun heard the result, he nodded with satisfaction.
As a person in the industry, when he was doing this, he actually knew that he would be almost certain to succeed.
How much have our funds increased? Su Jiayun asked again. The funds have now increased to over 100 million. We have basically given them to Texas and there is not much left. It can be said to be a great harvest. Add my principal, right? Yi Fei continued to ask. Yes, including the principal, it's over 100 million.
The specific amount will have to wait a while before it can be calculated.
Li Kexing nodded. It's such a huge profit.
Yi Fei nodded with satisfaction. He originally thought that if he could get half of his money back, it would be enough. It seems that Chihan Financial Company is still strong, and these employees are all good at stock analysis and trading. In this case, I will only take back 80 million, and the rest will all go to your Chihan Financial Company. 10 million of it is a bonus, the remaining 20 million is the funds I invested in you, and the 10 million here is the cooperation fund I gave to Mr. Su.
Is there any problem with this?
Yi Fei quickly distributed the profit funds evenly and looked back at Su Jiayun.
When Su Jiayun heard Yi Fei's generosity, he couldn't stop smiling. You're giving too much. I don't need to give you the 10 million. Why don't you invest in a few more projects of our company instead? You can't take back something you've given away. Just take it. Don't say anything else. If you say anything, I'll get angry.
Yi Fei was too lazy to talk to him anymore and just said it casually.
It's just 10 million. He will have more 10 million in the future.
Not only 10 million, maybe even hundreds of millions of yuan.
These are some small amounts, which were given to Chihan Financial Company to facilitate future cooperation. Okay, I still have some things to do.
If there is any progress on this project, please notify me.
If not, don't notify me.
Yi Fei turned around and said something to a few people, then turned and left.
Chapter 38, Master Zhang is back. Snap.
The sound of the door closing was heard, and Yi Fei had already left the office.
Just leaving like that? Su Jiayun was still a little confused, but what made him even more confused was that Yi Fei actually gave him 10 million yuan. Boss, can we give out year-end bonuses this time? Li Kexing was stunned and couldn't come back to his senses. 10 million, just give it to them. Yi Fei is simply too generous.
I'm going to give you all of last year's year-end bonuses this time.
Let's find a place to celebrate in the evening. Yes, I will go inform everyone now.
Li Kexing's face lit up with joy when he heard that, and he quickly walked out of the office. As for Yi Fei, he had already walked out of the Chihan Financial Company. The first thing he did after walking out was to contact Sun Qi. I contacted Sun Qi because I wanted to buy a suitable house. Just as he hung up the phone, a voice sounded in Yi Fei's mind again. Do you want to acquire a Texas company that is on the verge of bankruptcy? The acquisition fund is 50 million, and the reward for successful acquisition is 100 million.
The future income curve is increasing. No acquisition, no reward. Zhenghai, Zheng Family Villa. Inside the Zheng family villa, Zhang Yongji was watching his assistant operate the computer with an injury. He was so anxious that he was sweating profusely and was extremely panicked. The forced shutdown of Texas Enterprises last night had already caused great damage. Now they had just restored the shares of Texas Enterprises this morning and were about to operate normally, but a large part of it was secretly swallowed up by someone. Damn, who on earth is this? I'm really screwed now. Completely screwed. The loss from this wave is over 100 million. If my dad knew about this, he would probably beat me so hard that I wouldn't be able to get out of bed. Although he was anxious, Zhang Yongji did not panic and kept urging the assistant beside him to resolve the matter quickly. How is it? Is it getting better? Zhang Yongji asked Assistant Song anxiously.
Assistant Song was also very busy at this time, unable to process a large number of documents and information. It's not getting better, not at all, Master Zhang.
The situation is very serious now. We only have two choices.
The first thing is to tell the master what happened, and then let the master deal with it.
Don't say the first one. Don't you want me to die?
Zhang Yongji couldn't help but yell when he heard the idiotic idea that Assistant Song came up with.
Let his father know that he really thinks he is not living long enough. Just say the second one. The second one is: someone wants to acquire our Texas company. If it is acquired, our losses can be reduced to a certain extent. However, the master will still know about it. If he knows, Master Zhang. The assistant stopped talking here.
His voice stopped and Zhang Yongji's expression turned pale.
Based on what Assistant Song said, it can be known that Texas Enterprise is really going to be in trouble this time. At this time, no matter what choice he makes, his father will know. Upon learning this, Zhang Yongji gritted his teeth. Because it was so difficult to make a decision, he could only lower his head and sit there in a daze. The assistant beside him became anxious when he saw that he didn't say anything. Mr. Zhang, I think this is possible. Isn't the master on a business trip now? During this time, I think we can sell the company first, and then buy it back when we make a profit. Let's negotiate with the buyer. If you put it that way, it's indeed possible.
When Zhang Yongji heard the plan given by Assistant Song, his eyes lit up.
This is the only method we can use now to stabilize the Zhang Group. Then do as you say and contact those who are acquiring the company now. Here is a purchase information sent directly to me. Assistant Song looked at the email message and his eyes lit up.
When he saw that the purchase price was the highest in the market, he clicked agree without even thinking about it. After agreeing, he turned around and asked Zhang Yongji. Mr. Zhang, the purchase price here is basically the lowest 20 million.
Now there is 50 million, which can just relieve our urgent need. What do you think we should do? Do you even need to ask? Just agree.
Zhang Yongji raised his eyebrows impatiently and shouted at Assistant Song. Upon hearing this, Assistant Song successfully sold the Texas Enterprise for 50 million.
However, just after he finished the sale, the new information displayed made Assistant Song's face change drastically. Because the person who signed at the bottom of the contract was Yi Fei. When he saw the word Yi Fei, his expression became stiff and the busy movements in his hands stopped. What's wrong?
Zhang Yongji, who had been observing Assistant Song, noticed something unusual and asked with a frown.
It's over. The person who acquired our company is Yi Fei. What did you say?
Zhang Yongji's expression changed drastically, and his face became extremely ferocious at this moment.
He waved his arms anxiously, wanting to jump off the bed, but because he moved around, he screamed in pain and the plaster loosened a little. Let me see, are you seeing things?
Zhang Yongji looked at the computer in disbelief, and Assistant Song cooperated and took the computer over. When he saw that the contract displayed on the computer showed Yi Fei, his expression became as ugly as if he had eaten shit.
Bang!
He slammed the computer to the ground and his breathing became extremely rapid. Assistant Song saw this and propped up the computer with his feet so that it did not break completely. If this computer is broken, it will be difficult to deal with the documents inside.
Why is it Yi Fei? Is this guy trying to disgust me? Assistant Song, what's wrong with you? Why didn't you look at the buyer more carefully and sign it so hastily?
Zhang Yongji yelled at Assistant Song and threw the bedding at him. Fortunately, Assistant Song had good physical skills, so he was not injured, and all the things he threw were smashed to the ground. However, facing Zhang Yongji, who was so angry now, he still felt a little guilty, and out of fear, he shirked responsibility.
I just asked you. I signed it only after asking you if you would sign it. Can't you check it carefully first?
Zhang Yongji still picked up something from the side and smashed it.
Ouch, don't hit Master Zhang. Jingle.
Just when Zhang Yongji was venting his anger, Assistant Song's cell phone suddenly rang. Hearing the ringtone, Assistant Song took out his phone and looked at it.
After seeing the name on the note, his expression suddenly changed.
The caller was the master of the Zhang family. Assistant Song shook the phone screen and his expression turned ugly.
Mr. Zhang, you're done for. The master seems to have figured out your situation. Now. Jingle.
Another text message sounded, but Assistant Song did not answer his call and instead looked at the text message.
Chapter 39, Impolite Salesman.
Master Zhang, the master said that he is on his way back now and has arrived at the doorstep.
Assistant Song raised his voice and looked at Zhang Yongji with an expression as if he had seen a ghost.
When Zhang Yongji heard what Assistant Song said, he stopped what he was doing and his face was suddenly filled with panic.
What should we do then? No way, I'm going to get beaten.
Assistant Song listened outside the door and heard footsteps, sounding very anxious.
Hearing this voice, Assistant Song could only leave an expression that said, "May good luck to you, young master," and he slightly turned sideways.
The moment he turned sideways, the door was suddenly kicked open by someone outside.
Zhang Yongji, what have you done?
I told you clearly last time, you little bastard.
I was only away for a few days, and you almost turned my whole house upside down? Jiangbei, Tingo Park. Hey, Mr. Yi, long time no see.
Sun Qi strode down from the company and walked towards Yi Fei.
It's only been 2 days since we last met. It's been a long time? Yi Fei said.
It's not 2 days, it's been a few days, the last time we met was at a wedding. Sun Qi waved to the driver in the parking lot, signaling someone to pick him up.
When he saw the driver coming, he turned around and looked at Yi Fei. This time you're mainly looking at houses, right? Houses in the villa area? You said last time that you needed some bodyguards. I've found some for you. Go back and meet them and see if they're suitable.
Sun Qi opened the car door and motioned Yi Fei to get in. Yi Fei nodded and followed him into the car.
You are thoughtful. You arranged it for me so quickly.
He remembered that he just repeated it to Sun Qi last time, but he didn't expect that the other party had taken it to heart and made arrangements.
That's for sure. After all, Mr. Yi is a big client of our media company. Sun Qi smiled.
After getting in the car, he seemed to have thought of something and asked. By the way, I saw some hot news this morning, which said that Texas Enterprises had stopped falling.
Mr. Yi, the financial company you invested in. Would you like to refresh your information now?
Yi Fei spoke before he finished speaking.
Oh.
Although he didn't understand, Sun Qi still did as he was told and started checking the messages. When he saw that Texas companies were being acquired, his expression suddenly changed.
Damn it, what happened in one morning? Why was a Texas enterprise acquired? Is the Zhang Group in trouble?
No, this information was leaked by an insider.
Let me see who bought it.
Sun Qi continued to search for information curiously, but as he searched, his expression became serious. The guy who bought the Texas business is
Yi Fei. When he shouted, the driver and Yi Fei both looked at him.
Because his voice was too loud.
Excuse me. I am a little surprised.
Sun Qi patted his face and turned to look at Yi Fei.
Boss Yi, let me guess, you didn't bankrupt the Texas company and then acquired their company? Is that what I think?
The more he spoke, the more anxious Sun Qi's tone became.
It's almost there. It's not much different from what you thought. Texas Enterprise will be mine from now on. Yi Fei nodded.
Sun Qi's mouth twitched when he heard this. He suddenly remembered what Bai Qingfei said last night, and then thought of Yi Fei now, and he suddenly became more curious.
Mr. Yi, why don't you tell me what you did last night? I think it must be very exciting. It's nothing to tell you.
Seeing that he was full of curiosity, Yi Fei simply told him what happened yesterday in the car. It took them more than half an hour to get to the place where they bought their house. Yi Fei explained the whole cause and effect of the matter, and Sun Qi also shared the story of Bai Qingfei with Yi Fei.
Bai Qingfei, I haven't paid much attention to it, but now that you mentioned it, I've started to pay attention to it. In fact, according to Mr. Ye's level, it doesn't matter whether he pays attention or not. After all, he is just a nobody and is not worth mentioning at all.
Sun Qi hummed a few words and took Yi Fei towards the house purchasing section. However, there was no one at the housing purchase office to receive the boss he had made an appointment with, which made Sun Qi curious.
Why is there no one here? Did the boss go to a meeting today? Boss Yi, please go and take a rest first. I'll go ask where they are. You sit here and wait for me.
They're upstairs. Come here, you are the new salesperson, take good care of this customer. Sun Qi pulled Yi Fei to the sofa next to him to rest, then turned and said something to the salesperson next to him. Since you're upstairs, I'll wait for you here. Yi Fei responded to Sun Qi, and Sun Qi said 2 quick words, turned around and rushed upstairs. The new salesperson also came forward to take care of Yi Fei, pouring him water and bringing him some desserts. The new girl looked a little young and a little shy, so she was very cautious when facing Yi Fei. Yi Fei didn't care about it. He waved to her and motioned her to come over. You are the salesperson of this place, why don't you tell me about your room types? Oh, well, I'll tell you about it. The young salesperson smiled shyly, took out a tablet from the front desk, and walked forward to introduce himself to the person in front of him. However, just as she was about to sit down and introduce herself to Yi Fei, a woman dressed maturely and capably walked over. The woman first looked at her salesperson, then looked at Yi Fei. After seeing Yi Fei's appearance, a light suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. As if to confirm whether she had seen it wrong, she continued to walk forward and glanced at Yi Fei several times. Are you Mr. Yi? The woman walked forward excitedly and asked. It was incredible that she could meet Yi Fei here. As if she wanted to confirm whether the person in front of her was hers, she moved closer. Excuse me, who are you? Yi Fei looked up at her in confusion. I'm a salesperson for this company. We were having a meeting just now. Now that the meeting has just ended, I didn't expect to run into you. I'm so lucky. Are you here to buy a house? Why don't you let me introduce you to our houses? She just arrived and is not familiar with many things. As the woman spoke, she reached out and snatched the tablet from the new salesperson's hand and pushed it away extremely rudely. Why? Because he was pushed away, the young salesperson didn't react in time and almost fell to the ground. When the woman saw her like this, there was no expression on her face, and she even looked a little disgusted, but she quickly hid this emotion and looked at Yi Fei with a smile. Yi Fei keenly caught her emotion and exchanged glances with the somewhat embarrassed salesperson. It seems that the sales industry is very competitive now. But Yi Fei couldn't stand such impolite people in his life. He still felt disgusted by the behavior of the woman in front of him. It's okay to steal business, but it's wrong to push people and do such extreme actions. You don't need to introduce yourself, I want the salesperson to show me around. Chapter 40, Character Debt. Zhang Kaya thought she had heard it wrong and snorted in confusion. I told the young salesperson to introduce it to me, you don't need to say anything first. Yi Fei continued. This. Zhang Kaya glanced at her own salesperson, her eyes rolling back and forth. As if she had noticed something, she looked at the salesperson with a hint of disgust in her eyes. Boss Yi, I think I should do it. She's new here and doesn't understand a lot of things. As she said this, she reached out and placed her hand on the back of Yi Fei's hand. Seeing this, Yi Fei's brows immediately furrowed. What does it mean to put your hand on his arm? Seeing the pretty saleswoman in front of him being pretentious towards him, he felt a little uncomfortable. Bang! Yi Fei slapped her hand away and shook it off. He just came to look at the house, not to cause any trouble. Mr. Yi, what are you doing? Zhang Kaya looked a little aggrieved and touched her hand in pain. I have mysophobia, don't touch me casually. Yi Fei gave her a cold look and motioned the salesperson next to him to come forward and introduce himself. Seeing this, the young salesperson nodded and moved closer cautiously, but before she got closer, she was blocked by Zhang Kayao again. Zhang Kayao reacted quickly. After being hit, she was stunned for just a few seconds. She quickly came forward and apologized to Yi Fei sincerely with a sincere look on her face. Mr. Yi, I'm so sorry for what happened just now. I accidentally touched your hand. I'm really sorry. You'd better not let her introduce you. You are our distinguished guest. She is a newcomer and is not familiar with many things. If you let her introduce you, you won't know everything. It would be bad if something goes wrong. Yi Fei listened to her words and raised his eyebrows slightly. This salesman is quite capable. Being able to bend and stretch and achieve this level, he seems to be a general of the sales company. Glancing at Zhang Kayao from head to toe, he sighed helplessly. Even so, her sales skills were good, but Yi Fei still couldn't convince her. How strong of a salesperson can be if he can show disrespect to others in front of customers? If a person has no manners, he will be passed over. If a person is not doing well, sales will naturally not be good either, so Yi Fei is still very dissatisfied with her. I'm just checking it out. I don't have to buy it this time, so I'll just let the salesperson introduce it to me. No, you are my customer, I have to be responsible for you. The moment you walked into our sales company, Mr. Yi, we should be responsible for you and provide the best service. Zhang Kayao continued to pull with Yi Fei, wanting to know why Yi Fei didn't trust her.
When she touched Yifei's hand just now, she actually misunderstood Yifei.
Originally, she thought that Mr. Yi was interested in their sales, but after some probing, she found that this was not the case.
If this is not the case, then why are they still rejecting her, a mature and capable salesperson? A normal person should choose a mature and capable employee to introduce him her, right? This can also save you a lot of worry. Mr. Yi, you are going to buy a house. This is a big deal. You must not make any mistakes. If there is anything wrong and you are not satisfied with the house you choose, it will be a big loss.
Zhang Kaiyao continued to ask Yifei in front of her tentatively.
Yifei was feeling a little unhappy because she was pestering him.
He did not respond to Zhang Kaiyao immediately, and his face looked a little gloomy. The atmosphere became a little silent at this moment, and Zhang Kaiyao felt a little embarrassed. Just as she was about to continue speaking, Yifei spoke ahead of time.
You also know that I want to buy a house? Ah, yes, aren't you here just to buy?
Zhang Kaiyao was a little confused and didn't quite understand what Yifei meant. I'm here to buy a house, but I only buy from reliable people.
Forget about your words. I don't trust you. Ah? Why am I unreliable?
Because of the lack of understanding, Zhang Kaiyao was in tears and had no idea where her problem lay. Seeing her brainless look, Yifei sighed and simply called her out.
I won't cooperate with people who have bad character, and I won't be at ease. No, Mr. Yi, what do you mean? Why am I unreliable? Why am I not a good person? You can't make personal attacks on me.
When Zhang Kaiyao heard Yifei say this, she immediately became angry and started loudly questioning the person in front of her. She originally worked in the service industry, so she could bow her head once or twice, but she couldn't tolerate it if someone talked about her repeatedly. Without realizing the problem, Zhang Kaiyao simply confronted Yifei in front of her. At this moment, she was also angry when looking at Yifei, and immediately said, "Don't think you are superior just because you come to buy a house, and don't be so uncultured just because you have a few bucks."
I'm really impressed.
I thought he was a nice guy, but I didn't expect he was such a person in private. Zhang Kaiyao muttered the second half of the sentence quietly.
Yifei laughed when he heard her say this. Who has no qualities?
The woman in front of him really knew how to add drama to his story. She even said something like superior to others, which simply made him want to laugh.
Please make it clear.
I have already made it clear that I wanted this salesperson to make the recommendation.
It is you who kept pestering me. And you just came up and pushed away the salesperson who was talking to me. Do you think that's polite? I saw it.
If the salesperson hadn't reacted quickly enough and stood firm, he would have fallen to the ground now.
How could you be so good as to talk to me about manners now? Who on earth has no manners?
I was chatting with him peacefully, but you suddenly came up and pushed him away, interrupting our conversation.
This.
Zhang Kaiyao felt a little guilty after listening to Yifei's words. Only now did she understand why Yifei said those words. It seems that her action just now was indeed a bit heavy.
But things have come to this point, and she doesn't even want to apologize. Why should she apologize when someone has insulted her? Anyway, did you just say that I have a problem with my character?
You should apologize to me for this matter.
Laugh.
Yifei listened to her words and shook his head helplessly.
He was too lazy to pay attention to the person in front of him.
He is being unreasonable and has no idea what is good for him.
However, his action made Zhang Kaiyao even more angry. She thought Yifei was provoking her.
She picked up the documents next to her and threw them on the table.
Bang!
The sound was so loud that it immediately attracted people around to watch.
I told you that you must apologize to me today. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you make some money.
If you don't apologize, this matter will not end today.
You didn't buy anything, but you're still giving me orders.
I think you're just looking for trouble on purpose.
What, Mr. Yi? Pa. Chapter 41 Stupid Woman. Hey, okay, Sister Yao, stop shouting, things are going to get out of hand.
Seeing the situation becoming increasingly serious, the young salesperson stepped forward to pull Zhang Kaiyao back and urge her to calm down.
Not wanting Zhang Kaiyao to see her, she just pushed her hard. Does it require your care? I didn't say a word just now, but now I'm asking you to do it. Ah. The young salesperson was pushed away and took steps backward.
Just when he was about to fall, Yifei grabbed him and prevented him from falling to the ground and getting hurt.
What are you doing? Are you fighting?
Yifei pulled the salesperson and looked at Zhang Kaiyao in front of him with a frown.
Zhang Kaiyao snorted coldly, looking like she didn't care at all. I just started it, what can you do? If you don't buy a house, there will be a lot of trouble. Others will pamper people like you, but I won't pamper people like you who have a few stinky money. It's really a bummer. I didn't expect to meet someone like you today. I'm in a bad mood. If you don't want to buy a house, get out now.
Zhang Kaiyao shouted loudly to Yifei, and more people around looked over. Seeing so many people gathering around, Zhang Kaiyao spoke even more excitedly and kept shouting along with Yifei. Just as she was about to send Yifei out personally, hurried footsteps were heard at the stairs.
What are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you suddenly arguing?
A middle-aged man in casual clothes came down and strode towards Yifei.
Following behind him was Sun Shi.
When Sun Shi saw Yifei being surrounded by the crowd and then saw that the female salesperson was about to grab Yifei, he was suddenly shocked.
What's going on? Make way, let me in and take a look.
Sun Shi hurriedly walked towards the crowd. When he saw that Yifei was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief and stretched out his hand to slap back Zhang Kaiyao's outstretched arm. When Zhang Kaiyao saw someone coming after Yifei, she also walked towards the middle-aged man who had come and said aggrievedly,
Mr. Ho, look at this person. He came up and said that I have a problem with my character. The key is that he is also nitpicking and scolding me in various ways. Do you think this kind of customer is mentally ill?
She acted coquettishly towards Holy and her tone became much more sweet. This is the way she often acts coquettishly in front of the boss, and every time she acts coquettishly, the boss will go along with her. But this time, when Holy looked at Yifei, his expression suddenly changed and his face became a little stiff. Mr. Ho, please say a few fair words. Just buy a house, but this person came up and said something bad about me.
This really makes me feel wronged. Zhang Kaiyao didn't notice the change in Holy's expression and continued to stick to him and talk, looking like she was about to cry. Oh, I didn't expect that Mr. Ho likes this kind of stuff.
Sun Shi was watching the scene from the side and wanted to laugh. Holy's mouth twitched when he heard that, and he slapped Zhang Kaiyao's arm away.
He knew Yifei's identity, and he had to give face to Sun Shi.
Looking at Zhang Kaiyao's aggrieved look, he secretly complained about this stupid woman in his heart.
Who are you talking to? I'm a germaphobe, don't touch me. Ah? How come you also have mysophobia?
Zhang Kaiyao was stunned when she heard that and continued the conversation subconsciously. As soon as she said this, her expression changed. No, Mr. Ho, you have to seek justice for me.
This Yifei. I think you are mentally ill.
After being pestered by Zhang Kaiyao several times, Holy could no longer tolerate it and exploded.
You know the person in front of you is Mr. Yi, but you are still disrespectful to him? He is Mr. Yi.
You should just endure your anger.
Why are you joining in a quarrel?
Holy snorted coldly and shouted at Zhang Kaiyao. Zhang Kaiyao was a little scared by what she heard and stood there in a daze.
Don't say that. I didn't mean to make things difficult for him. We don't know who was disgusted first, right?
Yifei added after hearing Holy's words. When Holy heard the voice, he immediately understood what he meant. Without saying a word, he shouted loudly at Zhang Kaiyao. Now you apologize to Mr. Yi, immediately.
Why do you want me to apologize? He was the one who said the bad things about me first. If he hadn't said it, how could I have? Bang! Holy slapped her in the face.
After the slap, Zhang Kaiyao's face became more ferocious.
Now I give you two choices.
The first is to apologize to Mr. Yi, and the second is to get out of here.
Okay. You want me to choose this, right? I'm the top seller in this company. I can work well wherever I go. Who cares about your crappy company? Damn it, whoever wants to do this job can do it.
Because of anger, Zhang Kaiyao took off the employee badge on her chest and stepped on it.
You.
When Holy saw her action, the veins on his forehead bulged due to the stimulation. He originally wanted to protect Zhang Kaiyao, but after what Zhang Kaiyao did, there was no way he could protect her.
What a stupid woman.
After cursing inwardly in his heart, he yelled at Zhang Kaiyao's departing back.
Go away and don't come back next time.
After he said this, Zhang Kaiyao quickened her pace and left the company. After she left, Holy waved to the people around him.
What are you looking at? Go to work.
He maintained order in the company and soon the crowd dispersed. Yifei found it a little funny to see his painful look, but when he saw Holy coming, he still said,
Your sales department employees are really hot-tempered.
Oh, this salesperson is not like this at all under normal circumstances. I don't know what happened today, but he suddenly became like this. I'm really sorry, Mr. Yi, for causing you trouble.
Salespeople like that should be fired. It's so rude and it's not good for the future development of your company. It doesn't cause any trouble to me. Since you are here, why don't you tell me about your villa?
Yifei waved and sat down. Holy nodded when he heard that. Knowing that Yifei was a big customer, he did not dare to neglect him and quickly took out the tablet to introduce him. Although we lost a good salesperson, if we can get a big deal for the boss, it will be much better than just a salesperson. Boss Ho, just bring out the hard stuff.
Boss Yi doesn't lack that much.
Sun Chi joined in the fun and said.
Then we have to come up with something solid. Do you think this is okay?
It has a Central European design, 3 floors, and comes with its own manner.
I don't like the Central European style. Can you find something else? It would be best if it is a little bigger than this one.
This one looks a bit too monotonous. Yifei waved at Mr. Ho in front of him. Mr. Ho immediately understood what he said and followed Yifei in recommending other styles of villas.
Chapter 42, Confrontation with Master Zhang.
Yifei basically spent the entire afternoon looking at houses with Holy. After looking at all the villas, he also selected a few that were in good locations and had good appearance. After Holy took the photo, Yifei looked at the sky, which was already getting late, and slowly stood up from his seat.
I'll decide on these 2 sets for now. I'll take the rest back to show my wife. We'll come to you after we make up our minds. No problem.
The deposit for these 2 sets is a bit high, more than 10 million.
I'll call you back. Yifei didn't say much after hearing this.
After asking for Holy's contact information, he walked out of the sales building.
Holy Gong saw Yifei off and couldn't help but sigh. You are indeed rich. Are you planning to buy 2 sets? That's amazing. Hey, remember to give me some.
Sun Chi joined in the fun from behind, saying that after all, it was he who recommended the person.
Okay, if it really works out, I'll definitely give it to you.
You should go first with Mr. Yi, don't make him wait anxiously.
I see, you are so loyal.
Sun Chi patted his shoulder proudly.
Halfway through the walk, he seemed to have thought of something and walked back.
By the way, buddy, next time, remember to find a slightly higher-end salesperson.
This one doesn't look up to standard, so don't be too picky. Stop worrying about it.
Holy was speechless, but he secretly swore in his heart that he would find a more sensible woman next time. Seeing this, Sun Chi didn't say much. He stood up and rushed in the direction Yifei left. He was humming as he walked.
Boss Yi, I'm here. Should we do something else tonight?
Yifei was already in the car at this time, and as soon as he got in, he received a call. The phone number was an unfamiliar one, and it started with 0. Yifei originally thought it was a harassment call, so he hung up the call. But even after he hung up the call, the other party kept calling him again and again.
Is there something urgent?
Yifei raised his eyebrows and clicked to answer the call. The moment the phone was answered, the voice from the other end came through. I am Zhang Guowang, the receiver of Zhang Group.
What are you calling me about?
Yifei's brain froze for a moment, and he quickly remembered Zhang Yongji and instantly understood the identity of the person in front of him.
This is interesting. Zhang Yongji's father called.
I hope you stop acquiring our Texas company. This matter has not gone through the formal procedures and has not been approved by me, so it is an invalid acquisition in name only. Zhang Guowang stated his purpose in a very serious tone. When Yifei heard him say this, he suddenly wanted to laugh.
What did he think was going on? Why did it turn out to be this?
The company was acquired through formal procedures, and I will not stop the acquisition.
Moreover, it is written in the contract that it is sold by your Zhang family. How can there be any reason to take it back? Master Zhang, don't you know this? Master Zhang, if you want to bluff me, you need a formal reason.
Zhang Yongji's name is written in black and white on the contract.
Do you mean to say that Zhang Yongji is not your son?
Yifei smiled and casually retorted to Zhang Guowang. He vaguely guessed what had happened to Zhang Yongji. It seems that the person who attacked him before was Zhang Yongji, and Zhang Guowang was completely unaware of this. Now that a large enterprise had been lost, Zhang Guowang hurriedly called him after he learned the information.
But why would there be any reason to take back something that has already been sold? Yi Fei, no matter what you say, this is my Zhang family's company, you must return it. I am warning you, not negotiating with you. Are you warning me?
Yi Fei listened to Zhang Guowang's words and repeated them, and he laughed out loud. At this time, Sun Qi, who was outside the door, just walked over. He was originally going to ask Yi Fei what interesting things had happened and why he was so happy, but when he saw the phone in Yi Fei's hand, he stopped talking and sat in the car from the other side of the door. Not long after he sat in, his expression changed. Because he heard a familiar voice on the phone, Zhang Guowang.
I don't want to waste my time on you. Try to stop the acquisition. Otherwise, you won't have a good outcome. How dare you intercept our Zhang enterprise? You don't want to get along well anymore. Zhang Guowang's tone was threatening, and his voice became harsher. Yi Fei disagreed with this. Dare to threaten him? You really don't know what's good for you. I think you haven't figured out some things. Why don't you figure them out before asking me? I just said that I have acquired your company. If you have any questions, you can call a lawyer. With your attitude, I can't communicate with you. Yi Fei, do you know who I am and who our company is? You are just a somewhat capable person in Shanghai, not even a top person among the masses. Why do you have to brag so much when you come here? Yi Fei interrupted him without waiting for him to finish. Sun Qi, who was standing next to them, was so shocked when he heard their conversation that he couldn't close his mouth. Especially when he heard Yi Fei's words about challenging Zhang's enterprise, he felt like he was dreaming. He must have heard it wrong. Rubbing his ears, Sun Qi confirmed that he had not heard wrongly. Yi Fei was really challenging Zhang's company. How powerful does this person have to be to challenge the Zhang family? Sun Qi swallowed and continued without saying anything. Feeling a little dry in the mouth, he picked up the bottle of mineral water in the car and planned to take a sip. But just when he was about to drink water, Yi Fei's next words almost choked him to death. You Zhang family, don't come in front of me and yell. If I want to acquire your Zhang family, it's easy. Yi Fei, you. When Zhang Guowang heard Yi Fei's words, he was obviously very angry. This is opening wide right next to his face. I don't want to continue talking to you. Let me stick to what I said before. If you have any objections, go through the legal process. Okay, I'm busy. I'm hanging up. Yi Fei said this, and before Zhang Guowang could finish, he hung up the phone and put the phone away neatly. Pa. Sun Qi couldn't help but applaud, his eyes full of admiration. You are so handsome, Mr. Yi. You are simply my god. They actually dared to challenge the Zhang family. This is outrageous. If this matter gets to the higher-ups, they will probably be furious. Is the Zhang family very powerful? After hearing what Sun Qi said, Yi Fei asked another question. Not wanting to be regarded as pretense by Sun Qi also cooperated and said it. Not awesome, Mr. Yi, am here, and the Zhang family is nothing. By the way, Mr. Yi, it's getting late now. You picked a room you like today, which is great. Why don't we go to the bar to have some fun and order some girls? Chapter 43, Good Man. Bar? When Yi Fei heard these two words, he shook his head and decided not to go. I still have to go home and discuss buying a house with my wife. Yes, I'm going to find two older sisters to have fun together. Thinking that Yi Fei didn't hear clearly, Sun Qi repeated it again in confusion. Consider married people. Yi Fei said helplessly beside him. Tisk, yes, I almost forgot that Mr. Yi is married. I'm so envious. There aren't many good men like Mr. Yi. Sun Qi began to deliberately prolong the ending of his words and teased Yi Fei. Not sure if it was Yi Fei's illusion, but he vaguely felt that the way Sun Qi spoke in front of him was a bit like those green tea girls in the video. You should avoid going to places like that. Helpless, he turned around and said something casually to Sun Qi. I don't want to go either. I'm here for a social gathering, otherwise I wouldn't go to that kind of place. Sun Qi sighed when he heard that. If it weren't for the sudden cocktail party held by several young masters from aristocratic families, he would have wanted to go back and continue to piss off Bai Chengfei. But after all, he is the boss of a media company and he has no choice. Boss Yi, since you don't want to go, I'll take you back. It just so happens that I'm on my way. I'll take you back and I'll go play with them. No problem. Yi Fei responded to him,
but did not continue talking to Sun Qi. Instead, he picked up his phone that kept ringing and chose to block all calls from Mr. Zhang. Keep calling him, that would constitute harassment, he could file a complaint directly.
He casually swiped the screen of his mobile phone and clicked on the complaint.
Seeing the page showing that the complaint was successful, Yifei raised a pleasant smile. After doing all this, he put down the phone. With Sun Qi sending him home, Yifei got home much faster. It only took him about 10 minutes to get home. After Yifei returned home, he took the several house types he had chosen today and went to Xiao Qingqing to discuss the matter. However, when she returned home, she found that the lights in the living room were not on, which made Yifei full of doubts.
No one's home? That shouldn't be the case?
If Xiao Qingqing went out, she would definitely notify him. Just when Yifei was puzzled, sobbing sounds came from the room inside. Hearing the crying, Yifei suddenly became panicked. Opening the door as quickly as possible, Yifei walked towards the bedroom. When he reached the bedroom door, he saw Xiao Qingqing, whose eyes were red and swollen from crying. Xiao Qingqing was on the phone at this time. When she saw Yifei coming back, she quickly hung up the phone.
Hubby, you're finally back. What's wrong? Why are you crying?
Seeing that her eyes were red and swollen, Yifei hurried forward and hugged her.
Hubby, something happened to my dad, and the situation is…
Xiao Qingqing tried her best to adjust her emotions, but she was unable to do so for a moment and swallowed the words she had spoken. Okay, don't worry, calm down first, I'm here for you if anything happens. Seeing Xiao Qingqing crying so hard, Yifei could only calm her down and sit quietly with her for a while. After calming down for a while, Xiao Qingqing finally calmed down.
Are you feeling better?
Yifei saw her looking up and tried to make his voice softer when he spoke.
Much better. Xiao Qingqing nodded.
Because she had cried so hard just now, her body couldn't help shaking.
Then tell me what happened. What happened to your father just now?
Yifei continued to ask when he saw that she had calmed down. My father's condition has become more serious and he has to be transferred to the ICU, but there is no room in the hospital now. That was the day off my mother had managed to arrange, but it was taken away by someone else.
My father's condition is very serious now and can't be delayed at all.
The person who cut in line and took the ICU, my mother said that their disease is not urgent to treat. Having said this, Xiao Qingqing started sobbing again. Yifei listened to her and almost understood the matter.
Why is there no room in the hospital's intensive care unit?
Yifei was very confused.
How many patients can there be in the intensive care unit? I don't know about that. Maybe it's because our place is a small place, so it's like this? Not understanding the specific situation, Xiao Qingqing could only guess.
As soon as she finished speaking, her cell phone rang again. Seeing the cell phone ringing, Xiao Qingqing had no choice but to answer it. The moment the call was answered, a slightly older female voice was heard.
Qingqing, do you have money now? Your second father's condition is very urgent, and the money you had before is not enough. Mom, I really have no other choice. Is the previous $500,000 not enough?
Xiao Qingqing's expression suddenly changed when he heard this.
Yes, your father still needs chemotherapy this time.
It will be difficult to cure him without $1 million.
I have already raised a little bit of money. Actually, I have no other choice. Mom doesn't want your second father to get into trouble, so I can only come to you.
There was a crying voice coming from the other end of the phone, and the woman's voice was trembling.
Can you ask Xiaofei?
I know it's a bit abrupt, but it's a matter of life and death.
Mom can borrow money from you first. I really have no other choice. Qingqing, please think of a solution quickly, woo-woo. Maybe the woman knew that it was awkward and wrong to mention Yifei at this time.
After all, her best friend had just gotten married, and it was a bit too much for her to talk about money right after the marriage. But the incident happened suddenly and she was left with nowhere else to go and could only turn to Xiao Qingqing for help. After hearing this, Xiao Qingqing fell silent and looked at Yifei with embarrassment. Seeing this, Yifei thought for a moment before he spoke.
Sure, since my father-in-law is busy, this little money is nothing. 1 million.
This number is not enough for him now, and he doesn't feel any pressure at all. The reason why he didn't agree immediately was because he was curious about Xiao Qingqing's situation.
When they got married, he didn't even meet Xiao Qingqing's parents. Mom, wait a minute.
I need to discuss this with my husband.
It will be quick.
At this time, Xiao Qingqing could only choose to hang up the phone and look at Yifei.
Hubby,
Please transfer the money to mom and the others first. Saving lives is the most important thing. Just tell me the rest, especially your family situation.
Yifei interrupted her and followed Xiao Qingcheng to transfer the money.
Xiao Qingcheng nodded when she heard that. After the two of them worked on it, Xiao Qingcheng answered a few more calls before she finally breathed a sigh of relief. After finishing this matter, she also looked at Yifei, with a little more embarrassment on her face.
Hubby, please don't mind or get angry about what I'm about to say.
It's okay, just talk about it. Yifei nodded and motioned for her to continue. He was just curious about the situation at Xiao Qingcheng's home.
Good.
Xiao Qingcheng took a breath, gathered some strength, and then slowly spoke.
Chapter 44, Allure Family Affairs. My family situation is a bit complicated. My father had an accident and passed away at a young age.
Then my mother could only rely on another uncle for spiritual support. When my uncle was alive, he had a very good relationship with my dad, and they were very good brothers. After my dad got into trouble, he had no choice but to ask my uncle to take care of me and my mom.
That's who I just called my second dad.
As for the betrothal money for our marriage. Xiao Qingcheng felt a little guilty when she said this, but she continued. I gave all the betrothal money to my mother, and she used it all to treat my second father. I know it's not right, but my mother is old, and my father's death was a big blow to her. She is weak and sick, and cried in the hospital. So I don't want my second father to get hurt, or she will become more haggard.
So, is this the reason why you married into the one family?
Yifei suddenly remembered the marriage and looked towards Xiao Qingcheng.
Xiao Qingcheng did not avoid this and nodded. Well, there is this reason.
Another reason is that I know my second father may not live long, so I want to get married to show him.
Of course, my mother is also urging me. What's the situation with your second father?
Yifei listened to Xiao Qingcheng's words and asked curiously.
Now that he has married Xiao Qingcheng is his woman.
Moreover, during these days of getting along with each other, he also recognized her in his heart. No matter in appearance or character, she was a good person. Since they are already a family, Yifei doesn't have too many thoughts about Xiao Qingcheng's second father's affairs.
How much does it cost to see a doctor? He has more than enough money. As for the matter of marriage, he didn't care much about it. The bride price itself is given to the woman and is still controlled by her.
These things are as they should be and are worth it for Xiao Qingcheng.
What is there to worry about when you marry such a close and beautiful wife?
I don't know what my father's illness is, it seems to be a chronic disease, we don't have this at all. This time he has to be transferred to the ICU ward, probably because of his severe high fever that won't go away. Xiao Qingcheng shook her head, indicating that she was not very clear about the specific situation. After saying these words, she suddenly became silent. Seeing him like this, Yifei walked over and patted her head a few times.
Okay, go visit your parents tomorrow and go to bed early today.
When Xiao Qingcheng was photographed, she exclaimed at first, and then when she heard what Yifei said, her eyes suddenly lit up.
Husband, you. What's wrong with me?
Yifei asked with raised eyebrows.
You don't mind this matter. Xiao Qingcheng was a little embarrassed. Do you think I look like her?
Yifei spread his hands. Knowing that Yifei didn't take it to heart at all, Xiao Qingcheng's face lit up with joy. In her heart, Yifei is now ranked first.
Hubby, you're so nice.
Xiao Qingcheng was so happy that she threw herself into Yifei's arms, her nose sore and she was about to cry out.
Hey, don't. If you start crying, I won't help you.
You'll look better if you smile more.
Otherwise, you'll look so ugly. Yifei rubbed his temples pretending to have a headache.
Xiao Qingcheng could only force a stiff smile when he heard it. The two looked at each other and laughed out loud.
Are you feeling better now?
Yifei let Xiao Qingcheng lean on his shoulder and put his arm around her.
Much better.
Xiao Qingcheng sniffed and laughed out loud.
I'm glad you're feeling better. Go to sleep today. We'll go check on your parents tomorrow morning.
Go to bed early so we can leave early tomorrow.
Good.
Hearing Yifei say this, Xiao Qingcheng nodded quickly, then took out her cell phone and went out to make a call. After the call, Xiao Qingcheng's expression visibly improved. The two of them simply washed up and went to bed to rest. But in the second half of the night, Xiao Qingcheng's cell phone screen lit up again.
After flickering continuously for several minutes, it finally went dark. The next day,
Yifei and Xiao Qingcheng both got up very early. The first thing Xiao Qingcheng did when he got up was to look at his mobile phone. When he saw more than a dozen calls on his phone, his expression became panicked.
My phone automatically went silent last night.
Oh no, my mom called so many times.
Is there something going on? It shouldn't be like that.
She told me in person during the last phone call last night that there is no problem. Because of anxiety, Xiao Qingcheng hurriedly called back, but this time the call was not connected. The call was not answered in time, and Xiao Qingcheng became anxious.
I can't even answer the phone. Is there something urgent going on? Feeling nervous, Xiao Qingcheng also became anxious. Let's go check out what's going on.
It'll take a few hours to get from here to the hospital where your mother is.
Don't be nervous, let's go take a look first.
Yifei tried his best to comfort Xiao Qingcheng, got up from the bed and started to tidy up. Knowing that there was no point in being anxious now, Xiao Qingcheng had no choice but to nod and follow Yifei downstairs. On the other side, Lincheng Central Hospital. At this time, a middle-aged woman with a sturdy figure was standing outside the operating room, anxiously waiting for information.
Squeak!
The door was pushed open and the doctor in the operating room came out.
Doctor, how is my old lover? Lu Chuanqing asked anxiously.
The situation is not very optimistic.
The family members need to sign a contract. We are now going to perform a craniotomy.
The doctor hurriedly handed the contract to the woman in front of him and asked her to sign it.
Craniotomy. When Lu Chuanqing heard these two words, his face turned pale. There was no plan for a craniotomy before, why did we suddenly have to do it?
It seems that the situation is not a little serious.
Doctor, can we not open the skull? I hope you can sign as soon as possible.
The situation is very dangerous.
There is still a certain chance of survival if the skull is opened.
The doctor's tone was a little anxious.
Hearing him say this, Lu Chuanqing clenched his fists and finally signed on it.
After signing, she collapsed with weakness all over her body. If there hadn't been some resting chairs nearby, she would probably have fallen to the ground. But the good thing was that she managed to hold herself together, sat back on the chair in the corridor, and started crying with her hands covering her face.
You must get better, please don't let anything happen to you.
As Lu Chuanqing silently recited in his heart, his breathing became much heavier. She didn't know how long she had been crying. She felt a little tired and seemed to vaguely feel someone approaching. But the moment she raised her head, her expression suddenly became extremely ugly.
Chapter 45 You are a scumbag. Shi Chen. Why are you here?
Lu Chuanqing was so excited that he almost shouted out loud, staring at the middle-aged man in front of him.
Why can't I come here? Shi Chen said, striding to Lu Chuanqing's side and sitting down with her.
But as soon as she sat down, Lu Chuanqing stood up, wishing he could be 100 meters away from her.
What do you mean? You don't want to stay with me for a while? I came all the way here to see you in Zhou Yuancheng.
Shi Chen said this, but his expression was full of disdain.
How can you have any good intentions? If you have any good intentions, why is Yuancheng like this now?
Yuan's illness this time is entirely related to your chemical research.
Lu Chuanqing gritted his teeth and loudly retorted to the person in front of him.
Shi Chen is Zhou Yuancheng's boss, and he had some friction with them before.
You can't blame me for this.
If you want to blame someone, blame Zhou Yuancheng for not operating properly.
It's wrong to blame me. There are so many people working in the chemical plant, why did he get into trouble alone? Can you blame me for this? Shi Chen sighed helplessly and looked at Lu Chuanqing in front of him with some amusement.
You. Lu Chuanqing was already very sad, and now being mocked in front of her by the person in front of her, she felt her breathing quicken. After a long while, she finally recovered and said with some fatigue. I am increasingly suspicious that you are the one who killed Xiao Fu.
Hey, don't say that. How could I be that kind of person?
When Shi Chen heard her words, he stood up suddenly and was about to interrupt him.
However, Lu Chuanqing was also very cooperative.
She did not continue speaking, but shrugged and said,
It doesn't matter. These are all things of the past. Just tell me what you are here for. If there is nothing else, then you can leave. Why are you rushing me here so much?
I came here to ask you if you have money to pay for Zhou Yuancheng's treatment. If not, you can ask me for a loan, but I'll charge you 3 times the interest.
Shi Chen continued to walk forward and smiled at Lu Chuanqing in front of him.
When Lu Chuanqing heard what he said, he shook his head.
Unnecessary. Ha? It's not necessary?
This time it was Shi Chen's turn to be confused.
He had clearly laid the groundwork last night, having people grab the wards and all that, but now it's not necessary? Where does this money come from? That won't work if it's like this.
The main reason he came this time was to see Lu Chuanqing's family become increasingly miserable. After all, Zhao's father, as his superior at that time, was very high-spirited and made him angry a lot.
Now that Zhao's father is dead, how could he be willing to see Lu Chuanqing live a better life? Where did you get the money? Could it be that you?
Shi Chen stared at Lu Chuanqing in front of him, his expression becoming slightly disgusted.
Do you need to take care of it? Lu Chuanqing's face turned grim and she was too lazy to pay attention to him.
Even though she caught the disgust in his eyes, she was too lazy to explain anything.
Snort.
Seeing that the person in front of him had no intention of continuing to communicate with him, Shi Chen's expression became a little ugly, and he snorted coldly.
Even if you have money, there won't be any wards later.
After all, our family members are also recovering here.
You can go to the VIP ward. I'll wait for you to come and ask for a loan from me. It was you who was involved in the ward? Lu Chuanqing reacted and his expression became a little more ferocious. No wonder she waited in line for so long last night.
She felt something was wrong because her number was suddenly snatched away by someone else. Now Shi Chen's words made her immediately understand what was wrong.
So what if it's me? What can you do? Lu Chuanqing shrugged. Isn't this just like what Xiao did in the beginning, ruining my research project? He owes me this, he deserves it.
Zhou Yuanchang will not have a good day today, and don't even think about him getting out of the operating room safely. Shi Chen snorted coldly and made harsh words to Lu Chuanqing in front of him.
How can what happened back then be compared to what's happening now?
Your project was a disaster from the beginning.
If you don't destroy it, do you have to wait for more serious consequences? This is a human life. Do you understand, Shi Chen? Do you think it's just a simple project? Lu Chuanqing was a little flustered and wanted to catch Shi Chen. Shi Chen is now the big boss of Lincheng.
If he really tampered with the ward, she would not have a chance to resist.
How much money does she have?
You look really miserable now.
I'll see you later. If you don't have money, you can borrow money from me. Shi Chen smiled.
Anyway, his goal had been achieved, and there was no point in staying here any longer.
Stop right there.
When Lu Chuanqing saw that he was about to leave, he suddenly became anxious and went forward to grab him. But just as she pounced on him, Shi Chen dodged to the side, but Lu Chuanqing was anxious and hurriedly grabbed his arm again.
Fuck, are you sick? For Shi Chen, who had obsessive-compulsive disorder, Lu Chuanqing's actions were simply disgusting.
Looking at the woman in front of him who was grabbing his arm, he raised his left hand and hit her in the face.
Just as the slap was about to land on Lu Chuanqing, a burst of hurried footsteps sounded, accompanied by exclamations. Ah! Mom! Xiao Qingchang rushed over here in a hurry.
Yi Fei was faster than her and pushed Shi Chen aside.
Ah!
Shi Chen didn't stand firmly and fell to the ground with a bang, his face turning painful. At this time, Lu Chuanqing also opened his eyes, looked at Xiao Qingcheng, the first person to approach him, hugged her in his arms, and burst into tears.
Qingcheng, you are finally here, you are finally here. I'm here. I'm here.
Xiao Qingcheng hurriedly comforted her mother and patted her back with her hands.
With her around, Lu Chuanqing's mood calmed down a lot. Oh my god, who are you to push me? Shi Chen, who fell to the ground, looked up viciously and wanted to stand up to hit Yi Fei.
Because of the action Yi Fei just used to wipe it, he had completely lost all his face. Seeing the people around him, Shi Chen stood up and attacked Yi Fei.
Yi Fei frowned when he saw this, and easily subdued him while he was hitting him. Over the shoulder throw. Plop. Bang.
3 different sounds rang out in succession, and Shi Chen was thrown directly to the ground, screaming in pain and groaning continuously.
You little brat, do you know who you have offended? If you offend me, you will never be able to walk on your own feet again. Why do you have to meddle in other people's affairs? Shi Chen looked at Yi Fei threateningly, feeling angry. Who are you?
Yi Fei looked at Shi Chen in front of him with a raised brow.
I'm from Lincheng. Oh, I get it, you are a scumbag of Lincheng. After all, only scumbags hit women, right? Chapter 46. The operation went smoothly. Damn it, you little brat are simply courting death. How dare you scold me? You are courting death. When Shi Chen heard Yi Fei's words, he immediately became furious. He stood up and was about to pounce on Yi Fei again. Seeing how clumsy he was, Yi Fei shrugged helplessly and moved aside. After I got a black belt in Taekwondo, I saw that the people around me were fighting with flaws and were clumsy, and they did not pose any threat at all. Ouch! Shi Chen, who had just climbed up from the ground, fell forward because he jumped too hard. This time, 2 of his teeth were knocked out, his face hit the ground, and his legs were stiff. Oh my legs are broken, really broken. Shi Chen couldn't help but scream out loud, his expression twitching. The noise they created originally was quite loud, and now with this happening, even more people gathered around. What are you guys still looking at? Hurry up and take me to get checked. Ouch, my legs seem to be broken. Shi Chen shouted at the young nurses who were approaching. Upon hearing this, the young nurse immediately notified the people around her. The bodyguard who came rushing over helped the man up and ran towards the next ward. Hurry, someone is injured here, everyone make way. The injury is quite serious. Several teeth have been knocked out. What's going on? Check and treat the disease first. Several nurses gathered around Shi Chen, shouting anxiously. Shi Chen cried out in pain, glanced at Yi Fei as he left, and said harsh words unwillingly. You little bastard, I'll remember what you did to me today. Just wait, I'm not going to let you off easily later. And Lu Chuanqing, you wait too. When he comes out later, I guarantee that he won't have a ward to stay in. After saying 2 harsh words, he was carried away with his teeth bared. Yi Fei shrugged helplessly, waved at him, and had a disdainful smile on his face. What does it have to do with me? I didn't move my hands at all. You fell when you jumped on me. Seeing his gloating look, Shi Chen, who was being carried away, was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He struggled and wanted to attack Yi Fei, but the medical staff next to him acted quickly and carried him away. After he was carried away, the people at the scene dispersed and did not stay where they were. Yi Fei looked towards Lu Chuanqing. The moment he saw Lu Chuanqing, his eyes moved slightly. This person looks so much like Xiao Qingcheng, especially the eyes, they are almost carved from the same mold. Lu Chuanqing on the opposite side also noticed him, looked at Yi Fei and smiled. Mom, this is my husband, Yi Fei. Xiao Qingcheng followed Lu Chuanqing in introducing Yi Fei and quickly pulled him over. It turns out to be my son-in-law. This is my first time meeting him. I only saw him in videos before. Now I see him in person. He is so handsome. Mom. Yi Fei nodded and greeted his mother-in-law. In fact, he was a little nervous when he met his mother-in-law for the first time. Fortunately, Xiao Qingcheng was there. Xiao Qingcheng stepped forward, stopped Yi Fei's arm, and pulled him towards Lu Chuanqing. Mom, don't you know your daughter's taste? My husband is the most handsome man in the world. By the way, how is second dad doing now? Xiao Qingcheng was halfway through her words when she seemed to remember something and asked Lu Chuanqing. Your second father. Lu Chuanqing was a little excited and looked towards the door of the operating room. Seeing her like this, Yi Fei reached out and shook Xiao Qingcheng. Seeing this, Xiao Qingcheng didn't ask any more questions. It seems that the situation is not optimistic. Mom, don't worry, we are here if anything happens. Yi Fei comforted softly. Lu Chuanqing nodded when he heard this and forced back his tears. After holding it back, she took a deep breath. The remote person has been in there for 5 or 6 hours, but there is still no information. It's been so long. When Xiao Qingcheng heard Lu Chuanqing's words, her expression changed, but she quickly changed the subject. Mom, don't think too much. Second dad will be fine soon. I think you might as well tell us what Shi Chen did to you just now. Did that scumbag, who was touching you all over, threaten you again? Knowing that his daughter was trying to change the subject, Lu Chuanqing nodded and tried to divert attention. But just as she opened her mouth to speak, the door of the operating room was pushed open with a bang. Family member of Zhou Yuancheng's patient. Yes, we are here. Hearing the doctor calling for help, Lu Chuanqing hurried over, followed closely by Xiao Qingcheng and Yi Fei. Family members of the patient, right? Congratulations. Zhou Yuanyuan's surgery went well. Now you go through the hospitalization procedures. He will need to rest for a long time this time. The operation went well. Ah, that's great. Upon hearing the result, Lu Chuanqing laughed out loud. Xiao Qingcheng and Yi Fei also breathed a sigh of relief.
In the ward, the doctor quickly pushed the person out.
Mom, Xingcheng, you two stay with Dad first. I'll go and check him into the ward. Yi Fei took the initiative to step forward and said, I'll go with you.
Seeing this, Xiao Qingcheng stood up and wanted to leave with Yi Fei, but was rejected by Yi Fei. After all, he could go faster on his own. As for Xiao Qingcheng and Lu Chuanqing, it would be better for them to stay and take care of others.
Hey!
Xiaofei, when you go through the formalities, be careful of Shi Chen.
Lu Chuanqing warned anxiously.
After all, Shi Chen had a high status in Linsheng, so she was still a little concerned about what he said just now.
Okay, I understand. Yi Fei didn't think much about this. He nodded and walked towards the first floor.
After he left, Xiao Qingcheng and Lu Chuanqing became busy again.
First floor, reception desk.
After Yi Fei came over, he was ready to go through the hospitalization procedures, but before he could ask a few questions, a figure approached.
Is there no more ward in the hospital? Yi Fei asked the person at the reception desk.
No sir, now only the VIP ward is left. This requires a larger amount of money, but this ward needs to be booked.
There are more people hospitalized recently.
The front desk staff explained.
Shooting location?
Yi Fei frowned slightly when he heard these words.
Why do they have to bid for the location? And whoever bids the highest gets to live there?
Thinking of what Shi Chen said when he left, Yi Fei suddenly understood some of the things.
Is anyone taking pictures now? Yi Fei asked again.
Of course there is, how could there not be? Before the waiter could speak, the person close to Yi Fei spoke first. Yi Fei also shifted his gaze to him at this time. After seeing him, he raised his eyebrows slightly.
Shi Chen's son? Oh wow, you can still recognize me.
When Shi Yu was recognized, his expression changed slightly, and there was a hint of disdain in his eyes when he looked at Yi Fei.
Chapter 47, Plenty of Money. Since you have recognized me, shouldn't you step back? Don't even think about booking a ward today.
Shi Yu laughed coldly, leaned one hand on the table at the front desk, and looked at Yi Fei with a provocative expression.
Don't get in the way.
Yi Fei felt speechless at his meaningless provocation and stretched out his hand to signal him to step back.
But how could Shi Yu give way at this time?
Brother, we have reserved this ward, you.
Bang!
Yi Fei took out a bank card and ignored him.
How much does it cost to take a photo of the ward now? Yi Fei asked the front desk clerk. It costs 2,000. 1 day in the ward costs 2,000.
Afraid that Yi Fei didn't hear clearly, the front desk clerk repeated a few words.
Then let's process it for a month first. Yi Fei said.
How much are you offering? The front desk clerk asked curiously. I'll pay 300,000 a month. Yi Fei simply calculated the number and then reported it. As soon as this number came out, the expression of the front desk clerk changed, and the expression of Shi Yu next to him also changed.
TSK, it seems you are quite rich, but this is something we have already booked, so I'm sorry.
Shi Yu stepped forward and spoke again to the front desk clerk.
600,000. We said we wanted to get it.
Not letting Lu Chuanqing and the others book a ward was the order Shi Chen gave him, so he absolutely could not let the person in front of him make a reservation.
3 million, then.
Yi Fei listened to the words with a calm expression.
To him, money was just a number. 3 million?
Shi Yu, who was standing next to him, thought he was hallucinating and frowned immediately.
3 million for a hospital ward, are you crazy? Any questions?
Yi Fei glanced at him indifferently and signaled the front desk clerk to swipe the card.
If you don't make an offer, I'll reserve it directly. Are you still going to make an offer?
Shi Yu's expression was somewhat forced. 3 million to reserve a ward is no small amount.
Looking at Yi Fei's calm expression, Shi Yu felt a little panicked.
But thinking of what his father said, he still said it with gritted teeth.
5 million. Are you still going out?
When Yi Fei heard what he said, he felt that his offer was too high. He came here to handle the procedures for housing, and the people above him were still waiting for housing, so he didn't have time to waste with them.
What do you mean?
Shi Yu was being stared at and felt provoked, so he immediately retorted. Seeing him like this, Yi Fei sighed helplessly. If you don't have money, don't come out and bid for the price.
10 million, can you settle it? If not, then 20 million. I need it done right now. 10 million, huh? 20 million, are you crazy?
When Shi Yu heard Yi Fei's words, he screamed in surprise.
This is totally not treating money as money. This is a bit too scary. Do you want to invest?
You can choose to buy shares in Lincheng Hospital.
The annual income is 200 yuan.
If you succeed in buying shares, you will be rewarded 30 million yuan.
Do you want to buy shares? No shares, no rewards.
The system's voice sounded in his mind. Hearing this voice, Yifei chose the first option. The investment was successful, and the reward of 30 million has been received. After saying this briefly, the system fell silent. Yifei casually invested in a project and did not continue to pay attention to it. Instead, he looked at the waiter at the reception desk.
Can you do it? Any price is fine. I really need it.
Well, since you need this ward so much, I'll get it for you now. The waiter said with a smile and started to help Yifei with the process. Shiyu's expression next to him changed.
Hey, wait, What are you talking about? Get out of the way and don't bother me.
Yifei glanced at him indifferently without speaking to him.
After getting the certificate, he walked away without looking back.
When Shiyu saw him leave, his expression instantly became more ferocious.
Damn, how could this happen?
No, I have to go talk to my dad about this. Because he was angry, he turned around and walked upstairs. On the other side, after Yifei completed the formalities, he walked upstairs. After a series of arrangements, Zhou Yuancheng and others were also sent to the VIP ward. Seeing that Zhou Yuancheng's attributes were all normal, Yifei breathed a sigh of relief. The patient needed to rest, and Zhou Yuancheng was still resting at this time, so Yifei and others had to walk out of the room. In the meantime, Yifei called a few nurses.
I have to thank Xiufei for this. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what I would do. Lu Chuanqing looked at Yifei with gratitude.
She held his arm with tears streaming down her face.
Okay, Mom, stop crying. Dad is fine, right? It would be wrong to cry anymore.
Yifei said with a smile. Yes, don't cry, or your eyes will hurt. Lu Chuanqing smiled when he heard this and reached out to wipe away his tears.
Xiaofei helped me a lot this time. I don't know how to thank you.
You and Xinqing just got married, and this kind of troublesome thing happened in your family. It really hindered you two young couples.
Lu
Chuanqing said this, looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. She was actually still a little embarrassed.
Mom, we are all family now, what's the point of saying thank you or not? Dad and Mom are both fine, that's all that matters.
As for how to thank me, I think it would be best to let Xinqing help me give birth to a baby.
That would be the best way to thank me.
Yifei smiled and teased Lu Chuanqing in front of him. Xiao Qingcheng heard Yifei's words nearby, lowered her head shyly, and glared at Yifei coquettishly. Yes, give birth to a big baby, Qingcheng, you have to work harder. Lu Chuanqing echoed Yifei's words and turned to say something to Xiao Qingcheng.
Oh, Mom.
Xiao Qingcheng lowered her head, walked forward and pushed her. Lu Chuanqing just smiled, and the two of them started playing around. Seeing that both of them were in a much better mood, Yifei also breathed a sigh of relief.
Are you Mr. Yi?
Just as Yifei was about to go in to check on Zhou Yuanqing's condition, a doctor in a white coat walked over.
It's me, what's wrong? Yifei asked. Oh, it's like this. You just invested in our hospital and the dean wants to meet you. Do you have time now? Why don't we go and take a look?
The doctor said to Yifei with a smile. You received it so quickly.
I don't have anything to do right now, so I can go there.
Yifei looked back at Lu Chuanqing and Xiao Qingcheng.
They waved at Yifei.
Seeing this, he did not stay where he was, but turned around and left with the doctor. Seeing him leave, Lu Chuanqing also started talking in a low voice with Xiao Qingcheng.
Wait, the doctor just said that Xiaofei invested in this hospital? It seems so?
Xiao Qingcheng finally reacted after hearing what he said, with a little surprise on her face.
She seemed to have really heard that Yifei had invested in the hospital himself?
Qingcheng, tell me what Xiaofei does and how he is so rich.
Well, should I talk to Mom slowly? Chapter 48, The family must be in good order.
After Yifei was called away by the doctor, he walked towards the hospital office.
Because it was only a unilateral investment, he chatted with the hospital's president, got the contract and walked out of the office.
However, all the money he had paid for the ward reservation was refunded, which made Yifei feel good. The director is very capable of handling things, as he allowed me to stay in the VIP ward for free.
After talking with the hospital director, it was almost 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Yifei walked back to the ward to see how Zhou Yuancheng was doing. According to the time, he should be waking up soon. After estimating the time, Yifei walked towards the ward door. But just as he was about to walk in, he saw the door opened and there was a familiar figure inside. Seeing this figure, Yifei's expression changed. "Isn't the Shiyu whom I met downstairs just now?" He strode toward Shiyu, who was shouting loudly at the moment and was completely unaware of Yifei's existence. "Where is Yifei? Let him come out. Damn it! How dare you beat my dad like that? Do you think that we are alone in our Shi family and easy to bully? My right leg is broken, and several teeth are missing. You have to pay for all of this." Shiyu shouted loudly, pointing at Xiao Qingcheng and Lu Chuanqing in front of him. If he hadn't gone back to look for his father, he would have had no idea that his father had been beaten and had broken bones, and it was Yifei, whom he had met before. Thinking about how he had been bullied before, he felt very unwilling. Seeing his father lying on the bed, he felt even more unwilling to accept it. "It's bad enough that you're pretending, but you're also bullying them? Your father fell down by himself. What does it have to do with us? Shiyu, don't make trouble for yourself." Xiao Qingcheng protected Lu Chuanqing behind her and confronted Shiyu. "You're talking nonsense. It was you who attacked my dad, and now you're turning your back on me, right? I tell you, if you don't get the compensation today, I won't let you go. There are patients here, can't you go out and talk?" The nurse next to him was annoyed by Shiyu's rushing appearance and couldn't help but scold him. "That's right, there are patients here, this is not the place to cause trouble." The other caregivers followed suit and looked at Shiyu with disgust. "Shut up, all of you. What's your business? My dad is not having a good time, why should they have an easy time?" Shiyu snorted coldly. "If Yifei doesn't come out today, or the compensation is not paid in full, you won't have peace." "I'm right here, why are you shouting so hard?" Yifei walked behind him and patted him with his hand. Upon hearing this, Shiyu immediately turned his head stiffly. After seeing Yifei, his expression suddenly changed. "Yifei, you bastard, I advise you to compensate us right now, otherwise our Shi family will not let you off easily. My father has no use for his son, right?" Facing Shiyu's provocation, Yifei's expression was indifferent. "You!" Shiyu's body trembled with anger. The words on his lips could not come out, and he pointed at Yifei. "What are you talking about? You can't even speak clearly." Yifei sneered, slapped his raised hand down, and looked at him coldly. "I don't know where you got the confidence to ask us to pay compensation, or do you not understand the situation clearly? Your father was injured in a fall, but it has nothing to do with me. If you want compensation, you can sue him. As long as you have proof, we can come down openly. If not, then don't talk nonsense here. You can't even tell the situation clearly." Yifei said to him coldly and pushed him aside casually. "Yifei, I really want you." "What do you mean? Can't you speak?" Before Shiyu could finish his words, Yifei interrupted him again. Shiyu was so angry when he heard this. Unable to bear it any longer, his breathing became heavier and he stepped forward to punch Yifei. "Damn it, do you want to die? I'm going to beat you to death." Yifei looked at Shiyu attacking him, his expression changed slightly, and he dodged to the side. After dodging the punch, he glanced at the furious Shiyu calmly and continued to walk inside as if nothing had happened. It was his attitude that immediately made Shiyu furious. "Fuck, I'll beat you to death." With a loud shout, Shiyu pounced towards Yifei. "Husband." Seeing the serious situation, Xiao Qingcheng hurriedly tried to step forward to separate the two. Lu Chuanqing next to her also tried to pull the people apart, but they were both a little slow and still failed to stop Shiyu, who was running towards Yifei. Shiyu looked reckless at this moment, and rushed towards Yifei. Seeing this, Yifei sighed helplessly. "Just like your father, it looks like you both need to be hospitalized." After saying this softly, Yifei dodged to the side. His dodgement was very clever, completely replicating the scene when Shi Chinchong came to attack Yifei. Plop! Ouch! There was a sound of someone falling to the ground, accompanied by screams. Shiyu also fell face first onto the ground, several of his front teeth were knocked out, and his arm was broken, causing him to frown in agony. As for Yifei, he walked over and said without any concern. "You all saw it. He jumped on me just now. I didn't do anything. So it doesn't count against me this time, right?"
Yi Fei, you are such a fool. Falling to the ground, Shiyu's face was twisted in pain, but he still didn't forget to curse. But just as he said this, a nurse came over in the corridor pushing a cart. Because she was in a hurry, she didn't notice Shiyu, who fell to the ground. The cart rolled over his palm, causing Shiyu to scream in pain.
Are you blind?
Shiyu yelled at the nurse in front of him.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The young nurse apologized subconsciously when she saw someone falling to the ground.
I'm really impressed. What's going on? Don't people in your hospital look at the road when they walk?
Because he was angry, Shiyu simply took out all his anger on the young nurse. The young nurse was also helpless. She apologized and called on people around her to help and send the patient to the hospital. In the morning, a shichin was poured, and in the afternoon, a shiyu was poured.
The family must be neat and tidy.
Quick, send it to be bandaged. Hiss, the arm is also broken. Send him to the emergency room. Several medical staff members were busy and began to pull Shiyu away. When Yi Fei saw this scene, he shrugged helplessly, feeling a little amused in his heart. Seeing Shiyu being dragged out with a gloomy look on his face, he said jokingly,
"Next time, remember to say less bad words, it's easy to get hurt." Chapter 49, What family conditions are there? Yi Fei, you bastard, stop showing off here, and don't let me see you next time.
I fell down accidentally this time, I won't let you have it so easy next time.
Damn it, ouch, be gentle when you help me, can't you look at the road?
Shiyu was helped away, howling loudly as he walked. When Yi Fei heard his words, he covered his ears to Xiao Qingcheng and the others, indicating that they didn't need to listen any further.
Yi Fei, you at hashtag.
Shiyu was still cursing as he turned the corner, and each word was dirtier than the last. Hearing him say this, Yi Fei stood up and prepared to close the door.
Zhou Yuancheng had just woken up when he was woken up.
He felt uncomfortable all over, but fortunately the anesthetic effect had not worn off, so he was not in too much pain. Just as Yi Fan closed the door, Shiyu outside the door screamed again.
Ah! Ouch, I told you not to move, why did you still move?
Now you're okay, you must have fallen and injured yourself a second time.
Oh my god, he's bleeding, his nose is bleeding, send him to the ward quickly. Why is there still water on the ground?
Several caregivers quickened their pace and took Shiyu away from the scene. When Yi Fan heard that he was so miserable, he felt relieved, but he still reached out and closed the door. The moment the door was closed, the ward became quiet.
Zhou Yuancheng relaxed and was not in as much pain as before.
The nurses in the ward breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this.
This time, it's all thanks to Mr. Yi.
The patient needs quiet time after waking up.
Fortunately, the patient is fine. Yeah, luckily I'm fine. Quick, let's check the situation first.
The leading nurse thanked Yi Fei, then walked to the front with a few people to help change the dressings and conduct examinations. After some tossing and turning, Zhou Yuancheng finally calmed down, his eyes fixed on Yi Fei. Seeing this, Yi Fei knew that he had something to say to him, so he hurriedly took a few steps forward and began to introduce himself.
Dad, I'm Yi Fei, Qingqing's husband. Yes, Yuancheng, you can come here, all thanks to Xiaofei. If it weren't for Xiaofei, I really can't do this. Remote, I'm so glad you're okay.
Lu Chuanqing lay on the head of the bed, looking at him with tears in her eyes.
Zhou Yuancheng also shifted his attention to Lu Chuanqing. He wanted to move, but his body was still very weak and he couldn't move. He could only hum a few words to comfort him.
Second dad, Xiaofei is here, so you can rest and recover from your injuries. Xiao Qingcheng walked up and said to Zhou Yuancheng with a smile.
Yes, I am.
As the backbone of the ward, Yi Fei stood up and said something. After he said that, Zhou Yuancheng slowly closed his eyes and continued to rest. He had just woken up and even saw double when he looked at others. Because he was too sleepy, he had to close his eyes and began to rest.
The patient needs to rest.
When the nurse saw this situation, he turned around and said something to Yi Fei and others. Seeing this, Yi Fei also looked at Xiao Qingcheng and others.
Since Dad is going to rest, why don't we go get something to eat? I guess everyone hasn't eaten in a while, right?
Indeed, I rushed here this morning and didn't eat lunch or 2 meals.
Mom, you probably didn't eat well yesterday, right? Xiao Qingcheng turned around and looked at Lu Chuanqing.
After all this busy work, Lu Chuanqing finally breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed when she saw that Zhou Yuancheng was fine.
After relaxing, she also felt a little hungry.
Indeed, I haven't eaten for almost 2 days.
Then let's go downstairs in the hospital and eat something. Don't overwork yourself. Only after eating can you have more energy to take good care of Dad, right?
Yifei said to the two people in front of him with a smile.
No problem.
Xiao Qingchang had no objection to this. She nodded and followed Yifei to leave.
However, Lu Chuanqing was still a little hesitant and looked at Zhou Yuancheng, not knowing what to do.
She wanted to stay and continue taking care of him, but she was also a little worried. When Yifei saw him like this, he immediately understood what she was worried about.
Don't worry, Mom.
There are caregivers here that I found. They will take good care of Dad.
Don't worry. As for the Shi family, don't worry. Aren't they both sent to the ward?
Yeah, that's true.
Let's go downstairs and eat something. Hearing what Yifei said, Lu Chuanqing nodded.
She was confident that her son-in-law could do the job. Seeing that she agreed, Xiao Qingqing stepped forward, took her arm, and walked out of the ward with her. Please take good care of my dad. Before Yifei left, he gave the nurse a few instructions. Several people nodded when they heard this and said quickly, Don't worry, Mr. Yi, we will definitely take good care of you. Seeing this, Yifei smiled and nodded. Without staying there for long, he turned and left the ward. Several people walked downstairs to the hospital. On the other side, Shi Yu was taken to the treatment room. After treatment, he was sent to Shi Chen's ward. An old man and a child were lying on the bed, and the scene was quite funny. At first, when Shi Chen saw his son coming in, his face was full of shock. After a brief exchange of words, when he learned that his son was sent in by Yifei, his expression suddenly became ferocious.
Yifei again? Did Yifei hit you? That brat!
Shi Chen scolded him harshly, but Shi Yu said nothing.
What did he say? Saying that Yifei hit himself?
Yifei didn't do anything at all, and he found it funny even when he said it. Because he didn't know how to express it, he just said it.
Anyway, it has something to do with Yifei. Damn, I didn't expect this brat to be so lucky. Who is this Yifei? Why is he so rich?
Thinking about how Yifei had made an appointment for the ward without blinking an eye, he felt unwilling in his heart. Besides unwillingness, he also felt a little curious. What's your family situation? He would talk about 10 million or 20 million without blinking an eye. Humph, no matter what his conditions are, he actually dared to hit our Shi family.
He will never live a good life in the future.
It's bad enough that you hit me, but you hit my son too.
How can you tolerate this? I can't tolerate it at all.
Angry, Shi Chen took out his cell phone and called his assistant. The call was connected, and Shi Chen asked his assistant in a cold voice to investigate Yifei's information.
Investor of Jiangbei Auto Parts Factory? Investors of Sailing Financial Company? And the media, your family is in the auto parts business, and you dare to show off to us with just this little ability? You are simply courting death.
Looking at the documents sent by his assistant, his expression turned fierce. He thought Yifei was some kind of person, but it turned out that he was just an investor and his family ran a small factory.
A person like him dared to go against them. Isn't he seeking death? I order you now to send someone to destroy any of Yifei's companies. I want to let that brat know the consequences of messing with me. Chapter 50 Bankruptcy of the Shi Family Company. Mr. Shi, the 3 companies invested by Yifei are not simple.
The assistant's voice came from the mobile phone, a little far-fetched.
I told you, no matter what the cost, we will bring him down. Do you understand? If you understand, then do it.
Shi Chen, who was angry, shouted loudly when he heard his assistant's words, thinking that the assistant was wasting time. The assistant was a little flustered when he called out to him, and responded quickly.
Yes, I'll do it now, I'll go right away.
After he finished speaking, the phone was quickly hung up, while Shi Yu next to him was listening with great interest.
Dad, what did you say? You said Yifei's family is just a small factory that sells auto parts? Ha, no way.
He invested in several projects and built a small factory at home, but he dared to spend so much.
Isn't this just pretending to be rich? It makes me laugh to death. I didn't get much money from the ward, did I? I said Yifei was a fool. It seems that he is indeed a fool. Who knows what's going on with him? Now that we've investigated, we've found out that he's only this capable.
If he wants to pretend with us, then let him pretend to his heart's content.
I want to see what he'll do then.
I'm afraid he'll have no choice but to kneel down and beg us.
Shi Chen also smiled sinisterly and punched the hospital bed.
His action again agitated the wound, causing him to cry out in pain.
Dad, be careful. Hurry up and call the doctor. My leg seems to be injured again. New investment information has been detected. Jiangbei Media Company's revenue is about to decline slightly. Should we strike back at Xi's business? We can get 100 million yuan by striking back and bankrupting them. No attack, no reward.
Yifei, who had just brought his mother-in-law and wife to a restaurant near the hospital downstairs, heard this reminder before he even sat down on the stool. Looking at the prompt, his brows raised.
Xi family property? They are preparing to attack me. They are really giving me good results.
After muttering something, Yifei accepted the first item.
He now wishes he could be targeted every day. If someone can target it, the system will fight back. This has happened twice now. What does this prove?
This proves that he should make more enemies, so that he can become a billionaire sooner or later. No, to put it simply, becoming a billionaire is not just a dream.
What's wrong, husband? What did you say?
Xiao Qingcheng was ordering food at this time.
He didn't understand what Yifei said, so he asked curiously. It's okay, you follow mom to order food first, I'll make a phone call.
Yifei picked up the phone and walked towards the bathroom.
Oh, okay. Xiao Qingcheng nodded and pulled Lu Chuanqing over to order dishes.
She has gotten used to Yifei's busyness from time to time these days.
Xiao Fei, this is. Oh, Mom, don't think too much.
He's often busy, but he should be back soon.
Let's order the food and wait for him. Good.
Hearing what Xiao Qingcheng said, Lu Chuanqing didn't say much and started ordering dishes with her. Yifei had already walked into the bathroom at this time and called the financial Qihan company. Then he talked to Sun Qi and told him about his situation with the Xi family. Sun Qi's tone became a little serious when he listened to Yifei's words, but he quickly returned to his original state, even with excitement.
This is 10 million in startup capital. You can find a way to bring down Qihan Financial Company. Just tell me how much money you need.
Yifei spoke softly to Sun Qi, reached out to operate his mobile phone and started transferring money. When Sun Qi received the transfer amount and saw the 10 million yuan, his eyes widened.
No problem, I promise to complete the task. This is so easy. It's as simple as destroying their company, right? It's that simple. Well, I'll leave it to you. Just tell me if you have anything.
I'm going to have dinner with my mother-in-law and the others now.
Okay, Mr. Yi, please go and have dinner. I promise to complete the task.
After giving a simple response, Sun Qi hung up the phone. Looking at the 10 million yuan in funds entering his account, he took a screenshot and sent it to Bai Chengfei. Sun Qi, at Bai Chengfei, see, this is real strength. Bai Chengfei, humph, it's only 10 million.
Sun Qi, you didn't, gidge.
Seeing that the other party was silent for a long time, Sun Qi felt bored and simply called his employees to start the operation. After Yifei finished the call, he quickly returned to the box. The food had been served at this time and both of them were waiting for Yifei to arrive. Seeing Yifei walking in from the door, the two of them hurriedly greeted him and signaled Yifei to eat quickly.
Are you done with your work? I'm done now. There shouldn't be anything to worry about now. That's great, come and eat quickly, and see if there's anything you like. If not, add more. Good.
Inside the ward, Xi Chen and Xi Yu were still waiting for good news from the assistant.
It was so boring in the ward that they just started humming a song.
However, while they were humming, the phone rang.
Wait, let me take a call first.
Xi Chen made a gesture to keep quiet, then clicked the answer button. The phone was answered, and the assistant's anxious voice came out from the phone, accompanied by heavy breathing.
Oh no, Mr. Xi, it's ruined.
Our company was attacked, and the shares dropped instantly.
Oh, yes, there's also Jiangbei Media Company. They found some dirty laundry on our company and exposed it completely. We're really in trouble now. What? Are you kidding?
Xi Chen's expression suddenly changed when he heard this information. He was still a little confused at this moment.
What kind of joke am I making, Mr. Xi?
How can I possibly make such a big joke? The assistant shouted anxiously.
Hey, why don't you just read the news? Look at the hot topics.
Many anchors are exposing our products and saying that our skincare products are illegal.
Wait a minute, let me take a look.
Xi Chen heard this and looked at his phone.
Xi Yu next to him did the same.
He also picked up his phone anxiously and started to look through it. As they looked at each other, their expressions became extremely ugly. Because what is really exposed on the Hot Topics is some of the dark secrets of their company, and the most deadly product materials. After this information was exposed, it was instantly manipulated by the forces behind the scenes and became a hot topic in less than 10 minutes. Especially on Hot Topics, Jiangbei Media Company specifically tagged the Shi family.
The Shi family owes me an apology.
Many of us have rotten faces after using their skincare products. The most important thing is that they shamelessly said that our media was hyping it up and that there were problems with the products we promoted.
If that's the case, none of us can expect to be well. I can only expose this. Fart.
After seeing the video recorded by Sun Shi, Shi Chen angrily threw his phone out, hitting it against the wall, and his breathing became rapid.
No, Dad, you lost your phone. How are we going to contact the assistant? Chapter 51, Retribution. How else can we contact each other? Of course we have to go get it. How else can we contact each other? Shi Chen was completely unaware of the two's problem and was still shouting loudly. No, we.
Shi Yu felt like crying but had no tears.
How could he take them in this state? Fortunately, the assistant reacted quickly and called Shi Yu's cell phone. Seeing this, Shi Yu quickly clicked to answer the call. That's the situation. Mr. Shi, please come up with a solution quickly. If our company continues like this, it will go bankrupt. This will be terrible. Our company's funds will be frozen. The assistant shouted anxiously, wanting Shi Chen to come up with a solution. Shi Chen calmed down at this time and asked quickly, can we transfer the reserve funds for emergency use? Let other media help us.
No, our company's shares have already dropped by more than 50 and are still decreasing. If other media want to surpass Jiangbei Media, they will also need a lot of funds. The most important thing is that we just suffered a loss in funds and have no money to take out. Oh, by the way, Jiangbei Media has sent us a message asking us not to attack them or Mr. Yi.
Boss Yi. Yi Fei? Hearing Yi Fei's name, Shi Chen immediately understood what was going on. All of this was set up by Yi Fei. How did Yi Fei know that they were going to take action against Jiangbei Media? But these are not the important points. The important point is that under the current circumstances, they have no other choice but to let Yi Fei stop. Both my son and I are in the hospital, and we are both powerless but unable to do anything. Dad, what should we do now? They are obviously coming for our company, and it looks like they want to destroy it. Who is Yi Fei? How come he knows our news so quickly? A hint of anxiety finally appeared on Shi Yu's face. Only now did he realize that they had hit a snag. As for the thoughts he just had, they only proved his ignorance in disguise. What can I do? Shi Chen gritted his teeth, his face showing both unwillingness and anxiety. He didn't want to call Yi Fei to ask for forgiveness. This is a bit too embarrassing, isn't it? But his business is about to collapse. What does his face matter now? Mr. Shi, you'd better make a decision quickly. We are about to go bankrupt. The assistant urged anxiously. After he urged him like this, Shi Chen could no longer hold back and spoke immediately. Quick, call Yi Fei, this is the only way for now. We apologize to him. Assistant, bring Yi Fei's phone over here, quickly. Okay, this phone call. The assistant reacted and quickly sent the phone number. The moment the number came, Shi Chen's face darkened and he called back without thinking. However, the call was not answered the moment it was dialed. After several calls, it was always shown as being hung up. Hearing these voices, Shi Chen suddenly became panicked. How can I not get through? How is that possible? How about trying mine? Shi Yu handed the phone to his father. Seeing this, Shi Chen called the number. This time the phone rang, but before Shi Chen could say 2 words, the call was hung up. Hello, I'm Shi, do. When they heard the hang-up sound, their expressions suddenly changed. This is deliberately not answering the call, not leaving them any chance at all. Seeing their phones ringing again, the two of them suddenly became silent and the atmosphere became cold at this moment. It's useless, how can this happen? Quick, change your phone and let the assistant contact them. Well. In a hotel near the hospital. Yi Fei was having dinner with the 2 people in front of him. Looking at the screen of his mobile phone flashing back and forth, he sighed helplessly and directly chose the flight mode. He and the system have agreed to bring down their company, and there is no way to go back on his word.
After turning on the airplane mode, he saw 100 million yuan deposited into his bank card and a lot of crazy messages popping up on the hotspot. He put down his phone and didn't continue reading.
What's going on? The phone keeps ringing. Is it something important? If so, answer it. Xiao Qingcheng asked curiously. It doesn't matter. Eating is more important.
Yi Fei said with a chuckle.
What's that? I just saw you smiling while looking at your phone. Is there something good? Xiao Qingcheng continued to ask.
When Yi Fei saw her asking further, a look of helplessness appeared on his face, but he still spoke.
You want to know?
Xiao Fei, don't keep us in suspense.
Good news should be shared more, right? Lu Chuanqing also interjected with a smile.
Seeing that both of them were so curious, Yi Fei had no choice but to speak.
You two should pick up your phones and look at the hotspots. It's so mysterious, I want to see what it is.
Xiao Qingcheng said curiously, then reached out and clicked on the hotspot. After turning on the hotspot on her phone, her expression was suddenly filled with surprise.
This is the Shi family. Is there something wrong with the Shi family's products? Shi stocks have fallen so much, this.
Seeing this, Xiao Qingcheng raised her eyes and looked towards Yi Fei. From this situation, she vaguely guessed something. After reading this information, Lu Chuanqing next to him also looked up in shock and looked at Yi Fei.
Xiao Fei, these things, those phone calls just now.
She was so excited that her speech was incoherent. It was someone from the Shi family who called just now, so I didn't answer.
Yi Fei said sincerely while eating. Their products are full of substance.
If such companies are not rectified, many people will be deceived in the future. Moreover, they want to attack me, so I might as well take this opportunity to remove them directly. This will also prevent them from harming others and do something good. Yi Fei looked calm and spoke lightly.
Although he didn't react much, Lu Chuanqing and Xiao Qingcheng next to him were shocked, especially Lu Chuanqing. She stood there for a while before gradually reacting, her face full of joy. Well, it's time to get rid of unscrupulous merchants like them. Well done.
Lu Chuanqing was so excited that she spilled the drink on the table and laughed very loudly. As if she realized that her expression was a little inappropriate, she forced herself to calm down and looked at Yi Fei with gratitude.
Remote became ill because he wanted to expose their factory and was transferred to the chemical plant. Now you are unplugging them. I am really a little too excited. This is the most suitable retribution for them. If we know this information remotely, we will be able to recover very quickly. Chapter 52, The Plain Mr. Yi. Dad got sick because of the chemical factory?
When Yi Fei heard this information, he was slightly surprised. When you think about it this way, it's normal for chemical plants to be infected with diseases that can't be diagnosed.
Yeah, second dad is here to help my dad. When talking about this topic, Xiao Qingcheng felt a little disappointed.
Her biological father was plotted against by the Shi family because he tried to stop them from doing such unscrupulous things. Now that these issues have been resolved, the family can finally put their worries to rest. Although Yi Fei didn't know what Xiao Qingcheng was talking about, seeing that she looked a little lost, he walked up to her and hugged her in his arms.
What are you doing?
Xiao Qingcheng was still sad at first, but Yi Fei's sudden approach scared her. She let out a small cry of surprise, then glared at Yi Fei coquettishly and quickly took his hand away from her body.
What are you doing? My mom is watching here. Mom won't mind, right? Yi Fei winked at Lu Chuanqing.
Seeing him like this, Lu Chuanqing quickly turned her head away and pretended not to see it. Her series of actions seemed a little stiff.
What? What do you see? This chicken nugget is delicious, eat more, you too. Hey, Mom.
Xiao Qingcheng pouted when she saw her old mother cooperating with Yi Fei so well.
Eat more, come on, Xiao Fei, eat more too.
Lu Chuanqing completely ignored Xiao Qingcheng and put the food on the plate into Yi Fei's bowl. Seeing her like this, Xiao Qingcheng was so angry that she laughed. The others looked at each other tacitly and laughed out loud. At this time, Yi Fei's cell phone rang. When he heard the ringing, there was some confusion on his face. After picking up the phone and seeing that it was a message sent after turning on the flight mode just now, he raised his chin and suddenly came up with an idea. This message was sent by the Shi family. As for why it was received only now, it was because it was a multimedia message with a picture attached below it.
The picture was not downloaded successfully, so the sound rang.
Seeing Shi Chen's words that he wanted to talk in person, he blocked the phone number and looked up at Xiao Qingcheng and Lu Chuanqing.
Mom, Xingcheng, do you want the Shi family to disappear? For example, go bankrupt or something? After all, what they did was so evil, they deserve an explanation. Of course I hope so, Lu Chuanqing said without hesitation.
After she finished speaking, she looked at Yi Fei again. She seemed to have thought of something and her expression changed slightly.
Xiao Fei, you are not. That won't do.
Although the Shi family has received retribution now, if you continue to mess around, I'm afraid that everyone who cooperates with the Shi family will hold you accountable.
Yes, we still can't push them too far. It's easy for something to go wrong if we do,
Xiao Qingcheng also said. After all, both of them are locals who were born and raised in this place, and they know more about Shi Chen's enterprise.
I don't even bother to care about the small Shi family. I won't even care about the power of your entire city. Faced with the two people's persuasion, Yi Fei immediately pretended to be loud. You have too many concerns. Just tell me whether you want to do it or not. I will never ask for something that I can't do. Hubby, please don't brag.
Although Xiao Qingcheng knew that Yi Fei was very strong, the city where they were located had a relatively high economic ranking, and she didn't believe that Yi Fei's strength was above the entire city.
When have you ever said anything unreliable? Yi Fei asked her back, then took out his mobile phone and turned off the flight mode.
After turning it off, he ignored the pop-up messages and called Sun Qi and Shihang Financial Company. Xiao Qingcheng and Lu Chuanqing watched Yi Fei busying around, both of them with a hint of surprise on their faces.
Yi Fei didn't talk on the phone for long.
After saying a few simple words, he hung up and looked up at the two people in front of him.
Okay, I've made all the arrangements. I think we should receive information about the Shi family declaring bankruptcy later. We have been out for a while now. Have you all eaten?
If you're full, let's go upstairs and see how Dad is doing.
Maybe he has woken up,
Yi Fei said to the two of them with a smile.
I'm not dreaming, am I? Lu Chuanqing was still a little dazed and looked at Yi Fei in disbelief. Mom, do you think it is?
In response to this, Yi Fei shrugged helplessly, walked outside, and prepared to pay the bill. When Lu Chuanqing saw that he wanted to pay the bill, he hurried forward and rushed to pay. The new son-in-law has just arrived, we can't let him decide everything. After a struggle with Yi Fei, Lu Chuanqing finally paid the bill. I'll treat you for this meal.
We'll meet again for the next meal when your father wakes up. You see, we were too hasty this time and we haven't prepared anything yet. I must treat you well next time. I know, Mom. Don't worry about it. Let's go upstairs and see Dad first. Okay.
Seeing that Yi Fei and Xiao Qingcheng were already walking upstairs, Lu Chuanqing didn't say much, he stood up and walked upstairs.
VIP room.
Zhou Yuancheng had woken up several times during the course of the illness. After Yi Fei and Xiao Qingcheng stayed there for a while, they walked out of the ward. It's good that Zhou Yuancheng has Lu Chuanqing to accompany him. Yi Fei has more important things to discuss with Xiao Qingcheng. The two walked towards the nearby lounge, and Yi Fei took out all the houses he had looked at yesterday for her to choose from.
This is. Choose a new home. The place we live in is too unsafe. You can pick the one you like. I'll give the real estate agent the information today.
Yi Fei handed the phone to Xiao Qingcheng, and they both started choosing. After a careful selection, Xiao Qingcheng finally chose a place with a better location and warmer decoration.
That's it? Yi Fei asked. Yes, this is great. Xiao Qingcheng nodded.
Seeing that Xiao Qingcheng had made up her mind, Yi Fei took back his phone and started communicating with the real estate boss. At this time, Mr. Ho had been waiting for a long time, waiting for Yi Fei's message. When he saw Yi Fei sending 2 sets of messages in a row, his eyes lit up.
Hey, Mr. Yi, are you sure about these 2 sets? Okay, send me the card number. I'll pay the balance later. Maybe later. Become.
When Mr. Ho saw that the order was completed, he waved his arms excitedly and quickly sent the information to Sun Qi. After receiving the message, Sun Qi also replied with a picture of congratulations on getting the God of Wealth.
Hey, Mr. Yi is always so plain and simple.
Boss Ho, with these 2 orders, I think you're going to make a fortune this year.
Other companies are going to be so jealous.
I'm going to take a screenshot and show other companies what dimensionality reduction strike means. Mr. Ho shouted excitedly, and immediately sent the transaction to the group. As soon as it was posted to the group, the whole group became lively instantly.
Chapter 53 Long-Term Meal Ticket. Lao Ho, you are so rich. Who is this big client? Yi Fei? Is this the boss who held $1 million wedding a while ago? Oh my god, how can he be so generous? He bought 2 properties. These 2 properties must have cost at least 40 million. Oh my god, I can't stand it anymore, the decoration company is coming to my house. A group of people were talking about it, their tone full of envy. Being able to place such a large order at one time is a godsend for everyone here. When Mr. Ho saw that everyone was celebrating for him, he quickly gave out a big red envelope. Don't blame me for being dishonest. I'll share this big client with you. After saying this, he turned off his phone and rushed to the finance department to help Yi Fan. On the other side, Yi Fei didn't know about this. After he finished communicating with President Ho, he was about to put away his phone and chat with Xiao Qingqing for a while. But just as he was about to put away his phone rang. Who's calling? Xiao Qingqing asked curiously. This looks like it belongs to my dad. Let me ask what it is. After meeting the CEO of Jiangbei Auto Parts Factory, Yi Xian went back early to take care of his business. Now that he called, it must be something urgent. Thinking of this, he reached out and clicked the answer button. The call was answered and Yi Xian's voice came from the phone. Oh no, Xiaofei. Yi Xian's tone was a little anxious and his breathing was heavy, sounding like he had been doing strenuous exercise before. What's wrong, Dad? Just tell me what's going on slowly. Don't be anxious. Upon hearing that, Yi Fei quickly comforted him. Xiaofei, our parts factory was attacked. I don't know who deliberately made trouble and said that there was a problem with our company's parts. The quality inspection team came to inspect us now and insisted that we had a problem and asked us to pay them 200 million yuan. Our small factory does not have 200 million yuan. The key point is that the parts they brought are not our company's parts. They said this on purpose. The quality inspection team is deliberately making things difficult for us? Yi Fei grasped the key point of the matter and lowered his head to think. Dad, have you found out who did it over there? Or who did you offend? No, you may not know our small shop. We all make money by being friendly. We would rather earn less than let others suffer too much. I investigated, but it's hard to find out who did it. Yi Xian said hurriedly, his tone full of helplessness. When Yi Fei heard this, he had a rough idea in his mind. Since Yi Xian didn't provoke anyone else, it was very likely that the person Yi Fei provoked attacked their factory. Who is it? After muttering something, he had a brief conversation with Yi Xian, then reached out for his cell phone and started looking through the messages. Could it be Shi Chen? It shouldn't be. After all, Shi Chen should be busy now. After a brief thought, Yi Fei passed Shi Chen and looked at the information of 99+. After seeing the message from the Zhang family, his brows furrowed. Zhang Guowang, Yi Fei, do you like the surprise I gave you? This is the consequence of offending our Zhang family. Zhang Guowang, I'm warning you, you'd better return the company as soon as possible, otherwise. Zhang Guowang, okay, you have guts. Just wait and see. Don't think we can do nothing. If you acquire our company, your factory won't be able to run properly. Seeing this, Yi Fei had basically confirmed the situation. Looking at the message with serious eyes, Yi Fei snorted coldly. Okay, now it's all his fault? This is interesting. It has been detected that the Zhang family's enterprise is attacking the small auto parts factory at home. Gradually destroy the Zhang family's enterprises. For each enterprise destroyed, I will reward you 100 million yuan. If you don't take action, you will be rewarded with the title, Turtle. The system's voice sounded at this time. Seeing this, Yi Fei directly selected the first option. The options released by the system this time seem to be issuing a long-term meal ticket. The Zhang family's enterprises can occupy a lot of space in Shanghai. They have many franchise stores and have founded many companies. In this way, isn't this equivalent to a long-term meal ticket? Thinking about how to defeat the Zhang family, Yi Fei lowered his head and pondered. Just as he was thinking of a solution, Xiao Qingcheng came up and patted Yi Fei on the shoulder, her expression also looking a little anxious. Honey, are you done with your call? I have something to ask you too. What's up? Yi Fei made himself stay calm and asked Xiao Qingcheng a question. My mom just called and said that someone's child had an accident, and that person kept pestering her, so she asked us to go over and take a look. She also has some urgent matters to deal with and needs to process the paperwork.
Okay, let's take a look first. There were things happening on both sides at the same time, and Yifei wished he could split himself up, but he could only deal with things one by one, so he had to hurry up and take Xiao Qingqing to the hospital. At this time, in the hospital lobby, Lu Chuanqing came down to handle the formalities. While she was doing so, a girl suddenly fell down in front of her. Seeing the little girl fall, Lu Chuanqing subconsciously reached out to help her. However, when she did, her parents thought that she was the one who caused the girl to fall and become unconscious.
Meng Meng.
The beautiful woman with the girl walked forward anxiously and tried to push Lu Chuanqing away.
Meng Meng, why did you faint? Meng Meng, are you okay?
The beautiful woman was anxious. She picked up her child and tears rolled down her cheeks. She looked up at Lu Chuanqing, and after seeing Lu Chuanqing, she couldn't help but yell at him loudly.
How do you walk, sir? Why didn't you look at the road when you walked?
The child fell down.
Did he fall on his head and become unconscious? Hey, no, I didn't hit your kids at all.
Lu Chuanqing wanted to explain, but the beautiful woman was in such a panic that she didn't care about anything else and just kept shouting for a doctor. Fortunately, he was unconscious in the hospital, and nurses and doctors came to check on him soon.
The doctor took a quick look and immediately had the little girl carried away. Family members, go and get some formalities done quickly.
This child's heart has stopped beating.
We need emergency treatment. What? Heartbeat?
When the beautiful woman heard this, she almost forgot to breathe and her eyes widened. She did not blame Lu Chuanqing, but tried her best to remain calm. The fact that she could remain calm in such a situation showed that the beautiful woman was not an ordinary person.
Doctor, please save Meng Meng quickly. I'll go and do it now.
She said this anxiously, and the doctor pushed the little girl to the emergency department as quickly as possible. But as soon as the beautiful woman walked to the window, her expression changed slightly. It seems like she forgot to bring her bag when she came out.
That means she has no money at all.
Feeling anxious, she could only turn her gaze to Lu Chuanqing.
Chapter 54, Safety Hazards. Lu Chuanqing saw her gaze sweeping towards him and hurriedly spoke. I really didn't knock your child down.
She fell down suddenly and I helped her up.
Don't tell me this first. Do you have money? Help me pass the exam.
The beautiful woman frowned and hurriedly pulled Lu Chuanqing over.
It will be really troublesome if anything goes wrong.
When Lu Chuanqing heard her say that she was going to fail the exam, he subconsciously wanted to avoid the topic.
Since she wasn't the one who knocked the person down, if she helped to fail the exam, wouldn't that be proving that it was her who did it?
The beautiful woman saw that she was hesitating, and at this moment she could no longer bear it and was on the verge of exploding.
I just want you to help us pass the exam. I'm not going to do anything else. If you knocked my daughter down, can you take responsibility if something happens?
No, I said, I didn't hit it.
Lu Chuanqing couldn't explain it clearly even if she had 100 mouths, and she herself was a little angry. The person was right there, how come you didn't bump into him? Do you want me to check the surveillance?
I'm just asking you to help me fail the exam, I didn't ask you to do anything else, I forgot to take my wallet. The beautiful woman was also extremely anxious at this time, and the two of them started screaming immediately.
No, I said I didn't hit your child. But you forgot to take your wallet, so I can't help you. I'll just hang up.
Before Lu Chuanqing could finish speaking, Yifei had already walked in with Xiao Qingcheng and strode towards the window. On the way here, his father called him several times, which shows that Yi Xian was also very anxious.
Ah, thank you.
Hearing that someone was helping her, the beautiful woman immediately breathed a sigh of relief.
The service staff at the service desk issued the tickets very quickly.
After hanging them up, the beautiful woman took the tickets and headed upstairs without looking back. Before leaving, he said a few words to Lu Chuanqing.
People like you are really too much. You just hope that our Meng Meng is okay.
If something happens, don't even think about getting rid of any relationship.
No, how many times do you want me to tell you that I didn't? Lu Chuanqing sighed helplessly and couldn't help stamping his feet in anxiety.
I came out to get medicine and encountered such a thing.
Yifei looked at the angry Lu Chuanqing and didn't want to stay in the hospital any longer.
Instead, he turned around and said something to Xiao Qingcheng. Qingcheng, I have something urgent to do here, so I have to leave for a while.
If there is anything, you can come and take Mom to deal with it. This card is for you, just like last time.
Oh good. Seeing this, Xiao Qingcheng quickly took the card in her hand. On their way here, she knew that there was some problem with Yifei's family business, so she was so anxious.
What's this, Xiaofei? Lu Chuanqing asked curiously when he saw Yifei in a hurry. He has something urgent to deal with right now. Mom, don't worry about it for now.
I'll take you to see what's going on with that little girl.
Have you completed the procedures? Xiao Qingcheng asked.
No, wait, I'll be right there. Oh my, I'm really convinced that little girl fainted before she even hit me. How can this be my business?
Okay, Mom, let's do it first. We'll go over and take a look. If there are misunderstandings, we have to solve them slowly, right?
On the other side, after Yifei came out of the hospital, he informed his father and he had already boarded the plane back to his hometown. The flight lasted at least 2 hours.
Inside the Yi family auto parts factory.
At this time, Yi Xian's shop was surrounded by a crowd of people, all of whom were from the quality inspection department. I saw several of them took out seals and prepared to seal the factory directly.
What are you doing? I advise you to stop immediately.
Why are you coming to our house to cause trouble for no reason?
When Yi Xian saw them fighting, he walked over and clamped the arm of one of them. Get out of the way.
The quality inspector snorted coldly and looked at Yi Xian with disdain.
We have checked it out.
The parts you have here are all illegal parts. You can't continue to buy and sell them.
Didn't you hear me? If you don't obey, we can only ask the security team to come.
No, the part you took was not produced by our company at all.
Even the material is different from ours.
How can you say it is ours? Facing the siege of the crowd, Yi Xian was not at all panicked, and argued loudly with the people in front of him.
I suppose you are not mistaken? You said it wasn't produced by you, so it's not produced by you, right?
Yes, you are right to say that, but what these suppliers say is the biggest evidence, right? They have personally verified that your materials are not correct, so there can't be any mistakes. There must be problems with what we checked as well. The captain of the quality inspection team spoke loudly, pulling a short man behind him. The man was pulled out and immediately started talking. Old Yi, just confess. I never thought you would do such a thing for the sake of profit. All the parts one got from you were rejected by the higher-ups, and they all had problems. Oh, I didn't expect you to be such a person.
You really disappoint me.
I thought you were of good character. Fortunately, this batch of parts was rejected. If it was sold to those companies, who knows how big a safety hazard it would cause. Li Kei, you have cooperated with me so many times, why did something go wrong this time? Our family usually takes good care of you, but now you are cooperating with others to bite us back? Hearing the old acquaintance in front of him say this about himself, Yi Xian could no longer hold back.
He now understood that these people were deliberately playing tricks on him. He has been working in an auto parts factory for many years.
Although the scale of the factory is not large, he has handled all kinds of materials and knows clearly whether a certain material is suitable.
Now, a group of people turned against him.
When Li Kei heard Yi Xian's words, he felt a little guilty at first, and then he bit his tongue to death. Your previous cooperation with me was problematic, but I never had the chance to expose you.
Now that I have this opportunity, I won't let you continue to do this. You!
Yi Xian felt so angry that his head was dizzy when he heard this.
What an ungrateful person! He is absolutely an ungrateful person. You don't have anything to say now, right?
Close the door first. This matter is very serious and cannot continue like this.
Seal them up with the help of the rest of you.
The leader of the quality inspection team directed the rest of the team members and started to put up seals. Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyes turned red with anxiety.
He is an honest man. If he didn't do it, then he didn't do it. How could he allow such a thing? Stop it, all of you. Stop it.
If anyone dares to move today, I won't let any of you go.
Damn it, you're bullying the honest people, right?
After swearing a lot, Yi Xian stepped forward and pulled away the members of the quality inspection team. The team members were pulled apart and screamed in surprise.
Ouch, what are you doing?
At the same time, the quality inspection team members next to him also grabbed Yi Xian.
Chapter 55 Internal Marking. Stop it.
When the quality inspection team members were about to grab Yi Xian, Yifei just ran to the door of his own factory. Seeing that the quality inspection team member was still fighting, he took a few steps forward to separate the two men, and reached out to grab the quality inspection team member who was fighting and cursing. When Yi Xian saw Yifei coming back, a look of joy suddenly appeared on his face.
Xiao Fei, you're finally back.
They didn't believe me at all and insisted that this thing was ours, but it wasn't ours at all.
Let me go, it hurts.
The members of the quality inspection team shouted loudly and struggled under Yi Fei's hands, trying to shake off his arms. This person didn't attack Yi Xian at first, he just grabbed him a few times. Yi Fei naturally didn't continue to make things difficult for him. After letting go of his hand, he threw him aside.
With Yi Fei here, everyone's eyes were focused on him.
The captain of the quality inspection team's expression changed slightly. He supported his own members and looked at Yi Fei.
No matter who comes today, this factory cannot open. I see you want me to call the security team, right? We could have just dealt with it, why did you have to make such a big fuss today?
The captain glared at Yi Fei and Yi Xian and shouted loudly. When the people around saw things develop to this point, they also wanted to watch the fun and started to speak out. Your factory already had illegal parts, and the captain of the quality inspection team followed the rules.
What's wrong? Do you regret it now?
Why didn't you produce parts that comply with the rules before you regretted it?
That's right, you have to make it so embarrassing, you can't do it but you can do it. Can't afford it? Hey, he has to have the ability to afford it. If there's a problem with the parts, it's no small matter. Take it back quickly, close it down quickly, we don't need such unscrupulous businesses. Yes, we don't need it.
A group of people shouted, and everyone looked at Yi Fei and Yi Xian with disdain on their faces. Yi Xian was surrounded by so many people, and his expression suddenly changed.
Where had he ever seen such a scene?
Others don't trust his manufacturer or him, which only makes him feel angry and short of breath. Seeing Yi Xian being besieged, Li Ke laughed secretly, with a hint of complacency in his heart. He was actually helping the quality inspection team act this time because he was jealous of Yi Xian's family's business. Why would the Jiangbei parts factory sign a contract with Yi Xian and ignore him? It is obvious that their factory is bigger and better. If we want to cooperate, we should look for their factory. Looking at Yi Xian in front of him, he added something more exaggerated. Yi Xian, you should just shut down the factory.
Don't say anything else.
Go back to the security team and find out how much compensation you have to pay. It's best if you don't do this business anymore.
Uncle Li Ke?
When Yi Fei saw him, his brows immediately frowned.
After listening to what he said, his expression became weird. However, in less than a moment, he understood what Li Ke was doing.
Immediately, Yi Fei's expression became a little colder. He didn't expect that Li Ke would actually come up and interrupt, this was interesting.
I'll only give you a little bit of time. Cooperate with us or not. If you don't, we'll call someone.
The captain of the quality inspection team stared coldly at Yi Fei and Yi Xian in front of him and questioned loudly.
Xiao Fei, no cooperation.
Before Yi Xian could speak, Yi Fei interrupted him.
Okay, very good. I think you guys just want to make a big deal out of this, right? In that case, Xiao Wu, go call the security team. The captain was so angry at Yi Fei's appearance that he almost fainted.
I've seen stubborn people, but I've never seen anyone as stubborn as this one.
Wait, you can invite anyone from the security team, but I want to see what parts my father produced. You said there was something wrong with his parts.
My father has worked here for more than 10 years, and there have been no problems for all these years.
How could there be a problem suddenly?
He is a person who is very familiar with all kinds of materials. Yi Fei glanced at the captain of the quality inspection team in front of him and spoke.
What's so good about you? I have the right to see it, right? You can't not even let me see this? If there is really a problem, I will cooperate with you.
Yi Fei interrupted him coldly and took his hand out. Seeing the hand he extended, the expression of the quality inspection team leader next to him changed.
It doesn't matter whether you look or not. These are all parts that we have inspected. Even if you can see through them, you can't deny the fact that your parts are illegally operated. I told you to show us. We have the right to see the parts you inspected. If we are to die, we should die knowingly, right?
Yi Fei snorted coldly and looked at him face to face without any fear. If he were to get scared at a time like this, he wouldn't be himself anymore.
Humph, I've already told you that this is useless, you.
The captain of the quality inspection team felt a little guilty and wanted to shirk responsibility, but he stopped talking halfway through. Because all the eyes of the people around him were on him.
What's wrong?
Seeing his look, Yi Fei stared at him with amusement.
I'm just curious. Let me see what happened to the parts we produced. There are so many people here. Are you afraid that I will replace the parts in front of you? Or do you have some concerns, so you don't dare to show it to us? TSK, if that's the case, it will be fun.
As he spoke further, his tone became heavier and more sarcastic. Seeing this, the people around began to discuss in low voices, but Yifei was too lazy to listen to the discussions, and his eyes were always on the captain of the quality inspection team. The captain was frightened by his gaze, and seeing so many people surrounding him, he finally pretended to be angry and handed the thing to Yifei.
Humph, if you want to watch it, just watch it. What do you mean by having any concerns? What you said is meaningless. Oh, thank you very much, Captain.
Yifei took the engine part that was as thick as his arm and began to inspect it. The captain next to him felt a little guilty when he saw this, because this thing was not produced by the Yi family, but was obtained from his neighbor's house. This group of people are here now because they were directed by the Zhang family to come here to do business.
That's why they came here. If they are discovered, wouldn't it be difficult to explain?
Watching Yifei carefully inspecting the parts, the captain's expression gradually became ugly. After Yifei got the parts, he was too lazy to look up and pay attention to the person in front of him. Instead, he checked it carefully and greeted Yi Xian. When the two approached the parts, they immediately noticed a brand mark marked inside the parts.
When they saw the big M mark, they couldn't help but laugh.
Yi Xian didn't pay attention to this because the incident happened suddenly. Now he feels more relieved after seeing this. Seeing Yifei and Yi Xianxiao, the captain felt a little uneasy in his heart. Not only him, but also Li Kei beside him felt the same. With a light cough, the captain stepped forward and asked,
"Have you finished reading it? It's been so long. You should admit now that there is something wrong with your parts, right? The material used is so poor, it's useless for you to read it." Chapter 56, Top Clown. Why did it all go in vain?
Seeing him coming forward to question so anxiously, Yifei deliberately kept him in suspense. His appearance was very useful and immediately made the captain of the quality inspection team anxious.
Why, from what you said, are you still going to say that there is no problem with you? It will be boring if you keep saying that.
The captain snorted coldly.
I think you have a big misunderstanding. If you ask whether there is a problem with this part, then there is indeed a problem. But if you ask what the problem is with this part, then there is a problem as well.
Yifei said 2 sentences, and the group of people in front of him were all a little confused.
What is problematic and what is not? You'd better stop talking about this nonsense.
Since you already know there's a problem, just come with us.
Why are you talking about this and that? It's really annoying. That's right. It's too slow.
I have to go to the security team sooner or later.
It's better to go directly.
Several members of the quality inspection team became impatient and started to complain loudly.
Seeing these people like this, Yifei couldn't help but sigh. I think you didn't understand what I said.
What I mean is that this part is not produced by our factory.
Your quality inspection team is a bit too careless. They actually took a part produced by another factory and said it was produced by our factory. Can you be more careful? What? Made by another company? What's going on?
The crowd who were originally just watching the show now looked at Yifei, wanting to know what he was going to say.
It seems that this situation is still changing. Everyone was a little confused, but all their eyes were on Yifei. What kind of trick are you playing?
The captain of the quality inspection team frowned. He felt a little embarrassed when he was exposed, but he still pretended to be calm.
How come it's not from your factory? You're not going to deny it, are you? I just saw the quality inspection team leader take something out of your factory, and now you deny it?
Li Kei also spoke from the side, feeling anxious.
Where's the evidence? Evidence? Since you said it's not yours, there must be evidence, right? That's right. We want evidence.
Several members of the quality inspection team nearby joined in the fun.
What is Yifei waiting for?
Yifei was waiting for them to ask such questions. Hearing them ask this, he snorted coldly.
You still have the nerve to ask me for evidence? The people in your quality inspection department are not rigorous at all. This matter should be reported to the superiors. The people in the quality inspection department should be replaced. Now that so many people are here, let me explain it to you clearly. Auto parts have manufacturer markings. This part is marked with an M,
but our manufacturer is a V.
You can't tell the difference between a V and an M, right? How did this M mark become the product of our Yi family factory? This is really funny.
If I remember correctly, I remember that this mark is from the Li family.
There should be old customers of our Yi family and Li family here, right?
Yi Fei said lightly, looking at the people gathering around him. After seeing a few familiar customers among them, he strode over.
Uncle Lu, can you help me take a look?
This.
Uncle Lu seemed a little embarrassed when being questioned, but he reacted quickly and reached out to take it. Everyone also turned their eyes to Uncle Lu, wanting to get an answer from him.
Fortunately, Uncle Lu examined the goods quickly and nodded immediately. Indeed, this mark was not produced by the Yi family, but by the Li family.
Such a large factory mark, haha.
When it comes to the latter part, he could only smile awkwardly. After he said this, people who were old customers of the Yi family or had bought things in the Yi family gathered around. Several of them started to look at the parts, and after looking at them, they all nodded and said with certainty,
"This is not produced by the Yi family. I think the quality inspection team made a mistake this time.
Yes, every batch produced by the Yi family is marked with V, so no, this is from the Li family. I went to the Li family to buy it once before, and that time it was because the Yi family was out of stock. I remember that their standard was M at that time."
So, we are really mistaken? Have we wrongly accused the Yi family? This quality inspection team's work is really too sloppy.
It's not just the quality inspection team's problem.
What is this Li K doing? Is he pretending? Is he using his own parts to make others worse? A group of people were talking and looking at the quality inspection team and Li K.
Things had developed to this point, and Li K's face turned red when he saw everyone looking at him. When he saw the quality inspection team coming down to take away the parts that did not meet the regulations, he was so anxious that he never expected the situation to turn out like this.
That's impossible.
Why would our parts appear here?
You are framing me.
Li K suddenly had an idea and tried to put the blame on Yi Xian by tricking him into thinking that he was wrong. Yi Xian was also anxious at this time and said immediately,
"Mr. Li, I really didn't expect you to be such a person.
Not only did you frame us, but now you even have the nerve to say such things.
Tell me, what reason do we have to throw dirty water on you?
Everyone knows that we are the only two companies in this area, and we are working together.
If I throw dirty water on you, isn't it the same as shitting on my own bed? Or did I go to your house to look for parts when I was framing you, and let the quality inspection team embarrass me? Would I do that? Would I cause myself so much trouble?" Yi Xian said 3 sentences in a row, staring at Li K's face. When Li K heard this, his face suddenly became extremely gloomy.
The people around him couldn't help but sigh when they saw Yi Xian's heartbroken look.
I really didn't expect this.
I remember that Olji was very good to Old Li, and the two families had frequent contacts before. Yeah, it's really shameful that Lao Li would do such a thing.
Not only is it embarrassing, it's simply scumbag.
A group of people started to curse Li K loudly, with disdain on their faces. Yi Fei couldn't help laughing in his heart when he saw his ugly appearance. Harming others and yourself, and finally hurting yourself, is simply the behavior of a top clown.
This information is confirmed.
I'm afraid the Li family won't be able to survive in this place in the future.
Now that the truth has been revealed, shouldn't we just stop it? We don't have any problems at all.
You, the quality inspection team, are also short of an apology from us.
Your work was so sloppy this time. I plan to report you. Either apologize to us or wait to be reported."
Yi Fei didn't pay too much attention to Li K, but looked at the captain of the quality inspection team next to him.
Chapter 57, Careless Work. How come we are not rigorous in our work? The captain of the quality inspection team became a little panicked at this time. He couldn't really follow Yi Fei to apologize and leave with his people, right? He had personally followed the Zhang family and promised that he would find out the problems with the Yi family's factory. If he just left like that, how would he explain it?
Why, you're not going to say we still have problems? Yi Fei fought back and laughed at the person in front of him. Since you all said that this is a part of the Li family, I will take people to the Li family to check it later.
After all, we will not let go of any such phenomenon.
However, we still have to continue to inspect your Yi family factory.
If there is no problem, we will leave and apologize for our reckless behavior just now.
The captain of the quality inspection team suddenly had an idea and continued to drag it on. Seeing how hard he was working, Yifei raised his eyebrows slightly. It seems that this person has received a lot of benefits from the Zhang family, otherwise why would he be so persistent? What are you still checking? You just turned my factory warehouse upside down. What is there to check? I am really surprised. I'm so pissed off. I kept searching and found other people's things. I'm so depressed that Li Kei didn't come into our factory just now. I haven't seen him for a few days, so how come he suddenly found things from their factory? I'm speechless. It's hard for me not to think too much. Yi Xian's patience was limited and his tone was very angry. Anyone whose factory was reviewed like this several times in a row would be angry. Yifei patted Yi Xian's arm to signal him to calm down, then turned to look at the captain of the quality inspection team. Captain, how about this? I'll ask the quality inspection department to come and inspect it myself. You guys must be tired from the inspection just now. You guys should take a break and I'll call someone else to come. What do you think? You want to hire someone else? Where can you hire someone else? Aren't all the people in our quality inspection department here with you? We don't have time to waste on this with you. We charge a lot of money each time we come here. And what do you mean by this? Do you suspect that we are not fair and just? How could that be? I didn't say that. Seeing that he couldn't hold it in any longer, Yifei spoke out first and couldn't help but sneered. Since the captain has said so, it is even more necessary to invite people from other quality inspection teams. Oh, I remember there are also people from the quality inspection team in the West. Why not invite them? Everyone, does anyone have a phone? Give me one. Before the captain of the quality inspection team could speak, Yifei had already asked for the phone number from the onlookers. When the onlookers saw him like this, some of them cooperated and told him their phone number. Anyone who is attentive will basically understand what is going on when they see this. The person who made the call was Uncle Lu, who had just spoken to him. He already understood the significance of the quality inspection team's visit this time. He is an old customer of the Yi family, and the reason why he often comes to place orders is also because of Yi Xian's and his temper. Not only do they do things honestly and dutifully, but the most important thing is that, like him, what he hates and detests most in his life is these boring intrigues. Hey! What are you doing? I've already told you that our quality inspection team can't just come here casually. It costs a lot of money to come here. Seeing Yifei pick up the phone and prepare to dial, the quality inspection team leader became anxious. The quality inspection team from the West has always been at odds with them. If they really come, won't it be all in vain? He would never allow such a thing to happen. No, Captain, that's a bit strange. I've already told you that you should take a rest. You're tired. As for the money issue, you don't have to worry too much about us. As for the money issue, we paid for it ourselves. We also want these people to see if there are any problems with our products, so that everyone can buy with confidence. It's just a few more dollars, which is not a big problem, right? What's more, this is also your job. Why is it a matter of money? Okay, Captain, sit down and have a good rest. Don't be so busy. I'll call them and ask them to come over. As Yifei spoke, he pretended to be warm and friendly and greeted the people in front of him. The captain originally wanted to refute, but he didn't give him any chance to speak and made a call instead. Hello, we are from the West Quality Inspection Team. What can I do for you? I want to complain about a parts company. Please come to this address. I have found that there is a problem with their parts. Can you come now? Yifei asked softly. As for me now, it's a bit far to get to your place. It might be at night. The voice on the other end sounded a little embarrassed. When Yifei heard him say this, he didn't get angry, but continued speaking. This matter is very serious. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm from the Yi family auto parts factory. If it's inconvenient for you to come, I can provide all the expenses. When they heard about the funding provider and the identity of the person calling, the person on the other end became a little more excited. Usually, there are two factories causing trouble, and naturally they both get a lot of commission. Naturally, they would come and participate in such a good event. Since the matter is so serious, just wait for us. We will set off now. It will only take 10 minutes. Okay, please come to the scene quickly. After Yifei finished speaking, the phone was hung up. At this time, looking at the face of the captain of their quality inspection team, his face had become gloomy and dark.
Yi Fei, what do you mean? Are you looking down on us?
With people from their group present, they still have to call others.
Isn't this just courting death?
If you offend their quality inspection team, you will suffer the consequences.
They can come in a few days and say there is a problem with the factory and impose a fine.
When Yi Fei heard his question, he was not angry, but just spoke softly.
Captain, please don't be so angry.
Your previous investigation of us was wrong. You must have been too tired from running around recently.
I saw that you didn't sleep well last night, otherwise how could such a problem occur? I hope you can take more rest. I am considerate of you.
After all, you are the head of our quality inspection team.
We should make money in harmony in the future, right?
Yi Fei stopped talking halfway through his words, and the second half of his words sounded a bit sarcastic. When the captain heard him say this, his face turned even darker.
Since you know that he is the captain of the quality inspection team and that harmony brings wealth, why do you still do this? Disgusted by Yi Fei's behavior, he snorted in anger.
Just as he was thinking about what to do, within a few minutes, a burst of hurried footsteps sounded. After the footsteps stopped, all the people from the quality inspection team that Yi Fei had called just now arrived. When the quality inspection team that arrived at the scene saw the captain of the quality inspection team here, their faces became a little weird, but he still spoke loudly.
Who was the gentleman who called just now? Come out for a moment. Chapter 58, No Reward Without Merit. It's me. Yi Fei.
Yi Fei looked at the people from the quality inspection team in front of him, stood up from his seat, and greeted them politely. The people from the quality inspection team saw Yi Fei, and then looked at the captain of the quality inspection team next to him.
Their expressions all looked a little strange.
Especially Song Jiang, the captain of the Western quality inspection team. Song Jiang stood there, not knowing how to react for a moment.
Aren't there quality inspection teams here? Why are they here? Mischief? Or is it exaggeration? Because he didn't understand, he simply asked. You guys have a quality inspection team here, why did you call us here? If there's nothing else, we'll go back first.
Song Jiang stood up and spoke politely, with a hint of displeasure on his face. It was already very annoying to rush here from the west, and it took quite some time.
Looking at the current situation, it might be a wasted trip.
Looking at the captain of the quality inspection team in the east, Song Jiang was even more speechless. He didn't want to get involved with the quality inspection team here, especially the one in the east.
Hey, wait, don't leave yet. I called you here to investigate.
Seeing the people in front of him preparing to get back into the car and leave, Yi Fei took a few steps forward and stopped them.
You, let us investigate, what about him? Song Jiang was puzzled and looked at the captain next to him.
The captain's face was gloomy at this time, he lowered his head and said nothing. Yi Fei first glanced at them, then spread his hands helplessly. They were so careless in their work that I even suspected that the members of their quality inspection team didn't sleep well.
How could there be such quality inspection team members? They actually found products from other factories in our factory.
This is very strange. I will file a complaint against all of them later.
I have to trouble you again this time.
I am not at ease asking them to help us with quality inspection. While Yi Fei was complaining, he moved closer to Song Jiang.
Song Jiang listened to Yi Fei's words with a slightly strange expression.
At this time, the captain also looked at Song Jiang, his eyes full of hints and even a hint of threat.
What do you mean we are not rigorous? Who knows how your factory got their stuff? Yeah, who knows? Why can't the quality inspection team even recognize the markings produced by the manufacturer?
Yi Fei heard him say that and immediately retorted. The captain's face turned even darker when he heard this, but he didn't say anything. He knew he was in the wrong, not to mention there were so many people watching here.
Mr. Yi is right. I can't even see the manufacturer's production markings. It's really strange. This is clearly a targeting, there must be some revelations behind the scenes? That shouldn't be the case. Old Jia's family has always been very thoughtful in doing things. How could such a problem occur?
Besides, they all believe in making money through harmony. Several people were whispering to each other, and the words also reached Song Jiang's ears. Song Jiang listened to the discussions of the people around him and then realized what kind of business he had taken.
It's obvious that someone is involved. He still didn't accept such things.
Although he has always disliked the quality inspection team from the east, it is best to protect himself at this time. Just when Song Jiang was about to refuse, he suddenly felt a hard card put into the pocket of his clothes. When this hard card was put into his pocket, Song Jiang's expression suddenly became stiff.
Here's 100,000 yuan. Help me settle this matter.
You don't need to worry about the rest, and I won't cause you any trouble.
I need to give an explanation to the people. Yi Fei put the money into Song Jiang's pocket and whispered a few words.
The two of them made these small movements so quickly that even the people around them did not notice anything unusual. Song Jiang took the money and originally planned to leave, but after seeing the 100,000 yuan, he had no choice but to stay.
No reward without merit.
What's more, the western and eastern parts of the country are not under the jurisdiction of the same quality inspection team, so he was not worried about whether someone would come looking for him later. Now, for the sake of the 100,000 yuan, he has to help Yi Fei. Seeing the murderous look in Captain Nanbu's eyes, Song Jiang coughed lightly a few times and looked back with a smile. Our quality inspection team has been very busy lately. We have so much work to do that it's normal for us to be careless occasionally. Since the captain of the southern team is a little tired, our western quality inspection team can take action.
The captain just needs to rest more. Come on, brothers, let's go in and check.
Waving to the people behind him, Song Jiang walked in with the team members he brought with him. The captain's eyes widened when he saw his actions. He had just seen Song Jiang was about to leave, so why did he suddenly come back? Looking at Yi Fei's malicious smile again, his expression instantly became ferocious and he knew what was going on.
It must be Yi Fei who did something wrong. But he didn't even see what was going on.
Seeing his flustered look, Yi Fei just smiled and didn't say a word. This time the captain was completely panicked and wanted to step forward to stop Song Jiang and others.
You all should go now. It's better for us to handle this matter. There's just a misunderstanding between us. All right. I know you're tired. You should rest more, Captain Nanbu. Look at you. You look tired and your face is not looking good. No, I know, just take a good rest. We'll help you with this matter. As for that guy Yi Fei just now, he's hard to talk to. We're all one family in the quality inspection team.
I'll take you away after I finish the inspection and say a few nice words to him to avoid you getting complained about.
It's hard to do business these days.
Song Jiang said a few words in a row, leaving the captain speechless. The captain of the quality inspection team suddenly felt powerless. He couldn't tell whether Song Jiang in front of him was really helping him out of kindness, or was trying to screw him over with Yi Fei.
Yi Fei and Yi Xian were listening to Song Jiang's words nearby. They both couldn't help but hold back their laughter, and their faces became stiff. This Song Jiang is such a talented person.
And he's a cheerful person. In that case, let's wait for them to find out.
My father has been doing business here for so many years.
There's no need for him to sell inferior products. Everyone knows how important the reputation of a store is. It's related to whether the store can continue to operate. I, Yi Xian, will never do such a thing that would be against my conscience. If I did, I would be struck by lightning.
These quality inspectors really pissed me off today. And Li Kei, you are really nice.
Yi Xian cooperated with Yi Fei in acting and fixed his gaze on Li Kei. Li Kei was stared at by him and his face suddenly felt a little embarrassed.
Don't be sarcastic to me, I didn't do anything.
He still looked like he was trying to shirk responsibility, and people around him couldn't help but sigh. The guilty look was too obvious, and they all looked on.
But no one said anything and just waited quietly for the results. Chapter 59, Conscientious Merchants. Song Jiang and others entered the factory and quickly began the inspection. After the inspection, they walked out of the factory and pulled out a detailed list of goods.
No problem, the pass rate has reached 98.
Parts produced by such manufacturers are basically quality brands.
Song Jiang handed the list in his hand to Yi Fei. After seeing the list, Yi Fei flipped through several pages.
What happened to the other 2%?
The remaining 2 are defective products.
Your manufacturer has already dealt with them. I have checked so many products and only a very small number can reach 98.
You have done a great job and are a conscientious merchant. Song Jiang gave Yi Fei in front of him a thumbs up with great satisfaction.
At first, after receiving the money, he was still worried that the factory itself might be rubbish. However, after the inspection, the result made him very satisfied.
It's really a conscientious businessman.
Thank you very much.
Upon hearing this, Yi Xian burst into tears of joy, took the list in his hand and laughed out loud.
You're welcome. This is our job and what we should do. Okay, let's go back too. We still have the next place to go. Everyone should go home now. This place is great.
Song Jiang made a summary statement to the crowd in front of him. When everyone heard his words, they nodded in understanding, especially the old customers, who all breathed a sigh of relief.
They have been waiting here for so long, isn't this the answer they want?
Now that the answer is out, they have no reason to stay here any longer.
Captain, there seems to be a party in the evening.
I think we should go back. After the party, you should rest early today.
Don't work so hard next time.
Song Jiang spoke to the captain of the quality inspection team, trying to give him a way out.
Wait, he hasn't apologized to us yet, how can we leave?
Yi Xian glared at him angrily and shouted loudly. Seeing this, the people around him also started talking. When Song Jiang heard Yi Xian's words, he shrugged.
He was just pretending.
As for what happened between the captain of the quality inspection team and Yi Xian, that was their business and he couldn't help much.
After receiving Yi Fei's benefit, he also wanted to say a few good words for Yi Fei.
This is indeed a problem with our quality inspection team. We didn't investigate thoroughly.
Captain, you also.
Song Jiang set a good example and quickly winked a hint to the captain. The captain's face turned ashen and he glared at him with resentment.
Song Jiang always kept smiling and was a little confused when he saw that he didn't say anything.
The people around him who had not left the scene were also getting a little impatient at this time. Seeing that he had not said anything, they began to talk.
What's going on? You did something wrong and you don't apologize?
This matter is indeed due to the lack of an apology from the quality inspection team. If the Western quality inspection team had not come, the matter would not be clear today, and the damage caused to the manufacturer is also quite large.
Yes, apologize quickly. This matter has come down.
It's such a big deal that the security team came from outside.
The factory has suffered so much loss because of you.
A group of people were talking at once, all pointing their fingers at the captain. The captain snorted coldly when he heard this, and under the pressure of everyone, he can only speak out.
Sorry.
After saying this, he flicked his sleeves and left the scene without looking back. When Yi Fei saw him like this, his face suddenly turned cold.
How? You're giving me a cold shoulder even when I'm apologizing? This apology is really not sincere enough. I think you want to be complained about.
When the captain heard the word complaint, he stopped and the veins on his forehead bulged. I'm sorry, there was an error during my inspection.
This is our problem. We will give a public apology later.
After hesitating for a moment, the captain finally apologized. Although it was the Zhang family who asked him to cause trouble, it does not mean that he can act lawless.
The Zhang family will protect his job.
Thinking about how he had come here for so much work but had not received any commission from the Zhang family, and now that he had made such a mistake, his year-end bonus would definitely be deducted, his breathing became heavier.
It's okay this time, it's a bit sincere, but there won't be a next time.
Yi Fei looked at him sinisterly, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, then he strode to his side, lowered his voice and spoke again.
The Zhang family means nothing to me. You can expect to complain when you go back.
After saying this, Yi Fei stood up and left the place.
Are you kidding me?
Upon hearing this, the captain's expression suddenly became extremely distorted.
What are you talking about? It's not right to say that. Our Yi family factory is not easy to bully. Who knows if you will be a trouble after today's incident, so it's better to get rid of you.
After Yi Fei finished speaking, he turned around and waved to Song Jiang. Song Jiang heard the conversation between the two clearly. Thinking of the way Yi Fei lowered his head when he spoke, especially his cold eyes, he couldn't help swallowing.
Boss Yi, what else do you have to say?
Take that Li Kei away, and investigate their factory thoroughly.
Good. Upon hearing this, Song Jiang nodded immediately without any objection. This is a brilliant achievement. He noticed something wrong when he came here just now. When Li Kei saw that the people from the quality inspection department were going to take him away, he suddenly became anxious.
No, don't investigate my factory casually.
My factory has just been inspected and everything is qualified. Then check it again. This is our job. If it passes, you can go back to business as usual. Besides, why are you so flustered? No, I mean don't bother you, after all, I am.
I've already said it's our job, don't hesitate, we'll check it for you for free. As the two of them talked, their voices became farther and farther away. As for the captain, he looked at Yifei angrily and left the scene.
Okay everyone, you've seen enough, let's go. If you continue to look here, I'll let you buy our stuff.
Yifei waved at the person in front of him and said jokingly.
Buy. We have to buy some.
The quality inspection team has come down to inspect.
Isn't it time to strike while the iron is hot? That's right, give us some. Let's get some in too, so you can buy with confidence. I will buy from their factory in the future. I can rest assured. They are a conscientious merchant. The group of people were teased but did not leave.
Instead, they walked up to Yifei and Yi Xian and started to follow them to place orders and sell goods. Yifei and Yi Xian didn't expect such a good thing to happen, and both of them looked a little surprised. This trip by the quality inspection team actually helped to bring in goods, which is really great.
Chapter 60 Ms. Do.
Yifei and Yi Xian spent the whole night sorting out orders in factories. They stopped working at around 9 o'clock in the evening, and the factory workers also left work early.
This wave will directly earn dozens more.
Yi Xian was sorting out the lists, looking at the thick stack of orders in his hand with emotion, his face full of satisfaction.
Should we thank the captain of the quality inspection team?
Without him, I'm afraid it wouldn't have such a good effect.
Thanks? People like him don't deserve thanks.
When Yi Xian heard what the quality inspection team leader said, his expression immediately changed and he looked even more angry.
If you hadn't come quickly today, we would have solved this matter.
But if the quality inspection team really blames us, our factory will really not be able to operate.
Isn't this okay? Everything is fine now.
Interrupting Yi Xian's spell, Yifei looked at his mobile phone. He had been busy for the entire afternoon and still had no idea what was going on with Xiao Qingcheng.
Yifei opened his phone and wanted to check the message.
While he was reading the message, he was also listening to Yi Xian's muttering. The captain of the quality inspection team said that we must file a complaint against him and we must not let him get away with it.
Does his apology look like an apology? No, I'm going to complain to him now.
No, it's strange that we were checked today.
They came to check us out of the blue.
I will file a complaint against him later.
There must be some reason for the investigation. I am also investigating.
Yifei responded to Yi Xian vaguely and continued to look through the messages on his phone. Xiao Qingcheng has sent a lot of messages on the mobile phone. Looking at these messages, Yifei prepared to call her. What she talked about was basically what happened between Lu Chuanqing and that beautiful woman this afternoon, saying that they were wrongly accused and wronged, and then she also said that the beautiful woman wanted to call him to thank her or something. As for the rest of the information, since she couldn't contact him, Xiao Qingcheng was always worried about Yifei's safety. After all, there has been no news for an entire afternoon, so I must be a little worried. Yifei first replied to her and then prepared to call her, but before he could make the call, his own cell phone rang first. Seeing the mobile phone number, Yifei raised his eyebrows, but still clicked to answer the call. The moment I answered the call, a gentle and soft voice came from the other end.
Hello, Mr. Yi, I am the parent with the little girl you met in the hospital this afternoon. I called you to thank you. Thanks to your timely registration and subsequent medical expenses, the child is now fine. You are our lifesaver. I wrongly blamed your mother before. I have already apologized to her. Please forgive me. It's good to have things clarified. The safety of the children is more important.
When Yifei heard the beautiful woman's words, he responded with a smile.
Yes, luckily the child is safe. If something happened to the child, I really don't know what to do. Thank you so much. I didn't bring a bag with me today. If something happened, I would be really anxious. You are the lifesaver of us mother and daughter. Oh, by the way, I've been telling you this, but I forgot to introduce myself. I'm the CEO of Zhonghai Linchuan Industry, my name is Du Hailuo. When I get back, I'll transfer all the money you gave us to you. Is your name Yifei? Don't be in a hurry to transfer the money. Yes, my name is Yifei. Yifei answered her with a few symbolically polite words. I seem to have heard of Yifei before. Is he Mr. Yi from Jiangbei? The one who just got married a while ago.
The news of the marriage has spread to Zhonghai. Yifei said with a little surprise after hearing what Du Hailuo said.
Of course. It seems that I was right. What a coincidence. We in Linchuan also make auto parts. I heard that you also make this, right? Last time, I heard them talking about you. My family runs a small parts factory. Why are you asking this, Ms. Du? Yi Fei asked back curiously.
He had an impression of the Linchuan company, but it was not a deep impression. It seems that it is also a company with good strength among China overseas.
I want to cooperate with you. How about we talk about cooperation?
We have a lot of partners in Linchuan.
If we work together, I think we can get good results. Of course, it's good to be able to cooperate.
Yi Fei was slightly excited when he heard her words.
Wouldn't it be much easier for his father to run the auto parts factory this way? Jiangbei Parts Factory is a big boss, and with Linchuan's addition, their birthday will be prosperous enough. It's great that you agree. We can talk about it later. How about you come to our company after I pick up my daughter? That's fine, but...
Yi Fei was halfway through his words when he suddenly frowned slightly as if he remembered something. According to the Zhang family's moral character, if they fail to take revenge this time, they will definitely take revenge next time. And he still has things to deal with the quality inspection team.
What's wrong?
Du Hailuo also heard his hesitation and asked in confusion. We still have some unresolved matters here. Previously, I had some conflicts with the Zhang family. I took over their business, and now they are attacking us.
If we cooperate, I'm afraid you will also be in trouble. Zhang family?
Du Hailuo raised his eyebrows and repeated the two words, and then a chuckle came from the microphone of the mobile phone. The Zhang family is not afraid of him at all.
Let him do whatever he wants. We in Linchuan have no control over them.
In our eyes, they are just a pushover and don't have much strength.
Did they do anything to you? Du Hailuo said this and tried to get some information out of Yi Fei.
When Yi Fei heard her ask this, he didn't take it seriously. He was a little surprised at Du Hailuo's strength. He continued to speak tentatively.
Hey, this is troublesome. They sent people from the quality inspection department to cause trouble with us this afternoon. My father's factory, all the quality inspectors from the Eastern Quality Inspection Department came. Otherwise, I would still be in the hospital this afternoon. Eastern Quality Inspection Department, I understand.
I will arrange for them to replace the personnel immediately.
They are indeed quite capable when following the Zhang family.
Du Hailuo responded to Yi Fei's words, and the words he said shocked him.
Replace the entire quality inspection department? What kind of strength is this? And this feeling is so weird.
He was just saying it casually to test the waters, but he didn't expect Du Hailuo to really take it seriously.
I can actually do all of this, you. Oh, Mr. Yi, I won't tell you yet. My Meng Meng has woken up. We can talk tomorrow if there is anything. Before Yi Fei could finish speaking, Du Hailuo hung up the phone in a hurry.
Seeing this, Yi Fei's expression looked a little strange, but he hesitated for a moment and still called Xiao Qingcheng.
Chapter 61 The God of Wealth is coming.
Xiao Qingcheng quickly answered Yi Fei's call, and Yi Fei chatted with her for a while. The two didn't say anything, just simply reported that they were safe.
Yi Fei also asked about Zhou Yuancheng's condition.
Hearing that Zhou Yuancheng was fine now, he gave Xiao Qingcheng and Lu Chuancheng a few instructions and then hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Yi Fei did not rest, but opened the address book he had just opened not long ago.
Assistant, Xiao Wang. The Zhang family has caused such a big trouble for their family, can it just end like this?
What's more, the system has specially issued a task for him to deal with the Zhang family.
The best way to deal with the Zhang family is to hand it over to a financial company. Ding ding ding.
The cell phone rang, and Yi Fei waited quietly for the other party to answer. Fortunately, the other party answered the call quickly. When Xiao Wang saw that it was Yi Fei calling, his tone became much more respectful.
The God of Wealth is here. Mr. Yi, what's the matter? Why are you calling me so late at night? Help me ask your CEO and project manager to check if there are any Zhang family assets under Qihang. If there are, please report to me. Yes, I know that. May I ask what you want to do?
As Xiao Wang spoke, his tone slowed down a little and his voice became a little nervous.
Why did he suddenly have a bad feeling? How much does it cost to bring them down? Should we do it again as we did last time? Yi Fei asked directly without any hesitation. This. At present, we only have one Zhang family enterprise under our name, but this enterprise is just a small enterprise. If you want to deal with them, I think it is better to let our company's boss contact other financial companies.
I remember that Zhonghai Yonghun Financial Company is in charge of part of the Zhang family.
This is just a suggestion, Mr. Yi.
The Zhang family enterprise we are cooperating with is only a small project worth less than 1 million.
If you want to start, I will arrange someone now.
Xiao Wang wiped his sweat and gave advice with a smile, and everything he said was honest. Of course, if their Qihang Financial Company were to mess with Zhang's businesses again,
that would certainly not be easy. Then let your boss contact me.
Yifei spoke a few words to him briefly and hung up the phone. The reason why he didn't call Su Jiayun right away was because he had already taken action to wipe out the Zhang family. That's why he called Xiao Wang first to get the basic situation. With Xiao Wang as the connection, Su Jiayun from Qihang Financial Company soon made a video call.
Boss Yi, I heard from Xiao Wang that you want to contact Yonghun Financial Company to mess with Zhang's business? What are they doing now?
In the video, Su Jiayun was doing something on the street, asking Yifei while running, and only stopped when he ran to a slightly quiet place. After confirming that the person he dialed was Yifei, he rubbed his temples with a headache.
Why does Yifei suppress the Zhang family every now and then?
They had just hacked into the Shi family's business. Although it is indeed good to follow Yifei and the benefits are often very high, their interest has changed a little.
They seem to have become Yifei's tools. Just be a tool. No one can resist money.
Su Jiayun comforted himself in his heart and waited for Yifei to speak. Zhang's company took action against us and almost shut down our spare parts company.
Are we going to endure this?
Yifei said casually.
They are a bit.
Su Jiayun was halfway through his words when he suddenly stopped talking.
How would he qualify? Is it too much to say that the Zhang family is wrong? But it seems that Yifei has also completely uprooted the Zhang family. When you don't know what to say, just follow the boss. Within just a few minutes, Su Jiayun understood this and immediately added to the conversation. This Zhang family is so ungrateful that they actually did things this way.
I'm sure they can't stand this.
They should be moved. You can contact Eternity, right? Yifei completely ignored his complaints and asked. Okay, but if you want to ask their company to do something, it might be a little dangerous. You know this. Su Jiayun spoke a little awkwardly, and Yifei glanced at him indifferently, understanding what he meant. 200 million, help me get rid of a medium-sized enterprise of the Zhang family, okay? Pull out their medium-sized enterprises, pull out, what the hell? 200 million? 200 million can only give them a lot of skin.
When Su Jiayun heard the number Yifei used, he was shocked again and screamed in surprise.
So horrible. This Yifei is so terrifying. Why do gold coins explode so violently? Isn't that enough?
Yifei asked again when he saw that his expression was a little dull.
Ha!
When Su Jiayun heard him say this, he let out a deep breath.
Enough, this is definitely enough. I have definitely done enough for this. Well, consider the rest as an investment in your company. Yifei responded and said no more.
When Su Jiayun heard this, he was immediately overjoyed.
The rest belongs to their company. Okay, God of Wealth, oh no, okay Mr. Yi.
Because of excitement, his mouth was a little shaky, but he quickly returned to normal and reached out to hang up the video call. After hanging up the video call, he sent a message to Yifei.
I'll do this now, and you should get the results soon. Okay, tell me if you need anything, and you can also ask me if you don't have enough money. No problem, no problem. Su Jiayun quickly replied with a few dynamic emojis.
Seeing this, Yifan did not continue to look at it, but walked towards the second floor of the factory.
The second floor was their restroom. He was a little tired after running around all day. Besides, he didn't know what Yixian was busy with, so he simply went upstairs to rest and wait for Yixian. Quality Inspection Team, Office of the Southern Quality Inspection Group.
The captain of the Southern Captain had a gloomy look on his face at this time. He looked at the complaint form in his hand and felt even more annoyed when he thought about how he had just been scolded by his boss. He was already in a bad mood because he failed to take over the Yi family's parts factory, and now he was complained by a bunch of people, which was very difficult to deal with. The most important thing is that these complaints did not come from Yi's factory, but from many onlookers.
Captain, what should I do? The superior said that if the complaints are not dealt with tonight, you will not be allowed to work tomorrow.
The members of the quality inspection team fiddled with the computer anxiously, wanting to reject all the complaints, but his operating speed could not keep up with the speed of the complaints, and he was in a panic.
What can I do?
Just deal with it slowly. You operate here first, I'll make a phone call. The quality inspection team leader said something, walked towards the balcony with a gloomy face, and closed the balcony door tightly.
He hasn't informed the Zhang family about what happened today.
Although it is a failure, the notification must be in place.
Hello, Zhang, I'm the captain of the quality inspection team. Let me tell you about today's situation. Chapter 62, Replace all the people in the quality inspection department.
Zhang Zhang family. At the Zhang family's home, Zhang Guowan was accompanying Zhang Yangji in the ward to change the dressing.
While changing the dressing, Zhang Guowan couldn't help but curse at Zhang Yangji.
After all, the fact that their Zhang family business was acquired by someone else was a huge loss of face for him.
You stinky boy, you really piss me off, you're so troublesome, don't hang around anymore.
When Zhang Yangji, who was being scolded, heard his words, he just lowered his head and remained silent.
What can he say now?
It was useless to talk, and it would only arouse his father's anger. Given the situation, he might as well just listen to his father scolding him quietly.
Knock, knock.
The door was knocked open and Assistant Song walked in with a cell phone in hand. Seeing Zhang Yangji and Zhang Guowang, he put the phone in front of Zhang Guowang.
This is a call from the quality inspection team, sir. Is it done?
When he heard about the quality inspection team, Zhang Guowang's expression suddenly brightened with joy. Not only him, but Zhang Yangji was also a little excited. Now, as long as it involves Yifei and can make Yifei uncomfortable, they feel happy when they hear it. Just when the two thought that the matter was settled, the voice on the phone completely shattered their expectations.
Well, regarding the Yi family's affairs, I'm afraid our quality inspection team is powerless. Yifei suddenly came back and invited people from the West. Wait. You mean it didn't work? Why didn't you succeed? Tell me why you didn't succeed. You're looking for their faults. Shouldn't it be easy to succeed? Why are you looking for excuses?
You're such a useless bunch.
You can't even understand the class.
Zhang Guowang got angry and yelled at the head of the quality inspection team.
He is angry. Yifei was so arrogant in front of him, and he sent someone to deal with them, but nothing happened, and it was resolved by Yifei?
Thinking of Yifei's arrogant look in front of him before, his expression was full of ferocity. The captain of the quality inspection team was scolded and he gradually became silent. This matter was indeed his fault, as he did not take responsibility properly, but at the same time he felt very aggrieved. This was not what he expected. He did his best when he did it.
Forget about you, get out of here. You can't even do your job properly. I think you want to replace all the people in the quality inspection team. It's you losers who are holding our Zhang family back. Because of anger, Zhang Guowang didn't care about his own emotions and just cursed at the captain of the quality inspection team. The call was quickly hung up. After the call was hung up, the room became a little quieter.
Assistant Song took a few steps back in fear, but still walked towards Zhang Guowang with a cup of water and asked him to drink some water to calm down. Fortunately, Zhang Guowang took the water, breathed a sigh of relief after drinking it, and pinched his eyebrows with a headache.
Master, how about we take a rest first?
Assistant Song saw that he was not in good condition and walked up to him and greeted him with concern.
Need not.
Zhang Guowang waved his hand and sat down next to him to take a short rest.
He hasn't changed the medicine for Zhang Yangji yet. What are you taking a break for now?
Just as he sat down on the sofa, his cell phone rang again. This time, Zhang Guowang did not look at his phone. Instead, he slid the screen and clicked to answer the call. However, the moment he answered the call, he shouted out in anger and impatience.
What else do you have to say? If not, don't call me. And don't think about the commission you negotiated. There is none. Oh, it seems that Patriarch Zhang has encountered something difficult? Why is he so angry?
A soft female voice was heard, and the person who called was Du Hailuo.
Hearing this voice, Zhang Guowang's body stiffened.
Mr. Du, he asked tentatively.
Yes, it's me. Du Hailuo nodded. Oh, what's the matter with you calling me?
Zhang Guowang looked a little embarrassed and asked, trying his best to control his emotions.
I do have something to do. I heard that you led the quality inspection team to attack Yifei's auto parts factory? You can't do that. Yi Fei's auto parts factory is a manufacturer that cooperates with us. Master Zhang, I don't know what you mean by this? Du Hailuo came up without any hesitation and went straight to Zhang Guowang. Zhang Guowang's face suddenly turned dark when he heard this. Lin Chuan's strength in Zhanghai is also not weak, so they naturally cannot confront each other face to face. Moreover, Lin Chuan is also married into the industry of the second leading family in Zhanghai, so they cannot talk nonsense about it. As the third child, they can only follow behind. When did the Yi family auto parts factory cooperate with you? I don't know either, huh? After an awkward laugh, Zhang Guowang clenched his fists with a ferocious expression. You don't need to know when he cooperated with us. You touched my industry and caused us a lot of losses, so you have to compensate for this matter. Also, the quality inspection team was completely replaced, and our ally was almost forced to close down. Fortunately, nothing happened in the end, otherwise you would have to pay a lot of compensation. But the quality inspection team didn't do their job properly and failed to fulfill their responsibilities. It's really a headache. There was a strong sense of oppression in Du Hailuo's soft voice, and her tone became much heavier as she spoke further. Okay, Master Yi, I hope you take this matter seriously, otherwise we can only talk about it in person. I've been very busy recently and haven't been in Shanghai. I'll probably be back the day after tomorrow or tomorrow. Please give us an explanation as soon as possible. I don't want to make things too awkward. Hiss, there are still many things to do, Master Yi. Good night in advance, I wish you a good dream. Beep. After Du Hailuo finished speaking, he hung up the phone without even thinking, leaving Zhang Guowang with a gloomy face. Bang! Zhang Guowang was so angry that he threw the wineglass in his hand to the ground. The sound of breaking was particularly harsh in the ward. The cup was broken, but Zhang Guowang was still angry and grabbed the bottles and jars next to him and wanted to smash them. Fortunately, Assistant Song next to him reacted quickly and stopped him from taking these dangerous actions. Master, hey, Master, don't do that. You can't fall down. Calm down, calm down. Assistant Song helped Zhang Guowang to massage his back and calm him down. After a while, Zhang Guowang finally calmed down. Zhang Yangji was a little curious when he saw the scene in front of him. He was curious about what his father had heard just now that made him so angry all of a sudden. Although he was curious, he didn't dare to ask and could only wink at Assistant Song. Master, what happened to you just now? How could you be so angry? Don't get yourself hurt by being angry. Assistant Song saw him winking and quickly stepped forward to ask. Humph. How come Yi Fei is related to Lin Chuan Enterprise? I really underestimated him. Chapter 63, There is always someone better than you. Yi Fei, have you got any connection with Lin Chuan Enterprise? Upon hearing this information, Zhang Yangji's eyes widened in shock. How could Yi Fei be related to Lin Chuan? You little bastard, if it weren't for you, would we be able to get involved with Yi Fei? This is not going to be easy to deal with. With Du Hailuo, how can we target Yi Fei? Zhang Yangji moved his lips as if to speak, but in the end he could only lower his head unwillingly. With Du Hailuo here, they really have to give way a little. Just when Zhang Yangji was waiting for his father to scold him again, suddenly there was a sound of hurried footsteps outside the door. When the footsteps were heard, the door was pushed open violently. Bang! It's bad, Mr. Zhang. Our company has been attacked, Yonluo Enterprise, and a large number of shares have been swallowed up. Please go and see if there is any way to stabilize it. Otherwise, if this continues, the company will stagnate. What? When Zhang Guowang heard this, his expression suddenly changed. He stood up hurriedly and walked out the door. His face turned ugly, and Zhang Yangji and Assistant Song's faces were equally terrified. Which company attacked us? Zhang Guowang asked as he walked. From the current perspective, it seems to be Shanghai's Yonghang Financial Company. Why would Yonghang suddenly attack us? This shouldn't happen. We are still partners. I don't know about that. The man shook his head awkwardly and pulled Zhang Guowang away. As they were walking, Zhang Guowang's cell phone suddenly rang. He received a text message on his phone. The most important thing is that this text message was sent by Yi Fei. Yi Fei, this is a surprise for you. Do you like it? After seeing the content of this text message, Zhang Guowang's expression suddenly changed. Damn it, it's Yi Fei again. How is Yi Fei related to Yonghang? Who the hell investigated Yi Fei's information? Find it out for me. Master, you are the one who is investigating the information.
Assistant Song added a sentence from the side, and this time Zhang Guowang choked and didn't know what to say for a moment. Because he was so angry, he had to lower his face and follow his assistant without saying a word. After walking a few steps, he seemed to remember something and spoke to Assistant Song behind him.
You, go call my cousin directly. You must not let this kid get away with it. How dare you step on our heads? Don't think that just knowing a few people in Shanghai will do. There will always be someone better than you. Yes. Assistant Song nodded when he heard this.
At the fork in the road, he stood up and walked towards the data room, ready to check the phone information of Zhang Guowang's cousin.
After going upstairs, Yi Fei waited for Yi Xian to come back. In the meantime, he also received 2 reward messages from the system.
Congratulations to the host for exceeding the mission. According to the comprehensive evaluation, the host's merit is plus 99, and the reward amount is doubled. The merit points accumulated by the host can be used to redeem items, or to double the rewards.
The mall for redeeming items is not open at the moment. Please do more tasks and make more choices.
Once the total consumption exceeds 2 billion, the new mall redemption gameplay will begin. Congratulations to the host for successfully taking over the Zhang family business and receiving a reward of 200 million.
New way to redeem in shopping malls?
When Yi Fei looked at the introduction, his heart was immediately filled with anticipation.
He is full of anticipation for this mall. Current consumption amount, 900 million yuan. The current consumption is 900 million, which means there is still 1.1 billion to reach the target.
This is very difficult for ordinary people, but for Yi Fei, it is not difficult, it is just a matter of time. He fiddled with the system upstairs for a while and found that except for the mall, there was no new content in other items. He did not continue exploring, but chose to close it and waited for Yi Xian while playing with his mobile phone.
Where on earth did Dad go?
Although he was curious about Yi Xian's whereabouts, Yi Fei did not ask any more questions, but opened his mobile phone and started playing. Later, after he waited for more than half an hour, Yi Xian finally came back relaxed with a smile on his face.
What's wrong with you? Why are you so happy?
Yi Fei looked up and asked when he saw him like this.
Of course I'm happy. I successfully complained to them.
I heard that the captain of the quality inspection team was fired. And Li Quid, was also arrested.
The results of the investigation are out. His factory was basically unqualified, so it was closed.
Yi Xian said excitedly, his face full of smiles.
That's good now. No one will compete with us in our area. I didn't expect Uncle Li K to be such a person. Did he cooperate with the people from the quality inspection team? Yi Fei asked.
Yes, it was because he cooperated with the people from the quality inspection team that the captain of the quality inspection team was fired. The same goes for his words.
Now the result is not much better. This incident has made us see Li K clearly.
We used to be quite considerate of him, but now he has brought disaster upon himself. As Yi Xian spoke, a hint of anger appeared on his face. Li K and he have been here for so long that they can be considered half business partners. Now, he treats the other party as a brother, but the other party actually treats him as a competitor.
It really shows that you cannot judge a person by his appearance. Well, now that everything has been resolved, don't be too angry. Brother, do you want to hear something better?
This thing can make our auto parts company even more successful. Yi Fei said this and approached Yi Xian mysteriously. Yi Xian was immediately interested after being shocked by his words.
What's the matter? Tell me now. Want to know?
Seeing that his interest had been aroused, Yi Fei deliberately kept him in suspense.
You want to blow me up, don't you?
When Yi Xian saw him like this, he immediately understood something.
Hey, you're worthy of being my dad. You guessed it before I even said anything? Huh, don't you see who I am? What do you want to eat? Yi Xian asked tacitly. Everything you treat is delicious.
Yi Fei smiled and pretended to be casual. Seeing him like this, Yi Xian couldn't help but roll his eyes.
Then let's go downstairs to eat noodles?
Dad, this won't work if you just want to eat noodles.
At least there should be some meat, right? Humph, you little bastard.
Yi Xian was too lazy to continue playing tricks on him, so he stood up and pulled Yi Fei, leading him downstairs.
Hey, Dad, you're not really going to eat noodles. It depends on how important your information is. Let's go have a barbecue. Become.
Remember to order more oysters, preferably a plate.
Don't ask for so many things, kid. If you ask for more, I won't go to eat there. I won't spend $1,000 on a meal. Oh, good news, let's go. Chapter 64, A Little Too Drunk. The two walked all the way to the barbecue restaurant downstairs. As soon as they arrived at the store, Yi Xian ordered 5 or 6 plates of oysters and some expensive barbecue without saying a word. A table full of barbecue and beer is simply delicious. Yi Xian ordered a lot this time, and Yi Fei could also see how curious he was about the news. My father is so generous, so rarely. It seems that I am in a really good mood today. Bang! Yi Xian placed the large bottle of beer in front of Yi Fei. After pouring the beer, he looked at his son. Tell me, what good things do you want to tell me? Can this table pry your mouth open now? Enough, this will definitely work. Taking the wine glass handed over by Yi Xian, Yi Fei took a big sip of the wine and then spoke. Do you know Lin Chuan? Lin Chuan from Zhanghai. I know. Lin Chuan is engaged in the same business as us, making auto parts. Their business is even bigger than that of the Zhangbei Auto Parts factory. When it comes to people in the industry, Yi Xian knows them all without even having to think about it. After all, he is a veteran in this industry. Tell me what Lin Chuan is doing. Could it be that you? Yi Xian held his chin and looked at Yi Fei with a slightly more serious look. It's pretty much what you guessed. The people from Lin Chuan said they want to cooperate with us and asked us to go and take a look tomorrow. Yi Fei first pretended to be very distressed, and then spoke with helplessness. He looked naughty and his face couldn't help twitching when he looked at Yi Xian. You are pretending in front of me, right? Lin Chuan wants to cooperate, shouldn't he be happy to take off? Yi Fei looked helpless. Kid, how did you get involved with them? Yi Xian asked curiously. Well, they came to us on their own. Yi Fei continued to pretend to be deep and even imitated Yi Xian's usual manner of talking about business. Seeing him like this, Yi Xian's eyes twitched even more, but he still held back and coughed lightly. Because the information was really good, he could still tolerate it. Seeing that his father had not made any move on him, Yi Fei felt a little uncomfortable at first, and even felt bored for a moment. In the Yi family, his relationship with his father is like that of brothers. Although they are father and son, when they go out, they are often regarded as brothers and friends, and they can talk about anything. Dad, if you don't scold me, I will feel so uncomfortable. You have changed. You are no longer yourself. Yi Fei ate the kebabs and started talking nonsense out of boredom. Seeing how wise he was, Yi Xian held his forehead with his hand in pain. Okay, stop pretending. You're talking nonsense. Tell your dad how you got to know Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan is not simple. Finally, after getting a few complaints from his father, Yi Fei felt a little better. He immediately explained everything that happened when his father met Du Hailuo in the hospital. Yi Xian was a little skeptical when he heard his words, but when he saw Yi Fei's sincere look, he finally believed his son completely. This is really fate, it can't be stopped. Du Hailuo asked us to go there tomorrow? Her daughter is in the hospital again, so we have to prepare some things well tomorrow. Yi Xian was very happy, and he was quite drunk when he talked about the latter part. Seeing him like this, Yi Fei nodded helplessly and responded to him casually. Yes, Dad is right. Let's prepare more tomorrow. Right, that's right. Come, drink some more with me, I'm so happy today. I'll stick with you till the end. Yi Fei responded with a smile, clinking his beer bottle with Yi Xian's, and the two of them drank with relish. It was already past 10 o'clock when we came out of the barbecue stall. Yi Fei didn't drink much, he just ate, but Yi Xian was different, he was drinking from beginning to end. After paying the bill with the waiter, Yi Fei helped Yi Xian go home. When paying the bill, he couldn't help but curse a few times. After all, it was Yi Xian who said he would treat him to a meal. But in the end, he was the one who paid the bill and packed up the stall, which was really too uncomfortable. He even suspected that Yi Xian had deliberately targeted him. But since they are all family, they naturally don't talk about these things. Yi Fei also supported Yi Xian and walked towards the factory. The reason why he didn't go home was because he couldn't find the key to his house. He didn't bring the key with him this time, and Yi Xian didn't have it either. After some trouble, Yi Fei found the key and took Yi Xian back to his hometown. Xinyuan Community. The two of them had a bumpy ride along the way. Halfway through the journey, Yi Xian vomited all over the driver's car.
When getting off the car, Yifei looked at the driver's murderous eyes. He paid him more than 2,000 yuan and then returned to the house where he had lived since he was a child.
Finally, I'm back.
After helping Yi Xian to the living room, Yifei simply cleaned him up and put him in the room to rest. This journey was really too difficult, but after going through this, he also knew his father's drinking capacity. He swore that he would never let his father drink so much in the future, and would never let him show off.
By the way, my phone rang just now.
It must be Qingcheng sending me a message. Suddenly remembering the ding-dong sound of calls and messages that came in halfway, Yifei took out his cell phone and took a look. The above was indeed a text message sent by Xiao Qingcheng, and the content of the message said that she would not go home today and would accompany Lu Chuanxing to take care of her second father. There is a picture attached to this text message. The picture happened to be a photo of the three of them in the hospital. Zhou Yuanshang had already woken up, but perhaps the anesthetic had worn off. Several of their faces, which were in pain, had turned into masks of pain, but they were still forcing smiles. When Yifei saw the picture, he took a photo of the room and sent it to her. After sending the photo, he also edited a message and sent it to her.
I can't go back tonight. I'm in my hometown with my dad now. I was drinking with him just now.
I just finished serving him and just sat down to rest.
I didn't see your call.
After these two messages were sent, the other party immediately sent the messages back.
Xiao Qingcheng, I know, then you guys go to bed early, don't stay up too late, don't call now, my second dad just fell asleep. Okay, you and mom should go to bed early after you finish your work.
If you need help, just find a nurse.
Yes, husband.
Xiao Qingcheng simply replied with 2 words and then sent a cute emoticon. Seeing this, Yifei put away his phone and walked towards his room. His room remained in the same state as when he left it, without any change.
It was obvious that his family members usually cleaned it for him.
Because he was not very sleepy, Yifei simply looked at the computer desk in his room.
On the computer desk, there is a computer that is not too old.
When he saw the computer, he sat down as if possessed and turned on the computer screen. As soon as he turned on the computer screen, he somehow opened the game. Come to think of it, he hasn't played games for a long time, so why not play some?
Chapter 65, High School Brother Zhang.
This game hasn't changed in such a long time. But the interface has been improved a lot. Play 2 games, then go online and play 2 games and sleep after the update is done. After clicking on the alliance to start updating, Yifei quietly waited for the update to be completed. However, after not logging into the game for a long time, he forgot his account password. After fiddling with it for a long time, he finally logged into the game. After all, this game was his favorite esports game when he was in high school. Later, he got involved in work, and the busy work and trivialities of daily life left him no time to play it again.
Now that he has the chance, he must have fun. Bite.
As soon as he came online, Yifei saw a message coming into his private chat window.
Fuck, brother, why are you online? Are you real? 2 messages popped up.
Yifei looked at the man named Blind Man. He frowned at first, then his face lit up with joy.
ISNT, this is good buddy from high school.
At that time, they went to internet cafes every day, wanting to reach the level of esports players. I didn't expect that after so many years, my good friend is still playing this game.
The King of Heaven and the Tiger of Earth.
Yifei did not directly answer who he was, but typed a line of words and sent it over.
Crows take a plane.
The other party also sent a string of words tacitly, followed by a continuous bombardment of a lot of information.
Brother Fei, it's really you. Wow, I miss you so much.
We haven't seen each other for many years. Since high school, no, since college, after you started dating that Wang Rohan, we barely said a few words to each other.
Are you still following that woman Wang Rohan? If you want to know, why don't you invite me into the room? Typing is so tiring. Yifei said.
As soon as he finished speaking, an invitation came. Yifei clicked to accept, and the two entered the same room.
Brother Fei. I missed you.
Don't disgust me, damn it, just be normal.
As soon as Yifei came in, he heard Zhou Zahan's embarrassed voice and immediately got goosebumps all over his body.
Hey. Zhou Zahan laughed in a frivolous way, just like he used to be.
Tell me quickly, what's going on between you and that woman Wang Rohan? Zhou Zahan asked curiously. Then they must have broken up.
Your brother is married now.
Yifei said proudly. Wow, we finally broke up. Thank God, my Guanine Bodhisattva.
I've said it before, that woman is no good, you should leave her, she's just a gold digger.
Now that you're married, show me who you're marrying. What's your sister-in-law like? Is she virtuous? Is she pretty? She must be a good girl.
Of course, it's 1,000 times better and looks twice as good. Yi Fei smiled and responded to him casually. He did not continue to dwell on this topic with him. He changed the subject and spoke.
Hurry up and start the game. I haven't played it in a long time.
I just want to play this game in my free time.
Let's chat again when we come out.
Oh, okay, I'll start now.
You must be working hard, and it's not convenient to play games. Zhou Zheong responded quickly.
He paused for a moment, and then said, Brother Fei, can I start a live broadcast?
I still have a task to complete tonight. You're doing a live broadcast?
Yi Fei was a little surprised when he heard his words, with your mediocre skills, will anyone watch it?
Zhou Zheong used to be the worst at playing games with him, but now he's even doing live streaming? What are you talking about? Don't underestimate me. I'm a professional player now. I'm awesome. I'm going to help you win today. You are actually a professional player?
When Yi Fei heard his words, he frowned in disbelief, but soon he stopped thinking about it. It would not be surprising if Sei Hang became a professional, after all, he has always liked this game.
Of course not. What do you think? I'm really awesome now. Alright, sit tight, I'm going to take you up to the sky and show you my god-level jungle skills. I'm starting a live broadcast.
Zhou Zheong boasted a little, and the moment he turned on the live broadcast, Yi Fei and he also entered the game. However, as soon as the game started, Zhou Zheong's voice changed.
Oh no! What's wrong? Yi Fei asked curiously. Why are you so high-spirited 1 second and suddenly feeling depressed the next?
It seems we are matched with the national server AU who has a Smurf account.
We are probably going to lose this game.
Before, I went live to challenge the people from AU's team.
I lost to them.
Then AU came to fight me, and I lost again. After I lost, this person kept using me as material. He would come to disgust me at any time.
It was really annoying. Brother Fei, I don't think we can win this game.
The other team must have arranged all the vehicles on their side, and we might all be actors here.
How can such a thing happen?
Yi Fei listened to Zhou Zheong's words with a hint of surprise on his face.
He didn't expect that he could play it this way. Yeah, let's finish this one quickly.
There was a hint of helplessness in Zhou Zheong's voice. When he met this group of people, his mood was not very good.
Where is your live studio? Give me a link.
Okay, I'll send it to you.
Zhou Zheong didn't waste any time and quickly sent the link.
After Yi Fei asked him for a link, he also followed the link to enter the room. At this moment, there were still more than 10,000 people in the live broadcast room, and it was obvious that Zhou Zheong was quite famous in this circle. The game was being broadcast live in the broadcast room at the moment, and people in the room were discussing the situation. However, most of them were there to watch the show, and they started to sneer and ridicule as soon as the game started.
Wow, I'm facing AU right at the start of the game. I'm so lucky. Retired professional players are just like this, what rubbish. What retirement? I don't think he knows anything about esports, haha. IU, don't beat people up all the time, it's so boring. The people watching the show couldn't help but speak up, and soon a PK application was sent over. The person who sent it was a host named IU. Seeing this PK, Zhou Zheong's face turned dark. Their app is automatically matching, so he didn't even bother to refuse and was connected directly. With him connected, the live broadcast room suddenly became lively. Damn it, these bastards actually came up with this kind of scene, it's simply unbearable.
Zhou Zheong closed his microphone and followed Yi Fei, feeling a little guilty.
Brother Fei, just play by yourself after this game. I wanted to play with you, but now it seems that I can't do that. Just play, I don't mind. It's a good opportunity for me to see what's going on.
Yi Fei didn't take it seriously and said to Zhou Zheong.
Chapter 66, Game Actor. Because the game had already entered the stage, Yi Fei chose Syndra in the middle lane. He simply bought some equipment and went online to fight.
In the live broadcast room, everyone saw Zhou Zheong bringing someone to play together, and thought Yi Fei was a professional player, so they started gossiping immediately.
Do you think this mid laner Syndra is a professional player? Professions will definitely help each other. Tisk, TSK, here comes another fun thing. Oh wow, this Syndra is really good at playing.
She got a minion kill at the beginning of the game, and she didn't even go to help the jungler when he was caught.
Upstairs, you know how to taunt, haha. The people in the live broadcast room focused their attention on Yifei.
When Zhou Ziyang heard these people talking about Yifei, he immediately spoke.
Brothers, this is my buddy. Don't say anything nonsense.
He is not a professional player.
We are here just to have fun together.
He wanted to explain, but unfortunately after he said this, there was more ridicule in the barrage.
Tisk, TSK, bro. The host is starting to show off.
When Yifei saw this, he basically understood what was going on. It seems that these fans are all black fans.
This kid Zhou Ziyang is quite amazing, he can actually attract so many black fans.
Thinking this in his mind, Yifei did not say anything, but continued to fight with peace of mind. In just 2 minutes, his teammates had already killed 3 people. Seeing that his teammates were still giving up, Yifei raised his eyebrows slightly. He now seemed to understand the meaning of what Zhou Ziyang had just said.
The teammates are all actors, they are just treated as fun.
If so, it is indeed annoying.
After all, who can tolerate being targeted while playing a game?
We just need to shoot when the time comes in this round.
Zhou Ziyang was targeted and he had no way to fight properly.
Even if he is a professional and is very good at playing, he can't do a good job of level 4 in this kind of team cooperation game, not to mention that the opponent is quite strong.
What are you voting for? You've been bullied to your face, how can you stand this? Yifei retorted. This is not like you, Xiaohang. Oh, what can I do?
I don't have that much money to hire someone, and there's a big brother on the other side.
They want to fight for this.
That big brother has been hiring Ayu to beat me up and play tricks on me, trying to discredit me.
If I want to survive, I still have to restrain myself. After all, I can't compare to the big brother behind him. Life has smoothed your edges. Yifei listened to what Zhou Ziyang said and couldn't help but complain. It's good enough to be able to eat. Zhou Ziyang laughed, quite free and easy.
Seeing his cowardly look, Yifei sighed helplessly.
That won't do. I can't stand bullying my son. How about you recognize me as your big brother? I'll help you?
Yifei said that he had been killed once, and the opponent had killed him.
He was too lazy to go out and started chatting with Zhou Ziyang. Zhou Ziyang thought Yifei was joking with him and said immediately, "Who is your son? If you can really help me get back on track, I will just call you Dad." Is that what you said? Yes, I said that. Zhou Ziyang nodded.
As soon as he finished speaking, a super large family bucket appeared on his screen. A family bucket cost 16,000 renminbi each, and this time Yifei directly bought 10 of them. When Zhou Ziyang saw these gifts, his eyes widened and he forgot to operate his hands.
No way, are you serious? Don't spend money. Zhou Ziyang was surprised and delighted to see that his PK value was much higher than his opponent's.
After Yifei's operation, he directly let Zhou Ziyang speak on the microphone, and he began to speak nonsense in front of everyone.
If you want to fight, show some real skills. Don't hire these second-rate anchors. Hire a few more professional esports players. On one hand, you let the actors disgust us, and on the other hand, you hire a few substitutes. Aren't you ashamed to play this way?
With your limited financial resources, don't play this game.
Fuck, Brother Fei, what are you talking about?
The identity of the other party is not simple, he is a big boss. When Zhou Ziyang heard Yifei's words, he was stunned.
This is like opening the gun directly in someone's face. This is too outrageous. What are you afraid of? I'm just telling the truth. You just hired a small national server to do the job. He doesn't have any strength at all.
Yifei snorted coldly, directly provoking the big boss behind him. After he said this, the people in the live broadcast room went crazy.
You talk like you can afford it. Why bother talking when you can afford it? Just invite me directly. A professional player's pay is not low.
He can show off here by earning 100,000 yuan.
A professional player costs hundreds of thousands of yuan.
Come on, you're so awesome, you treat me, these are all professional players.
Here's the list. The haters below were instantly furious.
Ayu, who was originally in the PK, also turned on the microphone. The moment he turned on the microphone, a 120,000 bet was placed on him. I'm not saying anything, brother, you can't just call for professional players, there's no need to pretend like this.
You can only shout here. If you really find it, just go find it. This is so funny. $100,000 is probably your bottom line.
He said 3 sentences in a row, and then asked the internet army to come and spend 10,000 yuan. When this dollar was swiped over, the atmosphere suddenly became weird.
Isn't this mocking them in front of him? If that's the case, Yifei won't be able to bear it.
Detect that the host is being provoked, defeat the opponent's live broadcast, and obtain 10 million anal beans.
Choose not to defeat, no reward.
Ding, 10 million anal beans have been deposited into your account, please check. Looking at the 10 million anal beans that had just arrived in his account, Yifei didn't think twice and just swiped the beans up. With this swipe, he directly spent more than 500,000. This time, firecrackers and notifications began to ring out in the live broadcast room, and all the people who had originally mocked Yifei became silent.
500,000, just swiped it like that? This guy is considered a rich man. It's only 500,000. The upper limit is 50. I've got 100. You guys can do whatever you want.
The host on the other side, please click and defeat me.
I'm waiting for you to defeat me. Yifei said this and went straight for the gift.
This time after he won 10,000, he still had 9 million beans left. Beans and RMB are interchangeable on a 1-to-1 basis, so Yifei has earned a total of more than 1.1 million so far.
Are you crazy? 1 million directly?
Zhou Ziyang widened his eyes, with only disbelief left on his face.
Isn't Yifei an office worker? Where does he get so much money? Could it be that my brother flew away first, carrying me on his back? Or did your brother do something he shouldn't have done?
Just when he was about to ask, his live broadcast room was refreshed again, and Yifei topped up another million.
Wow!
This time, the entire live broadcast became quiet, even a US eyes widened.
Chapter 67, Earn 10 million.
Brother, you. Zhou Ziyang started to stutter, his eyes widened and his face was full of panic.
The 1 million had already shocked him, so what was going on now? Just give him another million directly?
He had never seen so much money before.
Yifei ignored his surprise and continued speaking through Zhou Ziyang's microphone. Hurry up and give me the gifts. I hope you don't have anyone who can fight. That would be meaningless.
When a Yu on the opposite side heard this, there was obvious dissatisfaction on his face, but as a host, he still maintained the most basic expression management and manners.
Wait, we are recharging here. It seems that the rich guy here from Brother Hang wants to have a big fight. What's the big deal? We don't. Don't talk nonsense, just swipe it.
I finally had some free time to play a game, but you guys messed with me.
I'm not in a good mood at all.
How about this, we play something more exciting, and the loser dresses up as a woman and sings Conquer.
How about that?
Yifei came up with an idea and started helping his brother to live broadcast. After he said this, the comments in the live broadcast room became even more enthusiastic, popping up continuously. Seeing that the situation was out of control, Zhou Ziyang quickly chose to turn off the microphone and turned back to communicate with Yifei.
Brother Fei, what are you doing? We can't beat the boss on the other side.
I heard that the boss on the other side is also very capable, and he is also a businessman.
His strength should not be underestimated. Hey, did you hear what I said just now? This is going to be troublesome. By the way, Brother Fei, where did you get all this money from? Are you rich too? Zhou Ziyang threw 3 questions in a row at Yifei.
I'm not that rich, but I won't let you wear women's clothes.
I think your live broadcast room is pretty cool. Today I'll help you increase your popularity. Hurry up and open the microphone, the other side is sending gifts.
Yifei looked at their gifts gradually coming up, and seeing that they were about to surpass his own, he added another million.
This time Zhou Ziyang was stunned and couldn't help but exclaimed. Brother Fei, would you consider supporting me? Go away, don't disgust me.
Yifei's mouth twitched and he turned around and cursed him. Although several people started the game, no one continued to play at this moment, but focused on the PK progress bar.
After Yu accepted Yifei's challenge, he became nervous. He actually didn't want to agree, so why did he agree?
He was forced to agree because of the pressure from his fans. In addition to the pressure from his boss behind him, seeing that his boss had spoken, he naturally breathed a sigh of relief and agreed.
Mr. He, how about this? You give me gifts, and we beat them.
I'll also get some of my own money and beat them to end this PK, otherwise, it will get too big if we keep going like this. Following the principle of making the matter smaller, Yu followed his eldest brother's lead. To make some money means that you spend your own money to invest in yourself, and in the end the platform collects a part of the profit, and then all the money is in your hands. Although this is disgusting to play, it is also a good way if you really want to win.
That's not a bad idea. We can all try a little bit.
After hearing what the person in front of him said, Mr. He quickly made up his mind. After all, he is not the president of a big business. If the other party is a real rich man, he still has to think carefully. Seeing that the communication was successful, Yu immediately agreed and started the behind-the-scenes operation. With this operation, he immediately felt relieved. After all, they had a lot of savings.
Then put up the ticket.
Yu said something to the eldest brother, and soon everyone in the live broadcast room started to vote.
As they voted, Yu's PK value instantly crushed Zhou Ziyang by half. However, Yifei's side was not weak at all.
He quickly narrowed the gap and then quickly surpassed. When the people in the live broadcast room saw that Yifan raised the price by millions, it immediately caused a sensation.
I think Yu is going to lose this time. Oh, it doesn't matter who you offended, why did you offend Zhou Ziyang?
He must be very angry now, otherwise he wouldn't spend so much money to ruin the place. The price increase starts at 1 million, this guy must be really rich.
So cool, thank you guys for the red envelopes.
The comments in the barrage came one after another, and Yifei in a US live broadcast room was refreshed like this, instantly attracting a lot of new viewers from outside.
The other side has 5 million.
When Yu saw Yifei had gained so much, his eyes widened immediately. He had just brushed up 300, and the other party directly brushed up 500.
This is simply a killer move. We'll go up to 500 too. I can still reach 500.
Mister, he said with gritted teeth. As he said this, the number soon reached 500, and their number suddenly became close to 8 million. After finishing all this, Mr. He also softened. Having spent so much, he has already exceeded his limit. Seeing that the PK value exceeded Yifei by several million, Yu breathed a sigh of relief and turned on the microphone.
How is it? There's only 1 minute left in the PK, do you guys still want to join in?
If I don't add this, it's like singing Conquer in women's clothes.
Thinking of Zhou Ziyang singing Conquer in women's clothes, Yu felt extremely refreshed.
What he wants to see is someone shooting himself in the foot. Not only him, but also the fans who were originally in Yu's live broadcast room started shouting when they got here. It seems like the rich guy on the other side is no longer good, he hasn't even got a vote yet.
Weren't you pretending just now? Why are you silent now?
Hey, I'm really looking forward to my buddy being a man girl.
If you don't post tickets, this will be meaningless.
A group of people began to spam comments non-stop, attacking Yifei and Zhou Ziyang. On Zhou Ziyang's side, when they saw this information, especially Zhou Ziyang, he was so anxious that he was about to explode.
If he were to carry out that kind of punishment, that would be absolutely unacceptable. Will he be able to make a good living in the future? Brother Fei, what should I do? We are going to lose, with less than a minute left. Brother Fei, why don't we do this? I'll go get some. You absolutely cannot let me wear this. It's for my reputation.
Zhou Ziyang spoke anxiously, forgetting that he did not turn off the microphone, and these words quickly spread out.
A trick? Ha, you're actually trying to trick me. Why are you fighting if you don't have the ability? You were pretending to be so awesome just now. That's right, it's not shameful to say it in front of so many people.
A group of haters immediately started to sneer and ridicule in the room. When Zhou Ziyang heard their speeches, he realized that he had not turned off the microphone, and a look of embarrassment suddenly appeared on his face. At this awkward moment, Yifei directly spent 10 million. With these 10 million, the PK in the live broadcast room ended instantly.
The entire live broadcast room fell into a long-lost silence. Chapter 68: Stealing the Crystal. Oh, I'm home. This network cable is really bad.
After Yifei finished brushing, he started to tinker with the router again. The reason why he didn't speak just now was because of a network failure. Fortunately, he turned on the data and re-entered the live broadcast room later, otherwise he would have missed such an important moment.
Why aren't you talking? Talk? Oh, we won the PK, do I still need to invite professional players?
Actually, I wanted to play with professional players before, but now I don't want to.
Brother Fei, woo-woo.
Before Yifei could finish speaking, Zhou Ziyang became excited and started shouting at him.
Give me Brother Fei's awesomeness.
Brothers, I am so grateful to Brother Fei for helping me win this PK.
Brother Fei is awesome. Brother Fei is so handsome.
Damn, I'm being fooled by this rich guy.
Brother Fei, are you still in need of brothers?
A group of people followed the rhythm and started to post words like Yifei and Nyobo. Because the software will enter the settlement period after the PK is over, both parties will be separated for a short time.
After the short separation, Yu quickly reconnected to the microphone.
This time his expression was a little ugly, but he had to admit it.
What is this competition about? Isn't this just typical crystal stealing?
Unwilling to accept defeat, Yu simply changed his rhetoric to make his point. Stealing crystals means that when the live PK is about to end, the price is raised in the last few seconds, catching people off guard and leaving them with no time to react.
What do you mean? You said we stole the crystal? When Zhou Ziyang heard his words, he immediately frowned. Isn't the person on the other side just looking for trouble? How can this be tolerated? If you really have the strength, why don't you just brush 10 million?
You can also brush 100 million.
If you really can fight, do you have to tell me here about stealing crystals? You're talking as if you can do it. How many games have you played? Have you ever seen anyone do so many right from the start? Who doesn't take their time?
Yu also refused to accept the decision and immediately followed Zhou Ziyang in shouting. His fans were also shouting under the barrage, and everyone started arguing.
That's what Yu said, that's right, this Fei Gu is the sixth brother. Host, you talk as if you have 100 million. TSK, do you have that much? Why are you yelling here? If you have the guts, brush it out.
That's right, you have the ability to swipe so many, but if you don't shout like that.
You can't even do it, and you come to embarrass Ryu.
A group of brainless fans are trying to lead the rhythm crazily, and many of them start to show double standards right from the start, with disgusting faces.
When Zhou Ziyang saw this group of people, he was already very angry. Then do you have that much? If you're spraying here, maybe you don't even have a few $1,000s in your hand? If you don't have it, don't shout it here. If you do, come out and tell us. If you like Yu so much, why don't you give him a few million more and steal the crystal at the last second?
The two sides started arguing, each arguing with their own opinions, and the scene became chaotic. Seeing that the situation was gradually getting worse and worse, Yifei was speechless. Of course, he also admired the keyboard power of contemporary netizens. It seems like you guys are still not convinced.
How about this?
We can have another match, with a 10 million bid increase.
If you have the ability, you can come again. If not, don't bid.
As Yifei said this, he swiped another 10 million. The 10 million was not a recharge, but the system detected that he did not have enough beans, so it replenished him with some.
The system is also very considerate in some aspects.
This time, Yifei's 10 million was swiped up, and no one continued to speak, and everything became silent. This wave of refreshes once again attracted a lot of people to come in. As for those haters who had just spoken, they were all speechless.
Speak up, come here quickly, can you beat him?
Seeing that his brother was powerful, Zhou Ziyang immediately started to show off and provoke the opponent. This time the fans on the opposite side didn't say a word, and Yu's face turned ugly. Many new fans also started speaking out after becoming familiar with the situation.
I really have nothing to say this time. I was overwhelmed by my strength. Brother Fei, you are my idol. Why didn't the other side come up with 10 million? Oh, it took me a while to figure out what happened. This Zhou Ziyang is a professional player. He lost to someone in a use group, and then he kept annoying the anchor Ziyang. He never let him go on the air normally, and he always hired actors and haters to save face for himself. This was all done by the big brother behind him. What? You and the others are so disgusting. Isn't this just cutting off their source of food?
Thanks to Mr. Science popularization, otherwise we would have been kept in the dark forever.
There are such dirty people in esports. Just quit the circle and don't play esports anymore.
More and more people began to side with Zhou Ziyang. Seeing so many people side with him, he felt a lot happier.
Okay everyone, let's be gentle with our words. We can't be like them. We are all in the same industry, and we all make a living in this industry. Please be more tolerant and forgiving. Gentlemen, please follow me.
In the future, you should also pay more attention to the anchor Zhang. Zhang is a retired esports player, and he can still bring you a lot of high-quality content and superb technical operations. As soon as Zhang said this, many people started following him and he gained a lot of fans. After all, who doesn't like an anchor who has good skills and can speak well? With this sense of contrast, everyone naturally likes Zhou Zhahan's side. I'm going to go off the air and prepare. I'll show you how to cosplay in women's clothing next time I come back. Seeing more and more people talking about him, you couldn't stand the pressure anymore and ended the live broadcast without waiting for Zhou Zhahan to say anything. As soon as he started broadcasting, many people came to Zhou Zhahan's side. Hey, why did he leave so soon? Zhou Zhahan muttered, feeling quite helpless. Now that he's gone, hurry up and play a few games with me. I'm going to sleep too. Seeing that everyone had left, Yifei simply picked up the game again. The game was paused because of a PK between the anchors, and no one moved. When Zhou Zhahan heard Yifei's words, he naturally responded to him and continued playing. As an esports player, respecting every game is their most basic quality. However, when Yifei saw that the actors from his team were still sending off, he frowned. The PK is over, but the teammates' orders are not over yet? With consideration for people from all walks of life, Yifei asked them about their payment methods. You all should fight hard, and I will settle the bill once you are done. After saying this, the people on his team responded to Yifei, rekindled their fighting spirit and started playing the game seriously. Chapter 69 Rushing to Zhonghai. In the following time, Yifei basically kept playing games with Zhou Zhahan. After playing a few games, it was almost 12 o'clock. Seeing that it was already 12 o'clock in the evening, he quit the game and decided to go back to bed to rest. After all, we are not as energetic as we were when we were young, and we could not play games all night long. Zhou Zhahan did not choose to end the live broadcast, but instead talked about things with his fans. Until Yifei finished taking a shower, Zhou Zhahan also ended the live broadcast and sent a message to Yifei. Zhou Zhahan, transfer information. Yifei, what are you doing? Zhou Zhahan, brother, I'm very happy that you can help me today. I can't accept these. It's not easy for us to make money. These are all given to you. The handling fee is deducted from it. I can't make up for the part that is not deducted. Zhou Zhahan, take this money and repay it quickly. Don't be too late. Yifei? My goodness, you thought it was a loan? Don't you believe that I, your brother, have become rich? Do you still believe that I am repaying the loan? Looking at the money, Yifei took it all. He knew his brother's character, and what he said was basically certain. If he returned the money, Zhou Zhahan would probably go crazy. Instead of throwing money at him, it would be better to recommend some good platforms to him. Zhou Zhahan, isn't it? Yifei, I don't want to chat with you anymore. I'm going to sleep, but before I go to sleep, I have something to tell you. I see that your live broadcast is pretty good. Take your information and go to Jiangbei Media Company someday. Just mention my name when you go. This platform can help you take off, which is much better than fighting alone. Zhou Zhahan, brother Fei, you are not really rich, are you? Yifei, I'm going to sleep. Let's get together another day. He would rather sleep than continue chatting with Zhou Zhahan here. The reason he didn't chat was because he was too sleepy. After all, he had been busy all day. Looking at the several messages sent by Zhou Zhahan, Yifei was too lazy to pay attention to them. After taking a screenshot and sending it to Sun Shi, he fell asleep directly. He didn't even read the messages sent by Sun Shi and fell asleep early. The next day, it was already past 10 in the morning when Yifei got up again. He was woken up by his father. Yi Xian had already prepared breakfast, but seeing that Yifei couldn't come out, he had no choice but to go in and greet him in person. It's so late, the sun is shining in, and you're still not getting up? Aren't we going to Zhonghai Linchuan Enterprise today? If it's too far, we definitely won't be able to go today. Dad, are you okay? Are you okay? Yifei opened his eyes in a daze and yawned, watching Yi Xian busy in front of him. Okay, did I black out yesterday? Yi Xian frowned as he spoke. The reason he knew he had a blackout was because he had no memory of what happened yesterday when he got home. You know, the driver vomited all over the car. It was a tough journey. The most important thing is that I paid for it. Yifei got out of bed helplessly and began to wash up. Hearing that he had actually done such a thing, Yi Xian looked slightly embarrassed. He didn't expect that he would lose his composure like this.
Ahem, I'll give it to you next time.
Hurry up and get ready, then we'll have dinner and go to Linchuan.
By the way, why didn't I see Qingcheng? Why didn't she come with me? This shouldn't be the case. Aren't you too tired of each other?
Yi Xian was halfway through his words when he suddenly seemed to remember something and turned around to look at Yi Fei.
Qingcheng is in the hospital, accompanying her mom and dad.
Yi Fei said while brushing his teeth. Something happened to her dad, and he's having surgery in the hospital.
Otherwise, how do you think I got to our place so quickly yesterday? His father is in the hospital. What happened?
Yi Xian became anxious upon hearing this and asked hurriedly. Seeing him like this, Yi Fei had no choice but to tell him everything that happened that day. After telling him everything, Yi Xian felt even more embarrassed. So, you finished Qingqing's business yesterday, and then came back to take care of our family's business.
You must have fainted from running around. That's right. I'm so tired from running. Why don't you let me sleep a little longer? Yi Fei teased his old father.
After washing up, he walked towards the living room and had breakfast with Yi Xian.
I won't call you next time.
When Yi Xian heard him say this, he suddenly felt guilty.
Seeing him like this, Yi Fei laughed out loud. Okay, I was just saying that. How can I be so weak when I'm so young? Dad, you need to take care of yourself. Hey, what are you talking about, brat? You're asking for a fight. What do you understand?
I told you to take care of yourself.
Okay, you are right.
Yi Xian knew that he couldn't win against Yi Fei, so he simply kept silent and quietly followed him to start eating. After the two finished their meal and tidied up, they did not sit idle either.
After getting ready, they headed towards Shanghai.
As for the factory, Yi Xian had arranged people early on and let the employees manage it for a day. Originally he planned not to open a factory, but after what happened last night, their store became completely popular, not only in their city, but also on short video software. After all, the impact of this incident is still very large.
Everyone knows that the Yi family's business is not watered down.
They come in with customized parts.
Overnight, there are so many orders that they can't be processed.
Otherwise, Yi Xian would be too lazy to continue running the factory and would have followed Yi Fei directly to Shanghai.
Why are you still so worried when there are so many orders? Before, I had no orders and had to fight for them.
Now, there are too many orders and I can't finish all the work at once.
I'm annoyed.
I'm afraid I'll have to work overtime for a long time from now on.
Just thinking about it makes my scalp tingle.
When Yi Xian heard Yi Fei's question, he couldn't help but complain.
You can't have too much or too little, and you're not happy about making money?
Since you are unhappy, then just wait to meet the boss of Linchuan.
If the cooperation goes well, it would be nice to ask them to help with some processing, right?
Yi Fei was chatting with Xiao Qingcheng on the phone while comforting his old father. Xiao Qingcheng sent a few pictures of them having breakfast. Seeing these, Yi Fei also took a few pictures in response.
That's what you said.
Yi Xian nodded when he heard his words.
It's better to go first and see how the cooperation negotiations are going.
If the negotiations go well, it can save a lot of effort. Seeing Yi Fei chatting with Xiao Qingcheng with his mouth almost raised to his ears, Yi Xian was speechless. He originally planned to talk to him about the factory, but in the end he didn't say it out loud. Yi Fei was playing with his mobile phone behind him, so Yi Xian had to drag him to catch the high-speed train. After completing the formalities, the two of them also got up and rushed to Shanghai.
Chapter 70 Goodbye Du Hailuo. China overseas. Linchuan Enterprise.
The two of them set out from their own city and it was already afternoon when they arrived at their destination.
After everything was completely tidied, Yi Fei took out his cell phone and made an appointment with Du Hailuo.
Du Hailuo, I'm in Linchuan now, just come directly, someone will receive you when you arrive.
Yi Fei, no problem. You have an appointment?
Yi Xian saw Yi Fei put down his phone and looked up at him. Yes, she told us to go directly to Linchuan. As Yi Fei spoke, he stopped a car and got in with Yi Xian. Yi Xian felt a little excited when he heard this. After all, he was going to negotiate a contract with a big company like Linchuan.
How could he not be excited?
The two rushed all the way from the airport to the gate of Linchuan factory. As soon as they got out of the car, the assistant who had been arranged at the gate came to greet them.
Excuse me, are you Mr. Yi? Did you have an appointment with our Mr. Du just now? The assistant looked at Yi Fei and confirmed it again. Don't I look like Mr. Yi? We are obviously equally handsome, aren't we? Yi Fei couldn't help but teased his assistant.
When the assistant heard him say this, he immediately nodded in response.
Yes, only Mr. Yi is the most handsome. You are famous for your handsomeness in this area.
Well, seeing as how mature your flattery was, I reluctantly agreed. When two people who are very familiar with each other meet, they are bound to become chatty. Yi Xian, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard Yi Fei's words.
Stop being so narcissistic, you're embarrassing your father. Assistant, my dad, and I look the same, right?
Seeing Yi Xian coming up and saying this, Yi Fei deliberately asked another question.
The assistant reacted immediately and started to flatter the boss, attracting the attention of everyone around him.
That's right, your father is a handsome man, mature and steady, the kind of uncle style that little girls like. Yi Xian quickened his pace as he listened to his assistant's words, feeling extremely depressed. Yi Fei followed his assistant and laughed secretly behind him, and he even gave him a thumbs up. Instead of heading towards the Linchuan factory, they were led by their assistant to the reception hall next to it. After walking around several floors, they finally reached their destination.
It's right inside, please come in.
The assistant knocked on the door, and Du Hailuo's voice was heard from inside.
Enter.
After she said this, Yi Fei took Yi Xian and walked inside. At this time, Du Hailuo was busy working, typing on the keyboard with a serious face beside the computer. When she saw Yi Fei coming, she stood up hurriedly.
I thought it was someone from our company.
You guys are so quick.
It's only been less than half an hour. When I contacted you just now, we had already got off the plane. Mainly because Linchuan is relatively close to the airport, so we arrived quickly.
Yi Fei smiled, and Du Hailuo asked them to sit down and asked the assistant next to them to pour tea.
Is the child okay?
After all, it would be a bit awkward to talk about business, so Yi Fei had to find a topic first.
The child is much better.
I transferred him to Zhonghai Hospital today.
Everything is normal. Meng Meng said she wanted to see you after she got out. She insisted on preparing a gift for you yesterday. You prepared a gift for me?
When Yi Fei heard this, he raised his eyebrows in surprise.
If that's the case, I'll have to go check on the little guy later. Then let's sign the contract and then go see her. I'm about to get off work.
Du Hailuo smiled and reached out to take out some information, but after taking it out, he looked at Yi Xian. Seeing that her eyes were fixed on his father, Yi Fei quickly followed suit and introduced him.
This is my dad. He came with me. He was so excited to hear that he could work with you guys. After all, he is the one who handles our family's business, so let him come and talk to you about this cooperation, so that it will be more convenient for cooperation in the future. Oh, I see.
Du Hailuo immediately understood what was going on when he heard this and looked at Yi Xian with a smile. Yi Xian walked up to her and introduced himself.
The two chatted briefly and soon started talking about the contract.
Yi Fei now felt a little bored. Fortunately, the two of them didn't have much time to talk, and they had almost reached an agreement in less than half an hour.
Your factory has received so much work?
Du Hailuo listened to Yi Xian's words, his face full of surprise.
The amount received is comparable to their usual amount. There weren't so many people before.
Yesterday's incident had a big impact, so a lot of people came and the project couldn't be completed all at once. Yi Xian sighed helplessly.
What happened yesterday? Oh, I remember now. It was the people from the Quality Inspection Department.
Du Hailuo smiled first, then said, these people really shot themselves in the foot.
You also know about that? Yi Xian asked in surprise.
Yes, more than that, Mr. Xiaoyi told me yesterday, and I went to deal with all their people. Du Hailuo spoke casually, stood up from the sofa and prepared to walk out the door. I need to print another copy of the signed contract. I need to go to my main office to pick something up.
Would you like to come with me? Let's go.
After we sign the contract and get off work, we'll go see Meng Meng. Without waiting for Yi Xian to speak, Yi Fei stood up and followed her. Seeing this, Yi Xian followed the two closely, but there was still a hint of surprise on his face. It turns out that the people in the quality inspection team were replaced by Du Hailuo yesterday. He was wondering why he suddenly changed them. On second thought, it was Yi Fei who told Du Hailuo these things, which surprised Yi Xian. His son has been doing really well in recent years, and as a father, he feels a little ashamed of himself.
Dad, what are you doing? Hurry up and catch up.
Here it comes. When Yi Xian heard Yi Fei calling him, He realized that he had been distracted just now, and hurriedly caught up with Du Hailuo and the others.
Inside the main office,
Du Hailuo followed Yi Fei and Yi Xian and chatted with them all the way, while leading the way, and they soon arrived at the door of the office.
"We're here. I'll go find the key and open the door. Wait for me."
Looking at the door in front of her, she started searching for the key in her bag, but when she was halfway there, the door was suddenly opened from the inside. There was a mother and daughter and an assistant standing in the room. The mother and daughter hugged each other tightly. The girl did not look very old, and seemed to be a student. She was sobbing with her head down. The assistant stood beside her awkwardly, not knowing how to comfort her.
"Boss Du, you're finally back. I have something urgent to tell you."
The person who opened the door was the manager. He first glanced at Yi Fei and the others in front of him, then smiled at the people in the room. Then he reached out and closed the door again, not letting Yi Fei and the others in.
"What's going on?" Du Hailuo frowned slightly.
She didn't understand the situation in front of her.
Chapter 71, Half-Brother. "Boss Du, you don't know that Ling Chuan is in trouble again." "Ling Chuan?"
When Du Hailuo heard this name, his expression became noticeably more serious.
"What trouble has Du Lingchuan gotten himself into again? What's going on with the mother and daughter inside?"
"This." The manager first glanced at Yi Fei and others, and was speechless. Seeing this, Yi Xian reached out and prepared to pull Yi Fei away. However, Du Hailuo stopped him by waving her hand, and she also signaled the manager to continue. Upon seeing this, the manager quickly explained the whole story after getting permission. The mother and daughter inside, the little girl is Ling Chuan's girlfriend from nowhere.
Yesterday, this girl went out with Ling Chuan.
Ling Chuan's friends, probably because they were a little drunk, said that this girl seduced them. As a result, a group of brothers beat up the girl and spread rumors that she was a slut and was not decent.
And now they've come to our house and want justice. This girl is still in school. Her reputation has been tarnished and she's been beaten. Now everyone in the school is laughing at her. Beating a girl and then spreading rumors about her?
When Du Hailuo heard this, his expression suddenly turned gloomy.
"How many times have I told you not to let Ling Chuan hang out with those bad friends? Look at what they are doing. If you get into trouble like this, it will be difficult to deal with it now. I shouldn't have agreed to let this brat return to China. I should have sent him abroad and never let him come back. He's always looking for trouble. What did he learn abroad? Boss Du, calm down."
Seeing Du Hailuo was angry, the manager hurried forward to persuade him.
"The most urgent thing now is to deal with this matter. There is no point in getting angry here."
Yi Fei and Yi Xian were listening to what was happening nearby, and their guesses were basically the same.
This Du Lingchuan should be Du Hailuo's younger brother.
It seems that this younger brother is also a troublemaker.
"You two, let me take care of something first. After I send the mother and daughter away, we will sign the contract. Please wait for a moment."
Suppressing the anger in his heart, Du Hailuo turned around and said something to Yi Fei and Yi Xian.
"No problem, let's deal with things first." Yi Fei and Yi Xian agreed immediately.
After all, the most urgent thing now was to solve the current problem first.
They could discuss the contract at any time. "Okay, you two don't leave either. This should be handled pretty quickly. Just sign the contract before you leave."
After Du Hailuo and Yi Fei finished talking, he also reached out and opened the door. As soon as she opened the door, the mother and daughter looked at her.
They had already walked to the door and bumped into Du Hailuo.
"Auntie, and this little girl, you two wait a moment.
I have already understood the basic situation. I will call Ling Chuan over to explain it to you now.
I just heard from our people that the little girl was beaten."
"Was she injured anywhere?"
Because the girl had been hiding behind her mother and looked a little timid, Du Hailuo had to ask in a friendly manner. When she asked this, the girl burst into tears. Du Hailuo couldn't handle it anymore, as he thought she had suffered a great injustice. Seeing this, the girl's mother hurriedly pulled the girl into her arms and began to help her speak. "Yesterday, that group of people beat our daughter's face and arms so badly that they were covered in bruises. The most important thing is that they got her drunk. If I hadn't discovered it early, who knows what would have happened.
Fortunately, nothing happened. You said two people are dating, but that's not the way it should be. Now my daughter doesn't even dare to go to school."
That brother of Ling Chuan, who goes to the same school as my daughter, spread all kinds of rumors about my daughter.
When she goes to school, she is harassed by many people and can't even go to school properly.
He Fangfang spoke with a choked voice, and lowered her head and hugged her daughter tightly. When Du Hailuo heard this, her expression changed again and again.
If that's the case, then the matter is serious.
This has already had a significant impact on the girls.
Aunt, look, we'll give you whatever compensation you want. This little bastard really went too far this time. This is not about compensation, we just want justice.
He Fangfang was anxious, thinking that the people in front of her wanted to do things for money, so she sent them away.
Okay, don't worry, I'll call that brat right now. This is really outrageous.
As Du Hailuo spoke, she reached out to take out her cell phone and called Du Lingchuan, but she dialed several times in a row and the call still didn't go through, which made her look visibly unhappy.
After she dialed several numbers in succession, the last call finally went through.
Before she could say anything, the other party spoke first.
Sister, what are you doing? I have something urgent to do here. I'm racing and don't have time to answer your call. Let's talk later. Baby, who called you?
My sister, she is such a bother.
I wonder what she wants from me. Beep.
The other party said something and hung up the phone directly, not giving Du Hai any face at all. Seeing this, Du Hailuo's face darkened. She took out her cell phone and made another call.
This time when I called, the other party just hung up. I'm so mad at you, this brat. Assistant, find out where Ling Chuan is now. I'll go find him right now.
Du Hailuo said something loudly to the assistant, and then looked at the mother and daughter in front of him with a smile.
You two, wait a moment, I'll go find that brat right away.
When the mother and daughter saw Du Hailuo helping them solve the problem, they returned to their seats and started waiting.
You two come in too, sorry for making trouble.
Du Hailuo said to Yi Fei and Yi Xian behind him. Little boys nowadays are so difficult to manage.
They are so naughty. We have to teach them a lesson when we find them, especially his buddy.
Yi Xian responded from the side.
Yeah, it's a real headache. I really don't know why we should send this kid back to China. My mom feels the same way. Since he was born to a foreigner, then just leave him to the foreigner.
You're causing me so much trouble.
It's so annoying. Is your brother a half-brother? Yi Fei immediately grasped the essence and asked.
Yes, my father died early due to illness, and my mother couldn't accept it so she went abroad.
These things in Linchuan are the properties left by my father, and I just took over. Du Hailuo spoke speechlessly.
After complaining a few words, she looked at the girl. The girl's emotions calmed down a little at this time, and she also looked at Du Hailuo. Seeing that she had recovered a lot, Du Hailuo breathed a sigh of relief and moved closer to her.
Come on, tell me what's going on between you and Ling Chuan.
Don't be afraid, I'll take people to look for him later.
Don't be nervous, I'm here.
After listening to Du Hailuo's words, the girl let down her guard a little, and the two of them went aside to talk about how they met, including some of the things that happened.
Chapter 72, So What If I Did It?
Yi Fei sat aside, his brain slightly short-circuited.
Why does he feel that Du Hailuo's family situation is a bit messy?
The assistant investigated the information very quickly.
In less than 10 minutes, he found out where Du Lingchuan was currently.
He is going to an esports hotel now.
He should be going to this one. I checked the surveillance camera and saw it.
The assistant sent the information he had found out to Du Hailuo and directly locked the location of his car.
Now that we have found out the truth, let's go.
Du Hailuo stood up with the girl and her mother and prepared to leave.
Wait, should I go with you? Maybe I can help?
Yi Fei said hurriedly when he saw her about to leave.
That's fine. I have an assistant. Please follow me. Manager Wang, please stay here. If there is anything happening in the company, you can handle it.
Du Hailuo arranged the people in front of him, then stood up and left. Yi Xian and Yi Fei followed closely behind.
A few of them drove and soon arrived at the esports hotel at their destination.
After communicating with the front desk, they also found where Du Lingchuan was now.
Are you sure this is the hotel Du Lingchuan just visited? Du Hailuo asked the waiter. Yes, Mr. Du, we're sure. The waiter nodded, signaling Du Hailuo that he could open the door.
Seeing this, Du Hailuo didn't hesitate and suddenly opened the door and pushed it open.
Bang! The sound of the door opening was very loud.
Du Lingchuan and another brother who were playing games in the esports hotel immediately looked towards the door. There were 2 men and 2 playing companions in the room. When Du Lingchuan saw Du Hailuo coming, he didn't realize the seriousness of the matter, so he stepped forward and asked, "Sister, what are you doing here? What do you say I do?" Du Hailuo's face turned dark and he glared at his disappointing brother. "All of you, get out." She first pointed at her playmates, and then after they had all left, she looked towards Du Lingchuan and grabbed his ear. "Hey, sister, what are you doing?" Du Lingchuan cried out in pain and yelled in agony. Du Hailuo pulled the mother and daughter behind him in. The moment they were pulled in, Du Lingchuan's expression changed. "What is this for? What do you think you are doing?" Du Hailuo snorted coldly, "Did you say that to the girl? And you asked your group of friends to beat up the girl? Du Lingchuan, where is your face? Is this what your parents taught you? Oh, don't hit me." Du Lingchuan was beaten by Du Hailuo and ran away immediately. "I was drunk yesterday. I really didn't mean it. And I didn't hit her. Did you ask others to beat up the girl? And you also said that the girl seduced your brother?" Du Hailuo held him tightly and didn't let him escape at all. When he saw that he was about to run, he reached out and slapped him hard in the face. Du Lingchuan didn't expect that Du Hailuo would actually hit him in earnest. Seeing so many people in the room and he was beaten up, he suddenly became angry and reached out to push Du Hailuo hard. Why? Du Hailuo didn't expect that he would dare to fight back. After being pushed like this, he immediately fell backwards. Fortunately, Yi Fei was there to help him from behind, otherwise he would have fallen to the ground. "Thanks." When Du Hailuo saw that he was safe and sound, he immediately turned around and thanked Yi Fei. "Fine." Yi Fei waved his hand. Du Hailuo didn't say much to him. He walked forward and wanted to catch him again. "That's enough, don't touch me." Du Lingchuan immediately shouted loudly, walked to the back, and came to the side of his brother. "He just seduced my brother. What can I say? What do you mean by hitting me right away? Don't think you can hit me just because I'm here. If you hit me, I'll tell my parents that I'm not here with you anymore. I'll go back and cause trouble for your mom. Did you see it? You said that the girl seduced your brother? I asked you if you saw it?" Du Hailuo was so angry at Du Lingchuan that his breathing became rapid, and he stood there questioning. "My brother has already said so, do you still need to see it?" Du Lingchuan snorted coldly, looking like he was courting death. His appearance also made Du Hailuo very angry, and Du Hailuo wanted to take action again. But at this moment, the brother who had been silent spoke first. "That woman really seduced me. That's it, she came up to me while she was drinking. Besides, what does it matter if she seduced me or not? Even if she didn't, so what? What's more, she still has it. What did you say?" "I clearly didn't." The girl was angry and quickly stepped forward to refute. Seeing this, Du Hailuo protected her behind her and did not let her speak. She asked her assistant to come over. The assistant saw his look, immediately understood, and hurried over. After walking up, he also took out his mobile phone, which contained some recorded videos. "I have investigated what happened last night, and the girl really didn't do anything." The assistant stepped forward and said. "So, give me an explanation?" Du Hailuo stared at the 2 boys in front of him with a cold look. They didn't expect Du Hailuo to be so well prepared. Both of them were a little surprised, but soon their expressions changed, especially Du Lingchuan's brother He Changyue, who started to act like a rogue. "Explain? What explanation do you want? I told you, even if she didn't, what can you do to me? If you dare to touch me, wouldn't that be provoking my father? You should know my father, you have to give him some face." He Changyue was slapped in the face, but instead of feeling ashamed, he became even more aggressive. Seeing him like this, everyone present gasped. When Du Hailuo heard him say this, he was so angry that his breathing became heavy. He took a few steps forward and grabbed He Changyue, ready to hit him. When He Changyue was caught, he didn't show any fear at all, but instead had a look of disdain. "Come on, hit me. Do you dare to hit me? You don't dare. If you dare to touch me, then you can forget about doing your job well, let alone cooperating with our He family. Okay, today I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your father." Du Hailuo was so angry that he raised his hand and slapped him on the face. The slap was very crisp. He Changyue was stunned for a moment after being hit by this slap. He didn't expect Du Hailuo to really dare to do it.
How dare you hit me? Do you want to die?
He Chinua was not someone to be trifled with either.
He rushed over and prepared to knock Du Hailuo to the ground and beat him. But as soon as he pounced forward, Yi Fei twisted his arm, and then a crisp slap sounded. Bang! Chapter 73, Low Quality. What the hell are you doing? How dare you hit me? He Chinua was beaten and stood there in a daze.
This time, not only he was stunned, but everyone in the audience was also a little surprised. They were surprised why Yi Fei suddenly took action.
Xiao Fei, you.
Yi Xian walked forward and pulled Yi Fei, but Yi Fei slapped his hand away.
I can't stand it anymore. Judging from the way his son behaves, his father must not be a good person. He is still cooperating with their company. It's just meddling even if he cooperates with them. Don't be dissatisfied. Just call your father over. I'll see what I can do to you if I beat you up.
You are such a disrespectful kid.
Hurry up. I don't want to waste time talking to you. Call him over.
Yi Fei looked at Yi Chinua, who had a look of dissatisfaction on his face, and waved his hands at him impatiently. Seeing this, Yi Chinua became so angry that his chest heaved, and he raised his hand and pointed at Yi Fei. You, just wait for me. If you dare to hit me, I will call my dad right now, and I will see what you will do later.
Bang!
When Yi Fei heard him say that, he reached out and slapped him in the face again. After the slap, he snorted coldly and ignored Yi Chinua in front of him. Instead, he walked towards Du Hailuo, who had been pushed into the corner just now.
Boss Du, are you okay?
Yi Fei walked up to her and asked her a question, then pulled her back again. Seeing this, Du Hailuo hurriedly shook his head and said, "It's okay." After saying this, she looked at Yi Chinua with a cold face. If Yi Fei hadn't acted quickly just now, she would have been thrown to the ground. She was angry and her eyes did not continue to stay on Yi Chinua, but looked at Du Lingchuan.
Come here. If you don't even think about coming back today. You're getting more and more outrageous every day, and you still want to bother my mom? I don't believe I can't deal with you, kid. Come here.
Du Hailuo spoke in a fierce tone and waved at Du Lingchuan. When Du Lingchuan saw this, especially when he saw his brothers were beaten, he immediately lost his confidence, but he still stood stubborn in front of his brothers, looking like a dead duck.
Want to cure me? Forget it. Do you think I'm mentally ill? If I go over there, won't I be asking for a fight? You.
Du Hailuo looked at his younger brother and felt both headache and helplessness.
She can't do anything about it.
If he was smaller, she could still beat him, but now he is so big, how can she possibly beat him?
Okay, don't be angry.
Yi Fei pulled Du Hailuo, signaling her to calm down a little. Seeing this, Du Hailuo could only nod, slowly relax and adjust his breathing.
Very good, you kid, why don't you come over? Don't cry and say you want to come back at night. Hey, what can you do to me?
Knowing that Du Hailuo had no means to control him, he simply became unscrupulous and looked back at Du Hailuo and others with disdain. Yi Chinua laughed out loud when he saw his brother was still beside him.
Good brother, my dad's people will be here soon, don't panic. Aren't you just waiting for your dad and the others?
The two men spoke in low voices.
Knowing they couldn't win, they didn't move and waited quietly for someone to come.
Du Hailuo and others kept gloomy faces and were speechless. Less than 10 minutes after Yi Chinua called, the door of the esports hotel was suddenly pushed open. I saw a group of big men in casual clothes walked in. The leader was a bald man wearing a black shirt. He looked like someone who was not to be trifled with.
Let me see what's going on. What do you mean by touching my son? As soon as the bald man came in, he looked at Du Hailuo and others in front of him.
After seeing Du Hailuo, his expression became a little more serious. He rushed over after receiving the news that his son was being bullied, but he didn't expect that the person opposite him was Du Hailuo. After all, Du Hailuo was their partner, so he had to be more careful with his words.
Hey, isn't this Mr. Du? How come you still have time to come here?
Your son said outside that the girl seduced him and spread rumors that the girl was not clean.
Now the girl can't even go to school. Tell me, how did I have time to come here? Faced with 4 or 5 big men, Du Hailuo was not afraid and stepped forward to confront them.
Hearing that his son had done such a thing, the bald man was a little surprised at first, but soon said,
My son would do such a thing? How is it possible? These are probably children playing around, right? Mr. Du, there's no need for you to get involved in their play, right? Why is it unnecessary? Just a few words from you are unnecessary?
The girl is right here, you all have to apologize to her today no matter how high or low you are. Du Hailuo snorted coldly and refused to give in to the person in front of him.
Oh, Mr. Du, you are being a bit fussy. Children are just playing around with this kind of thing, and didn't this girl do anything wrong? She didn't do anything wrong, so why should my son criticize her? Boss Du, I think this matter is almost over. When I get back to it, I'll give them some compensation.
Mr. He stepped forward to explain with a smile, hoping to smooth over the matter.
After all, it's a collaboration between two companies, so shouldn't it be enough to just do something close to what it is?
When Du Hailuo heard his words, he felt disgusted and couldn't help frowning.
What does it mean that just a little compensation will be enough? What do you mean girls also have problems?
Looking at the girl sobbing with her head down, Du Hailuo was filled with anger.
The video is right there, and now you're starting to make excuses? As expected, like father, like son.
I said, either your son apologizes and clears the girl's name, or our cooperation is over. We in Linchuan will not cooperate with people of bad character like you.
Think about it yourself. What do you mean?
After being given the cold shoulder by Du Hailuo, Mr. He's face immediately darkened. He had given way to them before, but they refused to do so.
Under such circumstances, he was still being aggressive? Did he really think they were easy to mess with? Boss Du, I think you made a mistake, didn't you? Do you think we want to cooperate with you?
If you were not the fiancé of Zheng Haibai's family in the future, our He family would not look down on you at all.
Do you know that? What are you saying with such a flattering face? You want to quarrel with us, right?
You can quarrel with us, but we will quarrel with you. I think now, instead of apologizing, you should explain to me why you hit my son. As Mr. He spoke, he waved to the brothers behind him, as if signaling them to take action. Seeing that things were getting out of hand, Yifei took a few steps forward, stood up and protected Du Hailu behind him.
Chapter 74, Beating Him Until He Convinced. If you attack me, I don't think you can continue to do your job well. The Bai family will not let you go. Du Hailuo gritted her teeth. She was ready to face this group of people at any time. Oh, the Bai family won't let me go. Do you think we all don't know that the Bai family is just going through the motions to marry you and give an explanation to your family? I think it's you. Don't be the Bai family's fiancé anymore. Just be my lover. It's also good to be my concubine.
I won't treat you unfairly.
Don't you like to stand up for others?
I'll let you stand up for others now.
You are just a woman who doesn't have much strength. You are shouting at me here. You don't know what's good for you. You.
When Du Hailuo heard these harsh and sarcastic words from Mr. He, her expression suddenly changed.
If someone says something like this, wouldn't that make him a scumbag?
Yifei was listening to him talking and couldn't help himself.
This is simply unbearable to listen to. No wonder my son has become such a mess. With his quality, he can never be taught to have better qualities. Come on, come on, come on. No matter what happens today, I can't let you beat my son in vain. Dad, the man who just beat me is still there. He Changyue came forward and whispered to Mr. He. Upon hearing this, Mr. He immediately looked towards Yifei.
He motioned to the people behind him, stretched out his hand and stepped forward to surround Yifei and the others.
You'd better stop it, or you'd better be careful. Du Hailuo panicked a little and stretched out his hand to block the person in front of him. But Yifei was faster than them.
He strode forward and kicked the group of people a few times. Then he quickly walked in front of Mr. He and slapped him hard in the face. One slap didn't satisfy him, so he just slapped him several times in a row.
Pa, pa, pa.
When the slap sounded, the onlookers at the scene were all stunned where they were.
They didn't even see how Yifei got there. The few people who reacted rushed towards Yifei anxiously. Quick, beat that guy down first, and ignore the rest.
As they spoke, several people reached out to pull Yifei's collar. But in Yifei's eyes, these people were no different from waiting gorillas, and they were easily knocked to the ground by him. Suddenly, there were screams at the scene, and everyone fled with their heads in their hands. Yifei naturally did not give in to them. He put them all down on the ground, and then looked at Mr. He. After knocking down so many people at once, Mr. He was a little scared, and looked at Yifei with some panic in his eyes.
I'm warning you not to mess around. Bang!
Yifei stretched out his hand and slapped him in the face. The slap made him a little dazed.
You even hit my dad. You're just asking for a beating.
When Yi Changyue saw his father being beaten, he suddenly became nervous and reached out to fight with Yi Fei. Yi Fei looked at him and slapped him hard in the face with his backhand. When the slap came down, Yi Changyue covered his face with his hands in pain and didn't look up. Everyone at the scene was stunned by what was happening before their eyes, and their expressions were panic-stricken. When Du Hailuo saw Yi Fei's move so decisively, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise.
Boss Yi, have you learned this?
I learned it before.
Yi Fei replied casually. When did you learn it? This time it was Yi Xian's turn to be a little confused.
He remembered that he had never taught Yi Fei these things when he was a child. Yi Fei just gave him a look, coughed a few times, and then looked at Mr. He in front of him.
Should I apologize to the girl? Tell her about this? You are such an adult, but you don't even have basic manners. I really don't know how you run a company, and run it in a mess. I don't think you can run this company well. Don't you think that just because you can fight, you can do anything? So what if you are a good fighter? I think you are also a dog behind this Du Hailuo. I warn you, if I want to mess with you, it will only take a few minutes. Don't think that if you stand out here, this Du Hailuo will be able to protect you. Bang!
Yi Fei listened to his words and slapped him again speechlessly.
There are really too many words, which makes people feel annoyed. You dare to hit me, do you want to? Bang! I'm warning you, if you keep hitting me, I'll. Bang! You! Pa!
Every time Mr. He spoke, Yi Fei slapped him in the face. In the end, he was beaten like a pig's head, his face was extremely swollen, and his speech was a little slurred.
I was wrong. Stop hitting me.
Seeing Yi Fei raising his hand, Mr. He shrank back in fear.
If he gets hit again, he might have to go to the hospital today. Do you know you are wrong?
Yi Fei listened to his words, then shook his hand and put it away. His hands were sore from beating him.
Since you know you're wrong, why don't you quickly apologize to the girls? Oh, and apologize to President Du as well. Take back what you just said.
Yi Fei snorted coldly and looked down at Mr. He and Yi Changyue in front of him. After seeing Yi Changyue, he immediately spoke again in a cold voice.
I'm talking about you, get up and apologize.
Mr. He and Yi Changyue were completely intimidated by Yi Fei's momentum at this time. They did not dare to resist and stood up and walked to the side of the mother and daughter. The mother and daughter were ordinary people and had never experienced anything like this. What had just happened had already frightened them to the point where they dared not move. When they saw Mr. He and Yi Changyue coming forward to apologize, they were still a little dazed.
I'm sorry, Auntie.
It's our son who caused the trouble.
I'm so sorry.
Come, you unfilial son, apologize to the little girl.
Who taught you to spread rumors about other girls? You bring shame to your father every day.
Mr. He said as he pulled Yi Changyue. Yi Changyue was pulled by him and almost lost his balance, but he still had an unwilling look on his face.
He looked at the girl unconvinced and said, I'm sorry.
After saying this, he turned around and prepared to leave, but how could Yi Fei give him the chance to leave?
Return. Will you apologize? Don't you even know how to apologize? Be nice to me.
As Yi Fei spoke, he raised his hand. When Yi Changyue saw the slap, he was so scared that he calmed down a little. His attitude immediately improved a lot and he apologized to the girl in front of him.
I'm sorry, it's my fault. I shouldn't have spread rumors about you outside. Bang!
After hearing what he said, Yi Fei slapped him in the face again. This time it was Mr. He and others' turn to not understand.
Didn't my son apologize? Why was he beaten again? That's not what I want. Think about how to say it yourself.
After Yi Fei finished fighting, he looked coldly at Yi Changyue in front of him and motioned him to speak.
Chapter 75, A Little Brain.
Yi Changyue was beaten and looked aggrieved, but he did not dare to resist. After all, he knew that Yi Fei was so good at fighting just now. He was silent for a few seconds, fearing that he would say something wrong.
After thinking for a moment, he spoke. I'm sorry, I was wrong.
I will clarify with everyone, and I will also make it clear to everyone that these are all rumors I made up.
Okay, you have some brains now. Remember what you said.
After hearing what he said, Yi Fei felt a little more satisfied.
Remember.
He Changyue did not dare to resist at this time and repeatedly agreed to Yi Fei. For a girl, the most important thing when she goes out is her reputation. Now, you are looking for trouble when she has done nothing wrong and tarnishing her reputation. You do this just because she is pretty. You really have no manners. Yi Fei glanced at He Changyue coldly, then turned to look at President He. When he saw this, Mr. He's whole body tensed up. Yi Fei spoke slowly. Take good care of your son when you get back. Oh, I almost forgot, you haven't apologized to President Du yet. What kind of lover are you? Tell me clearly. When Mr. He heard this, his eyes were full of reluctance, but because Yi Fei was beside him, he didn't dare to say much. He lowered his head and followed Du Hailuo to apologize. Boss Du, I'm sorry. I was anxious just now, so I said something harsh. Well, Mr. Du, do you forgive me? This time, Yi Fei looked at Du Hailuo and asked what she meant. Forgive? Du Hailuo smiled coldly at first, then said meaningfully. It's not impossible to forgive. Of course I can forgive. She only said these two sentences and didn't continue. Even without looking at Du Hailuo directly, Yi Fei could feel her anger and couldn't help but shiver. Since President Du has forgiven you, you two can get out of here. Oh, by the way, sister, come here too. If He Changyue doesn't come to help you with this, you can come back and look for me. I'm here, so don't be afraid, okay? You have your brother and sister here. Got it, thank you brother and sister. When the little girl heard Yi Fei's words, she thanked him with gratitude. The girl's mother also hurriedly lowered her head to thank the two of them. Du Hailuo glanced at the Yi family grimly, then walked over to the mother and daughter and started chatting with them. If everything is okay, we'll leave. Seeing this situation, Mr. Yi turned around and decided not to stay here for long. He has already lost all his face, what else is there to save? Continue to stay here and be a clown? Let's go, you'd better get out as soon as possible. Yi Fei waved at the two of them with an uncomfortable expression. Seeing this, He Changyue was still unwilling to give up, but was directly pulled out by President He. Just when they reached the door, Yi Fei seemed to have thought of something and spoke loudly again. Wait, both of you, don't leave yet, I have something else to say. When the two heard Yi Fei's words, they stopped walking and Mr. He could only smile stiffly and look back. I wonder if you have anything else to do. I know you are angry, but don't try to do anything to me after this. I will warn you first. I, Yi Fei, will not do anything rashly under normal circumstances. If you do something behind my back, you will have to bear the consequences. Do you understand? I'll only say this once. Go away. After all, your Yi family is not a small company, so take it easy. After Yi Fei finished speaking, he waved at the two of them. Although the two men looked unhappy, Mr. He still smiled and nodded, then walked out the door. After he got out, he slammed the door shut, making a loud noise. These two bastards. When Du Hailuo saw them leaving and heard the sound of the door slamming, he immediately became angry. This is a sign of unwillingness to accept the result and he is taking his anger out on the door. Boss Yi, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to get this done this time. Look at this. I originally asked you to discuss the contract, but I didn't expect you to help me again. Du Hailuo said this somewhat awkwardly, knowing that he had caused trouble for Yi Fei. This time, Yi Fei had a quarrel with Mr. He and the others. If nothing unexpected happened, given Mr. He's personality, he would definitely continue to harass Yi Fei. But Yi Fei didn't care. After all, to him, these were just trivial matters. Instead of telling me, I think you might as well teach your brother a lesson? Yi Fei raised his head and looked at Du Lingchuan in the corner. There was no one around Du Lingchuan at this time, and he suddenly became panicked. He didn't dare to move at all. Looking at Yi Fei and Du Hailuo, he smiled awkwardly. Yeah, and what about you, brat? I almost forgot about you, brat. I'm so pissed. Du Hailuo looked towards Du Lingchuan, walked up to him and grabbed his ears, wanting to beat him up. You little brat, I think you really don't want to stay in Shanghai anymore. You're always looking for trouble, bullying even little girls, and teaming up with your bad friends. You were so tough just now, weren't you, and looked like you were determined to follow your brothers to the death? Be tough now. Du Hailuo beat Du Lingchuan violently while cursing at him. Du Lingchuan screamed in pain after being beaten. He knew Yi Fei's strength and did not dare to resist at this time. Du Hailuo was more or less a capable fighter, so he felt relieved after beating him up, so he pulled him in front of the mother and daughter and asked him to apologize. This time, without the support of the He family, his momentum was much weaker. He lowered his head and kept apologizing to the two people in front of him. Finally, it was not until the girl forgave him that Du Hailuo let him stay aside. When the mother and daughter saw that the matter was resolved, Du Hailuo gave them a good compensation, and they both left soon. There were not many people at the scene, and Yi Fei and others did not stay there any longer. Instead, they followed Du Hailuo and others downstairs and prepared to leave. After all, the contract between them has not been signed yet, so it is natural to sign the contract at this time.
Let me make a phone call.
Before getting in the car, Yi Fei took out his cell phone and made another call. This call was made to the financial sailing company, and the purpose of making this call was to prepare in advance for the He family's mischief. Financial Chihan Company was no longer surprised to receive Yi Fei's call, and asked a question immediately.
Who is it this time? There is still some left from the last 100 million, Mr. Yi.
This time, please help look after the Shanghai He family.
If they make trouble, just move away. If you still need funds, come to me. No problem.
As for the Shanghai He family, they will need another 100 million.
Then I'll call you.
The conversation between the two was very brief, and the other party chose to hang up directly. Du Hailuo, who was standing next to him, was so shocked when he heard the conversation that he couldn't close his mouth.
Did she hear it right? Just a casual transaction like that? How rich is Yi Fei? Okay, let's go. Yi Fei ignored Du Hailuo's surprise, stood up and walked towards the car.
Du Hailuo didn't react for a moment, but still nodded and followed him to the car.
Chapter 76 Cooperation Dinner. Linchuan Enterprise. Several people went directly back to the company office.
As soon as he arrived at the office, Du Hailuo took out the contract and placed it in front of Yi Xian. Because the two people had already discussed it very clearly before, there was basically no need to look at the contract and they could just sign their names directly. Yi Xian and Du Hailuo were busy with contracts and docking matters, while Yi Fei continued to make phone calls with the Chihang Financial Company. We had an accident and didn't get rid of him directly, but we still swallowed up a large part of their funds. They lost nearly 50%.
That's enough. I'll teach you a lesson first. If there's anything else, I'll contact you later.
After listening to what Mr. Su said, Yi Fei hung up the phone without continuing. After he had almost finished dealing with the matters at the Chihang Financial Company, Du Hailuo had also completed all the coordination. She had been waiting for Yi Fei's call to end so that she could go up and ask him a few questions.
Boss Yi, your people are quite efficient, right?
Of course.
If it's not efficient, are we just waiting for them to take action? Yi Fei put away his phone and looked at Du Hailuo and Yi Xian.
Yi Xian was checking the documents with his head down, while Du Hailuo had nothing to do and was drinking tea with his head down.
Didn't you just say that you wanted the Yi family to take action first, and then your people would take action? If the Yi family releases this information, it will seem like you are unreasonable.
In this situation, it doesn't matter whether you care or not.
It's just a comment from others. Why do you care so much? Yi Fei took a deep breath and said. Times have changed.
As long as you have money, it's right, and other people's opinions have basically little impact. The key is that if your reputation is a little bad, it will be difficult to cooperate with these companies of China overseas. When the news gets out, people will say that you are targeting them for no reason.
Du Hailuo raised his eyebrows when he heard this and continued to express his opinion. Will President Du allow this to happen? Yi Fei turned around and asked Du Hailuo back. This time Du Hailuo took a breath and looked helpless. She originally wanted to test Yi Fei's reaction, but now she was hit back. But even if she didn't test him, she would naturally protect Yi Fei. After all, Yi Fei had helped her so much from beginning to end, and she had to repay this favor. You win. Okay, after the contract is signed, shall we go have a meal and visit Meng Meng?
Having said that, Du Hailuo stood up with a smile and began to prepare.
No problem, I want to meet Xiao Meng Meng too.
Yi Fei nodded and stood up with her. Then he seemed to have thought of something and spoke.
The people from the Yi family actually took action.
They left messages under the photos of our factory as soon as they took pictures.
That's why I took action. They actually went to leave a message under your factory? Du Hailuo turned around and asked curiously. Yes, otherwise how could I do anything?
They hired some internet trolls to discredit our factory, so I had no choice but to take action.
Yifei said with a matter-of-fact expression.
If that's the case, Mr. He didn't expect to be attacked, and was sanctioned for being a keyboard warrior. Du Hailuo felt a little funny and helpless in her heart, but after the helplessness, she felt extremely refreshed.
The Yi family really needs to be suppressed.
If she were to take action, she would definitely not be as casual as Yifei. What Yifei is doing now is completely something she dare not do.
Du Hailuo became more curious about Yifei's strength and looked at Mr. Yi in front of him with a higher opinion. If Yifei did not have a powerful force supporting him, how could he dare to destroy other people's companies at will? There must be other secrets behind Yifei. Dad, are you done? We should go and have dinner.
Yifei walked to the door and looked back at Yi Xian. Yi Xian was immersed in his work at the moment, and had automatically ignored what he and Du Hailuo were saying before.
Now being woken up by Yifei, he was still a little dazed. What? We want to eat now? Didn't we just get back? Why do we need to eat so soon? Dad, do you want to check what time it is? Yifei said helplessly. What time is it? Oh, it's almost 7 o'clock. It's time to eat. I've been busy with work and missed things.
Yi Xian said this and quickly sat up from the sofa, picked up the documents, and then followed them out.
Yifei was not surprised and turned around and said to Du Hailuo. My dad is like this. You don't have to be too surprised. He often forgets to eat because of work. Are you so devoted to your work? Du Hailuo was surprised. Yes, when I was in school as a kid, he was busy with things in the factory and didn't come to pick me up the whole day. He almost forgot about me. At that time, it was the kindergarten teacher who gave me food, otherwise I would have starved to death. Yifei talked about the past, looking at Yi Xian intentionally or unintentionally. Hey, wasn't that an accident? Besides, how come you still remember this incident? It's been so long, and you bring it up every year. Don't be so petty. I will probably remember this for the rest of my life. I have always been petty. Yifei and Yi Xian were bickering with each other. Du Hailuo couldn't help but feel a little envious when he heard the way they talked.
Uncle and Mr. Yi have a really good relationship, like brothers, unlike my dad, who was very strict with me when I was a child.
Did your dad abandon you as a child? Not really, but it's almost the same. Let's talk while we walk. Don't let Meng Meng wait anxiously. Okay. Yifei responded to Du Hailuo, and the few of them quickened their pace and rushed downstairs. After going downstairs, they ate some food first and then headed towards the hospital. Meng Meng asked her assistant to call her halfway, and Du Hailuo said that they would arrive a little later. The little girl was very obedient and waited for them to arrive. When Yifei arrived, Meng Meng looked at him with surprise. After explaining her purpose, she handed the small greeting card in her hand to Yifei. This greeting card should be the gift that Du Hailuo mentioned before. There is a picture on the small greeting card. In addition to the picture, there is also a line of blessing words written on it. The words are crooked, but full of sincerity. Yifei immediately thanked Xiao Meng Meng and played with her for a while. Oh, there's one more thing I haven't said. It's very important. Du Hailuo remembered something and quickly looked up at Yifei. What's the matter? Yifei asked. In a few days, we will hold a corporate dinner here at Zhonghai, similar to a cooperation meeting. You can come and participate. If you come, you can make friends with many people and maybe there will be opportunities for cooperation. Chapter 77 5-Star Hotel Chain. Is there such a banquet in Zhonghai? Yifei became interested immediately after listening to Du Hailuo's words. Yes, it is held every year. This is also to help everyone find more suitable business partners to cooperate with. Do you want to attend? If so, I'll ask them for an invitation. The event will be the day after tomorrow, probably the day after tomorrow. If not the day after tomorrow, then it could be the day after tomorrow. No one has confirmed the time yet. Du Hailuo took out his cell phone from his bag and started operating it with his head down. Such a banquet is naturally of no harm but only benefits to Yifei. Yifei did not push and spoke directly. Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Du, to get me an invitation letter so I can go in and take a look. Maybe I can meet a suitable business partner. No problem, I'll definitely do it for you. Don't forget about it. Du Hailuo agreed immediately. After fiddling with her phone for a few times, she looked up at Yifei. I'll send you this invitation letter later.
I'll contact the higher-ups now to report the number of people. After all, there are many requirements for attending this conference, and the invitation letters have to be made one by one.
Okay, no problem.
Yifei responded to Du Hailuo and followed Xiao Mengmeng to draw on the paper with one hand.
Brother, I want this. Can you draw a small house? Mengmeng looked up and shook Yifei's arm.
She looked so soft and cute.
A small house, yes.
Yifei responded, stretched out his hand to draw a small house, and began to coax the baby. At least he had some painting skills, so he painted the house with just a few strokes. Mengmeng looked at how amazing he was, her big eyes sparkled, and she clapped her hands.
Brother, you are amazing.
You finished the drawing so quickly. You are as good as our teacher.
Really?
If you like me, I'll continue to paint with you. Yifei was praised by her and immediately became excited, so he just coaxed Xiao Mengmeng. In fact, he still likes this kind of cute dumpling, especially the cute appearance and face value that looks like a dumpling.
Du Hailuo was standing aside and saw the two of them having so much fun that his tone of voice was a little sour.
Mengmeng never grabbed me to paint with her before, but now she won't let you go.
That's because Mom's drawings aren't as pretty as my brother's.
When Mengmeng heard Du Hailuo's complaints, she simply acted as a ventilated little cotton padded jacket. Upon hearing this, Du Hailuo sighed helplessly.
Even though he couldn't fit into his daughter's circle, she could always talk to Yifei.
Unable to coax her daughter, she simply looked at Yifei with gossipy eyes.
Boss Yi, when are you planning to have a baby? I see you like children very much.
Me?
Yifei was stunned for a moment, then said with a little embarrassment, didn't I just get married?
I plan to have a baby when my career is more stable.
It's too early now. Speaking of which, I'm curious about something. I wonder if I can ask you about it. It might be a little offensive.
Yifei looked up at Du Hailuo, observing her expression. Du Hailuo didn't change much after hearing this, he just spoke casually.
If you have something to know, why not just ask? Let me guess, are you trying to ask about my relationship with Mengmeng?
Part of it.
Mr. Du is indeed very smart.
Yifei first flattered him, then looked at Du Hailuo curiously. He had felt before that Du Hailuo's relationship map was very complicated, and he was of course curious about this aspect, which included not only Mengmeng, but also Du Lingchuan.
Me and Mengmeng. Du Hailuo thought about it for a while, and then told him about the relationship between the two.
This time he told it in great detail, including the relationship between Mengmeng's father and Du Lingchuan. Facing Yifei's questions, she seemed to have long been accustomed to it, and answered his doubts in a light-hearted manner. Mengmeng is the child of me and the young master of the Bai family in Zhanghai.
We have been keeping our marriage secret for some reasons.
As for why Du Lingchuan's last name is also Du, it's because his father married into his wife's family, and his father's father was also married into his wife's family. Going back a few generations, in the end, the ancestral home was also a person with the last name Du. Due to the nutritional difference, his last name is also Du.
There is such a saying? Foreigners still talk about this? Yifei was a little surprised. It's not a foreigner, it's my mom. You still don't quite understand.
You just need to know that my mom has some traditional customs, so it's like this.
Du Hailuo chuckled.
She knew in her heart that some people might not understand, but she didn't mind. Yifei nodded when he heard this, thought about it for a moment, and then didn't think about it any further. Later, he played with Mengmeng for a while, then said goodbye to Du Hailuo and left the hospital temporarily.
Because it was getting late, Mengmeng was a little tired from playing. Du Hailuo, voice message.
Seeing the voice message sent by Du Hailuo, Yifei clicked play.
Inside are what Mengmeng said.
Brother, please come to see me more often in the future.
Mengmeng likes you. Kiss, Mua. Brother, good night. Mengmeng is going to sleep first.
Mengmeng sent 2 messages in succession, and the first one hit Yifei's heart directly.
Yifei did not hesitate and responded before closing his phone.
Seeing that it was getting late, he did not plan to go home, but instead walked towards a nearby hotel. As for Yi Xian, he rushed home in a hurry after receiving the call after they finished their meal. Knowing that he was busy, Yifei was too lazy to call his father. Walking towards the hotel in front of him, Yifei swiped his card and directly chose the most luxurious hotel room. After becoming rich, he has never lived in a place like this. When the waiter saw that he chose his hotel, he smiled widely and quickly stood up and took Yifei upstairs. After walking into the room, Yifei looked at the decoration and facilities in the 5-star hotel and felt quite happy.
Just send me here.
I'll handle the rest myself. I'll call you if I need anything.
Okay, sir, we have all kinds of services here. If you want to call me, just press the phone next to the cabinet.
After the waiter finished the introduction, he stood up, smiled, and left the hotel. Seeing him leave, Yifei slowly breathed a sigh of relief and walked inside. After walking inside, he saw that the bathroom was actually a bathing pool building similar to a laughing pool, and there was a slight surprise on his face. The chain hotels in Shanghai are so well arranged.
No wonder everyone wants to stay in a deluxe room when they go out.
It's really great. Seeing that the operations were all electric and intelligent, Yifei was very satisfied with them. He then planned to take a shower and go to bed. Just when he had changed his clothes and was about to take a shower, his cell phone rang twice in succession.
He had to turn around and pick up the phone again. Chapter 78. Take a photo and post it on WeChat Moments. Brother Fei, where are you?
Hubby, my second dad's condition has stabilized.
I plan to go back the day after tomorrow. What are you doing now? Are you asleep?
There were 2 messages, one was sent by Zhou Ziyang and the other was sent by Xiao Qingcheng. After seeing these 2 messages, Yifei naturally returned to Xiao Qingcheng first. He recorded the surrounding environment and sent it to Xiao Qingcheng's chat window.
Xiao Qingcheng, husband, where have you been? Yifei, what about the hotel? I'll take you to experience it next time?
Yifei was replying to the message and was already walking towards the bathing pool. When he saw the fresh fruits prepared next to the pool, his mood and experience were instantly maxed out.
A little red wine and some fruit, isn't that a bit too refreshing?
After opening a bottle of red wine, Yifei chatted with Xiao Qingcheng and then started a video call. The 2 of them briefly chatted about what happened today. After Yifei teased his wife again, he put down his phone in a good mood and started chatting with his brothers. Seeing that Yifei did not respond to him, Zhou Ziyang has spoken a lot of words in succession.
Wife, I won't tell you for now. My brother wants to talk to me about something. We'll talk later. Okay, then you go talk to your brother first. I want to go out with you to buy some midnight snacks, too. Life is very comfortable. Yifei smiled. It will definitely be smooth with you here.
Xiao Qingcheng smiled, and the 2 hung up the phone. Yifei opened Zhou Ziyang's window and prepared to chat with him for a while. As soon as he opened his window, Zhou Ziyang called him. Yifei did not hesitate, reached out and clicked to answer the call, and the 2 of them were connected.
Zhou Ziyang seemed to be in a car, and the background looked like a bus.
The moment the video was connected, he saw Yifei was actually in the bathtub, and his eyes widened in shock.
Brother Fei, where are you? You're not going abroad, are you? Oh no, are you really a rich guy now?
Zhou Ziyang said in surprise, his breathing becoming heavier.
I'm in the hotel. What do you mean by going abroad? Tell me, what's the matter with contacting your father? Yifei said leisurely, stretched out his hand and pretended to drink the red wine. You have to pretend in front of your brothers, right? He pretended like this and Zhou Ziyang was successfully fooled, and he immediately exclaimed fuck.
Brother Fei, you have really made great progress in the past few years.
Please guide me.
I also want to stay in a star-rated hotel, spend money like this, and experience life while drinking some red wine.
Young man, it's not impossible if you work hard, right?
Yifei teased him with a smile.
What are you doing?
I've worked so hard for so long, but I haven't achieved anything. Zhou Ziyang had a sad face, as if he wanted to cry but had no tears. Then he raised his head and said again. By the way, Brother Fei, I have something to tell you.
Didn't you contact a media company in Zhangbei for me last time? That media company is really strong. I came out from my hometown today to take a look. I'm in Shanghai now. Are you in Zhangbei? If you are, we can get together tomorrow. Are you in Shanghai now?
Yifei listened to his words and raised his eyebrows slightly. Yes, I've taken this bus and will be arriving at Shanghai soon.
What's wrong? You too? Zhou Ziyang stopped talking here and looked at Yifei. Yes, I'm in Shanghai. If you want to see me, we can meet tomorrow. I can send you the address. We are so destined to meet. Fortunately, I called you tonight. If I hadn't called you, I'm afraid we wouldn't know when we would be able to get together again.
Zhou Ziyang's face was filled with joy when he heard this. No, I have to go back to Jiangbei in a few days.
As long as you work in a media company, we will meet each other eventually, right?
Yi Fei said with a smile.
That's true. If you want to see me, you can always see me. How about this, you send me the address, and we can get together tomorrow morning, is that okay? Become.
Yi Fei nodded and agreed. Okay, then Brother Fei, please show me what a 5-star hotel looks like.
Let me broaden my horizons. Don't look at it. Why don't I bring you here to stay in person later? Wow, I'm treated so well? You are my best buddy after all.
Yi Fei smiled lightly, boasted a few words to Zhou Ziyang, and then hung up the phone. For the rest of the time, he didn't do anything else and lay down on the bed early to rest.
The next day.
When Yi Fei woke up again, he was woken up by a call from Zhou Ziyang. Because he changed his place last night and might not have slept well, he fell asleep in the middle of the night and woke up at noon. After a good sleep, he made an appointment with Zhou Ziyang at a nearby place. After returning the room card to the front desk, he got up and walked out of the hotel. After going downstairs, he realized that the place they had agreed on was still some distance away, so he had no choice but to drive to the agreed place.
Fuck. Oh my god. A living Lamborghini, and the latest model? Am I seeing right?
Holy shit, it's the standard model.
Am I dreaming? As soon as they arrived at the destination, Zhou Ziyang started shouting loudly and surrounded Yi Fei's car, unable to let go. Do you like it?
Seeing how excited he was, Yi Fei asked him a question.
I like it. Look at me now, how can I not like it?
Zhou Ziyang circled the car several times in a row, and then looked at Yi Fei. Dude, what on earth have you done?
Why are you so awesome all of a sudden? Well, I can't tell you this. Yi Fei deliberately kept the secret.
His original intention was to act mysterious, but when Zhou Ziyang heard it, his expression froze for a moment.
Can't tell? Brother Fei, you are not.
Having said that, his voice paused for a moment, and he looked at Yi Fei with a complicated expression.
What are you thinking about?
Yi Fei interrupted his thoughts, feeling a little helpless. I didn't steal, I didn't rob, and I didn't do anything illegal.
Don't think too much. If you didn't do anything, then how did you get up? Zhou Ziyang was curious. What we mean is it possible that I did this because my abilities are outstanding?
Yi Fei raised his eyebrows and said.
Upon hearing this, Zhou Ziyang was silent for a few minutes, and then gave him a thumbs up. Brother Niu Bifei, I will be your little brother from now on. I didn't expect you to be so capable. You must have had a lot of experience, right? Was it because of your breakup with Wang Rohan? Why do you talk about her everywhere?
Yi Fei raised his eyebrows. I have a family now.
Ahem, isn't it because she left a deep impression on me?
Zhou Ziyang coughed dryly, then took out his phone. Brother, before I go in, can I take a few photos to show off that I have a brother who owns a Lamborghini?
If you like, take pictures.
Yi Fei didn't think much about it and told him to do as he pleased.
After getting permission, Zhou Ziyang didn't hesitate and started taking pictures. After taking the pictures, the two of them walked towards the restaurant. Chapter 79, Ex-Girlfriend's Current Boyfriend.
The restaurant Yi Fei chose was not a high-end one.
Considering that Zhou Ziyang's personality might be a bit limited, he simply chose a Japanese restaurant of moderate cost. However, the prices in this restaurant are already very expensive for Zhou Ziyang. As soon as he came in and saw a man asking for 1,000 yuan, he became a little reserved. Fortunately, after Yi Fei came in and chatted with each other, they quickly adapted to the environment. I haven't eaten Japanese food for a long time. Brother Fei, you are really my good brother. It's been a long time since you've had Japanese food?
Yi Fei raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this and looked at Zhou Ziyang.
Yeah, I don't have that much money to eat this.
I have a mother at home who is not in good health, and I also have to think about getting married and having children in the future.
I can't waste money like this. Zhou Ziyang said this and sighed helplessly.
The most important thing is that I still have a lawsuit that has not been filed yet, which is very annoying.
Lawsuit?
Yi Fei listened to his words, feeling sad at first and then curious about what was going on. He felt sad because he had previously lived a life similar to Zhou Ziyang's.
As for curiosity, of course, I am curious about what lawsuit he is fighting. This is a long story.
I'll edit my moments first, and then I'll tell you the whole story after I'm done.
Zhou Ziyang started shaking his phone.
Yi Fei listened to him and sighed helplessly.
He really wanted to give the person in front of him a blow. He was deliberately left hanging at the critical moment. Fortunately, Zhou Ziyang quickly posted on his moments. After that, he also told Yifei about his experiences and things about being an esports player. Yifei frowned when he heard that Zhou Ziyang was cheated by the company. You mean to say that the company deliberately arranged a game for you and communicated with you from the beginning so that you would lose the game? In the end, you lost the game, and the company couldn't withstand the pressure from the gaming community, so they put the responsibility for the loss on you? Yes, they threatened me not to tell anyone about this, or they would say I took the money. I had nothing to fear, so I had to fight them to the end. I didn't take any money, and they didn't even give me any compensation. Now they're charging me a penalty of millions. Zhou Ziyang sighed helplessly, then rubbed his temples with a headache. After all, this amount of money is not small for him. Luckily, the people above didn't do anything to me and still let me live on the live broadcast to make a living, otherwise I really don't know what I would do. It's really a headache when encountering this kind of thing. Yifei looked at Zhou Ziyang, who looked a little tired, and didn't know what to say for a moment. I put in so much effort, but in the end I was beaten down by a bad company and I can never recover. He knew Zhou Ziyang because they grew up together, so he was naturally familiar with him. He had never been good at playing games since he was young, but suddenly he became a professional player. It was hard to imagine what he had experienced in between. Because Zhou Ziyang was born with clumsy hands and a slightly poor reaction, the effort he put in to become a professional should be thousands of times more. Although Yifei really wanted to help him, he couldn't do it too obviously. Thinking about the Jiangbei media company that he had recommended to him, he felt that what he did was right. Oh, man, don't think too much. I'm here, right? It's nothing serious. Zhou Ziyang noticed that the atmosphere was a bit weird, and said to Yifei in front of him with a smile. It's not easy to make it through. I have to toast you. Yifei took the wine handed to him by the waiter next to him and toasted him with a smile. After a few drinks, they instantly forgot their worries. The waiter also started serving food at this time. There are 25 servings in total, each of which is very delicate and tastes delicious. Eating such delicious food, their mood improved a lot. I'm afraid this Japanese restaurant won't be able to open in China in 2 years. Really? Yifei nodded, ate the dish in his hand, and said with emotion. Those little guys really don't want to live a good life. They are willing to do something like pooping on their own bed. I am very convinced. Zhou Ziyang got excited and started cursing loudly. Yifei wanted to step forward and cover his mouth. After all, they were in a Japanese restaurant. Isn't it a bit too socially dead for them to say such things in a Japanese restaurant? The key is the restaurant, shitting at the bedside. It's not possible to say it. It's not possible to say it. Yifei gestured to him. Fortunately, Zhou Ziyang just complained a few words and didn't continue talking. Because his cell phone vibrated, he picked up the phone and looked at it. As he looked at it, his expression changed slightly, and then he looked at Yifei with some embarrassment. Yifei noticed his expression and asked curiously. What's the matter? This face has turned into a mask of pain. What should I say? Brother Fei, do you want to take a look at my circle of friends? Zhou Ziyang said to Yifei somewhat awkwardly. Seeing his embarrassed look, Yifei reached out and took out his mobile phone and started to look at his circle of friends. After taking a look, he raised his eyebrows. There's nothing in this circle of friends? What do you want me to see? I don't see anything. Yifei looked up and said. Oh, yes, I forgot that there is no way to see the prestige. And you are not in this group. I still have to tell you, just don't be angry. Zhou Ziyang signaled Yifei to be mentally prepared. What are you angry about? Why don't you just say no? What he said made Yifei a little curious. Zhou Ziyang saw this and didn't waste any time, he started talking right away. Didn't I post your car on WeChat Moments? And almost all of our former classmates commented on it. That's not the point. The point is that Wang Rohan is one of them. I have a friend of Wang Rohan's. She said your car is junk. She also showed off her new car on her Moments, saying it belonged to her boyfriend. Well, you can see for yourself anyway. Feeling that his expression was not perfect, he simply put the phone in Yifei's hand. After Yifei took it and looked at the message in the circle of friends, his brows frowned slightly. Some old friends really didn't say anything, they just left a message in the circle of friends expressing envy,
but when it came to Wang Rohan, she directly slandered Yi Fei, saying all kinds of things like a scumbag and kept spreading rumors in front of these people. Seeing this, Yi Fei sighed helplessly. It seems that the previous lawsuit still hasn't given Wang Rohan enough. Thinking this in his mind, he followed Zhou Zihan's instructions and clicked on Wang Rohan's circle of friends. Her circle of friends at this time was showing photos of her new boyfriend and new car, and there were a lot of people flattering her below. Wang Rohan, please don't give your blessings, my husband and I will have our wedding next month. Chun Xiao, who is your husband? I always thought it was Yi Fei, but I didn't expect you broke up. Jojo, Chun Xiao, you don't know this, right? Rohan's husband is a wealthy man in Zhanghai. Yi Fei is nothing. He is just a super scumbag. Chapter 80, Keep it for the new year. Wang Rohan, you guys, please stop mentioning him. It really ruins the fun. What can I say about such a scumbag? It just makes me so angry. He is not as good as my current boyfriend at all. Chun Xiao, yes, let's not talk about it. Hai Nua, I'm still a little curious, why do you say Yi Fei is a scumbag? I remember he was very honest when he was in school, and he was a very nice person. I envied you guys at that time, how did it suddenly become like this? Zhang Yun, yeah, Yi Fei is a warm-hearted man. He liked you a lot in the beginning. How come he is a scumbag? Did he cheat on you or something? Some students have become curious and are asking Wang Rohan about the truth. Hainua and Zhang Yun had come into contact with Yi Fei when they were in school. They naturally knew Yi Fei's temper and how much he loved Wang Rohan. Now that such a big thing had happened, they were not only gossiping, but more confused. When Wang Rohan saw someone asking her, she immediately started answering on her moments. Now if she can discredit Yi Fei, she will definitely do so. Wang Rohan, sisters, you don't know, Mr. Yi and I were going to get married, we had already held the wedding, but Mr. Yi changed his mind halfway and married my brother's wife. He is worse than an animal. Wang Rohan, we just asked for a little more betrothal gift, nothing else. The betrothal gift was not much. Isn't it normal to ask for various expenses when getting married? Who knows why he suddenly changed his mind and married my brother's wife directly? Zhang Yun, is there such a thing? Yi Fei did such a thing? Impossible. Hainua, no way, if that's true, it's too shocking. I don't believe that Yi Fei did this. Zhou Kiki, how come it wasn't Yi Fei's fault? He said he wanted to marry our Rohan, but halfway through, he didn't prepare the gift money and turned against us, and married someone else instead. He's just a scumbag. Zhou Kiki, our Rohan deserves better. Mr. Yang is pretty good now. After this conversation in the circle of friends, there was no new news. Yi Fei also had some impression of Zhou Kiki. She was Wang Rohan's close friend when they were in school. After graduating from school, the two did not continue to contact each other. Now they are in touch again, and no one knows why. This is too disgusting. Even if something really happened between you two, you are all adults. Can't you be more decent? Zhou Zheyan looked at the conversation in the circle of friends with a frown on his face. He felt that Wang Rohan had gone too far. Because he didn't understand what happened, he didn't have a good impression of Wang Rohan in the first place. Now that he saw his good buddy being slandered, he suddenly had no good impression of her at all, to the point of disgust. It's true, but it also made me recognize a person. Yi Fei took a deep breath and said with a little melancholy. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit heavy, Zhou Zheyan reached out and pushed the wine in front of him. Good brother, no matter what, you have me behind you. It's a blessing for you that you are not together now. But I'm still a little curious about what happened between you and Wang Rohan. You married her brother's wife, so your current sister-in-law. When Zhou Zheyan said this, he looked at Yi Fei with some gossip. Seeing that he was so curious and about to think wrongly, Yi Fei said helplessly. Where are you thinking about going now? I was angry, too. If it were you, and the originally agreed betrothal gift of 500,000 yuan suddenly changed its mind and asked for 1 million yuan when getting married, and refused to get married if you didn't give it. And the money you wanted was the betrothal gift for your brother-in-law to marry a wife, what would you do? Fuck. Taking money from you to marry my brother-in-law? How bizarre is that? Voldemort. When Zhou Zheyan heard Yi Fei's words, his face suddenly changed in shock. He didn't expect that such a thing would happen between Yi Fei and Wang Rohan. No wonder they broke up. Don't break up and keep it together for the new year?
After lowering his head and pondering for a moment, Zhou Ziyang slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, I support you this time. You really enjoyed it. No wonder Wang Rohan was so upset. Ha ha ha. At the end of his words, Zhou Ziyang even laughed out loud, which showed how happy he was. But soon, he stopped laughing and looked at his circle of friends on his phone. If that's the case, we can't tolerate it. Wang Rohan has said both good and bad things about you. She has ruined your reputation. This is not acceptable. These are all old classmates. Although we won't meet again in the future, that doesn't mean Wang Rohan can do whatever she wants. There's actually no need to argue with her. She did this today. I'm going to send her a new lawyer's letter. Yifei looked at Zhou Ziyang, who picked up his phone and typed frantically, and responded helplessly. Hey, that won't do. We need a lawyer's letter, but we can't let her get away with it. You're talking about Wang Rohan. She's just sick. She deserves what she deserves. She's still acting like that now. She's restless even after having a new boyfriend. I think she doesn't even want a new wedding. As Zhou Ziyang spoke, he typed out a string of words and began to refute in his circle of friends. Although Yifei could not see other people's chat records on his mobile phone, he could see that Zhou Ziyang had been arguing with these people. Seeing this, he felt a little warmed. It turns out that the word brothers is a lifelong thing. The brothers who have played with him since childhood still care about him very much. Fuck, Wang Rohan is still trying to argue here. How shameless. Ha! Wang Rohan deleted her moments, ha, now she must be scared. No, she's talking in our former classmates group again, check the group. The battle on Zhou Ziyang's side was so intense that he didn't even have time to eat. When the waiter brought him a meal, he quickly finished it and continued to argue with the group of people. Yifei originally didn't plan to continue to have boring arguments with others online, but thinking about how hard Zhou Ziyang was working, he simply joined in and watched the group chat. He had quit the group chat a long time ago. The reason for quitting the group chat was that he and Wang Rohan had a quarrel for a while when they were dating. He didn't want to see her, so he quit all the group chats related to them. At this time, the group was already full of discussions. Wang Rohan and Zhou Ziyang were arguing with each other, and many people came out to watch the show. This bitch, she still says it's your problem at this time, and she even calls you poor. Damn it, she doesn't even consider how much she has and whether she can come up with $1 million dowry. Does she really think she's the one who's in charge? Damn it, I'm going to scold her to death. Oh yeah, brother Fei, shall I pull you in? You don't seem to be in there? Zhou Ziyang remembered something and looked up at Yifei. Chapter 81 red exclamation mark. I won't join this kind of group. It's boring. Joining in would be a bit too deliberate, wouldn't it? Yifei thought of a reason to reject Zhou Ziyang. After listening to this, Zhou Ziyang nodded, thinking that what he said made sense. That's true. Going in now would be a bit of a guilty conscience. There's no need to go in. Just leave it to me. Wang Rohan and that Zhou Kiki scolded you together. Oh my god, who the hell is this Zhou Kiki? As a former esports player, Zhou Ziyang had very fast hand speed. He typed very fast in front of Yifei. This speed made Yifei dizzy and left after images. Ding ding. The cell phone rang several times in succession, and messages from Wang Rohan and Zhou Kiki came again from the class group. Zhou Kiki, since Yifei is so rich, what's wrong with a few 100,000 more? Didn't you say you like Rohan? Does this mean you like her? Are you troubled by a few million? Zhou Kiki, I would like to ask, which man here would marry a wife who doesn't give birth to a child for you, and can't do anything when giving birth? Why would she give birth to a child for you in vain? It's better to ask for more money and have security. Zhou Kiki, if Yifei didn't have money at the time, it would be fine. The key is that he has money. If he has money, why is he unwilling to spend hundreds of thousands more? He is so stingy. Is this the love you are talking about here? Does it become bad when it comes to money? I don't think there is much love. Zhou Kiki, that's all I have to say today. I said Yifei is a scumbag. But $1 million betrothal gift is not a problem for a guy like him who drives a Lamborghini. The most important thing is that the wedding ceremony for marrying Rohan's brother's wife cost millions, and he even had 200 million in love in his hand. These things are laid out here, and you can think about it yourself. In my opinion, Yifei is just attracted by beauty, dislikes his old partner, and seeks excitement.
Zhou Kiki sent her words to the classmates group, along with a video of Yifei and Xiao Qingcheng's wedding. These words, coupled with this video, immediately diverted the attention of the public and sparked more discussion. Hainhua and Zhang Yun, who had originally supported Yifei, were speechless and even began to doubt Yifei.
Is this really the case? Did Yifei really change his mind at the last minute because he saw Xiao Qingcheng was pretty? A group of people were silent, watching the video.
After seeing the beautiful Xiao Qingcheng in the video, they all couldn't hold back. There was a lot of discussion in the group, but Wang Rohan didn't say anything at this moment. Only those people who were familiar with Yifei started to criticize.
Zhou Zheong, big sister, didn't you understand? Wang Rohan wants a dowry to marry her brother-in-law. I'm telling you, if this gets out, who would be willing to be Voldemort? Who has a brain bubble? Zhou Kiki, what are you talking about? Do you have any evidence to support your claim? Don't talk nonsense if you don't have evidence. Our Rohan is so considerate, how could she ask for a betrothal gift? It's for her brother. What's the matter? You can't argue with me now, so you start looking for other ways to discredit our Rohan? Zhou Zheong was so angry after hearing what Zhou Kiki said that he almost exploded.
I have to admit that Zhou Kiki is very good at taking advantage of opportunities and is very tough. Judging from Zhou Kiki's words in the video, she was obviously more reasonable, while Zhou Zheong seemed much more outspoken.
I'm so angry. How can this woman be so talkative? She even changed the angle to make it look yin and yang? Brother Fei, do you have any solution? I want to slap this woman in the face right now. I'm so angry. If I don't solve this problem today, I feel like I won't be able to eat well. If you want to know if there is any solution.
Yifei pondered for a moment, looking at the phone screen.
At this time Wang Rohan also stood up and spoke.
What Wang Rohan said was another round of slander against Yifei, and she also hypocritically comforted Zhou Kiki not to be angry. Wang Rohan, I fell in love with the wrong person after all, but that's all in the past now.
Wang Rohan, Kiki, don't be angry, don't follow Zhou Zahan's words, you will definitely not be able to make sense if you talk to him. He was Mr. Ye's good brother during school, how can you say that? Everyone has discussed this matter until now, and everyone is smart and can see it. Zhou Kiki, I'm so angry. I've never been so angry before.
Yifei is a jerk, and Zhou Zheong is also a jerk.
It's true that people hang out with people like them. Su Wei, if that's the case, then Yifei is really a nobody.
Lu Cheng, I thought Yifei was not a very good person at that time, and now his true colors are revealed. As everyone was talking, they immediately posted a string of pictures, all of which were pictures of clowns. When Yifei saw this, he was also slightly moved. He couldn't tolerate someone being shameless even though he was given the chance.
Oh, do you have it or not? They have bullied you so much. Zhou Zheong asked Yifei, obviously anxious. Yes, you just need to send these videos to the group.
Yifei took out his cell phone and sent the video of the Wang family's dealings with him to Zhou Zahan's chat window.
What is this? Zhou Zheong was a little curious when he saw the video.
After watching it for a few seconds, his expression changed, and then his eyes lit up. Because in this video, it was the Wang family who asked Yifei for a betrothal gift, especially Wang Rohan's mother, who said righteously that the extra betrothal gift was for her son, and that her brother-in-law was also a family member. If this video is posted in the group, it will be an absolute killer. After watching it, Zhou Zheong immediately added Zhou Kiki and Wang Rohan and prepared to send this video out. However, just when he finished editing the message and sent it out, a red exclamation mark suddenly appeared. When Zhou Zheong saw the red exclamation mark, he almost vomited blood. He almost forgot that Zhou Kiki was also a class committee member before and naturally had administrator privileges. He was kicked out of the group directly. When Yifei saw what they did, his scalp tingled.
This is no fun.
Wait, Brother Fei, let me apply to join the group again.
I just don't believe they are still doing this.
Zhou Zheong gasped for breath and stretched out his hand to apply to rejoin, but was stopped by Yifei.
Wait, you definitely can't get in now. After all, Zhou Kiki is the administrator. If you keep entering the group, you might be treated like a clown.
If you take a screenshot, everyone will curse you in private.
Then what should we do? Zhou Zheong was anxious.
He had never felt so frustrated before.
I think it's better to.
Yifei came close to Zhou Zheong and whispered a few words to him.
After hearing Yifei's words, Zhou Zahan's expression changed and he gave Yifei a thumbs up. Awesome, I'm doing this now. Chapter 82, Awkwardly Scratching Out a 3-Bedroom Apartment.
The plan Yifei came up with for Zhou Ziyang wasn't that great actually. It was simply to give him directions and ask him to contact Jiang Hainua. Jiang Hainua had a good relationship with them during school days, and they all became good playmates. Most importantly, Jiang Hainua also liked Zhou Ziyang in the past, but Zhou Ziyang, who was a wooden-headed man, didn't know about this, which became a regret for both of them. Yifei told him about this later, but because Zhou Ziyang was really embarrassed, he did not continue to take the initiative to look for her. Now that so many years have passed, Yifei also wants the two of them to use this opportunity to get in touch again. He told Zhou Ziyang about his idea. Zhou Ziyang was already angry and contacted Jiang Hainua regardless. The contact went very smoothly. Zhou Ziyang was a little embarrassed at first, but later on, he completely let himself go.
Hainua, you are the only one who can help me. You must help me and Brother Fei. Just send us a video.
If you send this video, I will treat you to a meal later. Zhou Ziyang picked up his phone and sent a voice message, and soon his phone rang.
You're treating me to dinner? Really?
Jiang Hainua's tone contained a hint of surprise.
Yes, really, I'm not lying to you. Zhou Ziyang responded quickly. Then I will definitely help you with this. I told you that Yifei is definitely not that kind of person. I remember he was very good when we were in school. But this Wang Rohan is a little weird. Wait, I'll send it over.
As Jiang Hainua spoke, she had already sent the entire video. Then, as if she had thought of something, she spoke again.
They kicked you out? That's really not a big deal.
Come in, I'll go tell the committee member.
This operation is a bit confusing.
A grown man like him is still doing this kind of thing.
Oh, Haino, you are simply my goddess. I love you. Hearing that he could join the group again, Zhou Ziyang spoke loudly to Jiang Hainua.
After receiving this message, Jiang Hainua was obviously silent for a moment, and then spoke shyly.
Come on, stop saying that. Of course, if you really love me, I.
As she spoke later, her voice became smaller and smaller. Zhou Ziyang did not hear clearly, but Yifei heard it clearly and was a little disappointed with the two of them. But looking at Zhou Ziyang's straight man look, he felt helpless and didn't know how to remind him.
After entering the group, Zhou Ziyang ignored Jiang Hainua and continued his keyboard action.
Brother Fei, please come in quickly. I am going to start practicing my skills, and I can't be without you.
Okay, then, pull me. After being asked twice in a row, Yifei finally nodded and was soon pulled into the group chat. As soon as he entered the group chat, Zhou Ziyang's overwhelming messages came out. Zhou Ziyang, I really don't know what's wrong with you, Zhou Kiki. What do you mean by kicking me? You make yourself look like a clown. Zhou Ziyang, now let me take a good look at it. It's all evidence. It's all evidence that Brother Fei is using to sue you. Can you tell me? Tell me what you can say. Everyone, please watch.
I didn't want to get involved in today's matter, but we are all classmates. Everyone knows that Brother Fei and I have a very good relationship and have always been close friends.
My brother's reputation has been tarnished like this. I definitely can't tolerate this, and I naturally can't let it go.
Now I have the evidence video, it's right here. You all should take a good look at what the Wang family said. Zhou Kiki, don't try to play the administrator's game of withdrawing it.
After Zhou Ziyang finished speaking, he did not continue talking.
The group seemed a little quiet this time. Fortunately, Jiang Hainua came out to save the situation in time.
I'm saying that I always felt that Brother Fei wasn't that kind of person. If that's the case, then it's really too much. We can't let Brother Fei take care of his brother-in-law's wedding. No one present would want to have a blood-sucking bug tied to their body on purpose.
Zhang Yun, oh, so that's what happened.
I felt something was wrong just now. Now I understand. If that's the case, I think it's good for Yifei to leave. He should leave. This is not what Zhou Kiki and Wang Rohan said about not caring about love or not. Jiang Hainua, love him so you have to find a wife for his brother? What kind of logic is that? Brother Fei likes Rohan, not Wang Rohan's brother. Two people took the lead in speaking out.
They appeared at the very right time and changed the direction of the entire group. After many people learned the truth, they all agreed with Yifei. Looking at it this way, it is indeed Wang Rohan's fault. If I think about it, I have to give my brother a dowry to marry a wife.
Does that mean I have to buy a car and a house later on? Do I have to pay for food, drink, and toilet expenses? In that case, Wang Rohan is too materialistic. It's not just Wang Rohan, this Joe Kiki is also sick. She said so much that she almost led me astray. Now that the video has come out, why don't you come out and shout?
If any one of you says that my brother-in-law is also a family member, I will drive over right now and slap him in the face.
Damn, this is so infuriating. I support Yi Fei. Yi Fei is a real man when he does this. He is so handsome. But we can't spoil a woman like Wang Rohan.
Once one person starts expressing his opinion, a group of people start to express their opinions.
At this time, Jiang Hainua also circled Yi Fei.
I think I saw Brother Fei coming just now.
Brother Fei, why don't you say a few words? We almost blamed you wrongly just now.
Hurry up, Brother Fei, just say a few words and end this. Zhou Zheong cursed a lot and now he is in a very good mood. Seeing that Joe Kiki didn't say anything and all the attention was on their side, he knew that the matter was done and this was the way to do it.
But, thinking about how he was kicked, he still felt a little dissatisfied.
Yi Fei saw that many people were expecting him to speak, especially when Wang Rohan and Joe Kiki both remained silent. He couldn't help but want to laugh.
Everyone, I'm so sorry.
I didn't expect that our personal affairs would affect everyone and take up so much of your time. I'm sorry that these things have caused trouble to everyone.
This is my little token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Yi Fei only said 2 sentences and sent another red envelope worth 5,000.
As soon as the red envelope was presented, it was as if he had made everything clear.
Everyone in the audience opened the red envelopes and began to thank Yi Fei. This red envelope is really big. Wow, it's 5,000 yuan. Mr. Yi is really generous. Not occupied, what is Mr. Yi talking about? I think we should kick Joe Kiki and the others out. They are always chattering and talking nonsense about my boss Yi. That's right, I kicked him. At homeroom teacher. Chapter 83 Wang Rohan's secret. The head teacher has received the red envelope. A prompt was given, and the head teacher, who had originally wanted to pretend not to see it, had no choice but to fight when he saw this scene. Even after receiving the red envelope, she can't just not do the job. In addition, the class teacher also heard about Zhou Zheong showing off his car in the circle of friends, so she naturally knew which side to please now. My 2 classmates, I think you were a little too excited just now. You 2 should calm down first. After you calm down, you can come back and it will be fine. The head teacher said something and kicked Wang Rohan and Joe Kiki out. This is really too much trouble for the head teacher. Seeing that the head teacher had taken action, Yi Fei had to express his stance, and immediately gave her a red envelope. Student Yi Fei has made great progress now. The teacher is very happy for you. After saying a few polite words, the head teacher stopped talking and chose to continue diving. After all, this is the business of this group of students, and it would not be good for her to get too involved. Brother Fei, it's great, that's how it should be. Zhou Zheong smiled happily when he saw the 2 of them being kicked out. He even deliberately found the chat window between the 2 and sent a string of messages. After the string of messages was sent, Joe Kiki immediately responded. Zhou Zheong, are you annoying? You deserve it. You've become a clown. I don't know you. You just saw Wang Rohan hooking up with Big Brother and went to lick her ass. If I hadn't told you to find someone else to do things for her, you'd probably be sold out and not even know how to count the money. Oh yeah, I forgot, you and Wang Rohan are similar, the 2 of you are a good match. Zhou Zheong followed Joe Kiki in a verbal battle until his chat window turned into a red exclamation mark, and then he stopped. His style is what Yi Fei has always admired the most. If he really angers Zhou Zheong, he will be like a perpetual motion machine, and basically no one can be his opponent. Hey, that's right. By the way, Brother Fei, they are all asking you questions in the group. Why don't you talk to them? Let me see, what are you asking me? Yi Fei took a bite of the food handed to him by the waiter, then looked towards the group. At this time, the group was basically filled with compliments to Yi Fei, and other than that, they were asking what business Yi Fei was doing now. Seeing that they were asking questions, Yi Fei naturally had to be polite and started a brief chat with his group members. On the other side, Wang Rohan and Joe Kiki were drinking tea in a milk tea shop in a shopping mall in Shanghai. The 2 of them looked at the message of being kicked out of the group chat, and now their faces were red with anger. Just kick someone if you want to? It really kicked off so quickly. Rohan, what's going on? It's not that Yi Fei let you down,
but someone in your family is asking Yifei for the bride price for his brother-in-law? Zhou Kiki calmed down a little, looked at Wang Rohan and started asking questions. When Wang Rohan was asked about this topic, she suddenly became sensitive and embarrassed.
Do you think I'm that kind of person? My family has never done anything like this. Yifei deliberately plotted to frame me in order to marry Xiao Qingcheng. I'm speechless. Why would Yifei deliberately frame you? You two didn't have any deep hatred before.
This time Zhou Kiki's brain was quite useful and she started to analyze what Wang Rohan said. Especially after she saw Wang Rohan's guilty look, her expression became even more suspicious. She contacted Wang Rohan again because Wang Rohan was going to marry Mr. Yang from Shanghai in the future, and she also wanted to get some benefits. But after their confrontation, the situation was completely different from what Wang Rohan had told her before.
Rohan, tell me the truth, is it your family? What truth is that? Is anyone going to believe me if I tell the truth?
Yifei is so rich, he can just make up a rumor.
Isn't it easy for him to hire someone to pretend to be our family members and record a video? What else can I say?
Without waiting for Zhou Kiki to finish speaking, Wang Rohan shouted anxiously. Seeing that she was getting anxious, Zhou Kiki had no choice but to give up and not continue asking.
Instead, she chose to go forward and comfort her. Okay, don't get excited. This Yifei is a scumbag. Others don't believe you, but I do. Besides me, don't you still have Mr. Yang behind you? Didn't Mr. Yang say that he would always protect you? Don't be afraid, nothing will happen. Coco.
When Wang Rohan saw that Zhou Kiki was coaxed by her, she immediately pretended to be extremely wronged, hugged her and started crying. Zhou Kiki had no choice but to continue coaxing her to calm her down a little. Although she said words of comfort, a dark light flashed in her eyes. She is not a fool, and she understood the meaning of what was said just now.
If these things were true, then if she told Mr. Yang first, wouldn't she be able to run away with Mr. Yang?
Even if she couldn't gain Mr. Yang's favor, she could at least help him and get a big reward. Thinking this in her heart, Zhou Kiki curled up the corner of her mouth into a smile and squinted her eyes at Wang Rohan in her arms. Wang Rohan cried for a while, and when she realized that she had basically pretended well, she let go of his hand.
Zhou Kiki helped her wipe her tears.
Soon the phone rang again and Wang Rohan looked at her cell phone. After seeing that it was Mr. Yang, her expression changed slightly. Then she gestured to Zhou Kiki to answer the call herself, and she clicked to answer.
Hey, Mr. Yang, what can I do for you? I'm not crying. Yes, I'm fine. I just have a slight cold. Maybe I caught it just now. Hey, stop talking. What's the matter with you calling me now? Tell me now. What? You said Yifei will attend a dinner event organized by Shanghai in a few days?
Wang Rohan's originally smiling face suddenly became stiff, and when she heard this information, her tone became much higher.
Yes, I just received a notification. I saw that the person who applied from Du Hailuo was named Yifei. I originally thought that he had the same name as your unfaithful ex-boyfriend, but I didn't expect that they are the same person. Baby, I can finally help you beat up the scumbag with my hands. I will take back all the bullying you suffered from him at the banquet, and then you can just watch how I perform.
Yan Hongyu said excitedly, his tone full of excitement.
No, Mr. Yang, listen to me, that's all in the past, you don't have to mind it so much, and we don't need to attend this dinner.
We just need to live our own lives, why should we get involved with him?
Chapter 84, Vixen.
You are my baby, and your past is also my business.
He did something that made you so sad, how can I let him go so easily? Baby, you are just a little too kind. It's strange that you don't get bullied like this. I will not let Yifei have an easy time no matter what I say at this dinner. At the very least, I will tarnish his reputation. Don't even think about mixing in our circle in the future. No, Mr. Yang, listen to me. Wang Rohan wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Yang Hongyu. Okay, stop talking. This matter is settled. Honey, I have something to do now. I need to be busy for a while. See you in the evening.
Yang Hongyu said this and simply hung up the phone. Looking at the hung-up phone, Wang Rohan felt flustered.
Just hung up like that? No. Although she often told Yang Hongyu that Yifei was not always shaping her own image, if they really met, wouldn't it be exposed? Now we have to attend Shanghai's dinner together, how can this be possible?
Normally, she would intentionally or unintentionally let Yang Hongyu avoid Yifei, but this time, they actually bumped into each other.
Feeling anxious, Wang Rohan immediately stood up, put on her clothes and prepared to leave. Rohan, where are you going in such a hurry?
I have something to do. Coco, you go back first.
Wang Rohan glanced at Zhou Kiki. She didn't say anything more and hurried outside.
Seeing her panic, Zhou Kiki's smile deepened. It seems that Wang Rohan has a lot of hidden things. Thinking this in her mind, she didn't stay in the milk tea shop for long.
She got up and walked outside. On the other side, Yi Fei and Zhou Ziyang were drinking happily. After a while, Zhou Ziyang called him to play billiards.
After all, this game was one they often played when they were young, and looking back on it now, it's not bad.
After playing with Zhou Ziyang for an afternoon, they went to eat nearby. Yi Fei then sent him away completely.
After that, he also walked towards the parking lot. This time he did not use the system to call his car because the parking lot was relatively close. However, as soon as he walked into the parking lot, Yi Fei noticed something wrong, because there were several live streamers holding live broadcast poles standing next to his car. These live broadcasts are taking pictures, and live broadcasts are also on the rise. Seeing them taking pictures, Yi Fei had no choice but to continue waiting outside for a while until they finished their introduction. However, after waiting for about 10 minutes, these people still did not leave. Seeing this, Yi Fei was too lazy to wait any longer, so he got up and walked forward. In order not to disturb their live broadcast, he first took out the key and turned on the car lights.
Everyone, it's rare to see a luxury car like this in a parking lot here, huh?
The woman standing in front of Yi Fei's car noticed something unusual and turned around to look behind. At this time, the team she led also noticed something wrong, and several people looked at Yi Fei almost at the same time.
The owner is coming, the owner is coming. Ha, the car owner is here? Young man over there, are you the owner of this car?
Several boys in the team who were about Yi Fei's age came forward to ask questions. When Yi Fei saw them coming forward, he nodded.
This car is mine. I just saw you guys recording there.
I waited for you for a while, but you guys haven't left yet. I have to hurry home, so I had to unlock it.
Oh, so that's why we haven't left yet, because we're waiting for you. My name is Shoji, his name is Shoha, and that one is called Fox Spirit.
The people who came up greeted Yi Fei in a friendly manner and stretched out their hands to shake hands. Yi Fei naturally couldn't refuse, so he politely introduced himself to them.
My name is Yi Fei. What are you waiting for me for?
Yes, we are professionals who specialize in live broadcasting and selling cars.
We are waiting for you to come and ask you if we can know more about your car.
After all, there are very few cars of this model available now.
This must be the latest model of Lamborghini.
Xiaoji was very polite when he spoke, and greeted Yi Fei with a smile. Seeing this, the girl who was broadcasting live next to him also temporarily stopped the live broadcast and walked towards Yi Fei. Handsome guy, we are professionals in this field. It would be even better if you could let us broadcast it live, so that our viewers in the broadcast room can broaden their horizons. As long as you are willing, we also have prizes, and we won't waste your time in vain.
Go away, why are you coming over here?
I'll take care of this.
If you say that, people will be scared.
Xiaoji pushed the girl, his face full of disgust. He was communicating well, but he didn't expect her to come up to him.
Do I look scary? How can I scare people?
The girl raised her eyebrows, her face full of grievance, and turned to ask Yi Fei.
It's not scary, but it's a little too enthusiastic.
Seeing her aggrieved look, Yi Fei couldn't help but chuckle. In fact, he is not opposed to this kind of street interviews, especially with such a professional team.
Then I'll be a little more ruthless.
The girl was also someone who could make a joke, so she immediately put on a serious face and acted like a serious person.
After she made such a fuss, several people couldn't help laughing. Big sister, you'd better go live quickly, otherwise all the viewers in the live studio will leave soon.
Seeing that she was not leaving, Xiaoji began to urge her.
Okay, since the handsome boy has agreed to our request, why don't you come over and play with us for a while? By the way, my name is not Vixen, you can call me Xiaochen.
Xiaochen said this with a smile, stood up and walked towards the phone, and continued the live broadcast. Seeing her return to her position, Xiaoji felt helpless and could only look back at Yi Fei.
Brother, I'm really sorry to bother you. No problem. I don't have anything else to do. I'm also very happy that you can interview my car.
Yi Fei said with a smile and followed Xiaoji. Then he seemed to have thought of something and spoke again.
By the way, just don't record my face when you're recording the show. That's no problem, don't worry.
Upon hearing this, Xiaoji patted his chest and took Yifei towards the live broadcast site. When Xiaochen saw Yifei approaching, he also activated a Q version of the special effect to cover the person's head. My friends, we have now met the owner of this car, but he doesn't want to show his face for privacy reasons, so I will use a special effect first.
What? If that's the case, then I won't be able to see the vixen's face. The owner is here? Where is this rich guy? How could he afford this car? Who knows? Owner, can we see the interior of this Lamborghini? Anchor, can you ask the owner? We all want to see it. Yes, we all want to see it.
A group of netizens were frantically swiping the screen in the barrage.
Yifei glanced at the screen of his mobile phone, slightly surprised.
What surprised him was that there were actually quite a lot of people in this live broadcast room, with at least 40,000 to 50,000 people interacting with the host. Looking at their own back-end attention data, it is close to hundreds of thousands of people. This data is still very impressive, proving that the current team still has operational capabilities.
Chapter 85. This is my dad. Is there anything I need to do?
Yifei opened the car door and prepared to walk into the car.
He turned back and asked Xiaoji a question. You just need to sit in the front, and we'll go in and record the show. Do you mind? Or you can wait for us outside. No problem.
Yifei waved his hand, motioning them to get in the car. Seeing this, Xiaochen's face lit up with joy and he started interacting with everyone in the live broadcast room. Everyone, the owner of the car has just agreed to let us get in the car and take a look at the situation.
You are all blessed today. Why don't you thank him quickly? And by the way, give the little gifts in your hands. The exciting moment is about to come. Thank you, brother. Mr. Car Owner, you are so handsome.
Led by the host, a group of people began to frantically scroll through the comments, all of them looking forward to it. They have followed the host and waited until now just to see the interior of the car and experience what it is like to drive a Lamborghini.
Now that they have this opportunity, how can they not be excited?
Seeing that the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was almost heated up, Xiaochen got permission, reached out and took the phone off the stand, and walked towards Yifei's car.
Brother, can I get in the car?
You can go to the passenger seat, but don't touch the small mirror.
Yifei said with a smile. Don't touch the small mirror? Huh? Could it be that you have already? Yes, I am married.
If you touch the small mirror, it will be bad if my wife finds out.
When Yifei saw her getting into the car, he moved the seat and motioned for her to sit down. Wow, I'm jealous. Did I eat dog food for nothing?
Xiaochen sat down with a sour look on his face. She couldn't help but start complaining along with the other viewers in the live broadcast room.
Everyone, this car owner has a wife. Did you hear me? Now that I've eaten the dog food, none of you can escape. Fox Spirit, you don't stand a chance. Fox Spirit, it doesn't matter if he has a wife, go ahead.
Watch your words upstairs.
You'll get kicked out if you say that. Calm down. I just don't want to eat dog food.
A lot of barrages of comments were scrolling by like crazy, and Yifei couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw the message displayed on her phone.
Brother, look at you. If that's the case, I won't move to the passenger seat. I can record in the back seat. Xiaochen smiled and said something to Yifei, opened the back door, and sat down quickly.
Because she wanted to record some details in the front, she had to hold up her phone so that the viewers in the live broadcast room could clearly see the layout inside the car.
After seeing the layout, Xiaochen began to introduce it one by one.
She interacted with the people in the live broadcast room, and soon the number of people in the room increased a lot. Some people said they wanted to take a look at the car model, some said they wanted to take a look at the configuration, and many people were discussing this in the comments section.
Which platform are you on?
Yifei felt a little bored while waiting, so he asked Xiaochen.
We started the live broadcast on the Xialagio platform. Chili platform?
When Yifei heard the word app, his brows raised slightly.
Yes, looking at your expression, are you also playing on this platform?
Xiaochen continued. My friend had a live broadcast on this platform before, so I participated in it. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that you two are in the same place.
That's a coincidence indeed.
When Xiaochen heard Yifei say that they were all on this platform, she suddenly looked happy, and then she said, The live streaming platform Xiaolajiao has a lot of traffic on the internet now, so it's normal to meet you.
Since I'm on this platform, why don't you open it and come to the live streaming room to play? There are quite a few fans in there, and they all want to see you. No problem, that's fine too.
Yifei listened to Xiao Chen's words, reached out and took out his mobile phone, opened the app, searched for the Fox Spirits live broadcast room and clicked to join. But just as he was about to join, Yifei received another new notification on his phone. Congratulations, you have been promoted to the Earth ranking. Congratulations, you have been promoted to the Heavenly ranking. Congratulations, you have been promoted to Marquis. Congratulations, you have been promoted to the Supreme King. A series of reminders popped up, and Yifei spent a long time before he closed them all. However, Xiao Chen and others behind him were so shocked to see so many displays that they were speechless. They must have seen it right. The big guy was upgraded to the Supreme King right in front of them. You should know that this title costs over $1 million.
Yifei didn't notice the exaggerated expressions of the people behind him.
He continued to click to close and soon closed the last page. Congratulations, you have won the exclusive title Platform Domination.
Platform Domination, you can get it when your consumption reaches more than 20 million. There are just too many titles and messes.
Yifei was a little annoyed by the pop-up windows, but he quickly closed them all, clicked the search button and entered the live broadcast room. As soon as I entered the live broadcast room, a series of golden pop-up windows popped up from Xiao Chen and his friend's side.
Welcome the platform tyrant brother Fei to the Fox Spirits live broadcast room. The moment Yifei entered, fireworks began to explode on the entire platform. What's going on? Oh my god, didn't the anchor just say that the owner of the car wanted to enter our live broadcast room? Could this Fei Gu be the owner of the car?
You are a little slow to react upstairs.
Didn't you hear the car owner talking now? What is the title of Platform Domination? Why haven't I seen this before?
The netizens in the barrage were attracted by this prompt and looked towards Yifei's main business. After seeing that one could only get such a hidden title by spending more than 20 million, there was another round of exclamations in the barrage.
Oh my god, Dad, this is my dad. This is a boss. He is definitely a big boss. He's not some rich guy at all.
He can make tens of millions on live streaming. He doesn't even deserve the title of rich guy.
Please let me go. I have lost my father since I was a child. Please don't steal my father from me. Upstairs, everyone in Zhujiangbai heard your plan. Brother, what are you doing? Why are you giving out so many gifts?
Xiao Chen was also frightened by the scale of Yifei's account, and looked at him in shock. The reason why he was curious was that this account was created last night. In just one night, the boss had spent 20 million.
Where did the 20 million go? How can the consumption be so intense? This is mine. I gave this to an esports anchor when I was playing games yesterday.
Yifei said this casually, and when he heard the sound of the live broadcast coming from his mobile phone, he quickly clicked to turn it off. It was still a bit noisy with the sound coming from both sides. I seem to remember that last night, there seemed to be a fight in the esports field. It was very intense. It was said that a rich man spent tens of millions to steal the face of a big anchor among them.
I thought it was a joke, but now it is true.
As Shirji spoke later, the tone of his voice became much higher.
Chapter 86 Need a designated driver. That person should be talking about me, right? I was just helping my brothers. They were too much. I couldn't even play the game properly. I was disgusted and that's why I did that.
Yifei said casually, ignoring Xiao Ji and others who were shocked behind him. Seeing that they were slow to speak, he turned around and looked at them.
What are you doing? Aren't you going to continue talking? If you don't continue talking about the car, I'm going back.
After Yifei finished speaking, several people finally reacted and hurriedly came forward to speak.
No, record, we were just a little surprised, but now that I think about it, it's normal. Xiao Chen quickly waved her hands and stepped forward to continue recording.
However, halfway through the recording, she suddenly seemed to have thought of something and asked again.
Brother, can I ask you how much your car cost? My car has landed.
Yifei felt a little embarrassed when he heard this.
How much is it? He doesn't know either. This was arranged for him by the system, and he didn't understand it very well.
Looking at the car, he estimated a number and spoke.
10 million, right? About that amount?
Because I can't remember clearly, after all, I bought it a while ago.
Because I can't remember.
When Yifei said this, everyone at the scene took a deep breath.
I can't remember, is it true? Is it so luxurious?
I can't even remember how much I paid for the car.
If that's the case, then do you have a lot of cars privately and don't spend money like that at all?
After listening to Yifei's words, the people in the live broadcast room couldn't help but post comments. He seemed to have said nothing, but it seemed like he had said everything. No, it should be that he said something and his identity was already there.
How terrifying. Who is this person in Shanghai? Is there a treasury behind her?
All of you move back, I've already told you, this is my dad, don't fight over him. Yifei looked at the barrage in the live broadcast room, touched his nose slightly embarrassedly, and simply changed the subject. Since you are professionals in this field, please help me assess the value of this car.
This should be easy for you, right?
This.
Xiaochen looked at Xiuji, and both of them were hesitant.
Brother, I think your car is worth more than 10 million. It may not even cost 10 million because it has just been released, so if you get it on your own, it will probably cost tens of millions.
After all, you need to make an appointment, and you can't get it without connections.
In short, you'd better keep a low profile.
Is that so? Is this car so valuable?
Yifei raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this, and was a little surprised. It seems that the reason why this car is so expensive is that it has just been released. It should be very difficult to make an appointment and buy it.
My own system is still awesome. Hiss. Xiaochen took a deep breath this time and didn't continue talking.
She could no longer bear the pressure.
After all, being next to Yifei, even if what he said was normal, there was a hint of pressure in it. Ahem, I think we should just do a live broadcast. Let's do the live broadcast first, finish introducing the car, and get down to business. Don't waste the boss time. Xiuji suggested loudly from behind. Yes, let's do the business first. Come on, brothers, let me introduce this to you first. This is, what is this?
This. Xiao Chen was a little speechless as she spoke. She had originally planned to ask Yifei, but seeing that Yifei looked clueless, she had to give up and temporarily changed her words and continued the introduction. When the netizens below saw this situation, they couldn't help but fill the screen with ha 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 ha.
Oh my, the vixen has also fallen this time. Yeah, I don't even know how to introduce myself. Brother Fei, look into my eyes, feel my breath, and I'll ask you if it's stressful or smelly. This is a feast for money. Come on, stop teasing me. It's not easy for me to record for you guys. I'm sweating all over. Xiaochen waved his hands awkwardly and continued to introduce himself. Later on, they introduced the entire car, which took almost half an hour. Yifei's car was the last car their team encountered. After introducing the car, they also greeted the viewers in the live broadcast room and went off the air one after another. Dear fans, today's live broadcast ends here. It's getting late and we are all going to get off work. If there are any overtime activities in the evening, we will notify you to come. It's going off the air so soon. No, we haven't watched enough. I think you should take us to continue to see this dad's garage. He must have a lot more. Oh, Brother Fu, I love you. Enough of you, what are you yelling about? How can you catch a rich guy and rob him? Are you going too far? Xiaochen interacted with everyone in the live broadcast room and couldn't help laughing out loud. Okay, goodbye everyone. I look forward to Brother Fei continuing to interact with us next time and appearing in our live broadcast room again. That depends on your performance. Yifei said with a smile. Wait, performance? What performance? Don't turn off the live broadcast, let me listen. That's enough, you guys. Can you even drive on this broken road? Looking at the messages popping up on the barrage, Xiaochen felt helpless. He waved to them and quickly ended the live broadcast. She ended the live broadcast, and the others also started to sort out the follow-up matters and became busy. Brother Fei, thank you so much today. If it weren't for the material you provided, our live broadcast wouldn't have gone on so smoothly. Thank you so much. No need, I think your interview is also very interesting. Yifei said. Really? I'm glad it didn't cause you any trouble. By the way, Brother Fei, this is a small gift for you. You must accept it. Although it's not a valuable item, you can keep it as a souvenir.
Xiaochen said this and waved to the two people behind him, and they quickly took out a lucky cat.
The kitten was very cute. Xiaochen took it and put it in Yifei's hands.
When Yifei saw this little thing, he liked it quite a lot. He reached out and put it in front of his car.
Not bad, there's a little decoration. As long as Brother Fei likes it.
Xiaochen breathed a sigh of relief, stood up and prepared to walk towards the car. Seeing that she was about to leave, Yifei originally planned to part with them, but then he seemed to remember something and spoke again.
By the way, I've been drinking and it's getting late today. Is there anyone who can give me a ride home for a price? Chapter 87 Evening Live Broadcast. I'll do it. I can do it.
Hearing Yifei's words, Xiao Ji, who was organizing things behind him, hurried forward and almost dropped the camera in his hands.
I also want to be a driver for Big Brother.
The employee in charge of the backstage also spoke excitedly. Putting aside other things, just talking about Yifei's car, they have never driven it before.
If they can drive it once, it will be a new experience for them. Come on, all of you, move aside. Brother Fei, I'll take you there. You two should go back and get ready. Isn't there a live broadcast tonight?
Xiaochen pushed away the two people who ran to the front and rushed to be the designated driver, and walked straight into the car. The two looked a little regretful when they heard her words, but work was still important, so they could only give up.
Sister Chen, if you experience it, you must share with us what it feels like. It's such a pity that I can't drive this beast this time.
Sigh, poor worker, you still have to work hard. Both of them had expressions of regret on their faces, and they seemed to be feeling a bit unsatisfied. Seeing that they were not leaving yet, Xiaochen waved at them and signaled them to leave quickly.
All right, you two hurry up and get ready. Don't miss the live broadcast tonight. It's very important. If there are any mistakes, I will beat you two to death when I get there tonight. Ah, we know. Yes, I know. The two of them responded lazily, stood up and walked away. After seeing them leave, Xiaochen also turned his attention to Yifei. Brother Fei, let me take you there. Just give me an address and I'll take you there for free.
I'll let you experience my driving skills.
Then thank you very much.
Just take me to a big hotel nearby.
Yifei handed her the car keys, stood up and walked to the other side.
Xiaochen took the key and without hesitation, she opened the car door and walked in. Because she was familiar with this car before, she drove it very skillfully and not at all unfamiliar. Seeing that her skills were fine, Yifei also sat in the passenger seat of the car.
Brother Fei, we can just go to the Hogar Hotel, right? Yes, this one will do.
Yifei nodded, fastened his seatbelt, and Xiaochen drove out of the basement.
This car is really different. It feels great to drive. It feels like it's flying.
It's much better than a Ferrari, but it's still quite similar to an F8.
It feels really good, otherwise I wouldn't buy it. Yifei responded casually. That's right, my brother Fei has good taste. Xiaochen was enjoying the fun of driving.
Suddenly, as if she thought of something, she spoke again.
By the way, Brother Fei, are you coming to the live broadcast tonight? We have hard goods in the live broadcast tonight. We mainly sell cars at night. Maybe you can come across a car you like. You guys still sell cars? Yifei asked with a little surprise after hearing this.
Yes, we who are in this line of work must do everything.
If we only do interviews, how much money can we make?
Xiaochen turned on the turn signal and said with a smile.
That's true, but where do the cars you sell come from? Do you have your own company selling cars? Yifei asked curiously. We don't have that ability. It would be great if we could start a company. To put it bluntly, we are just middlemen.
To put it more clearly, we have many channels to sell cars. Many cars that are not available in the market can be obtained through our connections.
Then the car we get won't have any protection? Yifei understood Xiaochen's meaning and immediately found the key point.
No, some cars are obtained from other people and are sold as second-hand, but some cars are not.
They are sent directly by the manufacturer.
The manufacturer releases extra cars for us to test the waters, or the manufacturer encounters some unexpected situation and these cars are given to us to sell.
Xiaochen tried to accelerate on the deserted road while talking.
This acceleration was in compliance with road rules, but it was super fun to drive.
So it can be like this.
If that's the case, then you guys are no different from the direct sales from the manufacturer.
If I know you guys, I can get the car.
If I don't know you guys, I can't even get some cars. After understanding what Xiaochun and the others mainly did, Yifei did not ask any more questions. If I can build some relationships with Xiaochun and the others, it will be much more convenient for me to buy a car in the future. This is equivalent to a source of supply, and if he wants to buy, they can benefit each other. Oh, brother, don't say that we have nothing to do with direct sales from manufacturers. In fact, it does matter. To be honest, big manufacturers are more reliable when buying, but we also have this one. It's just that direct sales from manufacturers are still rare due to unexpected situations. For example, we have a hardcore car to sell tonight. This car is what many young people want. It's said to be awesome. I haven't seen it yet. I'll take you back to the hotel later and I'll go take a look. Why don't you come to our live studio today? Maybe you'll be interested in this car. Xiaochun invited Yifei again, slowed down the car, and parked it in the hotel parking lot. The hotel is not far from the location we were at just now, and it only takes about 10 minutes. Sure, I don't have anything to do tonight, so I can go visit you guys. Yifei nodded when he heard this and did not refuse Xiaochun's invitation. In fact, he still needs to buy another car now. He only has one, and sometimes it is not enough. Xiaochun's face lit up with joy when he heard Yifei agree. Then we have to wait for you, brother Fei, to come and rock the place tonight. If you don't come, our live broadcast will be meaningless. Since you said that, I have no choice but to go. Yifei smiled when he heard that. After seeing her park the car, he also took out his mobile phone to pay. When Xiaochun saw Yifei's actions, he quickly waved his hands. No, brother, please don't do this. I can't accept this. I have to thank you for providing us with the materials today. I'm sending you on a trip. This is what I should do. When it comes to dealing with people, Xiaochun makes people feel comfortable. She didn't sit in the car for long. After dropping Yifei off, she walked out of the car door. Before leaving, she waved to Yifei. Remember to come to the live studio in the evening, probably around 8 o'clock. Okay, I got it. Yifei nodded, and after watching her leave, he got out of the car and walked towards the top of the hotel. Chapter 88, Brother Yuan, the President. After another night's sleep with the morning waiter, Yifei returned to his hotel room. As it was getting late, he looked at the time when the live broadcast was only about 1 o'clock, so he went to wash up first. As for food, he gave the waiter a small tip and asked the waiter to prepare dinner for him. With tips, the hotel waiters are very efficient. After taking a shower, Yifei casually opened a bottle of red wine and started drinking. Since he had nothing to do, he simply chatted with Xiao Qingqing for a while. Xiao Qingqing, I will be in Jiangbei tomorrow, husband. Yifei, going back so soon? I won't be there until tomorrow night or the morning after tomorrow. You can stay with mom and the others for a few days, and I can pick you up later. Xiao Qingqing, really? Husband, are you coming to pick me up? Yes, there are fake ones? Yifei sent her a voice message with a smile. Wow, my husband is so nice. I want a kiss. Moi, moi. Since you said so, I will continue to stay here with my mom and take care of my second dad. Xiao Qingqing's sweet voice came from the phone, which made Yifei smile foolishly. Sure enough, chatting with your wife will make you feel better. The key is such a sweet wife. Hubby, let me tell you, Shi Chen and his gang are so annoying. They kept harassing us. Oh, and there's something interesting. They even knelt down and begged my parents. I was shocked when I saw them. Honey, what on earth did you do to them? They were so fierce. I don't know how many times these two people have called out to us in the past 2 days. Also, my second dad said he wanted to have time to video chat with you and meet you. Look, you just happened to come pick me up, so this is just perfect. After chatting with Xiao Qingqing for a while, it was almost 8 o'clock in the evening. Seeing that it was getting late, Yifei did not continue chatting with Xiao Qingqing, but opened the live broadcast room. It just so happened that Xiao Qingqing also had something to do, so after she said something to Yifei, she probably also went to get busy, so the two of them naturally stopped chatting and each went about their own business. Where is the Vixen's live broadcast room? Yifei muttered something, then slid the window downwards. After swiping a few times, he couldn't see the Vixen's live broadcast room, which made him a little depressed. Isn't it open? That shouldn't be the case. Hasn't it been 10 minutes now? Yifei looked up at the time and confirmed it again. Just when he thought the other party had something to do and didn't start the live broadcast, and was about to ask, an invitation popped up in his window. The person who invited him was Xiao Chen. Yifei saw the invitation, reached out and clicked confirm, and then he was pulled into another live broadcast room. This live broadcast room was an official one. At this moment, Xiao Chen and another girl were standing in front of the camera and introducing themselves. The live broadcast has been going on for more than half an hour in the room, and there are quite a few people in the room at this time. As soon as Yifei entered the scene, a piece of news came out, and a golden floating window floated up, and it was directly filled with B. I thought Brother Fei wasn't coming, luckily I invited him. I forgot to tell you today that we have 2 live broadcast rooms.
Fortunately, I remembered this, ha ha ha.
Xiao Chen smiled awkwardly and apologized to Yifei in the live broadcast room.
No wonder, I was wondering why I couldn't find it after searching for half a day.
Yifei sent a message in the barrage area. Even the messages he sent were inlaid with gold edges, which seemed a bit out of place in the ordinary barrage area.
My mistake, my mistake. I'm so sorry, Brother Fei. To express my apology, I'll give you a little flower. Xiao Chen said as he gave the prop gift to Yifei.
When Yifei received this gift, the live broadcast room was suddenly filled with a sea of flowers, which looked very cool and eye-catching.
It's no big problem. I'm glad I came in. Has your live broadcast started?
Yifei looked at the BMW behind the 2 of them and continued to ask.
It started, this is our second round. Since Brother Fei is here, I have nothing to worry about. Let's continue our live broadcast. Xiao Chen smiled and looked at the other girl next to him.
The girl immediately understood what she meant and started to introduce herself.
When the comments below saw Yifei coming, most of their attention was on Yifei.
Because many fans knew Yifei's name before, now that Yifei was at the scene, they were all excited and tagged Brother Fei on the screen.
Brother Fei, are you coming to the live studio tonight to take down a few cars?
Brother Fei, there's some hard stuff tonight.
Dad, are you still missing a son? Brother Fei, are you in need of a lover? Fuck, what kind of family background? This account is actually newly created. How can its financial strength be so strong?
Many people tagged Yifei, wanting to get close to him. Yifei also chatted briefly with the group of people.
Everyone, please stop bullying the big brother in our live studio. Don't you want to know and see Xiaomei's introduction? Xiaomei looks like she's working so hard.
Xiao Chen guided everyone from the side, turned up the music, and began to attract the attention of everyone in the live broadcast room. When everyone heard Xiao Chen's words, the internet army also started to use Xiaomei's title, and soon the screen was filled with messages. A group of people started discussing the situation of the BMW car again.
Meanwhile, on the other side,
in the live broadcast room of the esports category, in the live broadcast room where Ayu was, several people did not start the live broadcast today. Ayu just opened a room and took stock of the situation with the big brothers behind him.
Ding dong.
A voice was heard in the live broadcast room. When this voice was heard, there was one more person in Ayu's live broadcast room. Brother Yu, Yifei is online, and today he is in the live broadcast room of a car sales anchor. The younger brother who had just arrived got on the microphone immediately and spoke along with Ayu and the other 2 people in the room. Why is he going to a live broadcast room selling cars?
Is he going to buy a car?
Ayu raised his eyebrows and said. Then why would you go to a live broadcast room for car sales? You must be going to see the cars, the younger brother continued. Then Mr. He and I will also go to the live broadcast room.
We just want to see what kind of person this person is.
How dare he be so disrespectful to us and come up and throw tens of millions to ruin the show?
How can we tolerate this?
Now Ayu's live broadcast room can't be broadcast as usual.
There are a bunch of black fans.
This group of black fans is really disgusting.
It makes us all uneasy.
Another older brother with a somewhat rough voice said this, with a hint of anger in his tone.
Brother Yuan, I don't think it's necessary.
He can spend more than 20 million, so his background must be complicated.
Who knows who he is? We'd better not provoke him. Mr. He hesitated. Chapter 89, Range Rover. It's just 20 million. Who can't come up with 20 million? Why are you so cowardly? You're talking as if I can't come up with 20 million.
When Brother Yuan heard what Mr. He said, he felt a little dissatisfied.
But
Mr. He wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Brother Yuan's next words.
Why are you so cowardly? There are not so many things. But, isn't he buying a car?
If he buys a car, I also need to buy a car. I just want to buy a few nice cars to drive recently. It's a good opportunity for me to go to the live broadcast room to take a look.
It doesn't disturb each other.
Brother Yuan said this, and as soon as he finished speaking, he left to use live broadcast room. Seeing him leave, Mr. He and Ayu both looked a little unhappy.
Are we just going to go like this? If that's the case, it will be a bit troublesome.
Ayu's voice sounded a little embarrassed.
Oh, Brother Yuan is a bit too impulsive. It's obvious that Yifei is not an ordinary person.
He did spend 20 million, but he didn't even blink an eye when he spent 20 million. He even said that he could afford to hire professional players.
The strength behind him is extraordinary.
Mr. He was also somewhat helpless. After analyzing Yifei's strength, he didn't want to continue following Brother Yuan to the live broadcast room to look at cars. But thinking that Brother Yuan went there for himself, he couldn't just say he wouldn't go, as that would seem a bit wrong.
I think we should go and persuade Brother Yuan not to go. This will be good. Ayu pondered for a moment and then said something to Mr. He.
At this point, Mr. He had no choice but to nod and agree to Ayu's request, then swiped into the live broadcast room that Brother Yuan was heading to. At this time in Xiaochun's live broadcast room, Xiaochun and another female anchor had already introduced BMW, and right after they finished the introduction, someone chose to buy it. Because this BMW is a second-hand car and has some scratches, the selling price is more than 200,000 yuan lower. At this price, it will definitely be purchased by people who like BMW. The next one is a Range Rover, which costs about 1.5 million yuan.
The bear car is 1.5 million yuan. This one is sold directly by our company. We pulled it out today to show you. The car we are showing you now is brand new.
I don't need to say much about the appearance of this car.
It's handsome and tall. It's an SUV, and the space inside is also very comfortable. Xiaochun began to introduce himself in front of the camera.
Yifei looked at the Land Rover Range Rover and touched his chin.
This car seems to be okay. As a scooter, it's pretty good.
He now has a Lamborghini, but a Lamborghini cannot carry two people at the same time, at most it can only carry two people. It would be very convenient to change to a car like this when going out in the future. Thinking this in his mind, Yifei typed a 1 in the barrage. This word means interested. When everyone in the barrage area saw Yifei's comment, they immediately swarmed over.
Brother Fei, are you planning to take this car? Actually, this car is pretty good and very convenient to drive. Brother, don't you own a whole garage?
You drive a car worth tens of millions, why do you fancy a car like this?
A car worth tens of millions is a two-seater, which is inconvenient to drive when out. Why not buy this and enjoy the convenience? Having more cars means more choices and it's fun to drive.
Yifei was typing on the keyboard and chatting with the people in the barrage. The boss is right, more cars means more choices.
Fu Gun Yo Bo. Brother Fu is good.
He has choices, unlike us who all drive Volkswagens.
Upstairs, you actually drive a Volkswagen. Do you look down on our Wuling Hongwan?
A group of people started shouting in the barrage area, and Xiaochun's introduction was basically the same. When she saw that Yifei was the only one who wanted to buy the car, her expression brightened.
Brother Fei, are you sure you want to buy this car? I want to buy it for transportation, just put it on my account. Okay, then I'll write it down.
Xiaochun knew Yifei's financial strength, so he didn't say much and just wrote down the car. Brother, if there is anything you want to know, please come to us tomorrow and I will send you the address later.
By the way, if you want to pre-order this car, you need to pay a pre-order fee. Please see. I'll just pay it now. Yifei didn't say much after hearing this, and immediately took the payment information sent by Xiaomei. The pre-order fee is only a few thousand yuan. Xiaochun charged it because there is only one model left and a reservation is required. As for the pre-order fee, if Yifei does not want it in the end, it will be refunded according to a certain percentage. So Yifei did not feel bad about it and paid it directly. Just after Yifei paid the pre-order fee, another famous name shining with golden light came into the live broadcast room. Seeing this name with golden light, there was an exclamation in the barrage area.
Woohoo, what's going on?
2 millionaires came to the live broadcast room tonight. Hiss, I seem to remember this big guy. Is he one of the top 10 on the list? What's his name? Oh, yes, this big guy is Brother Yuan. The top 10 bosses are here. Does that mean the big bosses are here to buy cars too? Xiaochen, your live broadcast room is booming. Was it Brother Fei who attracted him here? I heard that the big guys have secret communications with each other. At Brother Fei. Brother Fei, it's not me. I don't know this brother. I just played this software a few days ago. Brother Yuan, can't we get to know each other now? I came over to see the car. Welcome to come and see the car. A bunch of barrage comments popped up and started to fill the screen. Xiaochen was very excited when he saw this. Generally, these big guys with golden names will not move. Once they enter the room, even if they don't buy anything, they will send some things over. This is the way of playing passed down in the circle of golden big guys. Welcome our brother Yuan, you can take a look at the cars on sale in our live studio. There are second-hand cars, direct sales, and today we also have a beast. Maybe it's the model you like. Xiaochen put a gift there as a way of saying hello to Brother Yuan. Brother Yuan was listening to what she said behind the computer, his brows slightly frowned. He typed a string of words in the live broadcast room, then noticed the Land Rover Range Rover that Yi Fei had reserved, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His previous frown was because he heard the term second-hand. After all, who among the rich would hang out in a second-hand live broadcast room? Guessing that Yi Fei was just like that and was just trying to show off before, he typed a string of words in the barrage of the live broadcast room. They're selling Range Rover here. Is it second-hand? This isn't second-hand, it's our direct sale, but this is the last one left, and it was reserved by Fei Gu in our live studio. Xiaochen responded to Brother Yuan with a smile and signaled the people behind to drive the car below up. That's such a shame, I want this car too. If I pay tens of thousands more, at Yi Fei, can you give me this car? Brother Yuan directly sent a string of words in the barrage, intending to fight with Yi Fei right away. Chapter 90, another PK match. Robbery? Woohoo! You want our brother Fan's car for a few tens of thousands of dollars? Isn't that a bit too little? You should add at least $100, preferably double the amount. No way, you came in and chose the car our Fei brother wanted. Don't you have other thoughts? When the viewers in the live broadcast saw what Yuan Gu said, they immediately started to join in the fun. When Yi Fei heard what Brother Yuan said, his brows furrowed slightly. The tone of Brother Yuan's speech doesn't suggest that I should just follow him politely. Moreover, they started raising the price right from the start, which made him a little unhappy. Although he didn't know what this Brother Yuan's intentions were, Yi Fei didn't like this guy at first sight. Yi Fei, I have already reserved this car in advance, and I like it very much, so I won't let it go. When Brother Yuan saw him say this through the screen, he immediately laughed out loud. He reached out and typed another string of words. Brother Yuan, it seems I am late then. Brother Yuan, but host, I can give you tens of thousands more so that I can buy this car. If he can't make things difficult for Yi Fei, then he can make things difficult for the anchor, right? When Xiaochen and others heard what he said, their expressions changed. The smell of gunpowder is a bit too obvious. However, they still maintained a basic smile and talked with a smile. Brother Yuan, this car is what Brother Fei has taken a fancy to, and he has already made a reservation. If you really like this car, we can help you contact other manufacturers to prepare it. Brother Yuan, let me get on the mic. When the anchors heard what Yuan Gu said, they looked at each other, Xiaochen winked, and Xiaomei also cooperated. Brother, there is no such thing as a microphone in our live broadcast room. We are selling cars and do not participate in games or anything like that. Xiaomei smiled sweetly and followed Brother Yuan to explain. Upon hearing this, Brother Yuan snorted coldly through the screen. Not allowed to use the microphone? If not, then he can just type directly. Brother Yuan, I don't want a new car, I only want this one. You guys can do whatever you want. If you don't give me this car, you guys can forget about continuing this live broadcast tonight. Brother Yuan, what a twisted logic, why not make money? I'm here today, I want this car no matter what. This. When Xiaochen saw Yuan Ji's speech, a look of helplessness appeared on his face. It is also their trouble to meet such tricky customers. Brother, we have to follow the principle of first come first served. I can contact the manufacturer right now and prepare a new car for you immediately. See? Brother Yuan, I said, no, I just want this car. As soon as he said this, he immediately ordered 2 family buckets for the live broadcast room. After drinking 2 family buckets, Xiaochen and the others' expressions changed. Not only them,
but even the viewers in the live broadcast room knew what was going on.
Isn't it obvious that they are targeting Brother Fei?
But since they couldn't target him face to face, they chose such a disgusting method to target Brother Fei.
Oh, now we're going to fight. Hurry up and fight, hurry up and fight. No, you bunch of onlookers, can you please stop joining in the fun? Brother Fei has clearly not done anything but has been targeted. Don't you think there is something wrong with Brother Yuan?
It was obviously Brother Fei who made the reservation first.
That's right.
It was obviously our Brother Fei who made the reservation first.
What's wrong with this Brother Yuan? Not only did he make things difficult for the anchor, but he also tried to steal things in disguise? I laughed. Is this quality? Don't think that being rich can do anything. We don't welcome people with money but no manners.
That's right, Brother Yuan, please leave quickly.
I am really impressed. Go to the live broadcast room, what are you doing?
I really don't know where this young master came from. A group of people in the live broadcast room started clamoring.
When Brother Yuan saw them clamoring, he didn't say anything and continued to buy several family buckets in a row.
The whole family bucket was swiped out, and countless red envelopes began to fall in the live broadcast room. Because the amount swiped was as high as over 100,000, so one red envelope was close to 10 yuan, and the people who received the red envelopes basically kept silent this time.
Brother Yuan, brothers, now tell me, is it wrong for me to like this car?
Yes, brother, it's good that you like it.
Brother Fei, I think you should give in. Yeah, it's just a car anyway, it's nothing.
Some people who had benefited from Brother Yuan started typing on their keyboards and quarreling with the fans who supported Yi Fei. When Yi Fei saw this, he basically understood the situation. It seems that this Brother Yuan has come with bad intentions, and he is targeting him.
Ding dong.
There was a sound coming from his private message. Yi Fei did not reply to the question in the barrage, but looked at the private message. This private message was sent to him by Xiaochen. At this time, Xiaochen was not in front of the computer, but left the live broadcast room, leaving Xiaomei alone in front of the show and talking.
Xiaochen, Brother Fei, I checked this person out. He's from the gaming side. You had a quarrel with them yesterday or the day before yesterday.
Mr. He, Brother Yuan, and a gaming anchor all came together.
They're obviously here for you. Yi Fei, so it's them. Xiaochen, Brother Fei, you know it's not easy for us to do this business. You two are big bosses of golden privilege. Take a look at this car, or do you have any new ideas for us to solve this problem? Solve this problem. How else can this be solved?
Yi Fei looked at the message sent by Xiaochen and murmured softly, then glanced at Brother Yuan who was still hanging out in the barrage area. He held his chin with his hand and began to think about this matter. After thinking for a moment, Yi Fei typed a line of words in front of the computer. The first impression Xiaochen left on him was quite good, and he actually wanted to help this anchor. But thinking of Brother Yuan's arrogant behavior, he couldn't just let him go like that. He is not a soft persimmon who can be squeezed at will.
Yi Fei, this group of people came for me. If that's the case, since he wants this car, why not help us have a PK? In a PK, whoever loses in the end will just admit defeat. Do you think this method will work?
Yi Fei sent this proposal, and Xiaochen's message showed that it was being input.
After a moment, Xiaochen also gave a reply. Brother Fei, this is also possible. I'll go ask Brother Yuan if it's okay. If he's willing, we can start the PK match right now.
After replying to Yi Fei, Xiaochen's figure soon appeared in front of the live broadcast room again.
Everyone, I have just asked our Brother Fei.
He said that since Brother Yuan likes it, considering that it was Brother Fei who reserved the car first, he said that he could take a step back. But he also has a new suggestion, because he likes this car very much, so he asked me to ask Brother Yuan if we need to have a PK match to decide the final winner.
The winner can take the car and leave. Chapter 91, The Hidden Turtle. PK competition, of course.
When Brother Yuan heard the hostess' words, his eyes suddenly lit up.
He was looking forward to it.
This time he came to the live broadcast room mainly to compete with Yi Fei.
Now that the request has been made by the other party first, how could he not accept such an opportunity to show off?
Instantly becoming interested, Brother Yuan typed another line of words in the barrage area.
I have one more request. If you lose, then you can go to another room with me and admit your defeat in person. How about that? We won't disturb them in their car sales.
You can just apologize and sing Conquer in a separate room.
Can. Yifei looked at the barrage area and typed 2 words. But if you lose, it's the same thing. Is that okay? No problem. Brother Yuan responded to Yifei very readily. Yifei looked at the screen with a helpless look on his face. He actually dared to challenge him. He likes this kind of ungrateful people the most. Isn't this just asking for trouble? I have noticed that the host is being targeted, and now I am giving him 2 choices. Accept and agree to this PK, and the funds you swipe out will be returned to your account at double the amount. If you don't accept it, there will be no reward. You will get the title God Hidden Turtle. Accept. Yifei looked at the 2 options that popped up in the system and a smile appeared on his lips. Now it has become a way to deliver performance. When people in the barrage area saw that the 2 big guys accepted the PK competition, the whole scene became heated and the barrage was posted like crazy. The Battle of the Gods. Is the live broadcast room going to explode now? I'll bet a bag of spicy noodles first, and bet on Brother Fei to win this game. I'll also bet 50 cents. I'll bet on Brother Yuan. He looks so arrogant, he must be very powerful. Brother Yifei, Brother Yifei. Choose Brother Yuan, choose Brother Yuan. People in the barrage area shouted loudly, and the atmosphere in the entire live broadcast room became enthusiastic at this moment. On the other side, Brother Yuan was responding to Mr. He and a Yu. After knowing that Brother Yuan had taken on the PK match with Yifei, Mr. He and a Yu's expressions changed. Isn't it the end of me if I take over Yifei's PK match? This is a bit too reckless. Thinking that both of them had experienced the terrifying moment when Yifei brushed his PK value before, they were still somewhat nervous facing such a situation. What a mess, Brother Yuan. Brother Yuan, how can you accept Brother Fei's PK? You are really doomed now. Mr. He and a Yu were anxiously sending messages in the group, both wanting Brother Yuan to let it go. How can I cancel something that I have already accepted? This is too embarrassing. What are you too afraid of? What on earth is he that scares you two so much? Didn't I tell you? I'm here, don't overthink it. After this PK, I'll let Yifei come with us to apologize. Brother Yuan felt speechless about the reactions of his 2 friends, but he still typed a line and sent it to the group chat channel. After sending this message, Brother Yuan took out his mobile phone and started making a call. Hey, Assistant Wang, top up my account. Yes, top up more. Top up as much as you can. Put it in now. I'll need it later. Okay, Brother Yuan, I'll arrange it now. When Assistant Wang heard what Brother Yuan said, he immediately took action. At this time, Mr. He and a Yu in the group chat also sent a few messages again, and Brother Yuan also looked at the group chat interface. No, Brother Yuan, you don't know how fierce that guy is. I think it's better if we go and tell them that you are angry, and then we just leave without fighting, okay? Brother Yuan, he never blinked before brushing the PK value. Brushing 10 million was very calm. You haven't experienced the situation at that time. This Yifei is definitely not simple. This matter still needs to be considered carefully. The 2 were still trying to persuade Brother Yuan, but after taking a look, he directly posted a screenshot of his background in the group chat. The screenshot was posted in the group chat. Mr. He and a Yu did not speak at the same time and remained silent for a long time. This background is the recharge background, and Brother Yuan directly recharged nearly 80 million. Seeing so many beans, the 2 naturally didn't know what to say. Everyone is ready, the money has been paid, and the PK has been agreed. The most important thing is that the live broadcast room is now also ready to hold the PK competition. In this situation, it's too late for them to say anything. Mr. He, since you have already topped up, you are determined to play, so let's play. You, hey, I didn't want you to have a head-on conflict with him, but Brother Yuan, you are too loyal. If that's the case, then it's okay for us to have a good fight. Seeing that Brother Yuan was so confident, the 2 men hardened their hearts and just went along with him. Things have developed to this point, how can we persuade them? There is no way to persuade them. In fact, they were all very unwilling to accept Yifei, especially a Yu. Not only did he lose the game 2 days ago, but he also sang conquer and was questioned by people in the esports circle after losing face. As a result, it was difficult for him to do live broadcasts now. In such a situation, he had long disliked Yifei and wanted to figure him out. Now that he has a big boss behind him to stand up for him, and since he is prepared, he might as well give it a try. Maybe he can really defeat Yifei. Wouldn't he feel happy about that? You, brother, I'm going to withdraw money now.
I support you. I'll take out all my previous salary and we'll kill Faye together. I wish he could sing Conquer.
Mr. He, since it's getting this big, I'll join in too. There are 3 of us, and I don't believe we can't beat him.
Brother Yuan looked at his 2 friends and they changed their words, and his expression became slightly more satisfied.
That's it, that's what a good buddy is. But I don't need your support, I can do it on my own.
I just don't believe what kind of strength does this Faye Gu have that makes you so scared.
You are all being targeted and can't do a normal live broadcast. We must vent our anger and can't let this Faye Gu be so arrogant.
There was a hint of cruelty in Brother Yuan's eyes. He quickly sent the words he had typed to the group chat, and then returned to the live broadcast room. The live broadcast room was still very lively at this time, and many people were excitedly posting comments.
I wonder if the 2 bosses are ready. If they are, we can start the PK match now.
Anchor Xiaochun and others were almost ready, and several of them were ready to take control of the situation at any time. When they thought the time was almost up, they also picked up the microphone to ask questions. Yi Fei had just transferred the funds into his account at this time and converted them all into beans. He also returned to the live broadcast room, typed a line of words and sent it up.
Chapter 92, $1 billion Field. I'm ready.
Yi Fei had just sent out his message when the next message he received was from Brother Yuan.
Brother Yuan, I'm okay too.
Xiaochun saw that both of them were ready, so she didn't waste any more time and spoke loudly immediately. It seems that both bosses are ready, so let's start the PK competition now.
Who will get the car? Let's look forward to it. Let's start the PK now. Come on, pull it.
After Xiaochun finished speaking, the curtain suddenly dropped, the screen of the live broadcast room flashed, and the PK competition began. When Brother Yuan saw that his avatar and Yi Fei's avatar were lifted up at the same time and displayed on the PK interface, he did not hesitate and directly spent 10 million in the live broadcast room. When these 10 million were swiped out, the entire live broadcast room was filled with special effects, and it was scratched so that it was impossible to see clearly.
Countless red envelopes floated down from above.
Everyone was silent at this moment and started grabbing the red envelopes. After about a minute, the barrage section also started to go crazy.
Fuck, boss, fuck, am I seeing right? This is 10 million. Oh my god, thank you for the red envelope, it's so nice. 10 million right off the bat, is this a show of force for Brother Fei? What are you doing, you evil capitalists? Are you going to have a PK for millions of dollars? Where's Brother Fei? Brother Fei, why aren't you moving? Brother Fei, hurry up and move. At Brother Fei. Is Brother Fei scared silly? How is that possible? Don't underestimate me, Brother Fei.
Barrages of comments popped up crazily in the barrage area, and Yi Fei was dazzled by the comments. When Xiaochun saw the 10 million, he was stunned for a moment, and then quickly started to respond.
Our brother Yuan seems to be very ambitious. He immediately offered such a high price. He must be determined to get his beloved car. Where is Fei Gu? How should our Fei Gu fight next? Xiaochun looked at Yi Fei with some anticipation, wanting to know what price he would reveal next. After all, Brother Yuan spent 10 million at one time, so Yi Fei's amount must be at least over 10 million, right? Everyone looked at Fei Ge's profile picture expectantly, their heartbeats quickening. I'll offer 20 million first, at Yuan Gu, you only offered 10 million at the beginning, do you look down on me?
It would be better if you offered 100 million at the beginning, so we don't have to waste time.
I'm giving you some face now.
Yi Fei posted this string of comments and easily earned 20 million. After 20 million was swiped up, the whole place was quiet, and more red envelopes fell. Just like before, everyone was quiet for a moment and busy scrambling to grab the red envelopes. After they finished grabbing them, the barrage area became hot.
I told you, you can't go wrong by standing with our Fei Gu. Who is our Fei Gu?
That's right, our brother Fei has already said, use 100 million yuan, don't play with these small ones.
I think your brother Fei is just showing off. This one is really too big, it's worth hundreds of millions. That's right, you can't even pretend. Who the hell has the money to spend hundreds of millions on PK? This is no joke. At Fei Gu, come and swipe 100 million and show us, stop pretending. At Brother Fei, it's only 20 million. Our brother Yuan has nothing to fear. The people upstairs are just idiots. Didn't you see that? Our brother Fei said to give them some face. Do you know that they need to have a big picture? The barrage area was torn into pieces, and the people standing on Yifei's side and those standing on Yuan Ji's side were arguing non-stop.
When Xiaochen saw Yifei casually swipe out 20 million, her expression didn't change much. After all, Yifei's mount costs tens of millions, and based on their previous contact, Yifei should have no pressure to get 20 million, as the real fun is yet to come. Woohoo, Brother Fei spent 20 million, which is 10 million more than our brother Yuan. It seems that he also wants to get his beloved car.
Xiaochen continued to explain on the side, waiting for both sides to take action.
When Brother Yuan, who was sitting in front of the computer, saw Yifei's speech, he just wanted to laugh.
Give him face? What does it mean to give him face? Does he need him to give it? Then I'll give you some face. We should reciprocate, right?
Brother Yuan posted a barrage and then directly swiped 50 million to post it. A huge sum of 50 million yuan was poured in one after another, and everyone in the entire live broadcast room began to exclaim, shouting that Brother Yuan was awesome. When Yifei saw that he had swiped 50 million, his eyebrows raised and his expression became slightly excited.
With so many swipes, it seems like you have some strength.
He hoped that Brother Yuan was a very talented player.
If so, he could make a lot of money. Return the favor. Yifei was not polite either. After responding, he directly raised his PK value to 100 million yuan this time, instantly raising it to 80 million. He pulled it so forcefully that the entire live broadcast room was stunned. What are you doing? We really need 100 million. This is really a bit too scary. Is this a Dozong expert? This is too terrifying. It really has reached 100 million. 100 million is nothing. Can our brother Yuan beat him? That's right. Our brother Yuan doesn't need it at all. What's this 100 million? I don't think he has the strength at all. Didn't he say he would use 100 million? Why did he change it to 80 million?
There's still a shortfall of 30 million.
Is this not enough? I think it's not enough. Otherwise, it would be 100 million.
Upstairs, I see you are just bragging with your eyes open. Stay out of Fuji's business.
Brother Fei, you are my father. Brother Yuan, you are our faith.
In the barrage, there were quite a few people who kept refreshing the screen, and some even started to escort people offline. Xiaochen also noticed this, and she cooperated by pulling down another window in the live broadcast room.
This window was the voting window.
Soon the voting results were pulled out in the window, and Yifei and Yuan Go basically had more than half of the supporters, and their fame was basically balanced.
Who will be the winner? Let us wait and see.
Xiaochen waved her hand and added the live broadcast to several other search titles. Soon her live broadcast room was also on the homepage in this wave of PK.
Yifei, Brother Yuan, please speed up. Yifei, how about we decide the winner in 2 rounds?
You are just too slow. On the other side, Brother Yuan was looking at the window, and his expression changed. He didn't expect that after only 2 rounds, Yifei had already earned over 100 million. The tens of millions he had prepared now seemed a lot paler.
Feeling that something was wrong, Yuan Ji's expression changed.
Thinking that he might lose, he quickly called his assistant again. Assistant Wang, put all our funds into the live broadcast, hurry up, this is urgent.
Brother Yuan, what are you going to do?
But if this is the case.
Assistant Wang's tone was a little hesitant. No buts, speed.
Brother Yuan interrupted his assistant, hung up the phone immediately, and then sent a message in the barrage area.
Brother Yuan, don't worry, it will be here soon. Aren't we preparing for it? Chapter 93, Money Feast. Yifei, it seems that Brother Yuan is not ready. Yifei, this is because the munitions were not prepared in advance, right?
Seeing Brother Yuan's reply, Yifei curled up the corners of his mouth into a smile.
Brother Yuan could replenish his weapons and still have some strength.
If it were someone else, he might not intend to continue fighting, but the person he met was Yifei.
I think Brother Yuan has no money left.
You know what, maybe he really has no money left and is now anxious to get some. After all, 100 million is not a small amount. Anyone who can come up with 100 million must be a big boss of a chain business in real life.
Speaking of which, what does Brother Fei do? If you say that, I'll start to get curious. Who knows?
Anyway, it's either the chairman or the president.
At Brother Yuan, can you do it, Brother Yuan?
Hurry up and give Brother Fei a bigger one, so he can crush Brother Fei directly.
Brother Yuan is not good enough. No matter how you look at it, he looks like he is not good enough.
The barrage area was filled with people swiping the screen frantically, as if they were ready to watch a good show. Especially after Yifei proposed the gameplay of deciding the winner in 2 rounds, they became even more excited.
The fight between 2 big guys on the gold list is like a luxurious feast of money. Brother Yuan looked at the comments on the screen and became anxious, and kept checking his backstage. He asked his assistant to transfer the money. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Wouldn't it be too embarrassing to keep everyone waiting like this?
Mr. He, calm down, Brother Yuan, it's okay if we don't win. I don't think this PK will be successful without at least 200 million.
How can Brother Fei be so powerful? Oh my god, who on earth is he?
You should quickly persuade Brother Yuan and stop him from getting too carried away.
I've said that Brother Fei is not an ordinary person.
Now he wants to decide the winner in 2 rounds.
Is he trying to exaggerate this?
Mr. He and Yu were already a little panicked. Remembering the fear they had felt when Yifei dominated them before, their expressions changed and they felt like retreating. When Brother Yuan saw what the 2 of them said, he snorted with disdain and sent a voice message in a somewhat angrily manner.
What's wrong with you two? You keep talking nonsense here. Stop fighting. If you are going to fight, fight to the end. What are you afraid of? Even if the sky falls, I will hold it up, right? I really admire you two.
If you continue to make random analysis and nonsense here, get out of here now and don't stay in the group. He had already doubted Yifei's ability, and now Mr. He and Yu were saying such negative things in front of him, which made him panic. He just didn't believe how strong Yifei could be.
Ding dong.
The sound of the live broadcast software rang out, and Brother Yuan hurriedly looked towards the backstage of the live broadcast. After seeing that his back-end account had deposited nearly 150 million yuan, the corners of his mouth curled up.
With so many beans, it should be enough. It should be fine now. I hope I can win this PK. Why do I say hope? Phew, I should definitely be able to win.
A PK match worth 200 million per game is not something that ordinary people can afford. With a determined smile on his face, Brother Yuan looked at the barrage area where people were discussing things, and simply reached out to slide the gifts. After filling up the gift list, he placed them all in the live broadcast room.
Crash.
Because Brother Yuan raised 100 million yuan at one time, the entire live broadcast room was filled with special effects and red envelopes.
This 100 million yuan immediately alarmed many official personnel of the app.
A PK value of 100 million instantly brought this live broadcast room to the highest peak. The group of people who were originally waiting for Brother Yuan to make a move saw him directly take out 100 million, and all of them screamed through the screen.
Oh my god, 100 million. Our Brother Yuan really took out 100 million. Mom, I've made it.
I've never seen so much money in my life. I now suspect that Brother Fei and Brother Yuan are agents of the live streaming software.
They can actually be so powerful. Have you ever seen such a fierce support?
This has affected the balance of the entire live broadcast software.
The official has come in.
I feel that this PK match can make us famous. In the future, if the entire live broadcast app is used, it will be said that no one can beat this match for the next 10 years.
Brother Yuan is so handsome, you are so handsome. At Brother Fei, our Brother Yuan has already made his move, how about you? You should also make a few 100 million. Didn't you just boast a lot? Now you come and put pressure on me.
The fans who originally supported Brother Yuan all started to go crazy, and began to shout Yifei in large groups.
Everyone started to clamor loudly, looking extremely arrogant. After Brother Yuan swiped the money, he also became very confident and immediately tagged Yifei. Brother Fei, how about it? Do you still want to play? There's only 1 round left. How are you going to fight me? Do you want 100 million? I believe you have what it takes.
Yifei looked at the words he sent and felt a little funny in his heart, so he replied immediately. If you want 100 million, it's not impossible, but you have to wait a little while for me to make the payment.
Wait, no problem, of course we'll wait, just don't make us wait too long, it would be best if we don't die waiting.
Brother Yuan smiled and sent a few emojis, looking very sarcastic. With him as the leader, his fans who originally supported him also followed suit and flooded the screen with messages. Yifei looked at these messages on the screen and felt that they were boring. If that's the case, he might as well just go for it in one go. Estimating that Brother Yuan had almost reached a certain level of ability, Yifei counted his remaining assets. Among the remaining assets, there are nearly 400 million yuan, and some payments have been received recently, so he can just take out 300 million yuan. After some calculation, Yifei didn't think any further and immediately contacted customer service to recharge.
After a few minutes of contact, all the money was quickly transferred into the account.
However, just when the last 100 million was about to be deposited into the account, something unexpected happened to Yifei. Because the transfer could not be made for the time being, there was a problem with the bank. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Yifei felt helpless as he looked at the funds that had not yet arrived in his account. At this time, the barrage area was also filled with barrages, all of which mentioned Yifei.
At Fei Ge, is it okay, Fei Ge, why haven't you sent any messages for so long? At Brother Fei, what's wrong with you? Why haven't you made any move for so long? Are you out of money? Do you think he ran away?
Brother Yuan bet 100 million, but he was scared away.
Ha ha ha. Come and see if Brother Fei is still in the room. Everyone, just wait patiently. Brother Fei will be back soon.
Seeing that something was not right, Xiaochen quickly controlled the atmosphere of the entire venue, then walked to the back of the venue and began to contact Yifei.
Chapter 94, Complete Victory. Brother Fei, is there something wrong with you? Xiaochen left the live camera and hurriedly asked about Yifei.
Yifei was waiting for the background to refresh at this time. After refreshing several times and seeing nothing, he clicked on Xiaochen's private chat window and replied.
Besides the situation here, the funds from the bank cannot be transferred. We are processing it now.
It is not clear how long it will take.
How much money is being processed, Brother Fei? If it's not much, I'll help you out first.
You've already transferred so much money, so I should be able to withdraw it now.
Everyone is waiting anxiously for you and clicking on your avatar. Xiaochen said anxiously, wanting to help Yifei.
I have about 200 million here, and there should be more than 100 million left to deal with.
Yifei glanced at the recharge record in the background and replied to Xiaochen. Xiaochen.
She only replied with a string of ellipses. She was stunned when she heard the number.
Brother Fu, Yifei is indeed Brother Fu, money is not money at all. Brother Fei, yours is too big. I can't help you. How about I?
Xiaochen typed the next line of words and originally planned to say that she would ask the bank or the platform's customer service or something, but she was stopped by the words Yifei sent.
I still have 200 million here. If you guys can't wait any longer, I'll go play PK now. 200 million should be enough. If it's less than 2 minutes, I'll return to the scene. You don't have to worry. 200 million. Holy shit. How much money is Brother Fei planning to spend to win this PK match? It's simply too scary.
When Xiaochen saw the message Yifei sent him, there was a hint of shock on his face. Although she knew in her heart that Yifei had extraordinary financial strength, she was still shocked by the number when it was said in front of her.
A live broadcast PK match costing hundreds of millions per match, this is simply inhumane. And it crushes them all.
Looking at the words Yifei sent, Xiaochen reached out and typed a string of words and sent it.
Okay, then I'll go and stabilize them first and let them wait for a while. If there's any situation here, rush to the scene as soon as possible. No problem.
Yifei responded to her and then looked at his background data. This time, when he refreshed the page, the data in the background changed. His background account showed that the amount had reached 300 million.
Oh, we're here, what a coincidence.
After checking his background data again and confirming it, Yifei went back to the live broadcast room without thinking. At this time in the live broadcast room, many people in the barrage area were talking about Fei Ge. Seeing that Fei Ge had not arrived for such a long time, some of them even began to mock him. Xiaochen arrived at the live broadcast room faster than Yifei, so she was trying her best to maintain the rhythm of the live broadcast room.
Everyone, Brother Fei is busy right now. The money has not been transferred to the account. He said it will be back in 2 minutes.
Please wait patiently and give Brother Fei a little more time.
Host, why can't Brother Fei pay the money? I think Brother Fei is out of money. He was scared by Brother Yuan, so he's going to borrow money now, huh? That's probably the case. What else could be the reason?
Xiaochen looked at the speeches of everyone on the screen with a smile on her face the whole time. Even though she was anxious at the moment, she could only continue to maintain the atmosphere in the live broadcast room.
Brother Fei has a problem with the bank. Funds have not been able to flow in. I think this problem will be solved soon. Is there something wrong with the bank?
You're just looking for excuses when you have no other options.
Brother Fei, why don't you come out? Come out quickly. That's right, why don't you come out? Don't let the host keep putting pressure on you. You'll die if you come out and say something. Everyone, please be patient. Our brother Fei will be back soon.
Yifei returned to the live broadcast room and saw this situation. Seeing that more than thousands of people mentioned him, he couldn't help but complain.
How come young people nowadays don't even have a little patience?
Seeing that everyone was still clicking on him crazily, Yifei sent a string of words in the barrage area. Hey everyone, the amount of recharge is too large, and the bank can't make it through.
I'm so sorry. Hey, how much did you charge? How dare you talk like that? Exactly, how much did you flush? What do you mean by too big? Show us, don't just talk about it. When a bunch of people saw Yifei coming out, they all came up and started to mock him. Not only them, but even Brother Yuan mentioned Yifei. Brother Yuan, brother, can you do it? If not, you can cancel it. I won't force you. Looking at the screen, Brother Yuan was already laughing out loud.
Yifei has spent so much time, and it seems that he has no confidence at all. All he had to do now was wait and watch the show. Just as he was staring at the screen with a smile on his face, ready to relax, red envelopes suddenly floated on the screen of the live broadcast room. A group of red envelopes fell, and countless special effects swept the live broadcast room at this moment.
100 million, 200 million, 300 million. 300 million.
At this moment, the PK value directly reached 300 million. Brother Yuan hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation at first, but after he looked up, his expression instantly became extremely stiff.
What? How many? 300 million.
Seeing the PK value rising instantly, Brother Yuan's expression suddenly changed.
300 million. Is he dreaming? Was he not seeing things? Are you kidding him?
Mr. He, fuck, Brother Fei spent 300 million.
Holy shit, 300 million. Am I seeing things? This guy is really capable. What should we do this time? There's still one round left. Should we continue to fight?
It seems like we have no chance of winning at all. Mr. He and you were typing words frantically in the trio, and countless voices were heard from Brother Yuan's room at this moment.
The special effects cost 300 million yuan, and it is not easy to complete the special effects.
It will take more than half an hour just to complete the special effects. Everyone in the live broadcast room was overwhelmed with red envelopes, and the barrage area was also quiet at this moment. Xiaochen watched Yifei make 300 million with her own eyes. She was extremely excited at the moment and shouted loudly in the live broadcast room. The boss is invincible, Brother Fei is invincible, so handsome, brothers, a red envelope rain of 300 million, this is something you don't usually see, this time Brother Fei is leading us all to open our eyes.
Xiaomei, bring your phone over here. I'm going to grab all the red envelopes this time. It doesn't matter if we don't broadcast the auto show today. We're broadcasting it just to compete with the two big guys. Chapter 95, Red Envelope Rain. I'm already snatching it. When Xiaomei heard Xiaochen's words, she was very excited. She picked up her phone and kept grabbing red envelopes.
The red envelopes rained for a full half hour, and everyone fell silent. Just around the 20th minute mark, the barrage section started to swirl with comments.
Fuck, they're really serious, am I seeing right? 300 million, I've never seen so much money in my life. I told you, our brother Fei is very powerful, keep shouting, haters. Brother Yuan, come out and speak too. Where are the people you just called? Come out, everyone. Aren't you good at calling out?
I saw you were having a lot of fun calling out, but why are you silent now?
Are you naturally quiet? 300 million, Brother Fei is really awesome, so cool. 666.
In the barrage channel, a group of people kept swiping the screen.
For a while, all the barrages were filled with comments like Fei Gunyobo.
The most important thing is that Yifei's wave of rewards directly shocked the official staff of the live broadcast software. In order to show Yifei's support for the live broadcast software, the official staff even put up a banner for Yifei, hung it on his avatar, and sent him to the top of the list. When everyone saw that the official staff was so sensible, they immediately flooded the screen with comments.
At official, you are very sensible. Official, Brother Fei is my father. What are you talking about?
The official staff came out to speak, which immediately brought a lot of fun to the live broadcast room. For the whole night, Xiaochun's live broadcast room attracted almost everyone. After Yi Fei had used up all the beans, he also looked towards the barrage area.
Yi Fei, thank you, officials. Yi Fei, at Brother Yuan, are we still going to play? We can still continue to play. How about we play a 300 million game in the next game? If you have the ability, we can raise it again. Fuck, 300 million, this is crazy. Brother Fei is really capable, brothers.
Brother Fei can come up with another 300 million.
Is Brother Fei a billionaire? I think Brother Fei is not a simple person. Let's be careful with our words now.
A group of people cooperated very well and started to flatter Yi Fei from below. Some of the more irritable ones even tagged Brother Yuan directly, wanting him to come out and speak.
At this moment, Brother Yuan didn't dare to say anything.
He was just staring at the screen in a daze. He was still immersed in the shock of the 300 million just now.
300 million. Isn't it a foregone conclusion that he will lose this time? But he was unwilling to give up.
But no matter how he looks at it now, the numbers displayed above will not deceive him.
He has lost this game.
Suddenly feeling a little weak, Brother Yuan half leaned back in his chair with a headache. His hands were shaking as he typed.
What's the point of a second round?
He cashed out his entire industry and may not even be able to play in the second round. Knowing that he had hit a snag, Brother Yuan's breathing quickened and he typed a string of words on the screen. However, as he typed, his expression changed and he suddenly became a little furious. He immediately pounded the keyboard with his hands.
Bang!
The keyboard was smashed into pieces by his blow, and the keycaps fell to the sides. At this time, the sound of a phone call rang on his computer.
The call was from Mr. He and Yu.
Seeing that Brother Yuan did not respond for a long time, they had no choice but to come over to check on the situation. Seeing that it was one of his own calling, he calmed down a little and finally answered the call. The moment the phone was answered, the voices of Mr. He and Yu were heard.
Brother Yuan, what's the situation on your side? If it doesn't work, let's just admit defeat. Yes, Brother Yuan, everyone is waiting for you to say something. Now they are basically looking for you. What are you doing? There's nothing I can do here.
Brother Yuan listened to what the two said, remained calm, and told them about his situation. When the two heard him say this, they fell into silence for a short while.
But Yu reacted quickly and opened his mouth to speak again. Brother Yuan, don't think too much. Since we can't beat them, I'll go talk to Brother Fei and let me take the punishment.
Calm down for a moment.
You've helped us so much. I'll ask Brother Fei if we can punish someone else. Yes, I'll go ask too. Lao Yuan, you should have a good rest first and don't get angry.
Mr. He said a few words of comfort to Yu, then hung up the phone and walked towards the live broadcast room. Yu had done something like this before, so it would be okay to let him do it again.
As for Mr. He? Brother Yuan is someone Mr. He knows.
This time he came out mainly to argue with Yi Fei.
It was also because of them that he had an argument with Yi Fei.
As they are brothers, of course he had to stand up and help. When Brother Yuan saw that both brothers were so loyal, he felt a little warmed in his heart, and his previous angry mood eased a lot. Looking up at the barrage area, he sighed as he saw Mr. He and Yu negotiating with Yi Fei. At this time, the barrage area was already in a state of heated debate, all because of Yu's question about whether the punishment could be shifted to him, which basically attracted a lot of discussion. Yu, Brother Yuan came here because of us and had an argument with Brother Fei.
I'll apologize to Brother Fei first. I don't know if Brother Fei can show some leniency. We will definitely punish him, but can I be the one to do it?
Mr. He, we can do this together. At Brother Fei, I'm really sorry, please be flexible, we admit defeat, and we can do this punishment together.
Just like that, you're just going to admit defeat? It's funny. Brother Yuan couldn't stand losing, right?
He asked others to come and punish him.
How can this be allowed?
That's right, whoever is responsible for the punishment should do it.
This PK is not between you two, so please figure it out. Brother Yuan, don't let yourself be too lazy to have fun.
A group of barrages followed and shouted behind the two of them. Yi Fei looked at everyone's speeches and raised his eyebrows slightly. He thought for a moment, then began to speak.
Yi Fei, it doesn't matter whether I will punish him or not.
What matters is that I want an apology. I am not a person who cares about small matters. Brother Yuan has been able to compete with me until now, and he is also a good business brother with 2 brushes.
We are at the same level. There is no need to make things too awkward. Yi Fei, everyone, don't worry about it.
There is no need to worry about punishment. I just want an apology from Brother Yuan. I don't understand why you, my good brother, are so hostile to me. After Yi Fei said those 2 sentences, Xiao Chen saw them and immediately followed up with something else. Brother Fei is really a man of broad vision.
What he said makes sense.
She was already creating the atmosphere of the live broadcast room, and now that she said this, everyone in the room also started praising Yi Fei. Brother Fei is indeed a man of vision. What Brother Fei said is right. It doesn't matter whether there is punishment or not. What matters is that our Brother Fei feels wronged and wants an apology.
Chapter 96, Brother Fei feels wronged.
Haha, Brother Fei feels aggrieved. This analogy is so appropriate.
Brother Yuan, come out now, don't hide anymore. At Brother Yuan. A group of people started pointing out Brother Yuan.
Brother Yuan was watching this situation in front of the computer screen. He hesitated for a moment, but finally sighed and sent out the string of words he had typed out earlier. Brother Yuan, Brother Fei, I lost this PK.
As for what happened before, I'm really sorry. If there's any punishment, I'll do it. After all, I lost, and I can't just escape punishment.
After he uttered these words, he slumped down in his seat, completely relaxed.
After struggling for so long, if you lose, you lose. Why can't you admit it? So he had better admit it. This way the burden on my heart will be lighter.
Brother Yuan, brother, come to our room tonight. I will apologize to you in person and punish you later. Brother Yuan sent 2 sentences in a row, announcing the reality that this PK game was over. A group of people heard what he said and followed him closely to talk.
Brother Yuan finally came out. That's an admission that you won't continue.
You were yelling so loudly before, but now you can't.
Yo, now I can't scream at all, ha ha ha. Okay, stop talking about Brother Yuan.
He is willing to admit that he lost and is willing to take the punishment himself.
This is a very brotherly behavior.
I dare to ask, who among you can do this with a clear conscience? Yi Fei looked at the screen, especially the last person's speech, and said behind him,
Everyone, please stop criticizing Brother Yuan. This is enough. Let's get over it.
He sent this message out, and everyone in the barrage area responded.
Brother Fei has a big vision.
Yes, Brother Fei is too ambitious.
Is this the rich guy?
The super rich guy is not only rich, but also a nice person.
That person is not good. His wealth does not match his position, right? This is Brother Fu, the real guy.
A group of people were shocked by Yi Fei's vision and began to praise him. When Yi Fei saw this, he knew that it was basically done.
Then let's put this matter behind us. Xiao Chen, should I have my car?
When Xiao Chen saw Yi Fei asking her a question, she quickly spoke.
Yes, the final winner of this car is Brother Fei. Is everyone okay with that? No, how can I have any opinion? We want to know what time the wrong room is at night. Brother Yuan, around 10 o'clock in the evening. Then let's meet at 10 o'clock tonight. Yi Fei, didn't any of you congratulate me on picking up the car?
Congratulations to Brother Fei for picking up the car.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Brother Fei,
for mentioning your favorite car.
A group of people started to flood the screen with messages congratulating Yi Fei for winning his favorite car. Xiao Chen saw that the situation had basically recovered. She glanced at the time and then said, Everyone, we still have some time in the evening. It will be another 10 minutes before we get off work.
There are still 10 minutes left. How about we introduce another car? It's not impossible to have another one. I wonder what the finale is. It's the last car.
If you want to know, we can just go to the finale.
Brother Fei can also take a look and see if he's interested.
The live broadcast room returned to its original appearance.
Xiao Chen seized this opportunity and quickly signaled the staff behind to drive the finale car over. As soon as the finale car came on stage, everyone in the audience couldn't help but exclaim, The Ferrari LaFerrari is our finale car this time. Everyone knows that there is no market for this car right now. If you want to buy it, you need a channel to buy it.
Now we have a new car.
Is there anyone here who is willing to buy it?
The moment the car drove up, Xiaochen immediately shouted loudly, bringing the atmosphere to a climax. When everyone saw this kind of car, the barrage area became very lively at this moment. As the host said, this kind of car is affordable, but there is no channel to buy it.
Who wouldn't want such a ferocious beast? Ferrari La Ferrari is basically every man's dream. So handsome, so handsome. It's so cool, it's so handsome. This price is very high. Brother Fei, won't you come with one? Yi Fei, give me one. Oh my god, Phineas already took it.
Now it's all taken care of, we can just watch.
Yes, host, please introduce it to us.
Seeing that Yifei had spoken, Xiaochen did not hesitate and hung the car directly on Yifei's head. After all, even if Yifei didn't want this car, he had received so many gifts in today's PK, and she would find a similar car to send back to him in the future. The highlights of the car were introduced in the live broadcast room for a while, but Yifei did not continue watching because it was getting late and it was basically time to end the broadcast. Watching the live broadcast room doing follow-up work for the premiere, Yifei also left the room, got up and prepared to wash up and go to bed. He first went to the bathroom, and when he came back, Yifei saw the message on his mobile phone. One message was from Xiao Qingcheng, and the other was from Xiaochen. What Xiao Qingcheng sent was a photo, which was a selfie of herself, and she said good night below it. When Yifei saw this photo, he felt his blood boiling. His own wife actually bought hi-fi to seduce him. That's too much. Yifei, just wait for me, we'll see each other soon. Xiao Qingcheng, good night. When Yifei saw her reply, he couldn't help but complain in his heart, what a bad woman. After complaining, he drank a glass of cold water and then looked towards Xiaochen's private chat window. Xiaochen, Brother Fei, why don't you go to Brother Yuan's live broadcast room to see what's going on? He will start his live broadcast to apologize at 10 o'clock. Yifei, not going. In fact, he didn't want to go in the first place. Those who were apologizing were all gentlemen, and those who should apologized had already apologized just now. Brother Yuan must not be in a very good mood right now, and the losses might be very heavy. Xiaochen, that's a pity. Everyone is waiting for you to go. Yifei, she's not my sister, why should I go? It's completely meaningless. Do I want to see a grown man sing Conquer for me? If he hadn't made this request, I wouldn't bother to respond to him. Xiaochen, yes, what Brother Fei said is right. Xiaochen added a smiling expression with his hands covering his mouth at the end of his words. Yifei, what do you want to see me about? What's the matter? If nothing else, why would I look for you? I came to discuss with you the gifts you got from the PK. The value of these gifts is really too high. Why don't we return them to you? It turns out that I wanted to return it to him. Yifei looked at Xiaochen and said immediately, no need. Xiaochen became anxious when he heard this. Brother Fei, are you free now? Why don't we make a phone call? Chapter 97, Don't Take It Seriously. Ding ling ling. Before Yifei could reply, the phone rang. Yifei looked at the caller ID and saw it was Xiaochen. He sighed helplessly and reached out to answer the call. Brother Fei, you finally answered the phone. I didn't mean to disturb you, but I have to disturb you. Are you going to talk about the funds? Actually, there's no need to talk about it. There's no need to return it. Yifei told Xiaochen the other party's intention without waiting for him to speak. No, Brother Fei, it's such a huge amount of money, how can we just not return it? I have to discuss this with you. When Xiaochen heard this, his tone suddenly became anxious. They can't accept such a huge amount of money as 300 million. Those were all rewards I gave voluntarily. There is no need to return them. Yifei said helplessly. He had no intention of taking the reward back. And that money was only 300 million, but now he has at least 600 million back. Adhering to the principle of giving money away, Yifei felt that it didn't matter. Voluntary rewards are not allowed. Brother Fei said that although this money may not be a big deal to you, it is a big deal to us. This must be returned to you. Look, if you don't want to return it, how about I give you a few more cars? For example, if there are new models in the future, I will send them all to you? Xiaochen was a little anxious and spoke a lot faster. Brother Fei, listen to me. Xiaochen kept talking. Yifei listened to her and knew that she would not be able to accept the money with peace of mind no matter what, so he had to speak. Okay, I get it. Your suggestion is also very good.
If you have any new cars in the future, you can contact me or give me a few more. How about that? Call. That's definitely no problem.
You're our old customer now, and you've given us so much in tips.
This is what we should do. Xiaochen was obviously relieved, and his voice became a little excited. But Brother Fei, I have one more thing to say. What's the matter? Just tell me. Yi Fei asked her casually as he ordered a midnight snack on his phone. Look, you gave us so much this time, I want to say, why don't we cooperate?
This amount of money is still a bit large. If Brother Fei is willing to use this money to invest in us, we will be very happy.
Do you think this is okay? As he spoke, Xiaochen's tone became somewhat guilty and his voice began to become smaller.
In fact, they still feel a little pressure to work with a big shot like Yi Fei. She made this request for two reasons, one to repay Yi Fei for the reward, and the other to consider her own long-term development path.
If Yi Fei is willing to cooperate with them, that would definitely be the best choice. After all, it's a good thing to follow the big guy. As for why you feel guilty?
This is where she felt guilty. Their team was too small and Yi Fei was too powerful, which made her feel that he was out of her reach. Just as Xiaochen was anxiously waiting for Yi Fei's message, Yi Fei first pondered for a moment, then said,
You can consider my reward as an investment. That's fine too. So we are now in a partnership? Hey! Brother Fei, you just agreed to it, and you agreed so readily?
When Xiaochen heard Yi Fei's words, his face first showed joy, but then a hint of confusion appeared.
Yeah, what else is there to do?
This time it was Yi Fei's turn not to understand, so he turned around and asked.
Shouldn't you ask about the recent development of our team, some of the channels behind it, and... Oh, it's useless to look at them. I said we are cooperating, so it's not that complicated. I believe in your team. What else can go wrong?
Yi Fei said with a smile, paused, and then he spoke again.
It's getting late now. I'll take a rest first. Please contact me if you have anything later. Since Brother Fei has said so, let's take a rest first. But I suggest that Brother Fei should. Beep.
Yi Fei hung up the phone before Xiaochen could finish his words.
After hanging up the phone, Xiaochen was still a little confused. Is that all? Isn't that a bit too casual? When did it become so easy to talk about cooperation? Is it so simple that you can trust her completely with just one sentence? Do you think there is a possibility that Brother Fei doesn't take us seriously at all? For him, who can come up with 300 million, there is no need for him to be cautious and discerning? Xiaoji was sorting things nearby. When he saw Yi Fei standing there in a daze, he whispered. Is this Brother Fu? He's too lazy to say a word when signing a contract? Xiaochen felt a surge of emotion in his heart and couldn't help but be amazed. Brother Fei might not even bother to take care of it. Well, since Brother Fei has agreed, let's not bother him. Just send the necessary documents, and for the rest, we'll just have to deliver this LaFerrari to him first. Oh, by the way, Xiaochen, have you notified Brother Fei to come pick it up, or asked Brother Fei for an address or something? Ah. Now that you mention it, it seems like I forgot to say it just now. Oh, how could I forget to say such an important thing? Xiaochen reacted and quickly picked up his phone again and sent the message to Yi Fei.
On Yi Fei's side, he had just received information from the system, which showed the development possibilities of Xiaochen and his team. Just when he saw that their team's plan for the next 10 years showed positive development, which was not much but not bad, he received another text message from Xiaochen. Xiaochen, Brother Fei, the car is here. Do you want to pick it up yourself tomorrow morning, or do you want us to deliver it to you? Xiaochen, I suggest you pick it up yourself, so it will be easier for us to go through the formalities. I was so busy calculating the profit from this PK that I forgot about the car. Looking at the message, Yi Fei muttered softly, then sent 3 words to Xiaochen. Pick it up at the store. Xiaochen, okay, good night, Brother Fei. Seeing this, Yi Fei did not continue to stay at Xiaochen's window, but opened the door of the hotel room, just picked up the takeaway and prepared to have a midnight snack. As it was late, Yi Fei had nothing to do. After he finished his midnight snack, he made some preparations, lay down on the bed and quickly fell asleep. The next day, Yi Fei woke up again to the sound of a phone call. No one disturbed him, so he slept naturally until near noon the next day. Who was calling so early in the morning? Although he was sleeping soundly, Yi Fei was still forced to answer the phone. The phone was answered and Du Hailuo's voice came from the other end. I'm Du Hailuo,
President Yi, are you ready?
There's a cooperation meeting with Shanghai this afternoon that you need to attend.
Chapter 98, Stroll. Shanghai's cooperation meeting? What kind of cooperation meeting?
Yifei was a little dazed from sleep and asked in a daze. As soon as he said this, he instantly remembered the cooperation meeting and opened his eyes again.
It's going to be held tonight? Didn't it say tomorrow or the day after tomorrow? I thought it was the day after tomorrow.
Boss Xiaoye, are you confused after sleeping?
Du Hailuo couldn't help laughing out loud when listening to what Yifei said.
I told you this yesterday, why are you still talking about it the day after tomorrow?
Excuse me. Yifei reacted and apologized quickly.
After talking on the phone with Du Hailuo for a while, his mind became much clearer.
It's okay. Since you're up now, get ready. I'll pick you up later, or we can meet somewhere.
You probably haven't prepared anything yet, so let's have lunch together at noon and get ready in the afternoon, and then we'll go to the dinner. By the way, Xiao Mengmeng misses you very much. Mainly because Xiao Mengmeng wants to play with you, otherwise I wouldn't call you so early.
Du Hailuo sighed helplessly when he reached this point.
When Yifei heard that it was the little girl who missed him, he smiled helplessly and responded to Du Hailuo. Mengmeng missed me, so I'll go play with her for a while.
Let's meet at the central square and have a meal together. No problem. Du Hailuo responded and then hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Yifei didn't stay in bed any longer.
He got up, washed up, and prepared to walk out of the hotel. It was already past 10 o'clock, almost 11, and it was almost time to check out.
He could check out early.
Taking out his cell phone and taking a look, Yifei replied to Xiao Qingcheng. Xiao Qingcheng didn't say anything in the morning, just simply shared her life. Yifei also chatted with her briefly, then got up and walked out of the hotel.
In the central square.
It took Yifei dozens of minutes to reach his destination. As soon as he arrived at the square, he received a call from Du Hailuo.
Du Hailuo told him the direction they were in, and he followed them. You guys are here? Why are you here so early?
I thought I got here fast enough, but you guys are even faster than me. Yifei looked at Du Hailuo and Xiao Mengmeng in the car in front, walked up to them and said,
Elder brother.
When Mengmeng saw Yifei coming, she immediately waved to Yifei from inside the car and tried hard to open the door. Seeing that she was having difficulty opening the car door, Du Hailuo sighed helplessly, shook his head and pressed the button to make the door open automatically.
Why did Xiao Mengmeng come out? Doesn't she still need to continue recuperating in the hospital? Will she be okay if she comes out like this?
Yifei watched Mengmeng get out of the car and he quickly picked her up.
Hey, this is a long story. Mengmeng insisted on coming to see you no matter what. She made my head hurt. She promised me that she would only come out for an hour and take a walk.
The doctor said she would be fine, as long as she was safe.
Oh, I see.
Yifei nodded when he heard that. He held Mengmeng in his arms and turned around before putting her on the ground. Mengmeng also laughed happily and put a piece of paper in her hand into Yifei's hand.
Brother, this is the picture I drew yesterday. Do you think it's improved? Wow. You drew this. You've made great progress.
Yifei looked at the house drawn on the paper. Although the lines were crooked, he still praised it with a smile. When Mengmeng was praised, her eyes suddenly brightened up and she was obviously a lot happier.
Let's take little Mengmeng for a walk here first, shall we? After that, we'll go out for dinner.
Mengmeng can't eat those delicious foods outside, so we have to send her back to the hospital before we go.
Du Hailuo walked out of the car and whispered the second half of the sentence to Yifei in a low voice.
She spoke in a very low voice, as if she was afraid that Mengmeng would hear it. But even though she was afraid, Mengmeng still heard what she said.
Mom, I heard what you said. You guys need to go eat something delicious, humph. But I know I'm sick, so I won't go today. I'll just let Big Brother play with me for a while. Don't worry, I won't make a fuss this time.
What a stingy mother, she's afraid I'll hear you talking.
Mengmeng looked like a little adult and said with a pout.
Seeing her like this, Du Hailuo felt helpless and a bit embarrassed, but he didn't know what to say, so he could only smile and speak.
So next time you have to take good care of your body, so that you can always eat delicious food with me. I know, brother, shall we go shopping for a while? Mengmeng responded obediently, then looked up at Yifei. Okay, let's go shopping for a while.
When Yifei saw Mengmeng's eager eyes, his heart suddenly tightened. He pulled her forward and prepared to take a walk.
Wait a minute, Mr. Yi, let me get the cart and let Meng Meng stay in it. It will be safer this way.
Seeing that Yifei was about to take Meng Meng away, Du Hailuo hurriedly said something behind him, took out the cart, and brought it in front of Yifei.
I don't really want to sit in this.
Meng Meng sighed when she saw the cart. Seeing her like this, Yifei wanted to laugh, but he still lowered his head and spoke to her softly.
Xiao Meng Meng, you can run around and jump around when you recover. Now be good. Let's sit in the car and recover.
Otherwise, if you get hurt accidentally on the way, you will have to stay in the hospital longer.
But
Xiao Meng Meng was still a little hesitant and looked at Yifei eagerly, but she hesitated for a moment and finally compromised.
Since my brother has said so, I will listen to him. But I have a request. I want my brother to push me, okay?
Meng Meng looked up and asked Yifei, her face full of longing.
Why don't you let me push you?
Du Hailuo raised his eyebrows when he heard that. No, Mom, you can always take a walk with me at other times.
My brother is busy and won't have time to be with me in the future.
Meng Meng is still very smart. After saying this, she kept looking at Yifei. Seeing that she was looking at him eagerly, Yifei naturally would not refuse and responded immediately.
In that case, let me carry you up, and then I'll push you.
Yeah.
Following Meng Meng's wishes, she jumped up excitedly.
Yifei carried her to the wheelchair. After Du Hailuo installed some fixed things, Yifei began to push her for a walk around the park.
I just happened to get the invitation letter.
Du Hailuo took out his cell phone as he walked, ready to make a call.
You haven't received the invitation yet?
Yifei raised his eyebrows when he heard this.
Yes, not yet. You can only get it after confirming your participation. This meeting is very strict.
After all, they are afraid that some dangerous people will sneak in.
Is that so? Yifei nodded. Then let's leave this matter to President Du. No problem. Brother, can we go to the front? I saw some butterflies. Okay, let's go now.
After hearing what Xiao Meng Meng said, Yifei pushed the wheelchair and started walking forward with her.
Chapter 99, Ex-Husband Meets Current Husband.
The walk with Meng Meng didn't take long.
At about 1:30, Du Hailuo received the invitation letter. Because the central hospital was still some distance away from the hospital, they had to stop early and prepare to send Meng Meng back first.
Although Meng Meng wanted to play for a while, she was quickly sent back due to her physical condition.
Brother, come play again next time when you have time. After Yifei waved goodbye, Xiao Meng Meng was taken back by medical staff. I know. I'll come to see you when I'm free.
Yifei agreed to her, and she obediently walked back to the hospital. Seeing that she was finally sent away, Du Hailuo breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Yifei.
Okay, we're almost there now. It's about time we go get some food and then get ready for the afternoon. You still have to buy some decent clothes, let's go. After calculating the time, Du Hailuo said something to Yifei anxiously.
After being busy for the whole afternoon, I will be very anxious when attending the dinner party in the evening.
Then you can arrange it this afternoon.
Yifei knew that Du Hailuo was a regular customer of this kind of meeting, so he simply gave his time to her.
Then get in the car now, let's eat first.
Du Hailuo waved his hand, asked the driver to drive the car over, and took Yifei up. She first asked Yifei if he had any dietary restrictions, and then asked the driver to take the two of them to a nearby restaurant for dinner. Later, Yifei had lunch with Du Hailuo, and went shopping for a piece of clothing in the afternoon.
Everything went smoothly.
At around 4 or 5 o'clock, seeing that it was time for the dinner, Du Hailuo and Yifei hurried to the scene.
Fortunately, my husband doesn't plan to come today. If he did, he would inevitably be nagged. Nagging? Does your husband nag you often? Yifei continued casually and took a look at the Degeo map.
Yes, he is most afraid that I will panic at this critical moment and not be prepared for anything.
This is normal. We have different styles of doing things, so it's normal for this to happen.
Du Hailuo responded and walked towards the parking lot of a nearby large hotel.
Come to think of it, I haven't met your husband yet.
Seeing her park the car, Yifei stood up and walked under the car.
Du Hailuo's husband is from the second largest company in China overseas.
If he could meet her, it would be of great benefit to him.
I'll let you meet him when I have time. He's a nice guy. If there's any possibility of cooperation, you can work together.
Du Hailuo said with a smile.
Thank you, Mr. Du, for setting the stage. Don't tell me thank you.
When Du Hailuo heard Yifei's words, he waved his hands. Yifei saw her getting out of the car, and the two of them walked out of the parking lot.
Oh, I forgot to send you the invitation. You'll need this when you enter the house later.
Du Hai said something to Yifei with a smile, then took out his mobile phone and forwarded the invitation letter to Yifei's chat window.
It doesn't matter whether you want it or not.
Even if you don't want it, you can still go in with me here.
But in order to prevent any emergencies, you should still take it.
You seem to have told me something meaningful, but it also seems meaningless. Yifei raised his eyebrows when he heard this and spread his hands helplessly.
Du Hailuo just smiled and didn't say much. Okay, let's go in quickly. It's almost time for the meeting to start now. If we go in later, everyone will leave. Okay, let's hurry up then.
Suddenly realizing that Du Hailuo was a little impatient, Yifei raised his eyebrows slightly and followed her towards the hotel in front. The two quickly walked to the door of the hotel and began to scan the invitations. On the other side, in the parking lot not far away. At this time, Wang Rohan and Yang Hongyu got out of the car, and they both walked towards the hotel entrance at the same time.
Especially behind them, Zhou Kiki followed. Wang Rohan's expression was a little gloomy, but Yang Hongyu was in a very good mood. As for Zhou Kiki, she looked like she was enjoying the show.
The reason why Wang Rohan had a gloomy expression was that she originally didn't want to come to this meeting, but was finally called to come.
As for Yang Hongyu, he was excited because he was going to meet Yifei and wanted to help Wang Rohan get justice.
As for Zhou Kiki, she just came to watch the show. She didn't tell Yang Hongyu about this before, considering that Yang Hongyu might not believe her, so she didn't do such a stupid thing. After learning that Yifei would also attend the meeting, her mood suddenly improved. Now she doesn't need to say anything, just wait quietly and there will be a good show to watch.
Rohan, are you feeling unwell?
Zhou Kiki saw Wang Rohan with a gloomy face and went up to ask her questions.
No, I'm much better. Wang Rohan waved her hand and said with a smile.
Rohan had a stomachache before, and she still came to attend this dinner despite the stomachache.
It's really tiring.
In fact, she shouldn't have come. Yang Hongyu said with concern and reached out to support her.
It's okay. I also want to see Yifei and seek justice.
Wang Rohan's face stiffened when she heard this, but she still smiled and said something to Yang Hongyu in front of her.
She doesn't even want to, okay?
If possible, she didn't want to follow Yang Hongyu to this place at all.
But if she didn't do this, Yang Hongyu would definitely think that she was hiding something.
After all, she had told Yang Hongyu several times before that she didn't want to attend the dinner.
Don't worry, baby. You're here even though you're in such a bad mood. I will definitely not let Yifei have an easy time.
I will make a quick decision this time and will definitely not let you down. Yang Hongyu supported Wang Rohan and walked towards the hotel entrance. Wang Rohan smiled and nodded when she heard this, but the smile soon became stiff.
Because who else is standing in front if not Yifei?
When she saw Yifei, her expression changed slightly, and she wanted to think of a way to avoid this person. Just when she was about to pretend that she had a stomachache and couldn't move, Zhou Kiki's voice suddenly came from behind her.
Ha! Is this Yifei?
Hiss, that person looks like Yifei.
No, it's Yifei.
When she said this, Yang Hongyu immediately looked up at Yifei.
Seeing this, Wang Rohan's expression suddenly became gloomy and she looked at Zhou Kiki with some resentment. There are so many times to speak, but why do you have to speak at this moment?
But even if Zhou Kiki said so, he had no choice but to accept the defeat. After all, she also concealed some information about Zhou Kiki.
Ha, it really is Yifei. How come Yifei is with President Du? It's so funny that these two are still together.
No, I have to go to the front and take a look now.
Baby, let's go see him together. Yang Hongyu's eyes showed a bit more teasing, and he said while pulling Wang Rohan. Chapter 100 Scum Like You. Mr. Yang, I think it's pointless for us to go and see now.
I think it would be better for us to suddenly attack him when we go in.
That would be better. What do you think?
Looking at Yifei, Wang Rohan felt a little guilty. If they met like this, based on his understanding of Yang Hongyu, there would definitely be a head-on conflict. If any conflict arises, it will be troublesome. The trouble is not the conflict, but that she is afraid that something will happen and Yifei will tell her about his past with her.
If he tells her, wouldn't she be in a dilemma and won't even be able to hook up with Yang Hongyu, the rich husband? Wang Rohan was anxious, hating herself for telling Yang Hanyu too much about Yifei.
At this point, there is no point regretting. And this Joe Kiki, she shouldn't have brought her here this time. Now that I brought it here, it would only cause her trouble. Looking at Joe Kiki's smiling and excited face, she didn't know why she suddenly felt a little disgusted. When Yang Hanyu heard Wang Rohan's words, he thought she was afraid, so he immediately spoke. Baby, why are you afraid when I'm here? If you ask me, you're just too kind. Being so kind will get you bullied. Listen to me, we're going to meet him now. Later, we'll go in and hold the meeting as usual. We'll discuss him again. What he did to you was really too much. No matter what he said today, I will make him pay the price. At least I will apologize to you. Yang Hongyu said this with a cold snort, looking as if he was determined to go and see it no matter what. Seeing him like this, Wang Rohan opened her mouth to say something, but before she could get her words out, she was pulled forward. Mr. Yang, we should still. While walking, Wang Rohan tried to persuade Yang Hongyu to leave, but was interrupted by Yang Hongyu. Okay, baby, don't be afraid, I'm here, just watch me perform. No, Wang Rohan wanted to say something, but was pulled forward by Yang Hongyu. Joe Kiki was watching this scene nearby. She lowered her face and couldn't help laughing out loud. She has observed until now, and the more she looks at Wang Rohan, the more she knows that Wang Rohan's actions at this moment are guilty. Joe Kiki wanted to laugh in her heart. She was in a good mood and followed them humming a song, looking like she was ready to watch a show. As long as Wang Rohan's true identity is revealed, she might have the opportunity to take advantage of the situation and directly become Yang Hongyu's girlfriend. Thinking about this opportunity, Joe Kiki felt better and walked more cheerfully. On the other side, Yifei was following Du Hai to the door and scanning the invitation letter. When the security guard saw the two people, he waved and sent them back without thinking. Du Hai Luo greeted the security guard with a smile. After that, she took Yifei and walked towards the hotel. However, halfway through, they were suddenly stopped at the door of the hotel. Du Hai Luo, in particular, was not paying attention to the road ahead because he was chatting with Yifei and almost bumped into several people in front of him. Ha! What's this? Why are you suddenly running over from behind? Can you please pay attention? Du Hai Luo looked at the people in front of him, raised his brows slightly, and was speechless about their reckless behavior. I'm sorry, Mr. Du, I was in a hurry to meet an old friend, so I drove a little too fast and almost bumped into you. I'm really sorry. Yang Hongyu came up from behind and pulled Wang Rohan with him. The son of the Yang family? Who is young Master Yang looking for? Is it Mr. Xiaoyi? Du Hai Luo looked up at the person in front of her and recognized who it was. Her expression then eased a little. Yes, I'm here to look for Yifei. I saw him from a long distance away, so I have to come and see him. Yang Hongyu looked at Yifei meaningfully and said to him with a smile. I don't seem to know you. Yifei first glanced at Yang Hongyu, then his gaze shifted to Wang Rohan. When he saw Wang Rohan, he instantly understood what was going on. Is this the current boyfriend who came to visit? Isn't this a coincidence? But he is a married man now, and as for Wang Rohan's words, they are in the past and he is too lazy to pay attention to them. Yifei intended to pretend not to know them and avoid them. He did not plan to talk much to the two people in front of him, but followed Du Hai Luo and prepared to leave. You don't know each other? When Du Hai Luo saw this situation, he realized something was wrong and frowned slightly. Yes, I don't know him. Mr. Du, let's go inside and attend the dinner quickly. Yifei said with a smile, motioning Du Hai Luo to take him away. Although Du Hai Luo didn't know what was going on, she nodded and prepared to take Yifei away. But just when she was about to leave with Yifei, Yang Hongyu came up again and blocked their way. Seeing this, Yifei raised his eyebrows and stopped moving forward. What does this mean? We are old friends, why do you say we don't know each other? We should be very familiar with each other, right? Yang Hongyu did not directly answer Yifei's question, but changed his way of saying it. I don't think we should be very familiar with each other. If you have anything to say, just tell me directly. If not, I have to go in and attend the cooperation meeting. Yifei glanced at him lazily and said with a smile. I must have something to ask you, so why would I come to you? Look, I've brought people to see you. You don't know me, but you know her, right? As Yang Hongyu spoke, he reached out and pulled Wang Rohan forward. Wang Rohan was pulled to the front, her expression was a bit embarrassed, and the look she gave Yifei was even more embarrassed.
I do know this person, but what do you want?
Yifei glanced at Wang Rohan indifferently, then raised his head and looked at Yang Hongyu again.
Can we talk in private?
Yang Hongyu raised his eyebrows and made a gesture of invitation. However, after he made this gesture, Yifei did not respond, but chose to refuse and even pushed his hand away. Seeing this, Yang Hongyu's expression changed slightly and he looked a little unhappy. He has given face to the person in front of him, but it seems that Yifei doesn't appreciate it at all.
If you don't appreciate it, don't blame him. I'm very busy. If you have anything urgent to say, just tell me now. I don't have time to talk to you alone.
Yifei pushed his hand away and looked at Yang Hongyu in front of him with a smile, always remaining polite.
Okay, it's okay to talk to you now. Since you said that, I can't help but give you face.
What I want to tell you is that if you dare to come to this cooperation meeting today, a scum like you will never get a cooperation.
Chapter 101 Love the Wrong Person. You seem to be quite angry, and I don't understand what you mean by scumbag. May I ask, when did I do anything to you?
Yifei was infuriated when he heard this and his expression changed slightly.
However, he soon understood what was going on.
When he saw the guilty look that flashed across Wang Rohan's face, he immediately knew what was going on.
It seems that Wang Rohan is the one behind this.
Maybe Wang Rohan often said that Yifei was the one behind his back, which made Yang Hongyu have this impression of him. After taking a deep look at Wang Rohan, Yifei curled up the corners of his mouth into a smile.
Wang Rohan noticed his look and became a little flustered.
She wanted to take a few steps back. In the end, she simply stopped talking, hid behind Yang Hongyu, and stopped moving.
Don't you know what you did? Do I need to tell you about these things? If I tell you now, it will be a bit too boring.
Yang Hongyu snorted coldly, with a hint of disgust and disdain on his face.
Really? If you think it's boring, then don't continue. But compared to this, I think you should be more careful. When Yifei heard his provocative words, he was neither angry nor annoyed, but just left this inexplicable remark.
After saying this, Yang Hongyu's brows suddenly frowned.
What do you mean by that? That's what I mean. Okay, I'm going in. Can you stop blocking the door?
Yifei raised his eyes, and after saying this, he stood up and prepared to leave. However, his action also completely angered Yang Hongyu.
Damn it, you're still with Yang Ruahan, right? You're such a scumbag.
I'm warning you, don't even think about going in today while I'm here.
Get out of the way.
When Yifei saw him standing in front of him, he frowned and looked a little impatient. It would be a bit troublesome if the road was always blocked. You've been saying bad things about Rohan before, and now you're still saying it.
Who do you think you are?
I'm warning you, Rohan is my girlfriend now, and I don't want to hear a single bad word from her here. You have to apologize to my baby today.
If you don't, I will. Crash.
Yifei didn't wait for him to finish his words and just pushed him. After pushing it, he didn't say anything, just smiled and looked at him. Yang Hongyu was almost knocked to the ground by this push.
He stood there in a daze, staring at Yifei.
I'm sorry, Master Yang, I may have been a little careless. Seeing this, Yifei pretended to be fine and stepped forward to express his apologies.
You. Yang Hongyu's expression was ferocious, and he walked forward and prepared to attack Yifei.
Yifei had guessed that he would do this, and the moment he rushed up, he dodged to the side.
Yang Hongyu didn't expect that he reacted so quickly.
He failed to retract the strength he had exerted. Although inertia did not cause him to fall, he was pushed against the wall, looking very embarrassed. At this time, Yifei and Du Hailuo had already left the place. They walked very quickly and were already in the hotel.
Yifei waved to Yang Hongyu, then turned around and left with Du Hailuo in a leisurely manner. Seeing them leave, Yang Hongyu suddenly became anxious.
In a rage, he wanted to chase after them.
Wang Rohan seized this opportunity, pretended to be weak, and held him tightly. Mr. Yang, please don't be angry. I have a severe stomachache now. Can we go to the toilet first?
When Yang Hongyu heard Wang Rohan's words, he was a little angry at first, but when he saw Wang Rohan's weak appearance, he still held his temper.
Baby, come on, let's go to the bathroom first. I'll take you there. This way, just go this way. I feel like vomiting. Do you want to go get some medicine?
Okay, buy some medicine, no problem.
Yang Hongyu responded to Wang Rohan anxiously and took her to find the toilet quickly.
After finding it, he hurried out of the hotel and helped Wang Rohan buy medicine.
Wang Rohan breathed a sigh of relief when she saw him leave.
Fortunately, she was able to think quickly and prevent the matter from getting out of hand. Thinking of the meaningful look Yifei gave her just now, she couldn't help but shiver. No, I can't attend this party for too long.
I have to find a way to leave. This is really troublesome. If I just leave like this, Mr. Yang will definitely suspect me. Feeling anxious, Wang Rohan held her head and scratched her hair worriedly. Jokiki was humming a song outside, and when she heard what she said, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yifei and Du Hailuo walked towards the hotel.
Soon they arrived at the door of the banquet hall. Because the banquet was now in preparation time and the people who came were of normal standard, Du Hailuo and Yifei did not rush in, but chose a seat near the door and sat down. After the two sat down, Du Hailuo looked at Yifei with a gossipy look on his face.
Don't look at Mr. D, you can see through my face.
Yifei said helplessly and waved his hand.
I'm just curious, what's your relationship? Current ex, scumbag, you won't let the girl down, right?
Du Hailuo continued to gossip and took a glass of red wine from the side and handed it to Yifei.
Boss do you think I am such a person?
Yifei sighed helplessly when he heard that and reached out to take the red wine she handed over.
No, I think there must be some misunderstanding. The meeting is about to start. Why don't you take this opportunity to tell me what's going on?
Du Hailuo continued gossiping and looked at Yifei with some curiosity.
Since President Du wants to hear it, I'll tell you. It's nothing. It's just some old stuff. Let me make it clear first, I didn't force you.
Seeing what Yifei was about to say, Du Hailuo added another sentence. Upon hearing this, Yifei couldn't help but roll his eyes. Du Hailuo looked like he was prepared for what he heard, yet he was still saying such useless words.
Then let me tell you about it.
Yifei knew that she wanted to hear it, so he didn't keep her in suspense and simply told her everything about him and Wang Rohan. But when it comes to the bride price and so on, in order to make things more reasonable, he also told her about a new identity. That is the story of how I was just an ordinary worker before, and later I stood up through hard work and luck. When Du Hailuo heard Yifei's words, his brows suddenly furrowed, and he found it difficult to comment for a moment.
If that's the case, then Wang Rohan is really going too far.
You two are getting married and living together, so why do their families want you to take care of your brother-in-law's affairs?
This incident was just the breaking point of our separation.
From what happened before, I gradually realized that I loved the wrong person.
Yifei said in a deep voice. Chapter 102 Business Briefing. It seems that our Mr. Xiaoyi is still an affectionate young man.
When Du Hailuo heard Yifei's words, he couldn't help but make a teasing remark.
It's just that I met the wrong person. I didn't expect that I'm still gossiping about you.
I just hooked up with the young master of the Yang family.
Who knows how many bad things he said about you? That's why the young master of the Yang family reacted like that. Who knows?
Yifei raised his eyebrows when he heard this, but didn't say anything more. Seeing this, Du Hailuo shrugged and ended the topic tacitly. Since she already knew the whole story, there was no need to continue asking. There's no point in continuing the conversation. It would be better to focus on this cooperation.
Is this cooperation meeting about to start? I see that almost everyone is here, and there are people on the podium.
Yifei looked up at the podium, took a sip of red wine, and asked Du Hailuo. After taking a sip of the red wine, his expression changed. This wine tastes a bit greasy.
Normal.
The ones used for this kind of banquet are definitely not very good.
They are of average quality. Yes, looking at the current situation, it's time to start talking. This kind of cooperation meeting is actually very boring.
When it starts, each company will speak and talk about what kind of talents they need and what kind of investment they need. Du Hailuo leaned lazily in his chair, raised his eyebrows and looked at the boss who was making the layout. This issue is hosted by the number one family in Shanghai, the C family, so this issue might be quite interesting. I was very curious, but now that you've said that, I'm not so curious anymore. As Yifei listened to Du Hailuo's words, a memory of what happened at the banquet emerged in his mind, and he suddenly lost interest.
That's what it is.
You thought it was a cocktail party, but this is a business event. Du Hailuo smiled helplessly and looked up at the C family members who were walking towards the podium.
It's almost time to start now.
After she finished speaking, the people from the C family picked up the microphone and started speaking.
Welcome everyone to our annual business dinner of China overseas. I think everyone has been looking forward to it for a long time. We won't say much about this business dinner. Everyone will take turns to come on stage to talk about the profile of your company. If you are the right partner, you can choose to cooperate with us. This event is held by the C family, the #1 family in Shanghai. Everyone here can drink and eat as much as they want. Don't be polite.
A young man came up, took the microphone and introduced himself to everyone with a smile. Judging from his words and actions, he should be the young master sent by the C family to gain experience.
Okay. We won't be polite at this cooperative dinner with the support of the #1 family in Shanghai. Yes, the C family really had a hard time this time. Is the old man in good health? Is there anything wrong? Boss C, why don't you tell us what projects your company has that need investment? Let us see if there is anything we can get. When a group of people heard what Mr. C said, they all responded enthusiastically from the audience. Seeing this, Mr. C was not idle either. After joking with them for a few words, he began to introduce them with a smile. We mainly want to develop a building materials company this time. I can tell you what we mainly do. You can consider it. As Mr. C was speaking, he began to introduce the main projects of his company. When everyone heard his introduction, they all listened quietly. Du Hailuo and Yi Fei began to introduce themselves below the stage. This is the second young master of the C family. I guess he was thrown onto the stage to gain experience this time. You should also prepare and see what to introduce later. We all have to introduce ourselves. Do I still need to make an introduction? Yi Fei raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. He originally just wanted to participate and see if there were any projects that could be invested in. But now it seems he can't just sit back and do nothing, as he still has to go on stage and say a few important words. Yes, since I brought you here, you must go up and say a few words. Everyone is watching here. If you have nothing good to say, then just say anything casually. Du Hailuo said with a smile. Well, it's different when Big Sister brings it here. Yi Fei smiled and joked, then sat down quietly and listened to the projects that everyone was going to invest in. At this time, Mr. C had already stepped down and was replaced by a new group of CEOs who came to the stage to speak. These CEOs basically just said a few words casually and left the stage early. Whether they were in the mood to cooperate or not could be clearly seen with just 2 sentences. We are from Han Yuan Enterprise, and we are in the computer industry. If you are interested, you can learn more about us. We are Yun Yuan Enterprise, a real estate company, and we are in need of partners to work with us. Is there anyone who would like to join us? We are. After hearing the latter part, Yi Fei felt a little bored and couldn't help yawning. Just when he was about to eat something, he turned around and saw Wang Rohan, Yang Hongyu, and others who had come. Wang Rohan's face was a little blue, and it was obvious that she was not in a good mood. Yang Hongyu supported Wang Rohan all the way in, found a seat for her, and let her sit down. Then he looked up and looked around. After seeing Yi Fei, his expression suddenly changed, with a hint of cruelty. The two looked at each other. Yi Fei was very calm, but Yang Hongyu snorted disdainfully and turned his head away. Seeing his reaction, Yi Fei felt like laughing, but he didn't say anything. He picked up the food next to him and continued eating. There were actually not too many companies attending this banquet, and less than a dozen people actually spoke, and then it was Du Hailuo and Yang Hongyu's turn. Du Hailuo was in the front, Yang Hongyu was behind her, and as for Yi Fei, he appeared after the two of them. After Du Hailuo came on stage, he was perfunctory. He just spoke briefly and quickly left the stage. As for Yang Hongyu, I don't know if he was showing off or what, but he spoke for a long time on the stage. While speaking, he looked at Yi Fei from time to time, with a look of considerable pride on his face. Our company is doing pretty well this year. We have 10 sales outlets and the overall profit has increased to 20%, which is unprecedented. If you want to cooperate with us, you can come to us. We will not refuse anyone and we will create brilliance together. Woohoo, the overall profit has increased by 20%. My God, this number is really not small. It's really not small. This is a bit too much. I remember that the Yang family was pretty good last year. I didn't expect it to be even more powerful this year. Will they develop a chain business to cover the entire northern half of Shanghai? I think Mr. Yang definitely has a chance. You don't know, but Mr. Yang achieved this on his own, not relying on his family's capital. He achieved all this independently with his father. Is it so amazing? Is this true?
A group of people were talking below and looking at Mr. Yang, praising him. Yang Hongyu felt very comfortable hearing everyone's praise, and immediately said with a smile,
"Thank you for the compliments. We actually have someone more powerful this time. I am nothing. Please take your time. If it is suitable, we can work together." Chapter 103, comparable to the selection of concubines. Boss Yang is so low-key. He is young, promising, and humble. That's right. With a leader like this, how could the business fail to succeed? Following Mr. Yang, there is a future. When a group of people heard what Yang Hongyu said, they couldn't help but flatter him. Yang Hongyu's own strength is indeed strong enough, so it is normal for people to flatter him. "Okay, everyone, I won't say any more. I'll go down first. I can't take up other companies' time to discuss projects." "That's not very nice." Yang Hongyu said this with a smile, then walked downstairs. As he walked down, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he glanced at Yifei in an extremely provocative manner. Yifei's gaze just happened to follow him, and their eyes met, and the smell of gunpowder from each other filled the air. Du Hailuo, who was standing nearby, saw the situation and couldn't help but sigh. "Woohoo, I think this young Master Yang is quite hostile to you. But now that he's down, it's your turn to go up and introduce yourself. Have you thought about what projects you'll be talking about?" Du Hailuo asked Yifei curiously, then raised his eyebrows slightly as he looked at Yang Hongyu, who was walking off the stage. "Can there be no hostility?" Yifan smiled and did not dwell on this topic for too long, but continued speaking. "I haven't figured out how I'm going to introduce myself yet, but I'll just say anything, right?" "Yes, it's okay to just say it casually, then go up." Du Hailuo nodded and made a gesture of invitation. When she saw Yifei walk to the front, she followed him and went on stage with Yifei. With Du Hailuo following them, they immediately attracted the attention of many people around, and everyone looked at Yifei and Du Hailuo. "Who is this person? I don't know. He doesn't look like he's from Shanghai. He should be a rising star, right? This is the person brought by President Du. I guess he is not just a small boss. He is so young. You know, President Du never brings new people. And with her status, how bad can the people she brings be?" "You're right. I'm curious about what kind of company he's the boss of." A group of people were whispering and watching Yifei walk onto the stage. Seeing this, the expressions of Yang Hongyu and Wang Rohan beside them changed slightly, especially Yang Hongyu, who always had a faint smile and a cruel look on his face. Yifei didn't expect that Du Hailuo would follow him. Looking at Du Hailuo, his eyebrows raised slightly. Du Hailuo smiled back, then reached out to take the microphone and started speaking. "Everyone, I want to recommend someone to this cooperation meeting. This person is Mr. Yi standing next to me. He is a partner of our future auto parts company, and he has also invested in many companies. If you are interested, you can talk to him. Come on, Mr. Yi, please say a few words." Du Hailuo smiled and handed the microphone to Yifei, motioning him to speak. Upon hearing this, Yifei took the microphone. Seeing that everyone's eyes were on him, he hesitated for a moment. Actually, if you ask him to talk about his own project, he really doesn't know what to introduce. After all, his family only has one auto parts factory, and the rest are other projects he invested in. Just when Yifei was thinking about what he was going to say, the system popped up. "I noticed that there were projects worth investing in on the spot. I invested in 3 promising projects and received double the return of funds. The investment amount was 300 million yuan. No investment, no reward. Ding. Deshing Group. Future trend chart." A bunch of information popped up in front of Yifei, and behind the trend chart was their future growth trend. Yifei's eyes were filled with excitement when he saw the business development paths of everyone present in an instant. "Isn't this a crazy profit? Come to a banquet and invest in a few more projects. Isn't this just giving him RMB for free?" Excited, Yifei first cleared his throat lightly before speaking. "I'm sorry, everyone. I was just thinking about how to introduce myself, so I thought about it for a while. I don't have any projects to invest in here. I can't help it. I don't participate in many projects or start businesses myself. But I want to cooperate with everyone here and invest in your projects." "Ha!" Du Hailuo was originally happy when she heard Yifei talking, but when she heard him say this, her expression changed. "And then, nothing more?" Du Hailu asked hesitantly.
Well, no, I'm here mainly to invest in the projects of everyone here, and I'm optimistic about a few companies, some of which have very good future trends. Yifei nodded seriously and his voice spread throughout the hall. When everyone heard him say this, they all fell silent.
Seriously?
They were having a cooperation meeting to introduce their own projects, so why were they suddenly treated specially when it came to Yifei's turn? Everyone was introducing the projects they were working on, but Yifei said this, which made everyone gasp.
This is a bit too pretentious. How dare you say such things on stage?
Boss Xiaoyi, you're doomed if you talk like that.
Do you know what you're saying?
Du Hailuo reacted quickly and grabbed his hand, wanting to take him to the back to talk.
Isn't what Yifei meant by this equivalent to selecting a concubine in the harem?
Others come here to introduce their own family projects, but he comes right up and says he wants to invest. The elder brother pinched his temples because he had a headache. Du Hailuo's brain was working rapidly, trying to find a chance to explain to everyone.
Is that okay?
Yifei raised his eyebrows slightly, still a little confused.
Nothing, aren't you trying to be special? Du Hailuo complained helplessly, stood up and walked towards the microphone.
She was ready to try to save the situation, but just as she walked to the microphone to speak, Yang Hongyu, who was sitting below, started talking.
I don't know where Mr. Yi got the confidence from. From the tone of your voice, I thought you were going to invest in all the projects of everyone here. You have prepared tens of millions, or even 100 million. But even 100 million is not enough to buy everything at our site.
Yang Hongyu stood up and spoke, and the people around him couldn't help but hold back their laughter when they heard his words. They had the same idea as Yang Hongyu, and were very disgusted with Yifei's pretentious and special behavior.
This tone is indeed a bit too arrogant. Compared with us, it seems like a hands-off boss. How can he be a hands-off manager? He said this as if he was selecting a concubine.
This Mr. Yi is quite interesting.
He actually speaks like this. The conditions must be good, right?
Boss Yi, you must be fully prepared when you say this.
Why don't you tell us how much money you are prepared to invest? Chapter 104, Character Problems.
Everyone, I didn't explain this matter clearly to Mr. Yi.
You all.
Seeing that the situation was becoming increasingly strange, Du Hailuo quickly picked up the microphone and wanted to explain, but she was interrupted by Yifei before she could finish her words. Yifei waved at her, then picked up the microphone. Facing the questions from the crowd below, he remained calm.
My current reserve fund is 300 million. If there are suitable ones, more is fine. Isn't investment all about finding the right one?
And I won't do what Mr. Yang said, that everyone on the scene has to vote.
If you say that, it's a bit exaggerated. I don't have such an intention.
Yifei said this with a smile, completely ignoring the shocked Du Hailuo beside him.
Du Hailuo's face was wrinkled and his brows were furrowed.
Because no one spoke at the scene, she hesitated for a while before asking.
Are you serious? There are really so many?
Why else would I lie to you?
I'm here to discuss business and investment, not to play house or put on a show. You.
Du Hailuo wanted to say something after hearing this, but finally shut his mouth. Although she still had many doubts in her heart, she also knew that now was not the time to ask for clarifications. After all, the two of them were still on the stage. Seeing that no one was talking, Yifei was a little confused.
Looking at everyone, he asked. Is my bid a little low? If it's a little low. Boss Yi, is the 300 million you mentioned true? Fuck, 300 million, how much? How much do you think it can be higher? Boss Yi, please invest this much money in us. Ah, so I'm the clown. 300 million. Mr. Yi, take a look at our Dexing enterprise.
No, you should get up and take a look at our company. After a group of people realized what was happening, they all rushed to recommend their own projects to Yifei. Yifei breathed a sigh of relief when he saw everyone's reaction. I thought my bid was too low, so I couldn't get you. No, 300 million, you are simply our rich brother.
Yes.
When a group of people heard Yifei's words, they began to flatter him loudly behind him. You have to know that 300 million is comparable to the annual income of the number one enterprise in Shanghai.
Now that Yifei is using this money for investment, how can the CEOs of these companies not be anxious? A group of people surrounded Yifei.
When Yifei saw them, he immediately went into work mode.
What effect does he want? This is the effect he wants.
It would be right for everyone to come up and recommend cooperation to him, which would be convenient for him as well. You guys can consider it, Dayun, but I will only invest 30 million in you, and you just need to bring the rest of the contracts to me.
It's okay for you to find a clothing store. 30 million, please. The contract is the same. Send it to me when the time comes. As for you guys, I don't like working with people in your industry, so I won't cooperate with you.
Yi Fei was talking about investment with a group of people. When he saw a company with a slight loss, he would think of a reason to casually reject it. The people around were slightly surprised to see Yi Fei act so casually. But when they saw that they could have a chance just by saying a few words, they moved forward more excitedly, wanting to seize the opportunity.
Du Hailuo, who was standing by, saw the scene and frowned, not knowing what to say. Just talk about it so casually? Why does this cooperation seem like a joke? If you do this, aren't you afraid of losing everything?
Seeing that Yi Fei was still discussing cooperation, Du Hailuo wanted to step forward and say a few words, but at this time she had been separated from the crowd by the surrounding crowd and had nothing to say. Seeing that things had developed to this point, there was helplessness on her face, and she could only stand aside. Yang Hongyu looked at the scene in front of him, his expression changed slightly, and his face looked a little unhappy.
He hadn't even said a few words yet. Why did the atmosphere on the scene suddenly change, and Yi Fei was the focus?
Seeing Yi Fei surrounded by everyone, Yang Hongyu's expression became more and more ugly. The limelight of the entire banquet was stolen, so he naturally couldn't be very happy.
Wang Rohan was different from him.
Although the number Yi Fei just said shocked her, at this time, it was completely God helping her. If Yi Fei was surrounded by this group of people all the time, Yang Hongyu would have no chance to get close to Yi Fei. Under the premise that he had no chance, Yang Hongyu and Yi Fei would definitely not have any face-to-face contact, and nothing would happen.
Seeing Yi Fei surrounded by everyone, Wang Rohan felt extremely fortunate. Mr. Yang, Don't worry, baby. I will definitely not let him off easily. I've said before that he won't get a contract at this dinner.
Yang Hongyu interrupted Wang Rohan before she finished speaking, looked at Yi Fei, and strode towards the stage.
When Wang Rohan saw his actions, she suddenly had a bad feeling. No, Mr. Yang, don't be so anxious. What are you going to do? How will people see you if you go up like this?
Wang Rohan wanted to persuade him, but Yang Hongyu didn't listen at all and shook off her hand. Zhou Kiki was watching what was happening leisurely at the side. After seeing Wang Rohan getting anxious, she raised her eyebrows and walked forward to grab Wang Rohan.
Rohan, Boss Yang is too angry. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. Boss Yang is always sensible. There will be nothing wrong.
Zhou Kiki grabbed Wang Rohan, which made Wang Rohan miss the best opportunity to stop Yang Hongyu. Her expression suddenly became fierce and she looked at Zhou Kiki.
Bang!
Wang Rohan slapped his hand away fiercely, stood up and chased after Yang Hongyu, but she was still a step too late. Yang Hongyu had already squeezed into the crowd, and she was completely separated from him.
Why?
Wang Rohan was a little flustered and wanted to squeeze in, but was pushed outside. Zhou Kiki looked at them with some amusement from behind, but she still walked forward and reached out to hold Wang Rohan. At this time, Yang Hongyu had already approached the microphone. The moment he got close, he picked up the microphone and started shouting. Everyone, don't rush to sign a contract with this person or invest in him.
When you are working with him, have you really understood his character? You don't even know who this person is. He may not even have that much money. He is a scumbag and has a questionable character. If you cooperate with him, aren't you afraid that you will be cheated and lose all your money?
Yang Hongyu spoke loudly, and his voice quickly attracted the people around him. Everyone stopped and followed Yi Fei's introduction, and all looked up at him.
Chapter 105, There is no meaning. What character problem? Are there any melons? How come Mr. Yi is a scumbag? How do you talk like that?
A group of people looked confused and looked at Yang Hongyu. Neither Du Hailuo nor Yi Fei had expected that such a situation would actually occur, and their expressions changed slightly.
It's outrageous to say that someone has character problems right away? Young Master Yang, don't talk nonsense. What do you mean? Du Hailuo stepped forward and confronted Yang Hongyu in front of him. What do I mean? That's what I mean. Others may not know who he is, but I know very well that he is a scumbag. Speak properly. Seeing Yang Hongyu's rude remarks, Du Hailuo became a little impatient this time.
She knew about the misunderstanding between Yi Fei and Yang Hongyu, so she also knew why Yang Hongyu came out to attack Yifei now. But what she didn't expect was that Yang Hongyu actually chose this most extreme way of attack, and it was not decent at all. This behavior made her speechless, and she even felt that Yang Hongyu in front of her was outrageous.
Boss Du, I'm already speaking nicely, and I'm telling the truth. I think you must have been deceived. A big shot like you in Zhonghai's second largest enterprise should not bother to contact such a scum. But it's normal that you were deceived. After all, he is very good at disguise. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a big melon that hurt so many people. Facing Du Hailuo's questioning, Yang Hongyu spoke loudly and was very excited.
Du Hailuo raised his eyebrows when he heard this, feeling helpless. She was about to speak, but when she heard that everyone around her was attracted by his topic, she couldn't help but ask.
What on earth did Mr. Yi do? Tell me, you keep calling him a scumbag. Where is he? Yes, you seem to know Mr. Yi very well. Please tell me something instead of just cursing at me. I think you did this on purpose. How could our Mr. Yi be a scumbag? He is so handsome and so rich, how could there be any problem with his character? That's right. What are you acting? Everyone held their own opinions and expressed their own views.
After hearing this, Yang Hongyu just smiled coldly and then looked at Yifei.
It seems like everyone wants to know what you do. Then I'll tell you all what kind of person Yifei is. He had a girlfriend he had been in love with for many years, and he had been lying to her about his feelings. When they got married, he chose to run away. When he saw that his ex-girlfriend's brother-in-law's wife was pretty, he married her and abandoned his girlfriend. What do you think of this kind of person? With this kind of character, would you still dare to cooperate with him? What kind of person could do such a thing? It's really hard to imagine. It's totally disregarding human ethics.
Yang Hongyu was very excited when he spoke, and his voice spread throughout the hall. When everyone in the hall heard his words, they all fell silent.
Dumping the ex-girlfriend.
Marrying my brother-in-law's girlfriend.
This is a bit outrageous.
Everyone looked at Yifei, with complicated expressions for a moment. After Yang Hongyu said these words, he felt very happy in his heart and looked at Yifei provocatively. He had been holding these words in his heart for a long time, and now that he said them out loud, he naturally felt extremely refreshed. But as soon as he said these words, Wang Ruhan's face turned stiff.
Wang Ruhan naturally knew whether it was true or false. How could she not panic when things suddenly got to this point? Wang Ruhan felt a little nervous as she felt the scene in front of her eyes turning pale. Since it has come to an end, she cannot leave now.
If she leaves, things will become even more unclear. Thinking that Yifei might tell the truth, she closed her eyes and prepared to insist that this was the truth.
Boss Yi, is this true? Boss Yi, you wouldn't really do such a thing, would you? This is a bit too. The two company CEOs closest to Yifei asked Yifei cautiously.
Upon hearing this, Yifei sighed helplessly. He did not expect that Yang Hongyu would give him such a surprise.
Even Wang Ruhan would slander him behind his back.
After seeing Wang Ruhan clearly again, he spoke slowly.
I never thought that I would be slandered like this behind my back.
I thought there would be rumors, but I didn't expect there would be another version of the rumor. But, even if what you said now is true, you can also ask these companies if they are willing to cooperate with me.
Do you think we are still children if you use this to attack me?
Yifei raised his eyes with a cold look, staring straight at Yang Hongyu and asked the bosses below.
Everyone, answer me, if this is true, will you cancel the cooperation with me? You know, I am the investor. If you miss this opportunity, you will lose this store.
After these words were spoken, the bosses below were silent for a moment, but they quickly reacted and spoke up.
I think there must be a misunderstanding in this matter. Mr. Yi is definitely not such a person, and we are willing to believe Mr. Yi. Yes, we are willing to believe it. Boss Yang, what you said is ridiculous. I can also make up rumors about others just like you, right? You don't even have any evidence, so how can we believe it? That's right. We don't even have any evidence. You can still say this now, but at least give me some evidence, right?
A group of people changed their expressions instantly and started attacking Yang Hongyu.
In this era, what does it matter if there is a little melon? Money is real. Everyone knew what was going on, so naturally, no one would say anything about Yifei.
In addition, the current situation is obviously not clear yet, and no one knows whether it is true or false. Yifei is capable and has so much money, which proves that he will not have any problems in business.
If there were any problems, how could he make so much money?
When Yifei saw so many people were facing him, the corners of his mouth curled up and he looked towards Yang Hongyu.
See?
I told you, there's no point in doing this. Yang Hongyu didn't expect that these people in front of him would be like this.
They actually looked at Yifei in an instant.
His expression suddenly changed and he became a little panicked.
What's wrong with you?
I've said this, aren't you afraid that he has character problems and something will happen later?
If you want evidence, I have it too. I know these things because my partner is his ex-girlfriend. Come on, baby, come up here.
Yang Hongyu looked at Wang Rohan in the audience and motioned for her to come up. Wang Rohan had never expected that she would be called out, and her expression suddenly became stiff.
Chapter 106, Keep Some Respect. Come on, baby, what are you doing? Come on up.
Yang Hongyu called out to Wang Rohan, but when he saw that she didn't move, he frowned in confusion.
At this critical moment, we can't afford to make any mistakes. If Wang Rohan doesn't take action, won't he become a laughingstock among so many people?
When Wang Rohan was called, she was a little hesitant and flustered. Seeing Yifei's eyes looking at her, she quickly turned her eyes away guiltily.
Baby, don't be afraid, I'm here, just come up.
Seeing that Wang Rohan was still not moving, Yang Hongyu wanted to step down and pull her over. At this time, Zhou Kiki took action first. She reached out and pulled Wang Rohan, leading her towards the stage.
Rohan, don't be afraid. With Yang Hongyu and I here, you don't have to worry. There are so many people watching here. You just need to go up and explain clearly. Come, I'll go with you. As Zhou Kiki said this, she pulled Wang Rohan's arm and walked towards the stage. No, wait a minute.
Wang Rohan wanted to shake off her arm, but Zhou Kiki held her tightly and didn't give her any chance at all, and pulled her to Yang Hongyu's side.
Don't worry.
After doing all this, she looked at Wang Rohan, made an encouraging gesture, and pretended to care about Wang Rohan.
Wang Rohan didn't expect things to develop to this point, but since it has developed to this point, she can't remain silent. Plus so many people watching.
Looking at Mr. Yang beside her, she clenched her teeth. When Yang Hongyu saw her coming up, he breathed a sigh of relief and immediately put his arm around her waist, trying to comfort her. It was obvious that Yang Hongyu thought that Wang Rohan did this because she was scared, not because she felt guilty.
Everyone, this is the evidence.
When I met Rohan, she was just in the period of heartbreak, and she was heartbroken when she mentioned Yifei. Such a confident and generous girl became inferior and introverted because of being with her.
This shows what kind of person Yifei is. I won't talk about their love affairs.
It's normal for young people to be in love, and it's inevitable to feel the pain of a broken heart.
But why did they get married so suddenly, and married his brother-in-law's wife? Do you know how big of a blow this is to a person? Just because your brother-in-law's wife is pretty, you married his fiancée. You have such a precedent, and you can do such an immoral thing. You will definitely do the same thing again in the future. There is something wrong with your character, and the same applies to business. Everyone, please open your eyes and take a good look. Use your brains and think carefully. If Yifei can do such a thing, then can he also do such a thing when he cooperates with you and sell your company's information while cooperating with you? Yang Hongyu spoke loudly and confidently.
These words were heard by everyone.
Everyone was silent after hearing this. After a while, they slowly started to speak. You said this is evidence, so let the woman talk about it.
That's right, don't just talk about it yourself, let the girl talk about it, and then ask someone to come up.
We don't know if it's true or not.
Some of the bosses standing next to Yifei spoke loudly to Yang Hongyu. Yifan stood by with a calm expression, just listening to their discussion without expressing his opinion.
In fact, it was very easy for him to explain this matter clearly.
But he wanted to see what kind of trouble Yang Hongyu and Wang Rohan could stir up. When Yang Hongyu heard what everyone said, although he was a little anxious, he still looked at Wang Rohan patiently.
Baby, tell them everything that happened between you. Tell them, is what I said true? Baby, please speak quickly. Don't worry, I'm here. Yang Hongyu stepped forward to persuade Wang Rohan, and even encouraged her to speak out.
Zhou Kiki was also cheering on the side, and Wang Rohan was soon surrounded.
Seeing so many people, Wang Rohan's expression changed.
She took a deep breath and spoke as if she had made up her mind.
Yes.
What Mr. Yang said was true.
He married my brother's fiancée and then broke off the wedding with me. He is such a scumbag. We have been together for so many years. Why would he do that?
As Wang Rohan spoke, she became more and more emotional, and finally began to sob quietly, acting out the grievances she had suffered. When she said these words, everyone at the scene gasped. That's what the parties involved said.
This. Could it be that Yi Fei really did such a thing?
A group of people looked at Yi Fei, all with disbelief on their faces.
Yi Fei lowered his head and didn't say anything. No one knew what he was thinking. Du Hailuo saw this situation and suddenly became anxious.
She is the only one who knows the situation.
But she couldn't understand why Yi Fei didn't speak.
The other party clearly threw shit on his face.
Boss Yi, is this really the case? Boss Yi, you.
Several CEOs who were closest to Yi Fei wanted to ask questions, but one of them was interrupted by Yi Fei waving his hand when he was halfway through speaking. Yi Fei sighed first, then slowly raised his head and looked at Wang Rohan and Yang Hongyu.
When Wang Rohan saw his gaze sweeping over her, she immediately took 2 steps back, feeling guilty.
Seeing this, Yang Hongyu, who was standing next to her, protected her behind him. After that, he smiled triumphantly and looked at Yi Fei with provocation in his eyes.
Yi Fei, let me tell you, no matter how strong you are, what you have done is done forever, so don't even think about erasing it.
I told you, there's something wrong with your character. Yang Hongyu continued to provoke Yi Fei loudly. Yi Fei glanced at him indifferently, then spoke slowly.
Have you said enough? I actually didn't want to make a scene that was not decent. After all, we are all adults.
But I really don't understand your behavior, and now you are slandering me in front of me, so I have to speak out.
But before I say anything, I want to ask you, Mr. Yang, have you really understood the situation? Did you just hear the person next to you tell you this, or did you do a very detailed investigation and are now telling me this here? Investigation? What kind of investigation is needed?
Humph, my baby said there is no problem.
My baby is not a person who can lie.
Hearing Yi Fei's words, Yang Hongyu was a little panicked at first, but he quickly cheered himself up and insisted that there was something wrong with Yi Fei. Seeing him like this, Yi Fei smiled casually. Knowing that he hadn't investigated, he slowly opened his mouth and continued to argue.
Chapter 107, True and False. You can't say that. You haven't investigated, you haven't thought about it, and what you said is all processed information.
You don't even know the real situation, but you dare to speak nonsense here.
You will be embarrassed when the time comes. Don't beat around the bush. That's enough. I get it. You're in a hurry to start covering yourself up, right?
You got what I said right, so you got flustered.
Now you have nothing to refute me, so you start playing Tai Chi with me? Yang Hongyu spoke excitedly.
He did not give Yi Fei a chance to speak, trying to suppress Yi Fei in this way. Because he had not investigated Wang Rohan, he always believed in Wang Rohan. If there really was something, even he himself couldn't accept it. Not knowing why he suddenly felt a little guilty, he looked at Wang Rohan and held her hand a little tighter.
Wang Rohan noticed his action, she simply gritted her teeth and looked at Yi Fei. Since everything has been broken, what is there for her to fear?
It has come to this, she might as well bite to death.
Yi Fei, that's enough. I'm really tired. I didn't expect Mr. Yang to be like this today. I don't intend to tarnish your reputation. Let's just pretend that those things just now didn't happen, okay? Baby, you.
Yang Hongyu raised his eyebrows slightly, not understanding Wang Rohan's reaction.
What are you doing? Why are you speaking for him? You are still speaking for this scumbag?
No, I'm not speaking for him. I'm just saying that these are all things of the past. There's no point in pursuing these things. I know you came here to do this just to vent your anger on me, but we should let it go and live our lives well, right?
Even if these things really happened, there is no way to change them. Wang Rohan pretended to be miserable, tears rolling down her eyes, and hugged Yang Hongyu tightly.
Seeing this, Yang Hongyu felt distressed and quickly supported Wang Rohan.
Baby, you are just a little too kind. How can you be like this?
Yang Hongyu was so angry that he gritted his teeth.
Everyone saw Wang Rohan's performance and fell silent.
When Du Hailuo saw this, she became extremely anxious and took a few steps forward, ready to speak.
What are you doing? Who is the problem? It was obviously your family who did something excessive first, and now you are acting out? Yi Fei, you too. Okay, don't be impatient. Am I not going to talk now? I'm not talking. I just want to see how she acts. After all, I want to see a person clearly, right?
Seeing that Du Hailuo was getting anxious, Yi Fei hurried forward to interrupt her. After saying this, he also looked towards Wang Rohan. At this moment, there was only coldness in his eyes. Wang Rohan, I originally wanted to leave some dignity between us, but now it seems that I don't need to do that anymore.
You pretend to be a victim and throw all the problems onto me. Do you think anyone will believe you? Except for President Yang, everyone present should feel it's abrupt, right? My wife is beautiful, indeed, but why should I marry my brother-in-law's wife? Isn't this too much for your family? You want me to help my brother-in-law pay for the bride price? You want me to bear everything for your brother? I'm marrying you, not your brother. If you didn't do this, how could I marry my brother-in-law's wife?
I originally thought that this matter was over and there was no need to talk about it, but now that you have brought people to me, I can't help but express my opinion. Yi Fei spoke calmly and told the whole story. After he said these words, everyone's expressions eased a little.
I said, there must be something else going on. That's right, no matter how you look at it, it's impossible for Mr. Yi to do such a thing. Is this a brother supporting demon?
This behavior is indeed very much like a brother supporting demon.
What is the relationship between a brother-in-law and a son-in-law? What's going on? Don't just look at Mr. Yi, look at the woman, she's also very sad. Surely what Mr. Yi said is true. Who knows? A group of people began to discuss and express their opinions.
It's not that they don't believe it, but because Wang Rohan's acting skills are still good.
What are you talking about? Who would believe you? I've met Rohan's brother and family. They are not as calculative as you say. It's absolutely impossible.
I think you just want to discredit Rohan, that's why you said that. When Yang Hongyu heard Yi Fei's words, he frowned and continued to retort. He couldn't hear a word Yi Fei said. In his opinion, Yi Fei is a scumbag, and this is something that cannot be erased. When Wang Rohan heard Yi Fei's words, she felt a little guilty at first, but she quickly cheered up and followed Yang Hongyu's words.
Mr. Yi, it's been so long, are you still not going to let me go? Why do you hurt me again and again? Is this fun? How else are you going to tarnish my reputation to make you happy? I don't want to continue staying at this party. I want to leave now. I'm really too sad. Wang Rohan said as she had already started her performance and stood up to leave.
Her words and persuasion immediately made everyone more inclined to her. When Yang Hongyu saw that she was about to leave, he hurriedly grabbed her.
Wait a minute, baby, I'm here, what are you doing? He pulled Wang Rohan into his arms, then followed Yi Fei and said, Yi Fei, I don't care what happens to you, you have to apologize to our Rohan today. People like you are really too much. That's right, it's really too much.
It actually made our Rohan so sad.
Zhou Kiki also responded, pretending to care about Wang Rohan.
Seeing that everyone was looking at her, Wang Rohan cried even harder.
When the bosses below saw this situation, they couldn't help but sigh. Oh, Mr. Yi, you can't do this kind of thing. I think you should follow the little girl and apologize.
If it's really what Boss Yang and the others said, then I can only stand by Boss Yang's side this time.
Me too, you can't do things like this. What on earth is going on, Mr. Xiaoye?
When Du Hailuo saw this situation, he became a little unconvinced and began to question himself.
In her impression, Yi Fei is definitely not that kind of person.
And now this situation.
Du Hailuo hesitated because he couldn't tell the truth from the false. Mr. Du, why don't you even believe me?
Yi Fei pretended to be sad when he heard Du Hailuo's words.
Since even Mr. Du doesn't believe me, I can't come up with any evidence. After all, it's not a good idea to be smeared like this. Chapter 108 Identification Video. Everyone, open your short video software and search for Jiang Bei's marriage incident. The truth is there. If you still don't believe me, I can ask my lawyer to show the video.
It's very uncomfortable for me to be smeared all the time. Yi Fei said this and called his lawyer. The lawyer answered the phone quickly. After answering, Yi Fei briefly explained to him the purpose of his visit. After he said these words, the lawyer immediately understood what he meant and took out all the wedding videos of Yi Fei and the Wang family. After getting these, Yi Fei also looked up at Wang Rohan.
I don't know if this evidence is sufficient now. If not, can I apply to have it screened for the people in our hall?
Yi Fei said with a smile and handed the video to the staff backstage. After the staff member took it, he looked at it for a few seconds, then walked towards the stage with his phone.
When Wang Rohan saw what Yifei did, she suddenly became anxious. If this video is released, where will her face be saved?
But the situation has come to this, and she has no other choice.
Zhangbei wedding scene.
Ah, I found a video of Mr. Yi and Xiao Qingcheng getting married here.
Here is also the screen recording of Wang Rohan and the others.
What? This Wang Feixiang actually said bad things about Xiao Qingcheng to her face and spread rumors, so I hired a lawyer. No, look at the tone of the Wang family members in the video. They seem to have mentioned that my brother-in-law is also a family member, and they even asked why Mr. Yi didn't pay.
Ah.
Everyone took out their cell phones and started searching according to Yifei's instructions. When they saw the information in these videos, they all widened their eyes and looked at Wang Rohan in shock. At this time, the staff also projected the video behind the screen, but Yifei did not let them play it. He just watched Wang Rohan and Yang Hongyu quietly. Yang Hongyu hadn't noticed anything unusual at first and was still protecting Wang Rohan, but after hearing what the people around him said, he gradually realized the seriousness of the matter and lowered his head to look at his phone. After watching these videos, his expression gradually changed from shock at first to surprise, and finally he looked at Wang Rohan in disbelief. Wang Rohan looked panicked at this time, but she forced herself to calm down and moved a little closer to Yang Hongyu.
Mr. Yang, do you believe me? These are all fake.
Mr. Yi is very rich, so it's easy for him to get these things.
What can he not have?
As Wang Rohan spoke, her voice gradually began to sob. Seeing her pitiful appearance, Yang Hongyu's mind was instantly occupied by her, and he quickly reached out and hugged her.
It's okay, it's okay. Don't worry, I'm here. The doubt just now disappeared without a trace in an instant, and Yang Hongyu looked up at Yifei. Yifei watched the performance of the two people. He raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't expect that Yang Hongyu would be so stupid. Is this love obsessed? It's already like this, you still believe it? Yifei, you have so much money, you can just forge anything, especially in this era, with rapid development, who knows how you did it? I'm the person involved. I know what happened better than anyone else. Our Rohan would never lie or do such a thing, so you. Boss Yan, have you watched this video carefully? Is there any sign of modification in this video? That's right. Even if it was really Mr. Yi who sent someone to do it, there's no need for that. Has it been reported to the lawyer? I think Mr. Yi will be fine. He has come this far and has so many assets. If he really has a problem, he wouldn't be in this state now. That's right. Now that the video is out, what else is there to say? There's no point in talking about it anymore. Isn't it obvious who did it? Everyone watched the video and responded to Yang Hongyu, trying to wake him up. Yang Hongyu felt a little embarrassed when everyone talked about him, but when he saw Wang Rohan in his arms, he still spoke up. Humph, isn't it easy to fake a video to gain a good reputation? If you have the guts, just show me the video and I'll have professionals come and identify it. Well, since you asked so much, it's okay to let it go for a while. Yifei looked at Yang Hongyu speechlessly and shrugged helplessly. It's already this time, and you still believe Wang Rohan. He was too lazy to keep shouting. Yifei released the video, and soon the entire content began to play in the hotel lobby. The images inside were clearly displayed in front of everyone, and the overall process was very smooth. Seeing such a smooth picture, everyone was too lazy to continue watching. If someone had tampered with it, how could it be so smooth? For a moment, there was a lot of discussion in the hall, and everyone looked at Wang Rohan and Yang Hongyu. Boss Yang, we think you have been deceived. The video is here, what else is there to say? I think it's better to continue to identify such a video. It was obviously recorded by a camera, and it was recorded from such a high position. No one would have the time to do this, right? That's right, Mr. Yang, please stop being so stubborn. A group of people started talking to Yang Hongyu at the same time. Yang Hongyu was surrounded in the middle and felt very embarrassed. But even so, he still gritted his teeth. Wang Rohan was still in his arms. At this time, how could he give up Wang Rohan? Baby, tell me you didn't lie, right? Yang Hongyu continued to ask Wang Rohan, wanting to get her affirmation. Wang Rohan nodded when she heard this. Although she felt very guilty, she could not save face now, so she can only continue to speak like this. I didn't, I'm so scared now. Don't be afraid, I'll have someone identify it. Yang Hongyu hugged her and turned around to continue confronting Yifei. But just as he was about to speak, one of the CEOs in the audience stood up. "Boss Yang, I'm in this business. Let me help you identify it." He walked out and the people around him looked at him. After seeing him, everyone nodded. "That's what Mr. Su does, sure. Boss Su, please come and make the assessment. Give Boss Yang an answer quickly. Is this video all fake? I don't think it's necessary to authenticate it. It's fake. What else is there to say? Mr. Su, please knock Mr. Yang's head open and make him sober up. I'm actually very curious about what's going on." A group of people were talking busily and pushed Mr. Su up. Seeing this, Mr. Su sighed and spoke. "Just show me this. You all know me, Mr. Yang. You also know me, so leave it to me." Chapter 109, The Truth Revealed. "Mr. Su, of course I've heard of it. I feel relieved to have you here." When he saw Mr. Su, Yang Hongyu's eyes lit up. Mr. Su runs the largest editing company in Shanghai, and he also specializes in post-production. He himself has worked his way up through the ranks as an excellent post-production person, so it is most reassuring to let him evaluate it. "Boss Su, you have to take a good look at this. Don't let any misunderstandings happen. You must expose Yifei's ugly face. Our Rohan would never lie, Yifei. Today I will let everyone see what kind of person you really are." Yang Hongyu spoke loudly and looked at Yifei provocatively. Until now, he is still somewhat obsessed. Although he had his doubts in his heart, but after seeing Wang Rohan's pitiful little face, he still chose to make things difficult for his woman. Mr. Su nodded when he heard this, and he turned to look at Yifei. "Boss Yi, can you identify it? Come on, anything is fine." Yifei was not panicked at all and responded calmly. Seeing that he agreed, Mr. Su walked forward and asked the backstage staff to choose to replay it. The video started playing again and everyone in the audience remained quiet, although there were some people who were talking in a low voice. "This video doesn't look fake at all. Indeed, it doesn't look fake to me. What do you think Mr. Su is doing here? Isn't it obvious that the video that Mr. Yi brought out is real? Why did Mr. Su come up and ask for an appraisal when he got here? Oh, you don't know this, right? Mr. Su should be giving Mr. Yang a chance to step down. Our Shanghai enterprise is not separated, and the Yang family and the Su family seem to have a good relationship. Their parents are very close." A man spoke in a low voice, quietly waiting for Mr. Su to finish reviewing the video. "There is such a relationship. No wonder it's so difficult to identify it." Everyone discussed in a low voice and looked in the direction of Mr. Su. At this time, Mr. Su had already completed the appraisal and stood there unmoved. "How is it, Mr. Su?" Seeing that he didn't say anything, Yang Hongyu hurried forward to ask questions. Seeing him coming, Mr. Su first sighed, then looked at Wang Rohan meaningfully. Wang Rohan felt a little flustered when he looked at her like that. But at the moment she had no choice but to bite the bullet and clench her fists, hoping that Mr. Su would say that there was something wrong with the video. However, these were only limited to her imagination, so Mr. Su still told her the real situation. "This video has not been processed in any way. It was shot by a camera, and it's the kind of camera you see on the street, so you..." Mr. Su stopped talking here and looked up at Yang Hongyu. When Yang Hongyu heard his words, he was stunned where he was. He was caught off guard. He first looked at Yifei, then turned around and looked at Wang Rohan. "Mr. Yang, listen to me, this is not the case. This is definitely not the case. This video has been tampered with. It must be this Mr. Su. Yes, Mr. Su accepted something from Yifei. Otherwise, how could he not see such an obvious problem? There was really no other way." Wang Rohan became anxious and wanted to shirk responsibility. Because these words were spoken without thinking, she had no idea that she had offended Mr. Su. When Mr. Su heard her words, his eyebrows raised slightly, and he was very impatient. In fact, he knew from the beginning that Wang Rohan was lying, and the moment he saw the video, he also knew that the video was real. As for why he came up to speak? The first point was to attract Yifei's attention, and the second point was because of Yang Hongyu. Because of the relationship between their company and Yang Hongyu, he, as an elder, still has to come out and wake him up. Looking at Wang Rohan, he finally sighed helplessly and spoke slowly. "I'm a professional at this, why would I lie? What's more, I've never even met Mr. Yi, and we don't have any contact at all. You're being too unreasonable. I'm just here to verify the video.
There's no point in me deliberately saying it's your fault. I'm verifying the content of the video, not targeting any of you. If you say the video was altered, I'll also say that. After all, for those of us doing business, integrity is the most important thing, isn't it? Ms. Wang, you said that to me and even spread rumors about me in front of so many people. I hope you can apologize to me. Your words have a great impact on me personally. Mr. Su said everything he wanted to say in one breath and looked straight at Wang Rohan.
Wang Rohan seemed a little flustered when she heard this.
Because she was so panicked, she was not aware of the current situation at all and spoke recklessly.
Everyone knows that Mr. Yang's family thinks I'm not good enough. You have a good relationship with Mr. Yang's parents. Who knows if you said this on purpose to separate us? And no matter what, if you are on Mr. Ye's side in this matter, you will get a lot of benefits. I am a person who has no real ability and is not one of the people who run a big company. I am a disadvantaged group. You can't say whatever you want. Why does dating have to involve so many things? Why? Ms. Wang, please stop being unreasonable. Dating is your personal matter. We can't stop you from dating Mr. Yang just by saying a few words. You are both adults, and I don't have the capital to separate you. The Yang family doesn't think highly of you, but they are also very cheerful people. You have no basis for what you said. We, the CEOs, have also come into contact with them. Everyone should be clear about this. Please don't slander me at will.
Mr. Su felt helpless when he saw Wang Rohan shouting at him, almost heartbreakingly, but he still remained calm and talked to her. There is no lag or camera insertion in the video, and there is no blur caused by post-production synthesis. Even laymen can see this, let alone those of us who are experts. So there is no problem with this video. His words made the final decision, and everyone at the scene sighed. I'll tell you, I know there's no problem. That's right, it looks very smooth, and there are so many similar videos on the video software. Why would they spend so much effort to make this? This woman is also sick, she keeps saying that there is something wrong with Mr. Yi.
So the truth is out now?
It's this Wang Rohan who has the problem.
They really did something wrong. Now they are blaming Boss Yi and deceiving Boss Yong? How shameless. Chapter 110, Unbelievable. No, you guys. Wang Rohan listened to what the people around her said and began to panic.
Since there was no other way, she could only look at Yang Hongyu for help.
Yang Hongyu's face was livid at this time. He lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking.
Looking at Wang Rohan who was crying in front of him, he was silent for a long time before asking again.
Rohan, are you sure these videos have been altered? Is that really the case? I'm sure. Wang Rohan was touched by Yang Hongyu's hurt expression.
Her heart skipped a beat, and her guilty conscience was obvious. This time she was seen by Yang Hongyu, who clenched his teeth when he saw this. Zhou Kiki, who was standing next to her, saw that the situation had come to this point and she knew that it was time for her to take action. Without thinking, she walked forward and spoke loudly.
Rohan, I didn't expect you to be such a person.
Not only did you lie to Mr. Yang, you also made the matter so serious. Because you were afraid of being exposed, you said that there was something wrong with Mr. Su.
Now I see through you. I was wondering why you always told Boss Yang to avoid Boss Yi. So that's how it is. Oh my god, I just can't believe it. You are really going too far. Coco, what are you doing? Wang Rohan didn't expect that her best friend would actually stab her in the back.
She widened her eyes in shock and looked at Zhou Kiki. Zhou Kiki had a look of disgust on her face and walked to the side, speaking loudly as she walked. Boss Yang trusts you so much, he likes you so much, he loves you so much, and you actually abuse his love for you like this. This is no longer just abuse of his love for you, but it shows that there is something wrong with you as a person. You have had problems with your moral character from the beginning. Boss Yang, don't be sad, calm down. As Zhou Kiki spoke, she had already walked to Yang Hongyu's side and reached out to grab him. When Yifei and Du Hailuo saw this scene, they looked at each other. Just by looking at each other, they instantly understood each other's thoughts. This Zhou Kiki comes with bad intentions. It seems that he also has his own purpose. Especially Yifei, as an old classmate, he was very familiar with this person.
Rohan, you disappoint me so much.
Yang Hongyu listened to Zhou Kiki's words.
No matter what, he couldn't continue to believe Wang Rohan.
Thinking of every little thing that had happened between him and her, and those things that were slightly wrong, he covered his face with his hands in pain. He had sensed something was wrong before, but he had always believed her, so he had not investigated it further. Now that something like this had happened, he had never expected it. He had lost face and became a laughing stock again. Roll. Go away. The farther the better, don't let me see you again. Yang Hongyu shouted loudly and pointed to the door of the banquet. When Wang Rohan saw this scene, her face turned completely pale. No, Mr. Yang, please listen to me, please listen to me, why don't you even believe me, She was anxious to get to Yang Honyu's side, but he pushed her behind. Ah! Wang Rohan didn't realize that Yang Hongyu would actually reach out and push her away. She staggered and almost fell to the ground. This time, Yang Hongyu did not step forward, nor did he rush to her side as he did in the past. Instead, he looked at her with a painful expression and stepped back. Can I trust you? Can I continue to trust you? Is it true that next time, your script will become one where no one believes you, and then you use the script to deceive others? That's enough. I can't forgive you anymore. Go away now. I'm not, no, Mr. Yang, listen to me, I really love you, Roll. Wang Rohan still wanted to get closer to Yang Hongyu, but this time Yang Hongyu directly pushed her away. When the people around saw this scene, they all sighed. Hurry, hurry, don't let anyone get hurt. Staff, go check it out. A group of people were talking anxiously and walked forward to check on Wang Rohan's condition. After seeing that she was fine, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Hongyu saw Wang Rohan crying, perhaps because he couldn't bear it any longer. He turned around and ran towards the banquet door angrily. If you don't leave, I will. After saying this, he did not stay here any longer and quickly left the scene. When Zhou Kiki saw him leaving, she hurriedly followed him and chased him out of the hall. Wang Rohan's foot was sprained because she was pushed just now, so she couldn't stand up for a while and could only kneel on the ground and cry. Fortunately, Du Hailuo next to him reacted quickly and stepped forward to communicate with the staff. Take it away quickly. With Du Hailuo's words, the staff nodded and took Wang Rohan away from the scene. When Yifei saw her being taken away, his eyes were indifferent, without any ripples. Harming others will eventually harm yourself. Thinking of his years of relationship with Wang Rohan, Yifei shook his head. In this incident, he completely let it go. Oh, this is really interesting. That's right, it seems that Mr. Yi was also an infatuated person before. More than just infatuation, this Wang Rohan is also quite capable. She looks so pitiful. If it weren't for these videos, I would have really suspected Mr. Yi. Don't say you're suspicious. Just look at Mr. Yang and you'll know what's going on. Mr. Yang met the wrong person. He suffered a lot this time, and he's also offended Mr. Yi. A group of people were talking in low voices, sighing repeatedly. After seeing them all leave, Mr. Su also looked up at Yifei. Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry. My friend's son has caused you so much trouble. I'm really sorry. If Mr. Yi is willing to cooperate with us, we can split the company with you 30% and 70% respectively. We 30% and you 70%. I hope you can forgive me. Mr. Yang has met the wrong person, so you don't have to apologize like this. After hearing his words, Yifei looked towards his company. After seeing the upward trend in the future, he felt that he could still cooperate with the person in front of him. Come up and sign the cooperation agreement with me. Now that they have all left, this farce should end and we can just continue the meeting. And the number one family in Shanghai, I am truly sorry for causing you trouble. Yifei raised his head and looked towards the first family in Shanghai, then bowed to them and apologized. No, what are you talking about? None of us knew this would happen. This isn't a problem. If you think it's a bother, why don't we cooperate with each other? Seizing the opportunity, Mr. C also came forward and wanted to talk to Yifei. Of course Yifei accepted the offer and immediately waved, motioning him to come over. No problem, it's my honor to be able to cooperate with the first family. He smiled and talked, and soon he started talking with Mr. C. Everyone in the hall returned to their original appearance, but in the corner, a pair of cruel eyes kept staring at Yifei. Chapter 111, Business in Kaio Country. Mr. Yi, please sign with us. We are auto parts manufacturers, but our parts are small, so you will definitely be interested. No, it should be with us. Boss Yi, we are a company from Kaio Country. If you sign a contract with us, we can develop the parts produced by your auto parts factory overseas. Kaio Country? When Yifei heard the name, he looked at the young man in front of him. When he saw that the business under him would indeed grow in the future, and grow substantially at that, his expression brightened slightly. It is indeed a good thing to be able to cooperate with their enterprises and continue to develop and expand our own factories. Turning to look at Du Hailuo, when he saw that Du Hailuo also agreed with this project, Yifei took their contract without thinking and decided on this cooperation. The young man didn't expect that just saying a few words would actually make it happen. His eyes lit up and he quickly thanked Yifei.
Talk to me later about this in detail and add my contact information.
Yifei said something to him and then continued talking to the person below. The young man hurriedly responded when he saw this.
After that, he stood up and walked outside.
When he left, a hint of cruelty flashed across his eyes.
Yifei naturally didn't notice his expressions. He just continued chatting with everyone where he was. Boss Yi, look at my contract. Boss Yi, please take a look at us. We can do it too. Moreover, we have been enjoying stable profit growth in recent years. Get out of the way, you should look at us first. What are you talking about? In one night, Yifei signed cooperation agreements with many companies. After signing, it was already late.
Seeing that all the companies under his name were profitable, Yifei was very excited.
This is the result of his hard work all night. Finally finished. Although, at the very end, there were still people who wanted to sign the contract with Yifei, but because he was too tired, he did not continue watching, but chose to follow Du Hailuo to the car. What a great harvest today! Du Hailuo was driving and couldn't help but tease Yifei. Yeah, how could it not be a good harvest? So many people came to sign.
Yifei said with a smile, closing his eyes and dozing off as he felt a little tired.
I should ask you this. Why did you take out so much money to invest? And I'm also very curious, why did you know which one would be good without even looking at it?
Your behavior is a bit too extravagant.
Even if you have a lot of money, you shouldn't build it like this. Du Hailuo raised her eyebrows.
Until now, she still didn't quite understand how Yifei had attacked just now.
Do you believe me when I tell you I have the ability to predict the future? Yifei said jokingly.
When Du Hailuo heard him say this, he immediately rolled his eyes.
I take it you have the financial ability?
But speaking of which, there was something strange today.
What's the matter? Yifei asked puzzledly.
In the past, at cooperation dinners like this, there have never been any outside businesses coming to sign.
This time, we actually encountered the Gao Kingdom. It's really strange. This country is very dangerous.
As the name suggests, I didn't expect their people to come here to develop.
In fact, when you signed it, I didn't want you to sign it.
Although I was a little tempted, I thought about it later and thought it was not right.
Du Hailuo opened the car window and spoke while enjoying the fresh air. You are right. This enterprise might be dangerous, but there shouldn't be any problem with this kind of cooperation, right?
Yifei raised his eyebrows and thought about the process carefully. A lot of people have added to his prestige now, so if there are any problems in the future, he still needs to communicate more to find out.
No, it shouldn't happen. But this kind of business is not easy to do. If something happens, it will really happen. This is not just ordinary danger.
Du Hailuo sighed helplessly and closed the car window.
Anyway, you just need to be careful. If you can do this kind of business, do it. At worst, you can just never go to their place for the rest of your life. Even if they ask you to go, don't go. It won't be safe anyway. That's true.
I'll observe more carefully.
It shouldn't be possible for something so dangerous to happen to me.
Yifei smiled when he heard this, and he made a note of this matter in his mind.
Just pay more attention. Where are you going now? I'll take you there. Seeing that it was getting late, Du Hailuo turned around and asked Yifei.
After all, he still has to go see Meng Meng later, and it would not be good if it was too late.
Tonight
Yifei was silent for a moment, then thinking of Xiao Qingcheng, he simply got out of Du Hailuo's car.
I have something else to do tonight. You go back first. I'll take care of the rest. I have to go pick up my wife. Oh, pick up my wife.
Du Hailuo raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard Yifei's words.
Then go ahead. It seems you won't need me, right?
Yes,
you're not needed. We'll get together again next time when we have time. Okay, I'll leave first then.
Du Hailuo saw Yifei get out of the car and waved to him. Instead of staying there, he got up and drove away. After seeing her leave, Yifei used the system to summon his car, and then sent a message to Xiao Qingqing to find her. After sending this message, he stepped on the accelerator and drove forward. He had promised to pick up Xiao Qingqing before, so naturally he had to go back to pick her up now. I just happened to pick up Xiao Qingqing, and I will go to Xiaochen to get the car tomorrow. Thinking that he would see his wife soon, he drove several times faster and drove quickly forward.
On the other side, the Zhang family and the Zhang family's enterprises. Has the contract been signed? Has Yifei signed the contract with the company in Gao country?
Zhang Guowan looked at the young man in front of him and asked excitedly. If we sign the contract with you, there will be no problem with this cooperation.
After all, who can resist such temptation? The temptation to expand outward?
The young man snorted, with a smile on his face.
Okay, you are worthy of me.
If he signs this, I will paralyze all his businesses. When Zhang Guowang heard the young man's words, he said good 3 times in a row and felt extremely happy.
Of course it is.
Not only the company, but also all his people will be sent to Gao country to be pigs.
There is no way they can come back.
The young man said something harsh, then turned around and looked at Zhang Guowang.
Master, how much can I get if this deal is successful? Should we talk about this? Chapter 10-12 How capable is he? What are you in such a hurry for? If this deal is successful, you will naturally benefit from it. If you can really take Yifei down, I can give you double the bonus.
Zhang Guowang smiled and took out a black card. When the black card was taken out, the young man's eyes lit up when he saw it. This black card is a limited edition, so needless to say how many things are inside it.
Hey, since the master has said so, then this matter must be successful. Leave it to me. I will discuss it with Yifei later, and it will be easy.
I will explain this to Yifei and ask him to go for an on-site inspection. If he doesn't come, I will try my best to sign a cooperation agreement with him and ask him to provide a batch of parts.
Then I will say that there is a problem with their factory. In short, you can leave this matter to us and you can rest assured.
The young man said this and patted his chest confidently. Seeing his confident look, Zhang Guowan was in a good mood.
Okay, since you said so, then I'll leave this matter entirely to you. I'll transfer the money to your boss later, and you'll also get an extra bounty from me. We can only succeed this time, not fail.
This Yifei caused my Zhang family to suffer such heavy losses.
He is simply courting death. This time, I want to see what he will do. By the way, you guys want to get an advance handling fee, right?
Give me your card number and I'll have our assistant transfer it to you right now.
No problem, sir. Isn't this a bonus?
When the young man heard that there was money to be made, he immediately became excited and readily gave the card number to Zhang Guowang. After Zhang Guowang got the card number, he handed it to his assistant without hesitation and signaled the person in front of him to leave.
You go with the assistant and leave after you get the money. It's getting late now and I need to rest. Okay. The young man responded immediately and quickly followed his assistant out of the room. The assistant and the young man left, and Zhang Guowang was the only one left in the room.
Zhang Guowang looked up at the night view outside the window, and suddenly felt a little melancholy and excited. He was melancholy because his company had been hit hard by Yifei, and he was excited because he finally found a way to deal with Yifei. Thinking that Yifei would be sanctioned soon, his expression suddenly became ferocious. If it weren't for Yifei, their Yi family would have surpassed the second largest company this year. But now that he has done this, their Yi family is still firmly in third place, and compared with previous years, it is definitely showing a downward trend. Thinking about his company being taken over by Yifei, and all the old customers who had cooperated with the Yi family leaving, he felt angry.
Why was your own business acquired by others?
He is not convinced. He must get his things back, and he will never let Yifei have an easy time.
Yifei, you are done for this time. You have provoked me, so you can forget about getting along well. Since you are so capable, let other foreign companies deal with you. This time, you will never come back.
Having said this, Zhang Guowang sneered. He quickly retracted his gaze, looked at the computer, and continued to work. On the other side, after Yifei came out of the cooperation meeting, he rushed towards where Xiao Qingchang was. Xiao Qingchang received the message that Yifei was coming early on. Originally, she wanted to tell Yifei to come tomorrow, but since her husband was already on the way, she naturally had nothing to say and booked a hotel early to wait for him to come back. This time, Xiao Qingchang tacitly sent her mother away, then left the hospital early and waited quietly in the hotel. It took Yifei nearly 2 hours to get from the cooperation dinner to the hotel booked by Xiao Qingcheng.
When he arrived, it was already late at night. Wife.
Yifei hurriedly rushed from the hotel to Xiao Qingcheng's room, opened the door and hugged her in his arms.
Hey, what are you doing?
You're hugging me so tightly that I can't breathe. Xiao Qingcheng pursed her lips and glared at Yifei with a coquettish look. Yifei immediately chuckled and continued to hug Xiao Qingcheng.
My wife is still more fragrant. Okay, stop struggling. I told you to come back tomorrow. You must be very tired after a busy day.
Yes, I've been busy all day, but when I think of my wife being here, I wish I could teleport myself.
It's not like we won't see each other anymore. What are you doing?
Xiao Qingcheng was amused by Yifei's words and smiled with narrowed eyes.
Don't you miss me? Yifei asked, looking up. Do you think I miss you?
Not only do I miss you, my parents miss you too, and they keep talking about seeing you. As Xiao Qingcheng spoke, she deliberately revealed the black stockings she was wearing. When Yifei saw this, his eyes suddenly widened, he swallowed secretly, and even his heartbeat quickened.
I think we can talk about parents' matters tomorrow. We have more important things to do now. Really? What's the matter? Xiao Qingcheng smiled deliberately and put her hands around Yifei's neck.
Yifei suddenly felt his blood rushing up. He picked up Xiao Qingcheng and walked towards the bed.
Why?
Xiao Qingcheng didn't expect that she would be picked up, and she was a little panicked. Yifei put her on the bed and kissed her with his big mouth.
You're still asking me what's going on at this time. What's going on? Snort.
Xiao Qingcheng's face turned red when she heard that. She snorted and looked away from Yifei again. This time Yifei really couldn't hold on any longer, and rushed forward like little Teddy. Soon, a beautiful melody rang out throughout the room.
Half an hour later.
After Yifei and Xiao Qingcheng finished their work, they took a shower and prepared to go to bed early. But just after they went to sleep, their eyes met, and this time sparks flew again.
Hey, you're so annoying.
Xiao Qingcheng couldn't help but complain, she looked so adorable for saying one thing and thinking another. Yifei naturally did not let her off easily and was busy the whole night. They didn't know how long it was until they were tired and then they slowly fell asleep.
The next day.
The next morning, Yifei got up quite early. As for Xiao Qingcheng, she had been resting because she was too tired. Seeing that she was sleeping soundly, Yifei didn't want to disturb her, but chose to leave the hotel and walked into the hotel lobby. He was woken up by the message ringing, so he got up early, also thinking about working. After all, I left very early yesterday and many companies have not dealt with it. I should probably hire an assistant or something. Muttering to himself, Yifei looked at the text messages sent from his mobile phone. After seeing as many as 100 messages, he got a headache, but he still dealt with them one by one. Chapter 113, Cooperation with Kaio Country.
Let's deal with Daheng Enterprise first.
Muttering to himself, Yifei began to communicate with the other party. When the other party saw that Yifei had replied to the message, he was also very positive, and soon the two began to discuss some details.
Yifei simply got their information, made some adjustments, and then transferred the money.
After doing all this, he continued to look towards the next house. He originally wanted to see a clothing store next, but a new message popped up on his screen. Instead of going to see the clothing store, he looked towards the message. When Yifei saw that it was the company from Kaio Country yesterday, he raised his eyebrows slightly, but still clicked in to start the communication.
Give me a basic introduction to your company. No problem, Mr. Yi, I'll explain it to you now.
The other party responded quickly, and all the information was sent over in less than a few minutes. After these materials were sent over, Yifei also read them one by one. After looking for a while, his eyebrows raised. In fact, these projects were quite good and reasonable, and there was nothing like a trap. Wondering if he was being too cautious, he decided not to think too much about it after reading it and continued communicating with the man. Your company can mainly make auto parts for our company, but you want to take 60% of the profits.
Isn't this a bit too shady? Boss Yi, there is nothing we can do about this.
After all, we want to develop all your auto parts overseas. All the expenses we have to pay in the meantime are included in this 60%. As you know, it actually takes a lot of effort to transport a product overseas.
This is the most suitable price we offer.
The other party typed very quickly and sent the entire message. Looking at this information, Yifei raised his eyebrows slightly.
That is indeed the case.
After all, They want to introduce their products, so it takes a lot of effort. The cost of their parts, factories, and factory workers only accounts for 10% to 20%, but if they are only given 40%, their 20% profit is indeed a little low. But think about it the other way around. If their products can get a good reputation and good reviews abroad, that would also be a good thing. After all, this is the first time they have cooperated abroad. However, you still have to fight for what you should fight for, so Yifei started bargaining with the person on the other side. 20% is a bit too little. If we calculate it, we can only get one layer of profit. If this is the case, I think this cooperation is not suitable. Can we split it 50-50? That way we can have at least 2 floors. Otherwise, this cooperation will not be as big as what we have developed in China. Yifei sent these 2 sentences. The other party was silent for a moment, and then the chat window showed that he was typing, and he looked like he was struggling. Seeing him like this, Yifei was not in a hurry and waited patiently. Bossy, if this is your case, I need to ask our boss for you. Is it okay for me to ask him? How about this, I will recommend him to you. No problem, just give me the information. Yifan responded to him, and soon the other party sent a message to him. After that, Yifei also chose to add him. After doing all these, he waited for the boss to join him while discussing business with other companies. After he had contacted 4 or 5 companies, nearly an hour later, the boss finally added Yifei. Want to make a phone call? No problem. Yifei said this and quickly made a call. After the call was made, the other party also clicked to answer. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry I got up a little late. I've heard from our manager that you want a 50-50 split, right? Yes, I want to divide it this way, otherwise our profit is really too little. The other party had a rough male voice with a slight accent. Yifan felt a little magical when he heard this voice. He originally thought that the boss was a local, but he didn't expect that he was actually a friend from the country like them. If it's a 50-50 split, it's a little difficult for us. This matter is quite complicated. I need you to come over and talk to us in person. Is that okay? I'm going to your country of Kaio? Yifei raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. If he has to go to that kind of place, it would be better for him not to go. After all, it's very chaotic over there. How does he know what kind of danger he will encounter? No, I haven't been there in the past few days. I'm doing business somewhere else in the country. We can meet at a place that's convenient for you. That's more convenient. Are you still in Zhonghai now? My company, Longsheng Enterprise, is in Zhonghai. You can check it out and you'll know. Oh, so, since your company is in Zhonghai, why don't we meet here? Yifei breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. If it was in China, then it would be fine. Besides, he would also have to take Xiao Qingqing back to Zhonghai later. After all, he had not yet gone to Shaochen to get the car. Okay, if that's the case, then we'll contact each other then. Tomorrow or the day after tomorrow will be fine. When the person on the other end heard Yifei's response, his tone became slightly excited and he was obviously in a much happier mood. Tomorrow, we'll see each other tomorrow. No problem. I'll get back to my work now. Please contact my assistant when you have time. Okay. Yifei responded and hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Qingcheng also answered his call. Xiao Qingcheng called Yifei because she didn't see him after waking up, so she wanted to find him. Seeing this, Yifei answered the phone, talked to Xiao Qingcheng for a few words, and then walked upstairs. At this time, Xiao Qingcheng had finished washing and dressing, waiting for Yifei to come back. When she saw Yifei coming back, she pouted. I thought you were missing. You weren't here all morning. I have something to do, I'm afraid to wake you up. Okay, my husband is so thoughtful. In that case, why don't we go have breakfast and visit my second father and mother? No problem, it's almost time now, it's time to have breakfast. Yifei looked up at the time. It was exactly 8 o'clock in the morning. At this time, there were still many varieties of breakfast. Oh, honey, let me tell you, the steamed bun shop next to this hotel is delicious. I'm going to take you there today. I used to eat their dumplings here often, and they tasted amazing. Really? You've made me even more curious. Take me to eat quickly. I want to have a taste of what it's like. Isn't that right? Yifei responded to her with a smile and hugged her in his arms. Seeing this, Xiao Qingcheng glared at Yifei coquettishly. Okay, let's go. Go,
Go. Chapter 114, Meeting the Father-in-Law. Longsheng Enterprises.
At this time, inside the company, the young man who had been with Zhang Guowang before and a fat man were sitting in the office with smiles on their faces. When they thought about Yifei's promise to meet them just now, a hint of cruelty flashed across their eyes.
Isn't that it? How difficult can it be? How could such a powerful enterprise like the Zhang family be ruined by such a kid?
Li Longyong smiled helplessly and relayed everything Yifei had just said to him to the Zhang family. After passing on this information, he turned off his phone and hummed a song happily.
With the boss here, we will definitely succeed.
The young man was excited. Thinking of the black card that Zhang Guowang took out before, he became even more eager.
Of course. Tomorrow we will go and see Yifei. After we see him, we can just think of a way to take him away. It's no big deal. This is something we do all the time, it's so simple.
When the young man heard what Li Longyong said, he responded with a smile.
This is their main job, bringing people to places like northern Myanmar.
They have gone through this procedure countless times and are very familiar with it.
I've made a lot of money this time.
I heard that Yifei is very rich.
Maybe I can squeeze more out of him. Of course he's the boss. Judging from his ability, he can easily get a few $100 million.
The young guy smiled, feeling very excited at this moment. Thinking of Yifei, this fat sheep, he already planned to collect the invoice after completing this order.
With Yifei, he can easily get hundreds of millions of dollars. Can't he enjoy his retirement?
Well, what is supposed to come will eventually come, so let's all get ready.
Don't let anything go wrong at tomorrow's party.
No problem, I will definitely use shower gel every time I take a shower today, and try to get it done tomorrow. The young man smiled, stood up and walked outside to make arrangements for tomorrow's meeting. Li Longyong was looking at the message sent by Zhang Guowang on his mobile phone. He simply responded with 2 sentences, did not continue the conversation, and quickly turned around to start working. For those who work in this line of work, basically being able to make an appointment with someone is already a sign that they have gotten the job. All that is left is to follow the process and the person will be available soon. So he was not panicked at all, just as calmly as drinking water normally, and continued to work. On the other side, Yifei and Xiao Qingcheng finished eating the dumplings, and soon they arrived at the hospital.
After arriving at the hospital, Yifei also met Xiao Qingcheng's second father.
When second father saw the 2 people coming, especially Yifei, his expression softened a lot.
Xiaofei, Qingcheng, you 2 are finally here.
Of course, how could we not come? Since second dad has called us, of course we have to come. Xiao Qingcheng smiled and brought Yifei to him.
I thought both of you were not awake yet, why did you come so late? Lu Chuanqing said jokingly.
Xiao Qingcheng felt a little shy when she heard that and reached out to pull her mother's collar.
Oh, Mom, what are you talking about?
That's right, honey. You've made Qingcheng feel shy.
They're a newly married couple, so what's wrong with being a little more intimate?
Zhou Yuancheng also followed suit, and everyone was talking to Lu Chuanqing, which made her feel a little aggrieved and lower her head.
She pretended to be angry and said with a smile.
You guys are really all blaming me, right, young couples should be more intimate.
All right, stop making trouble. Take Qingcheng out first. I have something to say to Xiaofei. Zhou Yuancheng winked at Lu Chuanqing, and Lu Chuanqing immediately knew what he meant and pulled Xiao Qingcheng to leave.
Seeing this, Xiao Qingcheng was a little confused.
Why are you pulling her away? And Yifei was left alone. What was the purpose? Mom, this is.
Your second dad has something to say to Xiaofei, so we'll go out for a while.
And your second dad won't do anything to Xiaofei, he won't eat him. Look at you, what's wrong with you? Are you afraid of what your second dad will do? Lu Chuanqing teased Xiao Qingcheng and sighed helplessly.
Seeing this, Xiao Qingcheng turned her head and looked at Yifei, looking a little embarrassed.
Since dad has something to say, I'll talk to him for a while. You 2 can go out first.
Yifei gave Xiao Qingcheng a reassuring look, then looked towards Zhou Yuancheng. That's right, all of you, hurry up and don't disturb our conversation between men.
Okay, we get it. You're so anxious, why are you still chasing us away? Lu Chuanqing said this indignantly, then took Xiao Qingcheng outside.
When they left, they closed the door.
After the 2 of them left, Yifei also looked at Zhou Yuancheng.
Just now when Xiao Qingcheng and Lu Chuanqing were there, he wasn't very nervous. But now that they have left, he feels a little nervous. Although Yifei had been in love before, he still felt a little suppressed when it came to meeting his parents.
Dad, what do you want to tell me? Fearing that the atmosphere would become awkward, Yifei asked first.
Come on, Xiaofei, sit here and let's have a good talk.
Good.
Upon hearing this, Yifei walked towards Zhou Yuanchang, and after reaching his side, he sat on the seat next to him.
Zhou Yuanchang seemed to have noticed Yifei's nervousness.
Seeing him like this, he shook his head helplessly.
Don't be too nervous. I'm not going to do anything. I just want to talk to you and ask you how you and Qingqing know each other. You got married too quickly. Before Qingqing's mother and I could react, our daughter got married.
I listened to Qingqing telling me the basic situation, but I didn't quite understand it.
Can you tell me more?
This, of course, is no problem. Seeing that these were the only things his father-in-law wanted to ask, Yifei relaxed a little and told his father-in-law everything without hiding anything. After these were said, Zhou Yuanchang was a little surprised at first, then he nodded and accepted it all. Yifei looked at his expression and knew what he was thinking. After all, he had a flash marriage with Xiao Qingcheng. Not only was it a flash marriage, but such a big thing happened before they got married. As a father, all he cared about was his daughter's future happiness, and Zhou Yuanchang was no exception. He called him here probably just to see what kind of person he is. Knowing what Zhou Yuanchang was thinking, Yifei continued speaking in connection with what he had said above.
Dad, Qingcheng and I are a good match.
Although our marriage was a bit casual, we get along very well now and love each other very much.
The future will only get better and better. Qingcheng will not suffer if she follows me. On this point, you can rest assured. Chapter 115, Attention. Oh, you child. Okay, since Xiaofei has said so, what else does Dad have to say? After listening to Yifei's words, Zhou Yuancheng first breathed a sigh of relief and a smile appeared on his face. These were the words he wanted to hear, and Yifei also gave him a satisfactory answer. Moreover, he was very satisfied with his son-in-law from the bottom of his heart. Asking now is just a formality and a chance to talk about something. Seeing that Zhou Yuancheng was in a good mood, Yifei knew that he had said it well, so he spoke again immediately. Dad, don't worry. I'll take care of everything. You and Mom, just relax and live happily. Dad, take good care of your injuries. If you need anything, just call me. If I can help, I will definitely help. Okay, it's Qingqing's blessing to meet such a good child like you. It's also our blessing. We are relieved now. Zhou Yuancheng said this with a smile, and then as if he remembered something, he looked at Yifei with a slightly serious look. Yifei noticed the change in his eyes and became a little nervous, but he still waited for his next words. Xiaofei, I have something else to tell you. You also know that I am not Qingqing's biological father. Qingqing should have told you about his life experience. Yes. Yifei didn't know what Zhou Yuancheng was going to say, so he responded softly. Well, it's good that she mentioned it. I won't say more. I have something I want to give you. Rather than saying I want to give it to you, it's better to say that this is something left by Qingqing's biological father. Zhou Yuancheng said this as he took out the rosewood box that he had prepared long ago. He took out the box and placed it in front of Yifei. Dad, what is this? Take it apart and have a look. Zhou Yuancheng signaled Yifei to open it. Seeing this, Yifei did not hesitate and immediately turned the small buckle on the rosewood box. The small buckle was opened, and the contents inside were revealed in front of the two. This. When Yifei saw this thing that looked like a small padlock, his eyes lit up slightly. This lock is carved from jade, and the most important thing is that the lock is only half. This kind of half lock is the most difficult thing to carve. There is no need to think too much, this lock must be no ordinary thing. You can tell its value just by looking at the surface. This is something that Qingqing's biological father left behind. He used all his life savings to find a master craftsman from Hushuan Temple to carve it, and then consecrated it. He handed this thing to me at the end of his life. He said that he must give it to Qingqing's future husband. It can ensure your safety, prosperity, and wealth. Things that have been blessed are all good things, so you should accept them. Now that I have given them to you, I should let go of my thoughts about my brother. Zhou Yuancheng said with a smile and put the rosewood box in Yifei's hands. Yifei listened to his words and suddenly felt that this thing was much heavier. It contains the deep affection that Qingqing's biological father has for his daughter. Now that it is in his hands, he must cherish it well. Then I'll take it. Thank you, Dad. No need to thank me, just be happy, that's all my brother wants.
Zhou Yuancheng smiled brightly, and after putting the things in Yifei's hands, he leaned towards the hospital bed, looking a little tired.
Don't worry, Dad. No one is more suitable than us. Are you a little tired? I'll call a nurse to help you. Dad, have you guys finished your talk? Why is it taking so long?
Xiao Qingcheng had been waiting outside the door for some time. Seeing that Yifei and Zhou Yuancheng were not moving, she became a little anxious.
Hey, what are you doing? It's obvious that you're worried. You can't be separated from Xiaofei for a moment.
Lu Chuanqing's voice also came from outside the door, and the door was pushed open a little at this time. Seeing the two of them standing outside the door, Zhou Yuancheng felt helpless and wanted to laugh.
These two people thought I was going to do something to you. They are so anxious. You are really something.
Xingcheng has never been so concerned about a person.
You are the only one. Now, even I, your father, have to be on guard. Hey, this. Yifei didn't know what to say and could only scratch his head in embarrassment. After all, it was he who stole someone else's cabbage, right?
Seeing him like this, Zhou Yuancheng waved his hands helplessly and said something loudly.
All right, you two come in, look how anxious I am.
Oops. Xiao Qingcheng had been waiting at the door for her second father to say this. When she heard her say it, she walked in with a pout.
Hey, there's nothing I can do. I can't stop this. Lu Chuanqing followed behind and spoke helplessly. I'm just curious. Who asked my second dad to talk for so long? I definitely want to know what's going on. Okay, my daughter is getting married.
When Zhou Yuancheng heard what Xiao Qingcheng said, he made a teasing remark.
Oh, Dad.
Xiao Qingcheng became embarrassed and turned her face away with a blush.
We didn't talk about anything. We just talked about how you met and some things between men. Don't worry about it.
Zhou Yuancheng smiled and decided not to tease Xiao Qingcheng anymore. He leaned on the pillow of the hospital bed, looking a little tired.
We have almost finished talking now. I have said everything I need to say. You two can go and do whatever you want.
I remember Qingcheng often told me that Xiaofei was very busy.
Did coming here delay his work? Zhou Yuancheng said as he looked towards Yifei. Dad, no matter how busy I am, I have to come to see you. When will I finish my little thing?
Yifei said something to him with a smile, then stood up and walked to Xiao Qingcheng's side.
Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuancheng waved his hand immediately. Since you have something to do, go do it first. When I get better, we can get together again.
I haven't had a drink with my son-in-law yet, so I must drink a little.
Okay, since Dad has said so, we'll just go now. By the way, it's getting late now. How about Mom come with us to eat downstairs and bring something for Dad?
Yifei was just about to leave, but after looking at the time, he turned back and asked Lu Chuanqing.
Lu Chuanqing shook his head when he heard this and did not agree.
No, Xiaofei, you and Qingcheng go ahead. I had dinner with your dad at 10 o'clock this morning and I'm not hungry now.
I can go eat by myself in the afternoon if I'm hungry. I'd better not disturb you too. How is this a disturbance?
This.
Okay, then Mom and Dad, I'll take Xiaofei away.
If you have any questions, just contact us anytime. Seeing that Yifei had nothing to say, Xiao Qingcheng stood up and pulled Yifei towards the door. Seeing this, Lu Chuanqing and Zhou Yuancheng looked at each other and smiled helplessly.
Be careful when you two go. We know.
Mom and Dad, don't worry. After saying this, the two of them quickly left the hospital and walked downstairs. Seeing this, Lu Chuanqing and Zhou Yuancheng both sighed helplessly.
These two kids are really, it's good that they are happy together. Isn't that what we want to see? They are all suitable. That's right, honey. My shoulders are a little sore. Can you give me a massage? Okay, I'll help you with this. Chapter 116 Yongcheng Auto Shop. After coming out of the hospital, Yifei followed Xiao Qingcheng back to the car. As soon as they got in the car, Xiao Qingcheng came to Yifei's side and looked at the rosewood box in his hand. This box, is this what Dad gave you?
Xiao Qingcheng looked at it curiously, and Yifei put it in her hands.
Yes, it's a treasure my father gave me. I have to keep it well. What is this? What did second daddy give you? Yifei's words immediately made Xiao Qingcheng curious. Can I open it? Holding the box in her hand, she asked Yifei. If I say no, you won't open it? Only my wife can open this box.
Yifei raised his eyebrows when he heard this and teased Xiao Qingcheng. Seeing this, Xiao Qingcheng knew that Yifei was teasing him again. After giving him a look, he opened the box.
Humph, I want to see what it is. My second dad has hidden some good stuff from me. Hey, isn't this?
As soon as the box was opened, Xiao Qingcheng's expression changed slightly, and she covered her mouth with her hands in surprise.
Half moon lock. This. What's wrong?
Seeing that she was very emotional, Yifei looked up at her.
This is something my father had. He asked a master to carve it for me when I was a child. I didn't expect to see it here.
Xiao Qingcheng suddenly choked up while speaking, and her nose felt sore.
Oh, don't cry, don't cry.
Seeing that her eyes were red, Yifei quickly went over to comfort her. Xiao Qingcheng was held in Yifei's arms. She adjusted her mood a little, then raised her head and said,
I'm fine.
I was just a little excited when I saw this thing suddenly.
I haven't seen it for a long time. I thought my dad had lost it, but I didn't expect to see it in this way.
If I'm not mistaken, he gave it to my second father, and then asked him to give it to you.
Well, Dad told me the origin of this thing.
Yifei nodded and listened to Xiao Qingcheng's speech. Xiao Qingcheng smiled when she heard that, put the rosewood box away and put it in Yifei's hands.
Then you have to keep it well, this is very important.
I still have half of this half moon lock, which is also placed at home.
When I get it, I can put it together. One half symbolizes peace, and the other half symbolizes prosperity. Huh, there's still half?
When Yifei heard this, his face was full of disbelief. Looking at this small and exquisite lock, he suddenly understood his father-in-law's good intentions.
This gift has become of utmost importance to him.
Of course, we'll merge them into one later.
I also want to become one with my wife. Hey, what nonsense are you talking about again? You really have no shame.
When Xiao Qingcheng heard Yifei's words, she turned around and glared at her coquettishly. Seeing how cute she was, Yifei grabbed Xiao Qingcheng and kissed her on the face again.
All right. Don't kiss me, let's go eat.
Xiao Qingcheng was kissed and pouted, trying to push Yifei away. Seeing this, Yifei raised his eyebrows slightly and immediately pretended to be sad.
You despise me. No, how could I dislike my husband? What can I say? Then you kiss me?
Seeing that she had fallen into the trap, Yifei quickly pointed at his own face. Seeing this, Xiao Qingcheng's face turned slightly red, but she still stepped forward and gave Yifei a kiss on the face. After the kiss, she couldn't help but complain.
There are cameras everywhere. Please drive away quickly. It would be so embarrassing if someone took pictures of you. Let's go eat quickly. Okay, let's go eat. Feeling satisfied, Yifei did not continue teasing Xiao Qingcheng.
Instead, he looked at the time and turned back to ask her.
You are familiar with this area, you decide. Where shall we eat? Heiyu Hotel. Okay, ma'am, fasten your seatbelts, we're about to leave. As you command, my dear sir.
The two of them joked with each other, and Xiao Qingcheng quickly fastened her seatbelt. Yifei also stepped on the accelerator and rushed towards Heiyu Hotel.
Later, Yifei followed Xiao Qingcheng to a restaurant for dinner.
After dinner, the two did not stay there any longer, but planned to return to Shanghai. I have to say that the restaurants recommended by Xiao Qingcheng are all well-known chefs, and the dishes they cook are superb and the taste is amazing. Both of them felt full after eating.
Honey, do you have anything else to do this afternoon? Sitting in the car, Xiao Qingcheng asked leisurely. Yes, in the afternoon.
Yifei pondered for a moment, then he seemed to have thought of something and spoke.
Go pick up the car this afternoon. I bought a car and it's a good opportunity for you to see if it's suitable for you to drive.
Thinking about the fact that he had not picked up the car he bought in the live broadcast room 2 days ago, Yifei put this matter aside for the time being. After all, it would be a little later, and Yifei also planned to discuss business with the people from Gao country, so that these things could be resolved within one day.
Hey, you bought a car. It seems you've been living a pretty busy life these past 2 days. That's not the case. I'm very busy. Yifei raised his eyebrows and said. Sit down now, we'll set off now. We'll be there soon enough so we can pick it up. No problem, then I'll follow your arrangements this afternoon.
Xiao Qingcheng nodded after hearing this. She had nothing to do anyway, so it would be nice to go with Yifei to look at the car. She agreed to Yifei's request, and she adjusted a comfortable position to lean against the car and dozed off. When she began to sleep, Yifei also stepped on the accelerator and drove towards Shanghai,
China, overseas.
It was already past 3 in the afternoon when the two of them arrived. It was almost business time at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and Yifei also called Xiaochen. "Hey, brother Fei, are you here to pick up the car?"
Xiaochen said excitedly as soon as he received the call. "Yes, I'm going to pick up the car now. Please send the address and we'll be there soon." "No problem, brother Fei, this position." Xiaochen chatted briefly with Yifei and sent his location. The location was not far from him, so Yifei greeted Xiaochen and rushed towards where Xiaochen was. In Yongcheng Auto Shop.
Yifei parked his car in front of their door and soon someone came out to greet him. Xiaochen and others had been waiting at the door for a long time. When they saw Yifei coming, they all surrounded him.
"Brother Fei, you are finally here." "Brother Fei, eh? This is your sister-in-law."
Yifei introduced Xiao Qingqing to Xiaochen and others in front of him and took her out of the car.
"Ah, sister-in-law."
Xiaochen's eyes lit up and she immediately looked towards Xiao Qingqing. After seeing Xiao Qingqing, her eyes brightened even more and she quickly stepped forward and praised loudly.
"My sister-in-law is so beautiful, how can she be so beautiful?"
"Sister-in-law, I told you that when Brother Fei bought the car, he was talking about you all the time, and he didn't let anyone else sit in the passenger seat. He just kept talking about you. He also praised you for being beautiful, like a fairy.
Now that you see me, I think you're prettier than a fairy." Chapter 117 Greasy Middle-Aged Uncle. "Xiaochen, don't be so startled.
Your sister-in-law is such a gentle and lovely girl, and you are so fierce that you might scare her."
Shoji at the back was still the same as before.
He came up and pulled Xiaochen, signaling her not to be so startled.
"Hey, what's the matter? Why am I so angry? I am just being emotional.
I am so excited when I see a beautiful woman."
"Do you know that beautiful women are attracted to each other? Are you right, sister-in-law?" Xiaochen was too lazy to care about him.
After retorting, he looked towards Xiao Qingqing. Xiao Qingqing smiled and lowered her head when she heard that, and she continued the conversation shyly.
"You are also very beautiful. Beautiful women do attract each other." "Oh, that's it. Did you hear me? Stay out of women's business."
Xiaochen gained the upper hand after hearing this, and turned around and proudly raised his head towards Xiaoji behind him. Xiaoji was speechless when he heard this and rolled his eyes.
"Okay, I think you should hurry up and take Brother Fei to get the car. You just let him stand at the door without inviting him in to take a look?" "Oh, I'm a little excited now. I'll go in and get the car right away."
"Come on, Brother Fei, sister-in-law, come in and take a look." Xiaochen smiled awkwardly, then made a gesture of invitation to Yifei and Xiao Qingqing. Seeing this, Yifei also took Xiao Qingqing and walked inside.
Xiaochen was leading the way and talking beside him.
"This is where we work and broadcast live. Because we have always been short of budget, this area is not too big. The store is not as good as the 4S stores on the market, but the decoration and design are good." Yifei walked into the hall and was very satisfied with their small shop. Although the store is small, it is very cozy and a nice place.
"Hee, of course, I decorated this all by myself, so it must be good. I have put the car at the back of the first floor for you. You still have to go inside to see it. Why don't we go get it now?"
"Wait, where is your toilet?" Without waiting for Xiaochen to finish his words, Xiao Qingqing's expression stiffened slightly, and he turned around and asked hurriedly. Xiaochen glanced at Xiao Qingqing, especially when he saw her embarrassed look. He immediately understood what she meant.
"The toilet is over here, this way. Please follow me first." "Need emergency supplies?" "Yes, I need to go to the bathroom first."
Seeing Xiaochen pointing the way, Xiao Qingqing hurriedly ran towards the toilet.
"This is?" Yifei hadn't figured out the situation yet and wanted to ask some questions out of concern.
He thought Xiao Qingqing had eaten too much at noon and had an upset stomach.
"My aunt is here." Xiaochen stopped Yifei and said something tactfully.
Yifei looked embarrassed when he saw this and understood what was going on.
"Brother Fei, wait for me. I'm going to the bathroom with my sister-in-law first." "No problem, you guys handle it first."
Yifei nodded and sat there waiting. Xiaozhu was busy with other things and had no time to spare, so he just poured Yifei a glass of water and asked him to wait a moment. Fortunately, Xiaochen handled the matter relatively quickly and returned to Yifei after finishing it.
Let's go and check it out. Sister-in-law said she will be waiting for you in the lobby. Don't worry.
I'll ask my staff to buy some brown sugar ginger water.
Okay, thank you for your help.
Yifei nodded when he heard that and followed Xiaochen inside. With Xiaochen around, she felt a lot more at ease.
Xiaochen quickly took Yifei to the first floor.
When they reached the edge, she stopped and looked towards the car in front.
This is the one. I'll open it for you now.
Xiaochen said this and walked forward to lift the curtain covering the car. After the curtain was removed, the full appearance of the Ferrari LaFerrari was revealed in front of Yifei. When Yifei saw this huge monster, his eyes suddenly lit up.
Handsome. This thing is really cool. He didn't buy the wrong one. Not bad, isn't it?
Xiaochen noticed the change in Yifei's expression and waved at him, indicating that he could get in the car and try driving. Seeing this, Yifei didn't waste any time and got into the car immediately. As soon as he got on, he started the engine and raised his brows.
The feel is very good and the engine sounds fierce. It seems like I made the right purchase this time. This big guy is so handsome, and it should be pretty good to drive. But this seat is a bit uncomfortable for my waist.
Indeed, Ferrari generally has this problem.
If you don't want to hurt your waist, you'd better go for the Range Rover. But with this kind of car, Brother Fei, you can take your sister-in-law out for a ride, and it will be a great pleasure.
Xiaochen said with a smile and pointed forward.
There aren't many people in the store right now. Brother Fei, if you want to drive, just drive it out. You can pick up your sister-in-law later. The Range Rover is on the other side. It won't be too late to check it out later. Then I'll drive out slowly.
With Xiaochen's permission, Yifei stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the door.
Xiaochen followed him slowly and walked towards the hall.
Because the hall on the first floor was not big, the two of them quickly reached the door. At this time, Xiao Qingcheng was already sitting in the hall outside the door.
Seeing Yifei driving out, she waved at Yifei.
But when she was about to stand up and walk to Yifei, a pot-bellied bald man outside the door walked towards her. Xiao Qingcheng felt confused when she saw the person suddenly standing in front of her. Not only was she confused, Yifei in the car also raised his eyebrows, wondering why this man was approaching them.
Beauty, buy a car, help me introduce it to you.
The bald middle-aged man came forward and said to Xiao Qingcheng.
You want me to introduce the car?
Xiao Qingcheng pointed at herself in confusion.
Yeah, aren't you a salesperson here?
The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiao Qingcheng with a slight gleam in his eyes.
He hasn't seen such a beautiful lady in a long time. I'm not. I'm the customer and they're the salespersons. You've got the wrong person.
Seeing that he had just recognized the wrong person, Xiao Qingcheng breathed a sigh of relief and turned around to walk towards Yifei. But before she took 2 steps, she was stopped by a middle-aged man.
I'm sorry. I'm so abrupt. I didn't understand. How about this? Come with me and look at cars.
I'm going to look at the Mercedes-Benz series.
If you're willing to come with me and buy a car later, I'll take you out for a ride. How about that?
As the middle-aged man spoke, he deliberately shook his watch in front of Xiao Qingcheng. When Xiao Qingcheng saw this, she immediately knew what the person in front of her was planning, and her expression became a little uglier.
No, I don't know anything about cars and I'm not interested. If you want to buy one, go find a salesperson.
Oh, no, beautiful lady, I just felt that it was a bit rude of me to admit my mistake to you just now, so I wanted to apologize to you. When the middle-aged man saw that she was about to leave, he continued to pester her and tried to strike up a conversation with her.
Chapter 118 Sense of Honor. What are you doing?
Xiao Qingcheng was startled by the sudden approach of the middle-aged man and quickly took a few steps back.
Nothing, I just wanted to apologize to you.
The middle-aged man said this, but actually moved closer to Xiao Qingcheng again. When Xiao Qingcheng saw him approaching, she ran to the side. When the middle-aged man saw that she was about to leave, he suddenly became anxious and stood up and wanted to chase after her. But just when he was about to catch up with Xiao Qingcheng, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him.
Yifei got out of the car and ran over as fast as he could. Husband.
Seeing Yifei coming back, Xiao Qingcheng breathed a sigh of relief and her expression eased a little.
Husband, this person is pestering me. I don't know what he wants to do. It's terrible. Don't be afraid, I'm here.
Yi Fei turned around to comfort Xiao Qingcheng, then looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. After seeing him, Yi Fei's eyes were full of disgust.
Uncle, I don't know what you mean by this?
When the middle-aged man saw someone coming to Xiao Qingcheng's side, his expression became slightly embarrassed. Knowing that he might have gone a little too far, he chuckled and said,
"Oh, I'm sorry, young man, I'm really sorry.
I just wanted to apologize to your wife.
Maybe I was a little too anxious and scared her. Since you're here, why don't we go look at the car together?"
"No, we don't need your apology.
You'd better leave now, otherwise I will ask the security team to come."
Yi Fei stared at him and snorted in his heart.
Apologize?
He had just clearly seen what had happened. How could it be an apology?
This was obviously a deliberate attempt to pick up and talk to Xiao Qingcheng. "Oh, no, young man, what do you mean? I haven't done anything here, why are you calling for the security team right away?"
Hearing what Yi Fei said, the uncle put away his smile and looked at the two people in front of him with a serious face.
"You still say you didn't do anything?
I really don't know how shameless you are.
The older you get, the more shameless you become. If I had come a little later, would you have done it to my wife? I'm telling you, don't deny it, the camera clearly recorded it. If you don't leave, I'll just call in the security team."
Yi Fei said 3 sentences in a row, responding coldly to the person in front of him. The middle-aged man looked slightly embarrassed.
Although he was right, he didn't want to leave.
So many people were watching, especially the customers outside who were watching this scene.
If he just left like that, wouldn't it be a bit too embarrassing?
Seeing the contemptuous looks from the customers around him, he felt embarrassed and immediately looked at Yi Fei, ready to continue confronting him.
"I said, I just wanted to apologize to your wife. I was just a little excited and scared her. Is it wrong for me to apologize? You came up and scolded me like that. I really gave you face.
You look poor at first glance, and your wife must be suffering.
If you come here to buy a car, you will probably have to take out a loan. You can only buy a Volkswagen? I'm really impressed.
I apologized with good intentions, but you made it sound like I was going to do something to your wife. I didn't want to argue with you, but you insisted on doing this, and there was nothing I could do," the uncle said as he began to forcefully pull himself back into the situation. When Xiao Qingcheng heard his words, she gritted her teeth in anger.
How come he gets to say all the good and bad things by himself?
It was clearly the person in front of her who was disrespectful to her first. She said immediately, angry in her heart.
"You apologize to me, what are you apologizing for? I really don't understand you."
"You can just apologize and say 1 sentence.
Why do you keep coming closer to me, over and over again? How come I don't know that I have to apologize for mistaking someone? You just mistook me for a salesperson. What's there to apologize for? Isn't it enough to just say a few words? After apologizing, you still want me to follow you to look at cars and go for a ride. Who doesn't know what you are thinking?"
Xiao Qingcheng sounded aggrieved as she spoke, her eyes turning red. Seeing her like this, Yi Fei quickly reached out to stop her and signaled her not to continue talking. Seeing this, Xiao Chen next to him sighed helplessly. She had just come out with Yi Fei, so naturally she saw everything. She also saw clearly what this uncle did.
"Customer, please leave now. Don't continue to argue with us. It's unnecessary.
If you don't leave, I really can only ask the security team to come.
It's useless for you to say anything now.
You know exactly what you were thinking just now, so I won't adjust the camera." Xiao Chen, in order to smooth things over, drove away the middle-aged man in front of him. When the middle-aged man saw that the clerk was making things difficult for him, his face instantly turned red. After Xiao Chen said this, several people who came later to look at the car couldn't help but start talking about it.
"It's really funny to see you still behaving like a hooligan at such an old age." "Exactly. I thought it was something else."
"What he just told me was something that this young couple did.
They are quite good at talking. Go away, don't continue to embarrass yourself here."
Everyone laughed, and couldn't help shaking their heads when looking at the middle-aged man in front of them. Under the attack of so many people, the middle-aged man's face became stiff and his ears turned red. But he was too proud to leave and stared at Xiao Chen.
"I've bought a few cars from your place before. Are you sure you want to kick me out? I'm telling you, if you drive me away, it'll be like losing a Mercedes-Benz or a BMW. And you, little girl, I think you might as well come with me." Why are you following a poor guy?
If you follow me, you can ride in a Mercedes, but if you follow him, you won't stand a chance at all. I think you're a good person, so I came over to talk to you, but you don't appreciate it.
Here, this is my contact information. If you figure it out, you can come find me.
And this clerk, you'd better apologize to me quickly and take me to see the car. I want to buy a Mercedes-Benz this time.
Serve me well and I'll give you a tip.
The middle-aged man said this, looking up with a proud look on his face. He intended to save face in this regard. When Yi Fei and others heard his words, they all frowned.
Is this something wrong? Being able to buy a Mercedes-Benz or a BMW also gives yourself a sense of honor?
Although being able to buy a BMW is a good condition, it is nothing compared to Yi Fei.
Yi Fei wanted to laugh, but he didn't say anything.
Xiao Chen next to him sighed helplessly. She was almost the same as Yi Fei. She looked at the uncle in front of her as if he were a clown.
Uncle, this is not about whether you can buy a BMW. Our store doesn't accept people like you. You'd better leave, or I'll adjust the camera. Chapter 119 Ferrari LaFerrari. You.
The uncle didn't expect Xiao Chen to give him no face at all, and he was immediately furious.
Okay, this is how you treat your customers, right? I don't think you should keep running a shop like this.
I came out to buy a car, but I'm still not welcomed.
Everyone is so disrespectful. I will post all of your information online so that everyone can see your attitude. You can forget about continuing this business in the future. Because he was really embarrassed, the uncle snorted coldly and took out his mobile phone to record the scene. Seeing his entangled look, Yi Fei and others couldn't help but sigh.
The uncle took out his cell phone and started recording while shouting.
A shop like yours, do you know why you can't grow big? It's because you don't know how to serve customers properly.
You ignored the big customers and now you serve a poor boy.
I tell you, you will definitely regret it. Come on, everyone, take a look. This is the store. They don't do any business at all. I came here to buy a car, but they chased me away. They ignored me as a big customer. Don't come to this car shop anymore. Hey! Uncle, what are you doing?
Xiao Chen sighed helplessly when he saw him start talking nonsense. It is actually very troublesome to meet such customers. Seeing him like this, Yi Fei was suddenly speechless.
Uncle, I think you have a problem.
You feel superior to others just because you bought a Mercedes-Benz. You start to complain here because you can't save your face.
People like you will ruin the reputation of Mercedes-Benz if you buy one. Oh, how much money do you have? You are only qualified to yell at me here. From your looks, you can't even buy a Mercedes-Benz, right?
You are such a poor bastard.
If you don't have money, then don't say anything.
The uncle continued to scold Yi Fei. The more he scolded, the more excited he became, and he completely ignored the strange looks from the people around him. Upon hearing this, Yi Fei sighed helplessly, walked a few steps to his side, and took the phone from his hand.
You, what are you doing?
When the uncle saw him approaching, he became a little flustered and took a few steps back.
I'm warning you, if you dare to do anything to me, I'll. Do you know why they won't serve you?
Yi Fei turned off the video on his phone and looked at him indifferently.
Who knows why? The uncle didn't know what Yi Fei was going to do and snorted coldly. That's right, you don't know.
Our store won't entertain people like you who have little ability but still like to shout, especially those greasy uncles who have no skills and have some character issues. You look like you're almost 50, but you're still imitating others and picking up girls. You can only buy a Mercedes-Benz and show off to yourself. You've lost your sense of self. At your age, if you can't even afford a high-performance sports car, you've lived in vain.
Now, take your phone and get out.
Yi Fei shouted coldly at the uncle in front of him, took the phone from his cell phone, and smashed it directly into his face. The uncle was hit in the face and screamed, blood flowing down his nose.
Who the hell do you think you are? When I was your age, I bought better cars than you.
The uncle was also forced into a corner, and immediately shouted at Yi Fei. Seeing him like this, Yi Fei was too lazy to pay attention to him and walked towards the Ferrari LaFerrari behind him.
Come on, wife, let's get in the car. Good.
Xiao Qingcheng looked up at the car, and when she saw the Ferrari LaFerrari, her eyes lit up.
The uncle didn't expect Yi Fei to drive such a big beast over here. His expression was dazed for a moment. What are you doing? That's a Ferrari LaFerrari. You can't afford to pay for it if you break it. Yifei felt like laughing when he heard what the uncle said. Uncle, your financial situation is not good. Even if you want to test drive a Ferrari LaFerrari, you need to show proof of your assets. By the way, you will never be able to test drive this kind of car in your lifetime. After all, it is a Ferrari LaFerrari, and not everyone can buy it if they want to. Also, even if I smashed this car, no one would say anything. Who made me buy a car like this at such a young age? Unlike you, who can only drive a Mercedes-Benz. Yifei said a few words casually and drove out of the shop. When Xiaochen saw Yifei was about to leave, he quickly followed him and shouted, "Brother Fei, drive around and come back soon. Don't forget there are still cars to check." "No." Yifei responded and walked outside with Xiao Qingcheng. This time the uncle stood there in a daze, not knowing what to say for a while. When the people around saw Yifei driving away with Xiao Qingcheng in a Ferrari, they burst out laughing. "Ferrari LaFerrari, doesn't this uncle become a clown?" "Yeah, he's just a clown." "How much is a BMW?" No wonder the clerk didn't serve him. "A Ferrari LaFerrari must be worth tens of millions, right?" "You're not saying that. Ferrari LaFerrari is priceless." "Did you hear it just now? This Fei Gu seems to be the owner of the store." "Wait, Brother Fei, is this Yifei?" "Apart from Mr. Yi, there is really no one in Zhonghai who can look at this kind of car." "Fuck, now that you put it that way, it really seems to be Mr. Yi." A group of people looked at the direction Yifei left and couldn't help but talk loudly. At the end, there was only a cry of surprise. Xiaochen looked back at the uncle, and seeing that he was still standing there, she sighed helplessly, and then changed to a sarcastic tone. "Uncle, are you still buying a car?" "Mr. Fei is gone, I can take you to have a look, in fact, BMW is also quite good, we have a few here." "By shit, I'm not buying it." When the uncle heard Xiaochen's greeting, he immediately shouted. Because it was too embarrassing, he could only pretend to be angry and walked out of the shop in shame. It's so embarrassing. When everyone saw him leave, they couldn't help but laugh out loud. This guy finally left. He was never Mr. Ye's opponent, okay? This kind of person is ridiculous. When he reaches middle age and has a few dollars, he starts to think that he is superior to others. It's simply shameful. That's true. It would be embarrassing if I didn't leave here. But Mr. Ye's wife is so pretty. I want to take a closer look. A beautiful girl with a handsome guy, isn't that a standard match? That's right, this is a perfect match, but that Ferrari LaFerrari is so cool, when can I drive it? Let's just think about it. That's not something that ordinary people can afford. A group of people were talking about it, but when they saw that the uncle had left, some of those who had come to join in the fun did not stay there any longer, but left the shop. As for the customers who came to buy cars, Xiaochen greeted them one by one. "Everyone, if you have any car you like, you can communicate with our store staff." Chapter 120, Longxing Enterprises Business. After Yifei brought Xiao Qingcheng out, he took a walk around the area. Because of the unique appearance of the Ferrari LaFerrari, just by driving it on the road, many people looked up at this side, and some even shouted excitedly. "Dad, this Ferrari LaFerrari is so cool. Can you buy it for me when I grow up?" A father and son were stopped at a traffic light with Yifei. The two were riding electric scooters, and the father and Yifei happened to look at each other. Yifei and Xiao Qingcheng also heard their voices. My father was a little embarrassed, but after looking at Yifei, he quickly turned his head away. Okay, Dad will buy you a toy car someday." As he said this, the traffic light changed quickly. Afraid that his son would say something else, he quickly rode away on his electric scooter. When Xiao Qingcheng heard the humorous way this passerby spoke, she burst out laughing. Being a father is really stressful. Indeed, wit is still under great pressure. Yifei couldn't help but laugh out loud, and continued to move forward with Xiao Qingcheng. However, halfway through the drive, he slowed down, as if he had thought of something, and looked towards Xiao Qingcheng. "What's wrong?" Xiao Qingcheng felt much better after going out for a drive, but her face was still a little pale because of her stomachache. "You are in a special period today, so we won't play outside for too long. How about I take you back first? Let's go to a nearby hotel and rest for a while. I have to go to discuss business later and pick up another car. It will take a while to finish the work." "Well, you still have work to do. If you are busy, then take me to rest. I am indeed a little tired." Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingcheng pondered for a while, then nodded in response to Yifei.
She actually really wanted to follow Yifei out, but thinking of her poor health, she had no choice but to stay here and say goodbye to him for the time being.
Okay, I'll try to be back soon. If you're in any pain, just rest.
I'll arrange for someone at the hotel to prepare something for you that will help alleviate the pain.
Okay, thank you, husband. He is so nice.
Xiao Qingcheng smiled when she heard that, leaned against Yifei's shoulder, and gently kissed him on the face.
Yifei's heartbeat quickened instantly when she teased him like this.
But seeing Xiao Qingcheng leaning against the car somewhat tiredly, he could only smack his lips and speed up. Later, Yifei sent Xiao Qingcheng directly to the hotel. After delivering the goods, he arranged everything, then stood up and walked downstairs again.
I looked at the time and it was almost 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Time flies by so fast. If I go back to get the car, I'll be delayed for a while. Forget it. Let's not go back to get it. Let's go talk about business first. Thinking of the business he had made an appointment with Gaoguo yesterday, Yifei raised his eyebrows.
It would be more appropriate to go and check out the business first. Thinking this in his mind, he took out his cell phone and contacted Xiaochen first.
Hey, Mr. Yi, are you coming back to pick up the car? I've arranged everything for you. I'm not going back.
I have some things to take care of, so I'm going to take care of business first. You guys can send the car to a nearby garage.
I'll send you the address. You can't come.
Well, in that case we'll just park the car in a nearby garage.
No problem.
It would be best if you could deliver it to the place where I parked last time, so I can pick it up when I'm free.
Yifei simply said a few words to Xiao Chen and then hung up the phone.
After hanging up the phone, he also contacted the previous company. The call was connected quickly, and the voice came out of the phone as soon as the other party answered the call.
Hello, Mr. Yi, are you free to discuss business now? Yes, I have time now. Where shall we meet? Is there time now? Of course we have some. Our CEO is back. Where are you now? Would you like to come to Longsheng Enterprise? Longsheng Enterprise?
Yifei heard what he said, then used his mobile phone to look up the address. After checking, he put down the phone.
The distance is relatively close, just right on the way. I'll go to your Longsheng.
Following what the person on the phone said, the other party quickly agreed to his request. Seeing this, Yifei didn't waste any more time. He navigated to Longsheng Enterprise and rushed towards his destination.
The other side. Longsheng Enterprises.
Inside the company, Li Longyong and the young man both looked happy after answering Yifei's call.
He's taken the bait. He's finally taken the bait. Now we just have to wait for him to come. We just need to be prepared. It's so easy to succeed. I really don't know how the Zhang family did it. They were targeted like that. Xiaoxi, have you prepared everything? If you are, let's open the store.
Li Longyong said something to the young man behind him and collapsed leisurely on the sofa.
We're ready, boss. How can we not be prepared? We are all familiar with this kind of thing.
Xiaoxi said this with a smile and patted his chest to indicate that it was okay.
This is a big order. Don't think it's a small problem and neglect it. That won't work. Yes, boss, don't worry. We have prepared everything. Can't the two of us handle Yifei? I will go and prepare again.
Xiaoxi said this, walked to the side and continued to inspect the scene.
This is their job. Bringing people to Gao country makes it very easy to do these things.
They just need to call Yifei here, give him some ingredients, and take him away after he faints.
These operations are commonplace for them. Get ready, you have to be ready, don't make any mistakes. If this is done well, not only will the Zhang family get a profit, but Yifei will also get a big profit. He should be coming soon.
I should also change my clothes and get ready.
Li Longyong said this, stood up and walked towards the bedroom inside the office, and began to change his clothes.
Seeing this, Xiaoxi didn't say anything else. He started to decorate the room from beginning to end, tidying it up as well. Yifei rushed all the way from the hotel to Longsheng Enterprise. It took more than 10 minutes for him to find Longsheng Enterprise. Looking at the not-so-big company in front of him, he raised his eyebrows slightly, but still stopped the car and walked inside. As soon as he got off the car, the waiter standing at the entrance of Longsheng Enterprise hurried out to greet him.
Hello, you must be Mr. Yi who made an appointment with our Mr. Li. I will take you to see him. Come with me, they are waiting for you on the second floor. Please. Yi Fei nodded, followed him, and headed towards the second floor. Chapter 121, Tampered Tea Leaves. With the help of the waiter in the store, Yi Fei soon arrived at the place for negotiation. The front desk clerk took Yi Fei to the second floor. After a slight bow, he turned around and left. The door of the office on the second floor was open. Li Longyong and Xiao Shi had been waiting for a long time. When they saw Yi Fei walk in, their expressions suddenly changed and they greeted him with a smile. Mr. Yi? Come on, do it. Xiao Shi waved his hands excitedly and took Yi Fei to sit on the sofa. After settling him down, he stood up, closed the door, and started making tea. You are the boss of this company, right? Yi Fei looked at Li Longyong in front of him and greeted him. Yes, I am the boss of the company. Thank you for your hard work in coming all the way to see our project. It's not hard. Just bring the project to me and I'll take a look at it. We can talk it out as soon as possible. I have some things to do later. Yi Fei smiled and waved his hand, signaling Li Longyong in front of him to finish the battle quickly. You have other things to do, so I won't waste my time. Here are the materials for our project. Take a look. As for the 50-50 split you agreed to yesterday, can you give us an extra 0.50? Wait a moment, let me see what's going on. Yi Fei signaled the people in front of him to be quiet and began to look down at the information. After reading it once, he checked that there was nothing suspicious and handed the information back. Transportation is indeed a big problem. Yes, this part requires a lot, and sometimes the transportation time is very long. After the parts arrive in China, they may need to be repaired again, so we can't be 50-50. But if you need, we can slow down the transportation a little bit. Li Longyong looked at Yi Fei's expression as he spoke, then turned around and motioned Xiao Shi to bring up the tea leaves. When Xiao Shi saw this, he immediately understood what his boss meant and stepped forward to take action. Xiao Shi placed the tea leaves in front of Yi Fei. His movements were very smooth. Serving tea in this way was very natural and unexpected. When Yi Fei saw the tea leaves, he did not take them immediately, but frowned as he looked at the information. You said that transportation is a problem, but isn't the cost of advertising this place a bit too much? Publication only costs a little in the early stage, and basically no expenses are needed in the later stage. I invested so much in you, and you won't need much in the early stage, and you will make a huge profit in the later stage. I think we can't get 5 points in the early stage, and we can maintain 5 points in the later stage. Is that enough? That's indeed the case with regard to publicity. We were planning to tell you that, but now that Mr. Yi has brought it up, we'll do as you say. When Li Longyong saw that Yi Fei didn't drink tea, his brows frowned slightly, but he didn't think much about it. Instead, he pushed the tea in front of Yi Fei. Have a drink. This tea tastes very good. It is a specialty of our Gao country. Do you have any tea leaves over there? Seeing that Li Longyong agreed to him so directly, although he was a little surprised, he also felt that there was nothing wrong. After all, he has done a good job in making concessions. Yes, there are many people who like to drink tea there, and many people buy some as gifts, so I opened a small tea shop there, and sometimes I grow some and sell some. That's right, it smells good. Yi Fei said as he picked up the tea leaves and prepared to put them to his mouth. But just as he was about to put it to his lips, his brows furrowed slightly. Because the voice of the system sounded in his mind. Warning! The host is aware of danger. Give the host 2 choices first. Choice 1, don't drink the tea leaves, and find a way to send the 2 black guys in front of you to the security team. Reward, enhance the host's physical strength. Choice 2, drink tea leaves, barbecue, and send kidneys to the country of waste. This time, the system's voice became more anxious, and the tone was slightly higher. When Yi Fei heard what the system said, his nerves suddenly tensed up and he became a little panicked. Barbecue? Yowzi? Tea? Looking at the tea leaves in his hand, his expression frowned slightly. Then he looked up at Li Longyong in front of him and became more alert. This tea is fake. It seems that the people in front of me are all up to no good. But why would you be hostile to him? Because he couldn't figure it out, Yi Fei didn't continue to dwell on this topic, but prepared to get through this crisis first. Looking at the 2 people in front of him, a smile appeared on his lips and he chose the first option. Li Longyong also noticed Yi Fei looking at him, and immediately frowned in confusion. His strong psychological quality allowed him to remain calm and continue talking with a smile. Try it. Why don't you drink it yet?
I'm looking forward to your evaluation of whether my tea tastes good or not.
If it tastes good, I can bring some back for you. I'd rather not drink this tea. It tastes a little weird. Just smelling it makes me feel something is wrong. Is it bad?
Yifei said with a smile and put the tea leaves on the table. Li Longyong and Xiaoxi were both slightly stunned when they heard this. Hearing Yifei say this, Li Longyong thought there was something wrong with the tea and that he had added too much material.
He immediately picked it up and smelled it. There's no strange smell? You don't like the taste. That should be the case. I smell a bit astringent in it.
I'm very picky about tea leaves.
I'm really sorry. While answering the two people in front of him, Yifei observed his surroundings, trying to see how much the enemy had prepared to deal with him. After seeing that there were no other dangerous items that could pose a direct threat to him, Yifei turned around and looked at the two people in front of him with a smile. Ah, is that so? I didn't expect Mr. Yi to be an expert at tasting tea. Xiaoxi, go make another cup for Mr. Yi and bring out our best tea leaves. No problem. I'll go right away.
Xiaoxi was relieved to find that his problem was not his, and immediately ran to the side to pour more tea.
Please wait a moment. We have other teas here.
I'm sure there is one that suits your taste.
It's okay. I've always been picky about my food. It's okay if I don't drink tea. Let's just continue talking about business. If you think my proposal is okay, why don't we sign the contract? Of course, no problem. We'll do as you say. When the parts are shipped out, we can split the profits 50-50. This is also possible. After all, we also want to cooperate with Mr. Yi for a long time. Li Longyong smiled, took the contract paper and started signing his name.
While he was signing the contract, the second cup of tea was soon prepared in the small room next door. This time he deliberately changed the tea leaves and put less ingredients in it. Taking the cup of tea, he placed it in front of Yifei again. Yifei saw that the system prompt was still there, knowing that the cup of tea had been tampered with. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he simply continued to act like the two people in front of him.
Chapter 122, A Test for You. Let's continue the long-term cooperation.
Indeed, I also want to cooperate with you for a long time.
It would be even better if we can develop it for a long time.
Yifei responded to Li Longyong with a smile, and he picked up the cup of tea on the table. Seeing him pick up the tea leaves again, Li Longyong and Xiaoxi both looked happy.
The first time was because I didn't like the taste of the tea. This second time, there must be some taste I don't like, right? Moreover, he changed to the best tea leaves.
If there was still any smell, it would be something created out of nothing.
The tea smells good this time.
Yifei pretended to pick it up and put it to his mouth to take a sip.
Of course. This time I changed the tea we have here. The one you smelled just now didn't taste good. This one should taste good. It smells good, how about trying mine?
Yifei deliberately followed the two people in front of him to delay time, holding the tea leaves to his mouth and observing their expressions. When he saw their facial expressions change slightly with his movements, he felt like laughing.
Are you expecting him to drink this cup of tea? But he refused. Crash.
Yifei just put the tea leaves to his mouth, then his hand loosened and the teacup fell directly to the ground. The teacup made a sound of hitting the ground. When Li Longyong and Xiaoxi heard it, their expressions changed.
Deliberately? Or was it discovered? They just watched Yifei let go, so if this action wasn't intentional, then what could it be?
Li Longyong couldn't hold it anymore when he saw this, and immediately asked Yifei in front of him with a frown.
Boss Yi, what do you mean? The first time you said there was something wrong with my tea, and the second time you deliberately broke the teacup?
I'm sorry, I said it was too hot just now and I couldn't hold your letter? Seeing him so angry, Yifei suddenly felt a little amused.
It was too hot and you couldn't hold it? How could it be too hot?
Our cups won't burn your hands at all. The water temperature I used when I made the tea was just right.
How can you say it was too hot? I think you did it on purpose. Xiaoxi couldn't hold it anymore and his expression became a little more ferocious.
Seeing how angry he was, Yifei remained calm. Looking at the two people in front of him, he suddenly stood up from the sofa. Seeing this, Li Longyong and Xiaoxi's expressions both darkened. They looked at Yifei with their bodies tensed, ready to take action at any time.
Regardless of whether Yifei discovered it or not, two consecutive deliberate accidents were definitely not normal. Mr. Li, I am very disappointed in you. Before Li Longyong and the other man could take action, Yifei spoke first. When the two heard Yifei say this, they were a little confused. Weren't they talking about tea? Why did they suddenly say they were disappointed with Mr. Li? The two men frowned and said nothing, waiting for Yifei's next words. Yifei didn't keep the secret on purpose. His brain was spinning wildly at this moment and he spoke slowly. People usually say that you can judge a person by the tea he drinks, first, second, and third grade. I know the situation this time. Mr. Li still has a bad temper. It will be difficult for us to cooperate in the future. If there is any mistake between us in the future, you will be the first to be unable to sit down. So this time, I don't plan to invest too much in your project. It's very likely that I will lose everything. Mr. Li, I am very disappointed and angry. And your assistant, I don't know how he makes his tea. Yifei talked nonsense for a while, then pretended to be angry and was about to leave. The two people in front of him were stunned when they heard it, and then looked at each other. When they saw this, they breathed a sigh of relief at first. The reason for this relief was that they confirmed that Yifei had no idea that the tea had been tampered with. In that case, there is nothing to panic about. However, Yifei's test still gave the two of them a headache. The first time, the tea had flavor, but the second time was actually a test? And seeing Yifei's angry look, both of them felt panicked. After all, they are now in the company, so they should be careful in doing things and not force themselves to conflict with the people in front of them. Thinking that the final outcome was to take Yifei away, and that they could just bear with it, the two men changed their expressions, especially Li Longyong. When he saw Yifei was about to leave, he quickly went up to him and apologized with a smile. Hey, Mr. Yi, don't be angry. This is our problem. We will definitely change it, but the cooperation still needs to continue. This cooperation cannot continue. I am really disappointed after coming here. Yifei still looked determined to leave. He stretched out his hand to push Li Longyong away. How could Li Longyong fulfill his wish? He immediately winked at Xiaoxi. Boss Yi, we were disrespectful just now. How about this, we split it 40-50, 40-50. This is our apology for our disrespect to you just now, and then. Xiaoxi, hurry up and make another cup for Mr. Yi. This time, make sure the water temperature is just right. Yes, yes. When Xiaoxi heard Li Longyong's words, he quickly responded loudly and continued to make tea anxiously. Seeing that he had done this and Li Longyong had not yet turned against him, Yifei raised his eyebrows in surprise. Li Longyong is a very capable person who can bend and stretch himself. Until today, he had no way to leave the door easily. Besides, the two people in front of him had already apologized to him, so he couldn't leave. He could only stand there, neither going in nor out, quietly waiting for the tea brewed by Xiaoxi, and preparing to act when the opportunity arose. If it's 40% to 50%, I can consider it. Well, that's good, we'll consider it. We really don't want to lose the opportunity to cooperate with you, Mr. Yi. I think as long as you are willing to give us investment funds and we cooperate, soon Mr. Yi, the parts of your factory will become famous and develop overseas. This is a piece of cake. Boss Yi, why don't we go back and sign the agreement again? Li Longyong tried to keep Yifei and made a gesture of invitation to him. Seeing this, Yifei looked towards the small house in front. He only took a glance and Li Longyong understood what he meant. Xiaoxi, have you made your tea? Okay, Mr. Li, I'm coming right away. Xiaoxi said this and walked forward a few steps, holding the teacup firmly in his hand and placing it in front of Yifei. Boss Yi, I was a little too reckless just now, please forgive me. Try this cup of tea. The water temperature is just right, and the tea leaves inside are the same as before. Xiaoxi followed Yifei to apologize while handing the tea leaves to him. When handing it to him, he deliberately grabbed the teacup in front of Yifei to indicate that it was not hot at all. Seeing this, Yifei narrowed his eyes and took the teacup from his hand. However, when he took the teacup, he deliberately loosened his hand. Boom! The sound of a teacup falling to the ground was heard again, and everyone at the scene fell silent. This time, Li Longyong and Xiaoxi's faces froze for a moment, and then became extremely ferocious. Chapter 123 Shell Company. Boss Yi, it's time for you to give an explanation this time, right? Did you deliberately not receive the tea this time? Li Longyong and Xiaoxi had fierce expressions on their faces and they slowly approached Yifei. They have given the person in front of them a chance once or twice. But this third time, how could they not understand it? Yi Fei in front of them is just playing tricks on them.
Being fooled 3 times in a row, and being played like a monkey, Li Longyong and Xiaoxi looked very ferocious, and their guard immediately rose.
Maybe Yi Fei had already noticed that there was something in the tea.
Unable to bear it any longer, the two men looked at each other, stood up and prepared to attack Yi Fei. However, Yi Fei's action made the two of them pause for a moment. Because Yi Fei actually picked up the teacup from the ground and put it to his mouth.
This is a bit embarrassing. I didn't expect that I really didn't receive the call.
As he said this, he pretended to drink tea, but he actually drank the tea, but not a drop of it touched his mouth. Looking at the triumphant smiles in the eyes of Li Longyong and Xiaoxi who were approaching him, he snorted coldly and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
You've had enough fun, it's time to take action.
Seeing the two people approaching him with smiles on their faces, Yi Fei picked up the cup of tea and rushed towards Li Longyong who was closest to him. He grabbed his chin as quickly as possible and stuffed the tea leaves into his mouth.
Ahem.
Li Longyong didn't expect Yi Fei to do such a thing. Because he was caught off guard, he drank the rest of the tea in the cup. After drinking the tainted tea, his expression suddenly changed and he stood there in a daze. After realizing what he had done, he shouted anxiously.
Quick, Xiaoxi, catch him.
After shouting this, Xiaoxi finally reacted. He took a few steps forward and was about to clamp Yi Fei. Li Longyong took advantage of the fact that the effect of the medicine had not yet taken effect, so he applied the medicine to Yi Fei. However, in Yi Fei's eyes, their actions were not dangerous at all, so he slowed down his movements by half.
An upper and lower hook knocked Xiaoxi down.
Yi Fei raised his leg, jumped and hit Li Longyong hard in the stomach. After these two blows, Xiaohe and Li Longyong were both forced to take a few steps back. But these two people were not easy to mess with. After being knocked down, they immediately got up from the spot and prepared to attack Yi Fei. Only then did they realize that Yi Fei had already discovered their intentions.
Damn, when did you find out?
Hurry, this guy is good at fighting, get the stun gun, Xiaoxi. Li Longyong was directing the small house, and his vision was already a little blurry. Because this drug is their specific drug, its effect is naturally strong. In addition, due to his continuous strenuous exercise, the drug quickly spread throughout his body. He also felt dizzy and saw Yi Fei in front of him as a double image.
Taser, stun gun, I'll get it right away.
Xiaoxi said this, taking advantage of the time when Li Longyong was holding Yi Fei back. He groped around from the side. When Yi Fei saw him going to get something, his heart tightened. If he got it, he would be difficult to deal with. Although he has the strength of a black belt in Taekwondo, he does not have the ability to deal with technology. Looking at Li Longyong who was already a little dizzy, Yi Fei swung his fist and punched him in the face.
After the punch landed, due to the effect of the drug, Li Longyong fell to the ground and was completely motionless.
After knocking him down, Yi Fei also grabbed towards Xiaoxi. Seeing Xiaoxi was about to get the stun gun, he frowned, aimed at his direction, and pounced on him. Fortunately, Yi Fei's hand was quick and he pounced on the man.
Get up and don't come near me.
Xiaoxi was a little anxious and wanted to use his weapon to deal with Yi Fei. His appearance revealed a flaw, giving Yi Fei the opportunity to break his wrist hard. Xiaoxi screamed in pain as his wrist was broken. Yi Fei seized the opportunity, grabbed the stun gun in his hand, and then turned it on him and hit him with the back of his head.
A slight hissing sound was heard, Xiaoxi's eyes rolled back and he fainted completely.
Seeing that both he and Li Longyong were knocked down by him, Yi Fei breathed a sigh of relief and leaned against the wall to rest. At this time, he did not bother to check the system's reward, but walked outside the door to observe whether anyone came. Finding that no one was paying attention outside the door, he closed the doors and windows as quickly as possible, and then pulled the curtains of the office. After finishing all these, he searched the office again and found the restraint tools that they had prepared long ago, and tied up Xiaoxi and Li Longyong. After doing all this, Yi Fei sat back on the sofa. Instead of disturbing the scene, he looked at the two people in front of him and fell into deep thought.
What happened today and what Li Longyong and Xiaoxi did to him were obviously well prepared.
He had no grudge against Li Longyong and Xiaoxi, so why did they target him? Because he couldn't figure it out, Yi Fei took out his cell phone. He didn't call the security team first, but called Sun Qi.
Hey, Mr. Yi, long time no see. What do you want to talk to me about? Do you want to ask about the guy you recommended?
The call was quickly connected, and Sun Qi asked Yi Fei excitedly. In fact, he had already planned to tell Yi Fei, but Yi Fei called him first, so he might as well tell him now. I called you not because of my friendship, but because of something more important.
I remember that your media investigator's information is pretty accurate, right?
Yifei paused for a moment and asked Sun Shi another question.
Yes, Mr. Yi, who are you going to investigate? Sun Shi responded, somewhat curious about what important matter it was.
Help me investigate Longsheng Enterprise, Zhenghai Longsheng. I'm facing a very troublesome problem right now and I need your help.
It's urgent. Zhenghai Longsheng, okay, I will help you investigate now.
Although he was curious about what happened to Yifei, but thinking that Yifei said it was urgent, he agreed and started investigating immediately. Seeing that he agreed, Yifei also breathed a sigh of relief. It was hard for him not to panic when faced with such a situation. The reason he was calm was because his system detected the other party's intention. If there was no system guidance, he would probably be at the scene of a car accident now. After hanging up the call with Sun Shi, Yifei was not in a hurry and waited quietly for his message. Sun Shi investigated quickly, and in less than a few minutes, he had uncovered the situation of Longsheng Enterprise. Sun Shi, Boss Yi, take a look. This Longsheng seems to be a shell company.
It closed down a long time ago and there are not many people. But it was acquired by a man named Li Longyong.
It's really strange. There is actually such a company in Zhenghai.
Mr. Yi, how did you find this?
Chapter 124 The Man Behind the Scenes.
I'll tell you later. I'm a bit busy right now.
In response to Sun Shi's question, Yifei clicked on the survey materials. Sun Shi didn't ask any more questions after hearing this, nor did he send any more messages. After reading the information, Yifei frowned slightly. There was indeed nothing on the information.
The company background was blank, and only Li Longyong's name was written on the company background. If you look at it this way, you still have to see the person in person. Having said this, Yifei stood up and walked to Xiaoshi's side. He grabbed Xiaoshi by the collar and reached out to slap him in the face. After all, Li Longyong was knocked out by drugs, and he might not wake up even if he was hit hard. As for Xiaoshi, it was relatively easier for him. Just when he grabbed Xiaoshi and was about to slap him, Xiaoshi's eyelids suddenly twitched, and he slowly opened his eyes and looked towards Yifei. Seeing that he just woke up, Yifei raised his eyebrows slightly. It's time to wake up.
If she hadn't woken up yet, he would have slapped her. After Xiaoshi woke up, his eyes were a little dazed at first, but he quickly reacted and tried to struggle free. But when he found his hands were tied, his expression suddenly changed.
You let me go.
Because he was afraid that Yifei might do something to him, Xiaoshi wanted to run back anxiously. But his hands were tied together with Li Longyong's.
After struggling several times, he couldn't drag Li Longyong.
Finally, he could only give up struggling and looked at Yifei in panic. Yifei glanced at him indifferently, then lowered his head and looked at him.
Don't be so nervous. I won't send you to Gao country. I just want to ask you something now. If you answer me properly, I won't do anything to you. But if I find out you're lying, you might already be there when you wake up.
As Yifei said this, his expression was deliberately exaggerated, staring down at the small house in front of him condescendingly.
What do you want to ask?
Xiaoshi also found that his situation was extremely dangerous. After looking around, he finally looked at Yifei nervously. What happened just now was still vivid in his mind. Facing Yifei, he was still a little afraid. He didn't expect that after doing this business for such a long time, he would hit a wall.
Seeing Yifei's indifferent look, and thinking that he might really be sent away, he became even more panicked. Just ask whatever you want to ask, I will definitely answer you well.
Very good, I hope you understand your current situation. Seeing that he had compromised, Yifei smiled and then asked his own question.
Tell me, who asked you to attack me, and you prepared so thoroughly?
This. When Xiaoshi heard Yifei's words, he was a little hesitant.
This question touches on a sensitive area.
Seeing Xiaoshi hesitating, Yifei picked up the stun gun next to him, and after picking it up, he was also ready to attack him.
No, brother, I'll tell you.
It's the Zhang family.
Don't do anything to me. The Zhang family ordered us to do this. Let us catch you.
Being threatened, Xiaoshi immediately revealed the person behind the scenes. When he heard that it was the Zhang family, Yifei raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that the person who attacked him behind the scenes was from the Zhang family.
But it is reasonable that they are from the Zhang family.
After all, he has been cruel to them several times before. But he didn't expect that the other side would choose this method to deal with him. Thinking that he was almost in danger, Yifei's eyes darkened a little, and a hint of cruelty suddenly appeared in his eyes. Zhang Guowan, you don't want to stay in Shanghai any longer.
What conditions did the Zhang family give you to make you do something to me?
Yifei continued to ask the little house in front of him and asked a few more questions.
They gave at least 200 million.
Xiao Shi looked at the stun gun in his hand.
He didn't dare to say anything at this time.
His eyes were rolling around in anxiety.
Brother, I've told you everything you said, can you please let me go? I beg you to let me go. Just let me go and I'll do anything.
Xiao Shi couldn't hold it anymore and shouted in fear. Seeing him like this, Yifei frowned slightly and suddenly came up with an idea.
You said that if I let you go, you can help me do anything. Is that true?
Really, bro, what I said must be true. Very good, since you are so sincere, please help me record a video. Yifei said this and took out his cell phone.
Record a video?
Xiao Shi was a little confused, but soon he understood what Yifei meant. Because Yifei took out his cell phone and started asking questions directly.
Tell me, who told you to do this?
After hearing this, Xiao Shi immediately understood what Yifei was going to do and started recording in cooperation. After all, he has no ability to resist now.
If he wants to survive, he must cooperate.
Seeing that he cooperated, Yifei nodded with satisfaction, and the two of them quickly recorded everything the Zhang family had done and explained it clearly. After doing all this, Yifei also sent the video to Sun Qi, and sent him a message, asking him to make the video public in Shanghai. After doing all this, he also looked towards the small house. Boss Yi, I have already cooperated with you in everything I should do.
Can you please? Okay, I'll let you go now.
When Yifei heard him say this, he stood up and walked towards him. Xiao Shi thought Yifei was really going to let him go. His face suddenly became excited, and he hurriedly spoke.
Thank you, Mr. Yi.
Thank you so much, Mr. Yi. As he said this, a hint of cruelty flashed across his eyes. When this flash of cruelty passed by, Yifei swung the electric baton in his hand and shocked him directly without saying a word.
You. Xiao Shi didn't expect Yifei would actually attack him.
He widened his eyes and fainted on the ground with an expression of disbelief on his face. Yifei shrugged and put away the stun gun.
If I let you go, I'd be really sick in the head.
Muttering something in a low voice, Yifei took out his cell phone and ignored Sun Qi, who had already exploded. Instead, he called the security team first. After the call was connected, Yifei briefly explained the situation. He did not leave the scene immediately, but waited for the security team to arrive. After saying hello to Xiao Qingcheng and saying that he would be home late, Yifei picked up his phone and started communicating with Sun Qi. As expected, Sun Qi's chat window was filled with messages from him.
Sun Qi, Boss Yi, damn, you were almost tricked into going to Gao country? Oh my god, this is too big. Chapter 125 Threat. Sun Qi, Boss Yi, are you out of any danger now? Sun Qi, Boss Yi, did you call the security team? How about I call one for you? I was just wondering what it was, but I didn't expect it was someone from Gao country. This is a bit too scary. How could you be targeted by such a person? Boss Yi, if you don't reply to me, I will call you.
Sun Qi bombarded Yifei with a bunch of words. Yifei looked at his words and made a call. After the call was made, before Yifei could say anything, the person on the other end became anxious.
Oh my god, Mr. Yi, I finally got in touch with you. I was so worried. Are you okay? What's with that video? I'm fine. If anything happens, how can I contact you now?
Yifei sighed helplessly and responded to Sun Qi. After hearing what he said, Sun Qi calmed down a little.
That's right, it's alright, it's alright. Boss Yi, why did you make this video public to the Shanghai area? Do you want to nail the Zhang family down? I've seen the content of the video. If it is made public directly, it probably won't work. I'm mainly dealing with the traffic of this generation in Zhongbei. If it is made public to Shanghai, it will probably be suppressed easily, so.
Sun Qi paused here. Yifei heard this and understood what he meant. He had already considered this when he posted the video. The reason why he let Sun Qi send it was to intimidate the Zhang family. His purpose was not to make public what the Zhang family had done to him, but to use this excuse to negotiate with the Zhang family, and also to give the Zhang family a warning through Sun Qi.
Just send it directly. I know your message will be suppressed.
I never intended to publicize this video from the beginning. I just wanted to release it to the extent that the Zhang family could see it.
But this video may be a little too sensitive.
If we send it out and someone interferes in the middle, you will suffer a great loss, Mr. Yi." Upon hearing this, Sun Qi expressed his concerns.
"It's okay, just do what I say. I'll take care of everything, right?"
Yifan pondered for a moment and wiped away the worry in Sun Qi's mind. It is normal for Sun Qi to have such concerns. This is indeed likely to attract excessive attention from the public, and will also cause many companies behind the Zhang family, including those who are seeking help, to participate in the control. However, these losses are small, and being able to negotiate with the Zhang family is the real thing.
As for why he didn't use the video to directly threaten Zhang Guowan, it's very simple.
They have fought each other twice. Yi Fei is too familiar with Zhang Guowan. He will never compromise until the last moment.
Since you said so, I will do it now.
After getting Yi Fei's approval, Sun Qi did not delay and started the operation immediately, but he still asked,
"Boss Yi, do you need to hire a security team? Are you still in danger?" "I'm fine now. Leave the rest to me. Don't worry too much. Just forward the video." "Okay, I'm glad you're alright.
I'll send the video to Zhonghai now and try to get it to the Zhang family." Sun Qi breathed a sigh of relief when he learned that Yi Fei was no longer in danger. After talking to Yi Fei for a few more words, he hung up the phone. Seeing this, Yi Fei put away his phone and looked downstairs. At this time, many security team cars had driven downstairs. Many team members got out of the car and were heading towards the top of the group. Seeing them coming, Yi Fei waited quietly on the spot, pretending to be panicked. Soon, the door of his room was knocked and members of the security team came in.
"Don't move. It was Yi Fei who called our security team just now, right? Are you Yi Fei?"
"Yes, I am Yi Fei, and I need help." Yi Fei nodded obediently and raised his hands in front of the members of the security team. The leading captain glanced at Yi Fei, checked the information, and signaled the people behind him to take him forward. Seeing this, Yi Fei followed cooperatively, but still pretended to be a little panicked. The person who took him away was a beautiful girl. Seeing how flustered he was, she chuckled and came forward to comfort him.
"Don't be nervous. We are here. You don't have to be afraid. But you have to come back to the headquarters with me. There are some things I need to clarify."
"Okay, I get it. I'll try to stay calm." Yi Fei responded to her and followed her downstairs. After he came down, the people upstairs also brought down the unconsciously Longyang and Xiaoxi and began to clear the area. On the other side, Sun Qi had already edited all the video information and sent it with one click. As soon as it was sent out, it quickly attracted a lot of attention.
However, while attracting attention, the video was quickly blocked by the forces behind it.
Seeing that someone was going to block what he was about to post, Sun Qi immediately raised his eyebrows.
"Hey, if you still want to steal my things, forget it."
Following this group of people and getting too excited, Sun Qi immediately contacted the internet trolls who were driving traffic. Soon all the videos that were originally going to be blocked were released again. Because a huge amount of money was invested this time, these videos were quickly seen by the general public. In just a few minutes, the page had been viewed over 1 million times, and the calls for action were growing louder and louder. Because the video was processed by Sun Qi and some of the content is censored, you can watch it with complete confidence. After this video went live, Sun Qi pushed it to Zhonghai without a second thought. After he pushed the video to Zhonghai, more and more comments appeared in the comment section.
"Strawberry wholesale boss, what? The people of Gao country wanted to attack us, but they were threatened by someone who did the opposite? Isn't this a movie? This must be fake, right? There are still such dangerous people in Zhonghai? Mantu, upstairs, take a closer look, it seems to be real. The company is launching enterprise. Wasn't it a short-selling company before? Xiao Jojo, oh my god, the person in this video looks like Mr. Yi. What the hell? Mr. Yi? The Zhang family?
Oh my god, I seem to have heard before that there is some discord between the Zhang family and Mr. Yi.
Did the Zhang family resort to such a method this time? Did Mr. Yi spread this in a fit of rage? If it's true, it's too horrible.
At Zhang Group, come out and give an explanation quickly.
The comments section was full of discussions.
After the first person tagged Zhang Group, many people soon followed suit and tagged Zhang Group. Seeing that the effect he wanted had been achieved, Sun Shi nodded with satisfaction. He poured a glass of water from the side and started to work while watching. He also told Yi Fei about this matter. Considering that Yi Fei might be dealing with something, he chose to send it via text message.
Chapter 126 Malicious Business War. China Overseas, Zhang Group.
A meeting was being held in the group at this time, but halfway through, a man rushed in from outside the door.
"Oh no, sir."
The person who rushed in shouted, completely ignoring the people who were in the meeting, and walked straight to Zhang Guowang.
"Xiaodu, what do you mean? Can't you see we are in a meeting?" The company's senior white-collar worker said somewhat unhappily.
Xiaodu saw the looks from the people around him, but he ignored them and quickly took out his cell phone and placed it in front of Zhang Guowang. The video started playing and the sound inside also sounded. After hearing the content of the video, especially seeing Li Longyong being arrested, Zhang Guowang's expression suddenly changed and he became panicked.
"What's going on? Who is spreading rumors about me?"
He was a little scared at first, but after seeing so many people looking at him, he immediately changed the way he expressed himself.
"Master, this video seems to have been sent from a media company in Zhangbei. This company is under Yi Fei's head, so I guess it's Yi Fei."
"You see." Xiaodu reminded Zhang Guowang quietly, and at the end of his speech, he paused. When Zhang Guowang heard that it was Yi Fei, his expression suddenly became ferocious and he became anxious in an instant.
"Please pause the meeting. Please pause it quickly. I have something urgent to do."
"What is it, sir?"
"This meeting is a very important one."
"Yes, master."
"This is related to the future development of our Zhang family. Isn't it a bit too sudden for you to stop it so suddenly?"
A group of people were discussing below, with puzzled looks on their faces. Putting aside the fact that they were forced to come here to work overtime and attend the meeting, the most important thing is that this meeting was one they had been preparing for a long time in order to discuss how the Zhang family would develop in the future. Zhang Guowang cancelled the meeting at the last minute because of something.
"Isn't this messing with their mentality?"
Just when they were about to say something, a whistle suddenly sounded from under the Zhang family building.
Hearing this voice, everyone frowned.
Zhang Guowang also felt a little more nervous. He stood up and looked towards the security team downstairs. When he saw that they were surrounded by team members, his expression froze.
How could someone come so fast? The meeting is adjourned, the meeting is adjourned. This time, no matter what you say, it is adjourned.
Afraid of being seen being taken away by others, Zhang Guowang said something anxiously and walked towards the door. But just after he left, members of the security team quickly came up and bumped into Zhang Guowang.
"Zhang Guowang, I need to ask you something. Come with us to the team."
The leading team member stepped forward and stopped him without saying a word. When Zhang Guowang saw the team members behind him, his expression suddenly became stiff and panicked.
"You, what are you doing? Why did you suddenly come to me? Don't be nervous. There is something related to you. We need your cooperation in the investigation. If there is no problem, we will release you."
The team member said this with a smile, then raised his hand to signal the people behind him to take Zhang Guowang away. Seeing this, Zhang Guowang pretended to be calm. Seeing that the employees behind him came out to watch the situation, he immediately said,
"No, what's going on? Can you explain it more clearly? I have some things to do here. Don't panic.
We'll discuss this matter with the team.
Just cooperate."
"No, you can't delay my work." Zhang Guowang frowned, and although he said so, he still followed the team members in front of him and walked forward. He quickly left with the security team members, and the scene gradually became quiet. The employees who were originally in a meeting were all a little confused when they saw the scene before them.
What on earth is going on? Why did it suddenly become like this? Did Mr. Zhang do anything?
It seems there is no information about this.
Xiaodu, what video was that you just showed Mr. Zhang? Show it to us too. Ah, this.
Xiaodu felt a little embarrassed when he saw everyone surrounding him, but he hesitated for a moment, thinking that this matter was not something secret, and then he told the people in front of him about the situation. After he told this situation, everyone at the scene exclaimed in surprise.
"Is this true?"
I looked at the short video software.
Holy shit, how can CEO Yi and CEO Zhang do such a thing? I don't think so.
It seems that Mr. Zhang and Mr. Yi have always had friction, but no matter what, he can't come up with such an idea. Besides, Mr. Zhang doesn't act like such a person usually. He treats everyone very kindly. It is basically impossible for him to do such a thing.
Then who knows what's going on? Maybe it's Boss Yi who spread rumors.
The security team is here, and there should be results soon.
A group of people were discussing this matter.
Because Zhang Guowan was taken away, the meeting did not continue.
Everyone stopped the meeting and discussed this matter.
After Yi Fei came out of the security team, it was already getting late.
After 2 hours of questioning, he explained everything clearly and was released this time.
Although everyone was shocked when he talked about how he attacked Li Longyong in the middle of the conversation, they were even more shocked after he provided evidence.
Boss Yi, you have worked so hard.
The beautiful team member smiled and walked to the door to see Yi Fei off.
When Yi Fei saw her come out, he waved at her. It's not hard, this is what I should do. The rest depends on you to help me solve it. Don't send me off. Go back now.
After saying something to the beautiful team member, Yi Fei walked away, planning to find a quiet place to call the car and go home to find his wife. After the beautiful team member saw him leave, she quickly returned to the room and started working. However, Yi Fei had not walked far when he saw the security team's new car. A man got out of the car. It was Zhang Guowang. Zhang Guowang was trying his best to explain something at this time, and several team members were also persuading him. Even in such a situation, he was still forcibly taken back. Yi Fei was standing nearby and just happened to pass by him. When Zhang Guowang went in, he also saw Yi Fei. Especially after seeing the provocative smile on Yi Fei's face, he immediately became anxious and started cursing.
Yi Fei, you are finished for spreading rumors about our Zhang family group. I'm warning you, your behavior is already bad and constitutes a malicious business war. I won't let you off easy. Okay, Mr. Zhang, please come in.
The team members were annoyed by his behavior and pushed him hard inside. When Yi Fan saw this scene, he shrugged helplessly, turned around, found an open space and called a car. After getting in the car, he also rushed towards the hotel where Xiao Qingcheng was.
Chapter 127 Warmth. He was very fast and rushed from the security team to the hotel, taking less than half an hour. As soon as I saw Xiao Qingcheng in the hotel, I saw that she looked sad and her face was full of worry. Hubby, you're finally back. I saw your story on the video. Is this true or not? Are you hurt?
While checking Yi Fei's body, Xiao Qingcheng was very anxious and her eyes were a little red. Seeing her so frightened, Yi Fei reached out and hugged her.
Okay, don't be afraid, I'm back, right?
I'm Superman, this little thing can be easily solved.
Yi Fei deliberately made a joke and held her in his arms.
Xiao Qingcheng immediately sobbed. Because she was afraid, she never let go. After a while, she came to her senses and gently hit Yi Fei's chest with her fist. When Yi Fei saw her like this, his heartbeat quickened and he just thought she was adorable.
If you hit me again, I'm going to faint. Ugh. I fainted. As Yi Fei spoke, he was about to fall asleep on the sofa.
Seeing this, Xiao Qingcheng had to withdraw her hand.
Hurry up and tell me what happened just now. Kiss me, or you won't be able to get up.
Yi Fei started to act like a rogue directly, and this time Xiao Qingcheng was instantly amused and burst out laughing.
Kiss you.
Xiao Qingcheng said this with a smile, and then gave Yi Fei a kiss on the face.
After the kiss, Yi Fei stood up. Can you tell me now?
You bad boy, you made me really worried.
Yes, of course I can tell you, but let's wash up first, and then go to sleep while we talk, okay? I'm a little tired. Yi Fei yawned and felt a little sleepy. He was indeed a little sleepy. He had been busy with too many things today.
The most important thing was that it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Seeing him like this, Xiao Qingcheng nodded and obediently went back into the house to wait for him.
I washed up early today and will wait for you to finish.
Upon hearing this, Yi Fei also walked towards the bathroom.
It took him about half an hour to get ready and get into bed.
Looking at Xiao Qingcheng, who was worried, he told her everything that happened today. When Xiao Qingcheng heard that there was nothing in the front and there was nothing in the middle, her face wrinkled.
Because it's really a bit too scary. Why did the Zhang family use such a method? This is too extreme. Luckily you are safe. If something happened to you, I really don't know what I would do. Xiao Qingcheng leaned next to Yi Fei and couldn't help but complain.
The Zhang family has done something like this now.
I won't let them off easy.
You don't have to worry too much about me.
This lesson is enough for them, and... Hubby, stop talking.
Before Yi Fei could finish speaking, Xiao Qingqing interrupted him in a low voice. I hope you don't have to be so tired, and don't have to work so hard. You know, you are my support. I don't want anything to happen to you. I care about you very much. I care about your. When Yi Fei heard this, his heart softened, but at the same time he found it a little funny. It seems that Xiao Qingqing understands that he works very hard, so she feels sorry for him. But no matter what, he still felt touched that his wife cared about him. Yi Fei felt it was worth it to have such a considerate wife. Got it. I promise you, I won't do anything. After we finish the things at hand, we can go out and play or something. Well, my husband is so nice. Xiao Qingqing took the initiative to place a kiss on Yi Fei's face. Perhaps because of the special period, she felt a little sleepy and her eyelids could hardly hold up. Are you sleepy? Somewhat. Then let's rest. Yi Fei looked at her and chuckled. After holding her in his arms, the two of them slowly closed their eyes and began to rest. The two of them were sleeping soundly, but Zhang Guowang on the other side was not feeling so well. At this time, Zhang Guowang was interrogated several times in succession. After a while of fooling around, he managed to fool the other team members. Knowing that he was doomed, he can only make an excuse to go out and then call someone to resolve the matter. We have to ask the Liu family first. Having said this, he hurriedly dialed the number and called. After I called, the other party answered quickly. Mr. Liu, please help me. As soon as he finished speaking, the other party hung up the phone. Seeing this situation, his expression changed. He was destined to have a bad night tonight. There was really no other way. After much hesitation, he had no choice but to call the people from Gao country. This time the call was connected quickly and the voice on the other end came through. I see your situation, and you want me to help you solve it, right? Yes, help me, brother. Someone responded to him, and Zhang Guowang suddenly became anxious. Okay, I want 3 points from your Zhang family. I'll communicate with my people right away and make sure you're okay. 3 points is no problem, I promise. Zhang Guowang was at the end of his rope, and was afraid that something might happen out of nowhere, so he quickly agreed to the deal. When the other party heard that he agreed, he suddenly wanted to laugh. After agreeing to Zhang Guowang, he hung up the phone. The moment the phone was hung up, Zhang Guowang felt a little relieved. At this time, people in the team also came up to him and called him into the room. Haven't you sorted it out yet? It's ready, I'll be right there. Well, it's okay. Li Longyang and Xiaoxi are both awake. They are waiting for you. Go quickly. If there is nothing else after this investigation, you can go back, Mr. Zhang. The team member said this with some tiredness, and walked towards the room with Zhang Guowang. Thank you for your hard work. Of course it would be better if you could cooperate with us. When the team members heard what Mr. Zhang said, they responded with some indignation. If Zhang Guowang hadn't been hesitating and procrastinating, how could they have worked overtime so late? Isn't it because of the person in front of me that I'm working overtime so late? Now, I am actually telling them how hard they have worked. This is a bit too hypocritical. However, since the person in front of them was the second largest boss of China overseas, and this was their job, they naturally couldn't say anything and just took Zhang Guowang inside. Seeing this, Zhang Guowang could only smile awkwardly. After responding to him with 2 sentences, he followed them in. The moment he walked in, a hint of ruthlessness flashed across his eyes. Now that he has his own big brother to help him, what else does he have to be afraid of? The counterattack was to sue Yi Fei for malicious business war. Thinking this in his mind, he walked inside happily and cooperated with the team members in their investigation. Chapter 128, Reporters Who Came to Interview. The next day. When Yi Fei woke up again, he was awakened by the noise outside. At this time, there were a lot of people gathered at the hotel entrance, and one could hear people talking at their door, and there was also the sound of someone knocking on the door. Hearing the noise, Yi Fei woke up and climbed out of bed, put on his clothes simply, and prepared to walk out the door to see what was going on. He sat up from the bed, and Xiao Qingcheng was also woken up in a daze. Hubby, what's going on? There seem to be a lot of people outside our door. Xiao Qingcheng murmured a little sleepily, yawned, and then got up from the bed. Yi Fei said as he saw her wake up and sorting her clothes. I haven't checked what's going on yet. You should tidy up and I'll go out and take a look. Xiao Qingcheng nodded when she heard that. Knowing that something had happened, she quickly put on her clothes and tidied herself up. It took the two of them about 10 minutes to tidy up, and Yifei also walked towards the door of the room. As soon as he walked over, he heard discussions outside. Because the hotel he booked last night was the best 5-star hotel, they were originally some distance away from the room door, and the soundproofing of the room was excellent. Before they got closer, they could not hear any noise outside the door. But now that they got closer, they could hear it clearly. Outside, it seemed like the waiter was discussing something with a group of people. They were talking very quickly, as if they were arguing.
I said, I don't care if Mr. Yi is here or not. Our hotel has an absolute obligation to ensure the guests rest, and we will not open the door for no reason. You can either wait quietly for the guests to come out, or leave now. We are just here to interview Mr. Yi. We are not going to do anything. Can't you please make way? We are in a hurry here too. That's right.
Such a big thing happened to Mr. Yi, and the higher-ups are waiting for an explanation.
Even if you don't let him go now, when the security team comes later, won't you still have to move aside? Is the investigation correct? Mr. Yi is here, right?
A group of reporters were shouting loudly, looking like they wanted to break in.
After all, if we can get some news about Yifei now, it will definitely be a big hit. How can they not be passive when it comes to things that can make money?
After receiving the information this morning, they have been guarding here for a long time.
Give up. No matter what you say, I will not wake up the customers inside. This is my job responsibility. As for the security team,
the waiter was still talking when suddenly the door behind him opened. At this time, Yifei also walked out of the room and looked at the media in front of him. He grabbed Xiao Qingchang with one hand and walked out with her. When the reporters saw Yifei coming out, they instantly became extremely excited and swarmed towards Yifei.
Boss Yi, it's really Boss Yi. The information is indeed correct. Mr. Yi, please answer us, is the video you posted before real? Did the Zhang family really ask someone to do something so dangerous to you? Boss Yi, someone from above said that you deliberately forged the video and invited someone to come and talk.
According to our media, you and the Zhang family have always been at odds. They said that you were maliciously waging a business war and used this method to deal with the Zhang family.
Is that true?
Several reporters were crowding in the front, wanting to come forward and ask Yifei questions. Yifei saw that their brows were slightly frowned.
Malicious business war? Deliberately looking for actors? Has this matter developed to this point?
It seems that the Zhang family also took some action last night, which attracted so many people to block the door. Facing everyone's questions, Yifan protected Xiao Qingqing behind him, responded with a smile, and tried to find an opportunity to leave the scene. After all, there is no point in continuing to stay at the scene, and there is no point in dealing with this group of reporters in front of me. I don't know what you're talking about, malicious business wars and hiring people to find actors. Even if it's a malicious business war, there's no need for me to use the people of Gao country as an example.
Isn't this a bit of a big deal?
If you want to cause a business war maliciously, and use this method to find out the truth, wouldn't it be a loss of 800 for yourself? What's more, I have no reason to attack the Zhang family.
As for hiring actors, the security team should be able to give a reasonable explanation. Isn't it easy to find out the identities of the two people in the video? Okay everyone, I still have business to attend to. I have said everything I need to say. Please don't delay my work. Thank you for your cooperation. Yifei said to the people in front of him with a smile, and seeing the opportunity, he hurriedly left with Xiao Qingqing behind him.
The reporters received this information, some of them did not pursue the matter further, while others continued to follow. Fortunately, the hotel waiter was quite helpful. Seeing that Mr. Yi was about to leave, the waiter came over with a few security guards. After they came, Yifei and Xiao Qingqing successfully escaped from there and walked towards the car downstairs.
The two went straight to the garage.
After getting in the car, Yifei did not stay here, but drove towards another place with Xiao Qingqing. After getting away from the hotel and seeing that there were no reporters following him, he stopped the car. It's really troublesome to chase these reporters. Yifei breathed a sigh of relief, leaned back in the car seat, and prepared to watch the short video app. He had just picked up the phone and hadn't started watching when Xiao Qingqing put her phone in front of him. After the two came out of the hotel, Xiao Qingqing had been keeping his head down and checking messages.
His expression was solemn and a little worried.
Husband, look, the video you posted yesterday seems to have been restricted. Today, all the messages are from the Zhang family. The Zhang family has been saying that you are engaging in malicious business warfare.
No wonder so many people came to say this to you this morning.
This Zhang family is really too much.
Now the entire short video app is talking about you. What should I do? This is really troublesome.
There was a hint of anxiety on Xiao Qingqing's face, and she looked at Yifei in panic.
What does the popularity of the video mean? It represents the pressure of public opinion.
She knew very well how terrible public opinion was, so she was naturally nervous. Seeing her like this, Yifei looked at the video on his phone, raised his eyebrows slightly, and could only comfort Xiao Qingqing in front of him first.
Don't be afraid, I can easily handle this matter.
I really didn't expect that the Zhang family could really accuse me of malicious business warfare.
If that's the case, then he can forget about it.
Wife, don't worry or think too much. I'll take care of this right now.
It will be done in no time.
As Yifei spoke, he reached out and took out his cell phone and dialed Sun Qi.
Chapter 129 overwhelmed the media.
The moment the call was dialed, Sun Qi's call was quickly connected. Sun Qi originally wanted to call Yifei, and just when he took out his cell phone, he saw Yifei's number.
Boss Yi, have you also read what happened online? Yes, I don't know what the Zhang family did. They actually told me it was a malicious business war. This matter has just fermented.
If I don't deal with it, I'm afraid I still have to go to the security team.
Yifei said helplessly.
I have suppressed it, but the information seems to come from the outside world.
We cannot control their traffic at all.
Sun Qi was fiddling with the computer with a headache. He tilted his head and held the phone between his legs to listen to Yifei talking, while his two hands were operating the keyboard and observing the real-time information. He seemed to have thought of something, paused, and then continued.
By the way, Mr. Yi, this information on the external network is from Gao country. I just locked it out.
It seems that after the Zhang family received this information, they told the people of Gao country about you, so... He stopped here, and Yifei could understand what he meant without him having to continue.
So, can you contact other media? The Zhonghai area includes media from all industries in the Zhongbei area. Boss Yi, you are not planning to suppress their traffic.
Sun Qi immediately understood what Yifei wanted to do. He paused his fingers pressing the keyboard and stood up from his seat with a thud. If we want to reduce the traffic, I don't know how much money it will cost.
And it's the traffic from the external network. Is this not possible?
Yifei thought it was impossible, and asked Sun Qi with a frown. Sun Qi was silent for a moment, then spoke. It's not impossible, but if we do this, the amount of money required will be.
How much do you think it will take?
Yifei asked before Sun Qi finished speaking.
I think about 500 million yuan is enough to get this done. If the other party wants to fight you to the end, it may cost more. After all, this is an external network matter. It depends on what the other party is thinking. Is he determined to protect the Zhang family? If so, it's hard to estimate. He is in Gao country and it's a foreign company. This is a bit of a headache.
Sun Qi gave a similar number and frowned tightly.
We mainly control the traffic in Zhonghai and Zhongbei. We may need to purchase the traffic. The rest depends on the media's willingness to help us. However, if we have money, these are not a problem. If that's the case, then go ahead and do it. Just tell me how much it costs.
Yifei nodded and agreed without any hesitation. Because at this time the system has reissued a new task for him, the task is to completely defeat the Zhang family, and all the expenses incurred during the period will be repaid with double the funds. With the system's support, he had nothing to worry about.
After collecting the task rewards released by the system, Yifei felt his body warm and instantly became more energetic.
After doing all this, he also waited for Sun Qi's reply.
Boss Yi, you have to think carefully. This is not a small fight. There may be more. I think it's a bit reckless to do this. I think we should think of other ways.
Sun Qi actually felt a little guilty.
He said this because he actually wanted to test Yifei's financial resources.
Secondly, he also wanted to let Yifei know the risks of doing this.
If things go wrong, all this money will be wasted.
Although you will get some money back when the flow is pushed, it won't be much.
That's all you need to do. No need to bother with them. Just tell me if you need anything. Yifei understood what Sun Qi meant and simply gave him a definite answer. After receiving Yifei's approval, Sun Qi didn't think any more about it.
Since the decision had been made, he would just do it. Then I will contact the streaming company I am familiar with and start working immediately.
Boss Yi, if anything happens I will notify you immediately, please keep talking on your phone.
After saying this, Sun Shi hung up the phone and started to take action. Yi Fei also transferred the money into his account as quickly as possible. Seeing the incoming 500 million, Sun Shi couldn't help but smack his lips. You are so rich, my god, I have never seen so much money transferred in at once. After being slightly shocked by Yi Fei's operation, he continued to operate and contacted people from other companies. After Yi Fei hung up the phone, he contacted the media that China Overseas had cooperated with and told them about the streaming. After making these calls, he felt relaxed. Hey, husband, there is a new fallacy on the hot topic now, saying that it is the Zhang family's fault, not your fault. Xiao Qingcheng had been following this matter from the beginning to the end, and when she saw the change in the hotspot, her expression suddenly brightened with joy.
I told you it's okay, right? It must be okay. Let's go have some food now. It's getting late. After we finish eating, this matter will be almost settled. Okay, since there's nothing else to do, let's go eat first. Xiao Qingcheng put away her phone.
Seeing that the spotlight had turned to the Zhang family, her mood naturally improved a lot. Seeing that her mood had improved, Yi Fei started driving again and was about to locate a restaurant to have a meal. When he saw that the nearest restaurant was a seafood restaurant, he smacked his lips.
I wonder when I can eat the fish cooked by my wife. You want to eat the food I cook?
Then when I'm done with this, I'll go home and cook for you.
Really? Your wife is so nice?
Yi Fei's eyes lit up when he heard this. Of course, after all, my husband wants to eat it, so I'll spoil him. By the way, speaking of going home, I have one more thing to tell you. I bought a big villa in Jianbei, and I'll let you see it when I go back.
Ah? You bought a house? So quickly?
Xiao Qingcheng looked a little surprised. Yes, our small, shabby house is not comfortable to live in, so we bought a bigger one so that it will be more convenient for us to travel in the future.
The most important thing is that we will definitely be harassed by the media in the future, so we can't do that.
It will be safer to hire a few nannies and security guards here.
Well, if you put it that way, these media outlets are really a bit crazy.
Yi Fei drove while chatting with Xiao Qingcheng. After turning on the turn signal, he quickly returned to the road and drove towards the restaurant he had chosen. On the other side, the Zhang family. Zhang Guowang originally looked relaxed, thinking that he was sure to win. When he got home, he was ready to eat something delicious. However, before he could even laugh out loud, he saw the latest turn of events and his face suddenly turned half dark.
What's going on? Why has the external network traffic been suppressed? What on earth did Yi Fei do? Chapter 136 Points of Profit.
The Zhang family deliberately slandered Mr. Yi.
It's just nonsense.
Mr. Yi was victimized and accused of malicious business warfare. Zhang Guowang squinted at the contents on the phone and read them aloud. These videos suddenly appeared at almost the same time, and they were all about very similar topics. Looking back at the video about malicious commercial warfare that I mentioned earlier, the limelight was quickly suppressed.
It can suppress the traffic of the external network. What is going on? Could it be that Yi Fei is also cooperating with the external network? That shouldn't be the case.
Even if there were, no one would be willing to put in so much effort to help him suppress these hotspots.
After all, it would require a lot of money. As for whether Yi Fei invested alone? He didn't believe that Yi Fei had so much money.
Seeing more and more videos being released, most of which were accusing the Zhang family of their behavior, Zhang Guowang felt a little panicked. If he continues like this, the situation that was originally favorable for him will become unfavorable.
No, I have to contact my brother quickly.
Otherwise, if things continue like this, I'm afraid I'll be asked to come over by the security team, which might cause even more trouble. Having said this, Zhang Guowang quickly opened his phone and clicked on the call button. The call was quickly connected and the voice from the other end came through.
Master Zhang, do you have anything else to say?
As soon as I arrived, the other party asked about my purpose. Upon hearing this, Zhang Guowang did not waste any time and told him everything.
Brother, why is our traffic being suppressed? Isn't this what should happen? Huh? The traffic is suppressed?
The other party was obviously not quite clear about the situation. After a brief silence, a few chuckles suddenly came from the other side.
This Yi Fei is very brave. He seems to be a fat sheep.
He should have contacted all the media in Zhonghai and Jiangbei to operate traffic for him, so naturally he would be suppressed. The person on the other side spoke nonchalantly, with a very casual tone. After all, this matter has nothing to do with him.
Then what should we do? Brother, we must not let Yifei continue to show off about this matter. Hearing that he was being suppressed, Zhang Guowang suddenly became anxious.
The person on the other side couldn't help laughing when he heard him say that.
I can't help you with this.
This is something that you, the Zhang family, have to solve on your own.
No, brother, what do you mean? Zhang Guowang still hasn't reacted. Didn't they agree before that they would help him get through this crisis? Now this is. What can I mean? I have already done everything I should do for you, right?
You asked me to help you through the crisis, and I have already helped you. Yesterday, you got out of the security team safely and smoothly. I am still very loyal, and I helped you resolve the current crisis. After all, I can't treat you badly for the shares you gave me.
The current situation is completely beyond my management scope. The small amount of shares your Zhang family holds will not be enough to solve this matter.
The person on the other side was speaking with a smile and a very calm tone. Hearing these words, Zhang Guowang's expression suddenly changed and his face became a little more ferocious.
What is the difference between this and changing one's mind? It's a complete change of mind, okay? What does it mean to help them? You. Brother, it's not like that when you do this to me.
Trying his best to make his tone sound calmer, Zhang Guowang confronted the person in front of him.
Why did I mess with you? You have to know that the shares of your Zhang family that you gave me were only less than 300 million yuan. I spent 400 million yuan to help you do this. What you said is wrong. The influx of external networks is already very resource intensive. Yifei spent more than 500 million to suppress you. If nothing unexpected happens, this is the number. In this case, how can you say that I am messing with you? It seems that we can't cooperate well anymore, Grandpa Zhang.
I did something conscientiously, but you said there was something wrong with it.
It really hurts my heart. What did you say, 500 million?
When Zhang Guowang heard this, he was immediately shocked.
He never thought that Yifei actually spent 500 million to settle the matter. This is a bit too scary.
After knowing the exact number, his breathing quickened, and he realized how rude he had been to his elder brother just now. With such a number, no one would be willing to help unless a sucker was willing to put up another 600 million to bet on it. Knowing that he had said the wrong thing, Zhang Guowang's expression suddenly changed.
Brother, you see, what I just said was a bit too much. Do you think there is any other way to help me with this matter? As long as it can help me, I will do anything. Help you.
The person on the other side was silent for a rare moment. It's not impossible to help you, but this time I need the 6 of you to hold shares. If you agree, I can help you solve this matter now.
What? 6 points of shares?
Hearing the other party's request, Zhang Guowang exclaimed in surprise.
If we give this big brother another 6 shares, how much will he have left? He only has 1/10 left. Is this going to hollow out the entire Zhang family? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Yes, 6 is normal, about 600 million. I will help you lock the traffic using the external network. Maybe there is still a chance to turn things around. In this case, maybe you can turn things around.
But if you are willing to give me 6, even if this Yifei in the late stage has great ability, I can suppress him. The person on the other side chuckled and continued to negotiate with Zhang Guowang. But just by hearing them talking, Zhang Guowang began to hesitate. This huge Zhang group was built to such a strong level by him personally.
Is it really going to cause serious losses to the entire group just because of dealing with Yifei? He might even lose everything.
Thinking that he had fallen to the point where he could only take 10% of the Zhang family's profits, Zhang Guowang simply couldn't accept it and couldn't help shaking his head.
Brother, is there no other way? Can you think of something else? We in the Zhang family can't just live like this. This is my best solution. There is no other way. Don't think of anything else. The opponent's strength is just like this. If you want to attack him, you can come to me at any time. Here are the 6 points. If we can get along, we can continue.
Okay, I have a banquet to attend this afternoon, so I can't continue wasting time with you here.
If I continue wasting time, it will disturb my mood. I'm going to hang up now.
After the eldest brother finished speaking, he didn't give Zhang Guowang a chance to speak and just hung up the phone. The phone was hung up, and a beep hang-up sound was heard. This sound was infinitely amplified, and Zhang Guowang stood there in a daze, unable to make a decision for a moment. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside the room, and outside Zhang's house, the sound of the car horn coming from the security team was also heard. "Master, something bad has happened."
"Are you in there? Open the door quickly."
The assistant's voice came from outside the door. He shouted loudly, and his knocking turned into frantic banging on the door.